Chapter 1. The Divine Auction System. Douluo Continent. Star Dou Forest. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated across the boundless sky, as the seemingly indestructible fabric of space was instantaneously shattered by a powerful and mysterious force. A dark vortex appeared in a daze, from which a beam of light abruptly shot forth, landing heavily on the ground and creating a series of resounding echoes. As the dust settled, a young man stood up. This young man had a strikingly handsome appearance, emanating an otherworldly aura that made him an exceptionally radiant presence among the crowd. Where am I? Was I not just sleeping at home? How did I suddenly arrive in this place? Could it be that someone played a prank on me and left me here? He rubbed his painfully sore shoulder while sleepily surveying his surroundings, his face a portrait of astonishment. What in the world is this place? Why does it feel like a primordial forest? This young man, named Liu Yun, was an ordinary office worker from Blue Star who had gone to bed early due to the fatigue of the day. Little did he know, as he drifted off to sleep, he would awaken in this unfamiliar locale. Is this a primordial forest? Liu Yun gradually calmed his flustered emotions and began to wander about, discovering the pervasive dampness in the air. The fresh breeze enveloped him, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. Such an environment. Could it truly be a primordial forest? The mere thought sent shivers down Liu Yun's spine. He was well aware of the monstrous beasts lurking within primordial forests. Should he inadvertently fall prey to one, it would mean certain death. Ding! Host detected. Binding the divine auction system to the host. Binding in progress. Just as Liu Yun stood in bewilderment, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Nanny? A system? Could it be that I've truly traversed to another world like in a fantasy novel? If so, what kind of world is this? Upon hearing the icy voice in his mind, Liu Yun trembled in fear, only to be swiftly overtaken by a wave of exhilaration. He never anticipated that the legendary system would manifest upon him. In Blue Star, he had a deep fondness for reading novels, fully aware that systems were supreme entities capable of granting any wish. Such a monumental opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into his lap. Yet Liu Yun was intensely curious about the nature of the world he had entered. Is it a fantasy world? Or perhaps a cultivation realm? Ding! Binding successful. Please receive the system and specific information about this world. At that moment, the system's cold voice continued to resonate in Liu Yun's mind. As soon as the words fell, a sharp pain surged through his head as a torrent of knowledge flooded into his consciousness. After a brief moment, Liu Yun regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. I've actually traversed to the Douluo Continent. Indeed, Liu Yun had arrived in a world known as the Douluo Continent, a place he had previously enjoyed reading about in novels and watching in animations. He had always hoped to one day traverse to the Douluo Continent and experience the allure of martial souls. Who would have thought that his wish had come true? The divine auction system. This must be the foundation for my existence in the Douluo Continent. Liu Yun understood the system's functions in his mind. The divine auction system, as the name suggests, allowed for the auctioning of items. The commission earned from the auctions could be exchanged for auction points, which could be used to purchase precious treasures in the system's shop, enhancing one's strength. Thus, this system was indeed a formidable entity. Yet Liu Yun found himself in a predicament. System, my body has traversed here, yet I possess not a shred of power. What difference is there between holding an auction and courting death? Furthermore, I have nothing of value to auction. This was the dilemma Liu Yun faced, and he was utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Even a 10-year-old beast would likely be beyond his capabilities. Surely he could not arrive in the Douluo Continent only to be killed by a 10-year-old beast. That would be a tremendous embarrassment for a traverser. In light of the host's current predicament, a luxurious beginner's gift pack has been granted. At that moment, the system continued to speak. The predecessors do not deceive me. There truly exists a beginner's gift pack. System, open the luxurious beginner's gift pack. Upon hearing the system's words, Liu Yun smiled and eagerly opened the luxurious beginner's gift pack. The word luxurious filled Liu Yun with boundless anticipation. Instantly, a shower of golden light appeared before him. dazzling to the extreme. One Star Dou Auction Pavilion, one auctioneer, one auction pavilion protector, one set of pavilion master attire. As Liu Yun beheld the contents of the luxurious beginner's gift pack, his face was alight with excitement. However, upon examining the specific items, a profound sense of confusion washed over him. What is this? Why is there nothing related to martial souls? How then can he enhance his strength? System, do I possess a martial soul? At that moment, Liu Yun continued to question the system in perplexity. While others traversing to the Douluo Continent experienced a soul transfer, he had arrived with his body intact. At his current age, having reached his 20s, he had naturally missed the age of 6 when martial souls are typically awakened. Where would he obtain a martial soul now? The host does not possess a martial soul. However, upon completing an auction, the host will receive a martial soul gift pack. The cold voice of the system echoed on. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's face fell in dismay. He never expected that he would need to conduct an auction to obtain a martial soul. Without strength, how could he possibly hold an auction? Moreover, he lacked any other valuable items to attract soul masters from the Douluo Continent. Very well, let me first examine the remaining items. Resigned to his fate, Liu Yun decided to momentarily set aside his current predicament and investigate the contents of the luxurious beginner's gift pack. Upon further inspection, Liu Yun realized that the Star Dou Auction Pavilion was a ready-made auction venue, requiring no travel on his part to conduct auctions. Having the Star Dou Auction Pavilion was incredibly convenient for Liu Yun. Does the Star Dou Auction Pavilion have any relation to the Star Dou Forest? At this moment, Liu Yun noticed the name of the auction pavilion and furrowed his brow, enveloped in confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a look of horror crossed his face. System, am not currently in the Star Dou Forest, am I? Liu Yun voiced his concerns, though his tone was laden with a sense of certainty. He was convinced that the place where he had landed was undoubtedly the Star Dou Forest. He just wasn't sure whether he was in the outskirts, the inner area, or the core zone. If he found himself in the core zone, he would be as good as dead, given the presence of 10th sandier soul beasts. A mere sneeze from such a creature would be enough to overwhelm his fragile frame. Chapter 2. Two titled Douluo Powerhouses. The host is currently situated in the inner area of the Star Dou Forest. The system's voice rang out. Good grief, I really am in the Star Dou Forest. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun felt a sinking sensation in his heart, relinquishing all hope. Yet thankfully, he was not in the core zone. Although the inner area of the Star Dou Forest was also frequented by 10th sandier soul beasts, it was considerably safer than the core zone. Believing that the system would not simply allow him to march towards certain death, Liu Yun felt a slight sense of relief and continued to examine the remaining items. Auctioneer, Xian Shuang, a 95th level attack type title Dou, martial soul, ice element, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. After reviewing the auctioneer's information, Liu Yun was left utterly dumbfounded. No way. She is actually a titled Douluo powerhouse. This means that with her protection, he could traverse the Douluo Continent with relative ease. He need not worry about treasures being snatched away during auctions. He never expected the system to be so considerate. With the presence of this titled Douluo, Liu Yun felt a newfound sense of confidence. The protection of a titled Douluo allowed him to roam the inner area of the Star Dou Forest with assurance. From Xian Shuang's martial soul, Liu Yun understood that the ice element was an ultimate martial soul. It could harness the ice elements of nature for combat. Additionally, she could convert water elements into ice elements, unleashing devastating area effect attacks. While fighting on land may not be as effective as on the sea, the might of an ultimate martial soul far surpassed that of ordinary martial souls. Whoosh! With a thought, Liu Yun summoned Xian Shuang, and bizarre ripples appeared in the space before him. Suddenly, a woman clad in an ice blue gown materialized, her skin as white as snow, and her flowing white hair danced in the wind. The chilling aura inadvertently emanating from her made Liu Yun hesitate to approach. The surrounding air seemed to freeze under her extreme coldness. One could only imagine how masterfully Xian Shuang controlled her ice attribute. Xian Shuang pays respect to the pavilion master. Upon her arrival, Xian Shuang received a surge of information in her mind. She looked at Lu Yun, reigning in her icy aura, and respectfully bowed to him. In response, Lu Yun nodded calmly, though internally he was filled with excitement. With Xian Shuang's protection, he had little to worry about for the time being. Liu Yun continued to examine the guardian of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, pondering that given the nature of the system, it surely would not assign him a protector of lesser strength than a titled Douluo. Guardian of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, Jiu You, level 99 extreme attack system, titled Dou, Martial Soul, Nether Dragon, Soul Rings, black, 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 red, red, red. At that moment, Lu Yun caught sight of the specific information regarding the Guardian, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Ha ha ha! To think it is an extreme Douluo system, you truly are exceedingly generous to me. Lu Yun exclaimed loudly within his mind, overwhelmed with joy. This was indeed an extreme Douluo. Currently, there are only 3 extreme Douluo on the Douluo Continent, and he had not anticipated that the guardian of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion would be such a formidable title Douluo. The Nether Dragon Martial Soul belongs to the realm of divine-level martial souls, containing a fragment of the remnant soul of a Nether Dragon. With its enhancement, the Nether Dragon Martial Soul is among the most elite of divine-level martial souls, far surpassing the likes of the Sea God and the Six-Winged Angel. Moreover, the Nether Dragon Martial Soul boasts an extraordinary soul ring configuration, making Jiu You soul rings a unique presence on the Douluo Continent. Even the Grand Offering Poseidon of Sea God Island possesses only 8 black and 1 red soul rings. With the protection of Jiu You, Lu Yun could traverse the Douluo Continent freely, no longer needing to worry about anything else. Boom! Lu Yun summoned Jiu You, revealing a middle-aged man before him, radiating an astonishing aura of nether energy that surged skyward. This caused a tremendous disturbance in the Star Dou forest, yet upon seeing Lu Yun's visage, Jiu You reigned in his overwhelming presence. What had just transpired seemed to vanish without a trace. With 2 powerful guardians by his side, Lu Yun leisurely wandered through the inner regions of the Star Dou forest, searching for a suitable location to establish the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. The Star Dou Auction Pavilion was destined to be a singular entity on the Douluo Continent. The inner regions of the Star Dou forest indeed presented an excellent locale. It was a paradise for soul beasts, and even ordinary titled Douluo would seldom venture here. This greatly enhanced the mystique of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, attracting even more powerful beings. As time passed, Lu Yun arrived at a clearing, discovering a spacious area surrounded by towering ancient trees, exuding an aura of tranquility and mystery. Excellent. This is a splendid place. Lu Yun resolved to designate this location for the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. System, place the Star Dou Auction Pavilion here. Lu Yun instructed the system in his mind, and immediately, a radiant beam of golden light appeared, manifesting a colossal structure that descended with a thunderous crash. The tremendous noise stirred up a cloud of dust, prompting Lu Yun and his companions to retreat to avoid being caught in the wake of such powerful energy. Once the tumult subsided, Lu Yun gazed ahead. He beheld the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, a vast and magnificent edifice, 3 stories tall, its exquisite architecture seemingly cloaked in a mysterious radiance. The plaque inscribed with the 5 characters of Star Dou Auction Pavilion exuded an aura that transcended the Douluo Continent itself. A mere glance caused a sharp pain in his head. Lu Yun quickly averted his gaze for someone devoid of any soul power. Lingering any longer would likely yield consequences beyond his capacity to endure. Accompanied by Jiu You and Xian Shuang, Lu Yun entered, only to find the scene before him had dramatically transformed. The originally 3-tiered pavilion now revealed a completely empty central space. The interior was vastly more expansive than the exterior suggested. The first floor featured ordinary seating, capable of accommodating a multitude of guests, stretching endlessly into the distance. As for the second and third floors, they were lined with private boxes encircling the entire pavilion. These boxes were presumably designated for individuals of high status and substantial wealth. At the forefront of the seating area stood a grand 3-tiered auction platform. Remarkable. truly a testament to the system's prowess. It is astonishing. After fully comprehending the internal structure of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, Liu Yun could not help but exclaim in awe. From this moment forth, he had established a foothold within the Douluo Continent. Xian Shuang, you should be aware of your role within the Star Dou Auction Pavilion from now on. You will oversee all auction matters and ensure the security of the pavilion, preventing any miscreants from causing chaos. And you, Jiu You, shall remain by my side to safeguard my well-being. After a brief pause, Liu Yun instructed the two titled Douluo beside him. Chapter 3. Invulnerable to all. They were creations of the system, inherently loyal to him. Thus there is no need to worry about any rebellious sentiments arising. Yes, Pavilion Master. The two titled Douluo responded respectfully to Liu Yun. System, present the Pavilion Master's attire. Liu Yun glanced at his pajamas, which appeared exceedingly out of place on the Douluo Continent. He summoned the luxurious novice gift package, which included the Pavilion Master's attire. A radiant glow enveloped Liu Yun, and a blue robe adorned his form. The fabric was intricately embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, resembling a vast cosmos, imbued with an aura of profound mystery. It even possesses such extraordinary effects. As Liu Yun donned the garment, a remarkable function of the attire emerged in his mind. Pavilion Master attire, within the auction pavilion, impervious to all laws, capable of withstanding any form of attack. Such is the formidable effect of this attire that, aware of its power, Liu Yun felt an exhilarating rush within. With this outfit, he could stand immobile in the auction house, allowing others to strike at him without inflicting the slightest harm. Alas, once he stepped beyond the bounds of the auction house, the protective qualities of the attire would dissipate, rendering it ineffective against all forms of attack. This realization intensified Liu Yun's desire to enhance his own strength. After all, he could not remain confined within the Star Dou Auction House for eternity, as that would undoubtedly grow tedious. Moreover, this garment was impervious to dirt. It possessed an automatic cleaning function, ensuring it remained pristine regardless of prolonged wear. Liu Yun harbored a profound yearning for power. He could not simply stand by and allow others to assault him perpetually, as that would be quite degrading. It seemed imperative for him to conduct an auction, acquire a martial spirit, and subsequently embark on his cultivation journey. Yes, let me set a modest goal, to become a titled Douluo within 5 years at this moment, Liu Yun thought to himself with a touch of arrogance. Armed with a god-tier auction system, such a miraculous advantage would surely facilitate his ascension to titled Douluo status within 5 years, an endeavor that should not prove overly challenging, as long as he continued to auction. Accruing auction points, his strength would undoubtedly experience meteoric growth in a short span. 5 years might seem a lengthy time frame, but it appeared prudent to set his sights even further afield. Becoming a titled Douluo was not his ultimate destination. In the heart of the Star Dou forest, beside the Lake of Life, glimmered a shimmering expanse of water. A gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating ripples that radiated with a potent life force. Adjacent to the Lake of Life stood a colossal ape, its body adorned with patterns resembling molten lava, exuding the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. This creature was one of the two sovereigns of the Star Dou forest's core area, the Titan Great Ape. However, sensing something amiss, the Titan Great Ape's gaze shifted toward the inner depths of the Star Dou forest, its enormous eyes, like bronze bells, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the water's surface stirred, and a massive soul beast with the body of a bull and the tail of a serpent emerged, radiating a similar aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. This was none other than the other imperial soul beast, the 100,000-year sky blue bull python. Erming, have you sensed it too? The sky blue bull python's gaze also turned toward a certain direction within the depths, the very spot where Liu Yun had positioned the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, a formidable presence lingered in that vicinity, particularly the dual auras of titled Douluos, leading to the suspicion that human soul masters were conspiring once more. In response, the Titan Great Ape nodded vigorously, its deep voice resonating through the area. Humph, I never imagined human soul masters would be so audacious, daring to send titled Douluo-level powerhouses into the Star Dou forest, as if they regard us. The two beasts, with a disdainful grunt, the Titan Great Ape unleashed its overwhelming 100,000-year soul beast pressure, which cascaded outward from the core area. Countless weaker soul beasts, feeling the regal might, collapsed to the ground, emitting low whimpers that echoed their profound fear. I shall confront those two tidal Douluo powerhouses, the Titan great ape declared, its massive fist pounding against its chest with a thunderous sound. Wait, those two tidal Douluo possess formidable strength. Even from a distance, I can sense their immense power, likely among the most elite of human soul masters, the sky blue bull python cautioned, a serious expression crossing its features. Its strength far surpassed that of the Titan great ape, allowing it to perceive the formidable auras emanating from that area. Should the Titan great ape venture alone, it could very well fall prey to the lethal hands of those two tidal Douluo powerhouses. Therefore, the sky blue bull python insisted on accompanying it. Together, they would likely be able to contend with the two tidal Douluo, and in the event of unforeseen circumstances, should they find themselves outmatched, they could escape without fear of pursuit. Thus, the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python advanced toward Lu Yun's location, their immense forms casting shadows as they traversed the landscape. Wherever they passed, the pressure of 100,000-year soul beasts surged forth, creating a tumultuous ruckus in their wake. Meanwhile, within the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun remained blissfully unaware of the impending disturbance. However, beside him, Jiu You and Xian Shuang furrowed their brows, clearly sensing the approach of two powerful presences drawing near. Master, 200,000-year soul beasts are approaching us. Should I take action to eliminate them? Jiu Yu's commanding voice resonated, emanating the formidable aura of an ultimate Dao, 200,000-year soul beasts. Lu Yun's brows arched in intrigue as he contemplated the situation. He quickly deduced the identities of the two soul beasts. After all, in the current era of Douluo Continent, the known 100,000-year soul beasts were none other than the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. The distance from his location to the Lake of Life was not vast, and it was possible that the disturbance caused by his establishment of the Star Dou Auction House had roused their attention. Nevertheless, Lu Yun remained unconcerned. The audacity of the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape to intrude upon his territory was laughable. With Jiu You and Xian Shuang by his side, he felt secure. 200,000-year soul beasts posed no threat, even if several more were to arrive. Let us not hasten to eliminate them. We shall capture them and bring them here. I have my own plans. In that moment, a knowing smile graced Lu Yun's lips as a thought struck him. Capturing the 200,000-year soul beasts to serve as guardians for the Star Dou Auction House seemed a most strategic choice, effectively enhancing its reputation. Chapter 4. The domain of ice and snow with 200,000-year soul beasts as sentinels. The reputation of the Star Dou Auction House would undoubtedly soar, deterring other soul masters from recklessly provoking it. Should any soul master from the Douluo Continent hear such a proclamation, they would be utterly astonished. Employing 100,000-year soul beasts as guardians was an unprecedented notion. Despite the ambition, few possessed the strength to realize it. Yet, Lu Yun was fortunate to have a peak ultimate Douluo by his side. Master, allow me to handle this matter. Xian Shuang, her countenance as cold as ice, spoke respectfully to Lu Yun. Resolve the situation with haste, but remember to capture them swiftly and avoid prolonged conflict. Lu Yun replied, nodding slightly. Though a serious expression lingered on his face, he was acutely aware that the Star Dou forest was home to more than just the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. Beneath the Lake of Life lay a different dimension, teeming with numerous ferocious soul beasts, each exceeding 200,000 years in age. Moreover, there existed the Silver Dragon King, a being of godly combat prowess during its prime. Even after sustaining injuries from the pantheon of deities, it retained its god-level strength. Should a battle erupt, the commotion could awaken the fierce beasts lurking beneath the lake, which would spell disaster. With Jiu Yu's presence, Lu Yun felt no immediate threat to his safety. Understood, Master, Xian Shuang responded, her expression grave. No sooner had she spoken than she transformed into a wisp of ice and snow energy, vanishing from sight. Truly, her mastery of the ice element was nothing short of astounding. Lu Yun watched Xian Shuang's retreating figure, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. Although he was merely an ordinary person, he could sense that Xian Shuang, in her departure, had seemingly merged with the very essence of ice and snow, rendering her invisible and unfathomable, a testament to her immense power. Yet, he wondered if Xian Shuang would be able to conquer the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. Lu Yun was curious to see the full extent of her combat capabilities once she unleashed her true strength. At this moment, the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape En route from the core area of the Star Dou forest, radiated an overwhelming aura of 100,000-year soul beast. They advanced directly toward Lu Yun, and soon, the two massive soul beasts stood before the Star Dou Auction House. Their expressions grave. Erming, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. How could this structure appear out of thin air? Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I have inexplicably sensed a profound sense of impending doom emanating from this region. At this moment, the formidable Tianqing Niupong solemnly addressed the nearby Titan giant ape, articulating the unease that had taken root in his heart. With power of his caliber, an acute awareness of personal peril is undeniably palpable. This rendered him somewhat indecisive. Who could possibly have constructed this edifice, and what formidable beings might inhabit its interiors? Humph, it is clearly the machinations of those human spirit masters. The Star Dou forest is our domain as spirit beasts. Humans have trespassed time and again, courting death. Watch as I obliterate it. The hot-tempered Erming, heedless of the consequences, ceased his contemplations and concentrated the immense spirit beast energy within his right fist. Instantly, he hurled it towards the Star Dou Auction House. His momentum akin to the crushing weight of Mount Tai, wielding a cataclysmic force that seemed destined to annihilate all in its path. Erming, halt! Tianqing Niupong shouted urgently as he witnessed the Titan giant ape's reckless assault. Just as his fist was about to collide with the Star Dou Auction House, alas, it was too late. The previously sensed lethal aura had materialized. Indeed, a shocking scene unfolded before them. An icy barrier forged from chilling power manifested before the Star Dou Auction House. Boom! The terrifying force of ice surged forth. What an overwhelming chill! Upon sensing this extreme cold, both Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape felt their spirit power momentarily stagnate, their movements rendered sluggish. Crack! As the Titan giant ape's fist struck the icy barrier, all his attacks were instantly deflected, creating ripples in the air. The barrier shattered with a crisp sound, transforming into elemental ice that dissipated into the atmosphere. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the Star Dou Auction House, exuding an unprecedented chill. This was Xian Shuang, human spirit master. Did you construct this place? Tianqing Niupong inquired warily, sensing the immense strength of this titled Douluo, which rivaled his own. This is the domain of the Star Dou Auction House. Today, you 200,000-year spirit beasts have disturbed our master's meditation that we are here to capture you and present you to our master for judgment. Xian Shuang coldly declared, not bothering with pleasantries. As her words fell, tendrils of ice elemental power began to spread from her form. The ice and snow domain. The entire expanse seemed to be enveloped in an almost imperceptible aura. Snowflakes drifting down from the air, radiating an infinite coldness. This aura, this is a domain skill. You can manipulate the forces of nature. How is that possible? Tianqing Niupong suddenly felt as though the world around them had shifted. Endless ice elements converged towards them, nearly freezing their spirit power in its tracks, rendering their abilities nearly impotent. Even the previously fearless Titan giant ape now bore a grave expression, cautiously moving to Tianqing Niupong's side. Ever prepared to confront the imminent danger? Let us depart. Tianqing Niupong resolved, determining not to engage further with this human spirit master. He had previously sensed two distinct auras of titled Douluo, and the individual before him was one of them. In comparison to the other presence, he seemed considerably weaker, implying that within the Star Dou Auction House lurked an even more powerful titled Douluo, the sole master before them, controlling the power of ice elements. Was already a formidable opponent, not to mention the unknown strength yet to be revealed. Consequently, the two spirit beasts decided to retreat to the core of the Star Dou forest. The Titan giant ape's face was a mask of reluctance upon hearing Tianqing Niupong's words. But for the sake of his own survival, he had no choice but to follow suit and vacate the area. Chapter 5. The emergence of Jiu You. To think you could escape under my watch. What a delusion! Xian Shuang scoffed, her demeanor dismissive as she leapt into the air, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of ice energy from her palm. Surrounding her were 9 soul rings, emanating a more potent force of ice and snow. Xian Shuang continued to expand her ice and snow domain, transforming the entire forest into a winter wonderland. As countless ice spikes began to coalesce in the void, the endless frost power surged outward, with ice spikes hurtling towards Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape. Damn it! Tianqing Niupong's expression darkened upon witnessing the dire situation. The path ahead was entirely blocked by ice spikes, rendering escape impossible. In mere moments, he and the Titan giant ape resolved to confront this human spirit master head-on. Realizing her strength posed an insurmountable threat to their kind, she must not be allowed to leave alive. Tianqing Niupong's spirit power surged before him, crackling with astonishing thunderous energy. Spheres of lightning shot towards Xianshuang, gravitational domain. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape unleashed his own gravitational domain, clenching his fists and pounding his chest. He released a terrifying force that, alongside Tianqing Niupong's attack, surged towards Xianshuang. Humph! Observing this, Xianshuang merely snorted, seemingly unfazed by their combined onslaught. The ice spikes, previously shattered by their powerful attacks, reformed with even greater strength. Continuing to thrust toward the two beasts, that moment, Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape unleashed their most potent maneuvers to shatter the surrounding ice spikes. Enough of this. I will not waste any more time with you. With that, Xianshuang activated her 8th Black Soul Ring, unleashing a brilliant power that coalesced the moisture in the air into ice elemental force. An endless stream of ice energy began to gather above the Star Dou Auction House. Once the concentration of ice elements reached a critical point, Xianshuang clenched her right fist, condensing the ice energy into a blue ice cage, immediately ensnaring Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape in place. Damn it! Why is this human spirit master so powerful? Tianqing Niupong exclaimed, realizing that their attempts to break free from the ice cage were in vain. As Xianshuang approached them, the two beasts resolved to unleash their mightiest attacks. Titan's Celestial Break. The Titan giant ape gathered all his spirit power into his fists, the gravitational forces around them amplifying their impact. As he executed the Titan's Celestial Break, he concentrated the surrounding gravity to its utmost limit. Ready to strike the ice cage with all his might, Tianqing Annihilation Thunder. In tandem, Tianqing Niupong channeled his entire spirit power, his horns crackling with overwhelming energy. Lightning and thunder erupted within the cage, unleashing catastrophic force directed at the ice prison. Indeed, the collision of their tremendous powers caused the once indestructible ice cage to crack, fissures appearing and rapidly expanding. Continue. As the two beasts witnessed this, they summoned their full strength, shattering the ice prison in a single decisive blow. Boom! The terrifying energy radiated outward, affecting the entirety of the Star Dou forest. Countless spirit beasts fell victim to the overwhelming energy surge, their forms disintegrating, blood cascading onto the earth. After all, this was the mightiest attack unleashed by Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape at the height of their power. You actually managed to break free from my restraints. It seems I underestimated you. Xianshuang's voice was tinged with astonishment as she realized her ice cage had been shattered. It appears that these 200,000-year-old beasts possess formidable strength. Therefore, I am contemplating a decisive action to capture the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python with the most ruthless methods, delivering them to the master for further disposition. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, present in the Star Dou Auction House, subtly nodded upon witnessing Xianshuang's prowess. In his eyes, Xianshuang's strength is indeed extraordinary, befitting of an ultimate martial spirit if all goes as expected. Xianshuang should be able to completely vanquish the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. The aftermath of the trio's attacks reverberated throughout the entire Star Dou forest. Any disturbance in the lake of life would spell disaster. Jiu You, I entrust these 200,000-year-old beasts to you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yun spoke sternly to Jiu You beside him. We must resolve this swiftly to avoid wasting time. Yes, master, Jiu You responded with a vigorous nod, his eyes emanating boundless infernal energy, shimmering with brilliance. Chapter 6. The guardian of the 100,000-year-old beast. Jiu You stood firm, raising his hand with a flourish as a torrent of soul power surged into his right hand. With a crackle, two black-purple chains gradually materialized in the void, exuding a terrifying dragon's roar. It was as if all of heaven and earth were ensnared by these chains, sealing both sky and land. Go! Jiu You bellowed, and the two chains pierced through space, appearing before the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape in the blink of an eye. Not good. He has made his move. Taming, flee. The Sky Blue Bull Python, witnessing the chains surrounding its body, began to struggle desperately to break free. However, it was futile. The soul power within them seemed to dissolve upon contact with the chains. The chains tightened their grip, binding them firmly. As their struggles intensified, the chains constricted even further, rendering their strength ineffective. Upon seeing this, Xianshuang recognized Jiu Yu's intervention. "Stop wasting your effort. Come with me to meet the master." He then approached the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape, leading them into the Star Dou Auction House. Reluctantly, the two beasts were brought into the Star Dou Auction House, where the scene within astonished them beyond measure. They had not anticipated that the seemingly small exterior of the Star Dou Auction House concealed such a vast and wondrous interior. The disparity between the two was utterly staggering. After a brief moment, profound confusion arose within the hearts of the two beasts. What manner of sorcery is this? Truly, the two great rulers of the Star Dou forest, the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape, are deserving of their formidable reputation. Just as the two beasts were grappling with their astonishment, Lu Yun's playful voice rang in their ears. "Henceforth, what is your intention, human soul master?" The sky blue bull python snapped back to reality upon hearing Lu Yun's voice and roared in indignation. Its powerful 100,000-year soul beast aura sought to be unleashed, yet was brutally suppressed by the chains, rendering it immobile. "Doe, how amusing your words are. It seems you two beasts were the ones to provoke trouble with our Star Dou Auction House. And due to your lack of strength, you now find yourselves in this predicament, reduced to prisoners," Lu Yun remarked, shaking his head in mild reproach, unabashedly mocking the two beasts. "If you possess the strength, then release me." The Titan great ape, with its tempestuous temper, could no longer endure the taunts of the human soul master. Roaring in defiance that it struggled against the chains, yet they only tightened further, making even the act of breathing an arduous task. "Should you wish for me to release you, it is not impossible. You need only agree to one condition." Suddenly, a meaningful smile graced Lu Yun's face as he gently addressed the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python. "What condition?" The sky blue bull python sensed a hidden scheme in Lu Yun's words, but cautiously inquired for the sake of their lives. "It is not overly difficult. You two beasts must assist me in guarding the Star Dou Auction House from now on, handling any troublesome soul masters or soul beasts that come to disrupt you. In essence, you shall serve as the sentinels of our Star Dou Auction House," Lu Yun stated plainly, his enthusiasm palpable as he observed the reactions of the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. "Never. A warrior may be slain, but we shall not endure such humiliation. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall never agree to this condition," the Titan great ape declared vehemently, brimming with rage as it adopted a defiant stance. "They would rather perish than become captives to a human soul master. Very well. Then the consequences that follow shall be yours to bear," Lu Yun declared. Having anticipated such a response, he waved his hand lightly, assigning Jiu You to deal with the 200,000-year soul beast. He could not believe that even the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape could evade his control. And no sooner had Lu Yun's words fallen than fear began to creep into the hearts of the two beasts. "Indeed, after an hour had passed, stop. We agree to your condition. Please stop." The cries of desperation echoed through the Star Dou Auction House, emanating from the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python. Chapter 7. Collecting treasures. At this moment, however, the two soul beasts appeared utterly wretched, their bodies marred by numerous bloody wounds that it seemed they had endured a prolonged and brutal torment to be reduced to this state. Indeed, all of this was the handiwork of Jiu You. He had utilized his profound soul techniques to thoroughly thrash the two beasts, inflicting unimaginable pain upon their minds and bodies. Had they agreed sooner, they would not have had to endure such tribulation. Lu Yun smiled broadly at the sight. Subsequently, Jiu You planted a restriction within the mental seas of the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape, allowing him to control their lives at any moment to prevent them from causing further chaos. "Though we have acquiesced to your condition, as members of the soul beast race, we cannot be compelled to slaughter our own kind." The sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape, upon sensing the restriction within their minds, understood that their lives were now in another's grasp. As beasts beneath a roof, they had no choice but to bow their heads. "That is acceptable. I agree to your stipulation," Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, assenting to the sky blue bull python's request. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. He merely wished to manage the Star Dou Auction House diligently and gradually enhance his strength. However, should any soul beast dare to provoke him, they would not escape the consequences of their actions. Thus, this matter came to a close, and the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape prepared to depart. Resigned to their duty of guarding the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, the expressions on their faces were filled with profound discontent. It was a disgrace for the mighty 100,000-year soul beasts, the rulers of the Star Dou forest, to be tasked with such menial labor by a human soul master. If word of this were to spread, their reputation and dignity within the Star Dou forest would be irrevocably tarnished. Hold on. Hand over the treasures you have collected, such as soul bones, rare herbs, and so forth. Liu called out to the distant figures of the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape. Barely able to contain his amusement, after all, these once imposing soul beast rulers now found themselves in a position of subservience, and it was only natural for their spirits to be dampened. Previously, Liu Yun had been pondering how to conduct the inaugural auction. But upon spotting the two beasts before him, an idea struck him. They were ostensibly the strongest entities in the Star Dou forest, and surely they had amassed a considerable collection of treasures over the years. Thus, he decided to utilize the items collected by the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape as the inaugural auction items. Upon hearing this, the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape's heart sank. They had not anticipated that they would not only lose their freedom, but also their long-cherished treasures. Yet they understood that withholding their possessions was simply not an option. Therefore, they resolved to relinquish a portion of their hoard. I am fully aware of your thoughts. Take heed. I implore you to present all the treasures you have collected. Should I uncover any hidden possessions, you are well aware of the consequences to this moment. Liu Yun's voice lingered in the air. The expressions of the Tianqing Neo python and the titan giant ape shifted once more, their distress unvoiced. Yes, master. Thus, under the immense pressure of the formidable aura exuded by the limit de law of the nine hells, the two beasts returned to the lake of life, retrieving all their accumulated treasures from the years past. After the passage of half an hour, an array of priceless artifacts lay before Liu Yun, strange and peculiar stones, along with a selection of vibrantly colored herbs. However, the majority consisted of soul bones. The soul beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest were numerous, and daily fatalities among them meant that while soul bones were occasionally produced, the cumulative total was significant. Before Liu Yun, there lay more than 20 soul bones. The oldest among them were at least 10,000 years old. Only soul bones surpassing this age could have been hoarded by these two 10,000-year soul beasts. Among them, the most striking were two soul bones emanating the aura of 10,000-year soul beasts. Exceedingly rare within the Douluo Continent. One was a fiery red right arm soul bone, radiating a vibrant flame energy, while the other was a head soul bone, exuding a formidable spiritual attribute. This latter piece likely belonged to a 10,000-year soul beast with a spiritual essence, having dropped upon its demise. Indeed, Liu Yun mused, nodding in satisfaction at this trove of treasures. He had not anticipated that these two soul beasts had amassed such a collection. With the acquisition of these two 10,000-year soul bones, the reputation of the Star Dou Auction House would surely ascend to remarkable heights, yielding substantial auction points and swiftly enhancing his own strength. Chapter 8. The gold of life. At this juncture, Liu Yun's gaze fell upon a small grass beside the soul bones. This delicate herb was a vibrant green, entwined with several red filaments, exuding an extraordinarily enchanting appearance. Simultaneously, a tremendous spiritual force radiated from the herb, compelling the attention of all present. Liu Yun was intrigued by this mystical grass, eager to discern its name and effects. This herb appeared distinct from the celestial herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang. Though well-versed in the original text, Liu Yun could not identify it. Just as he pondered, several lines of text materialized before him, detailing the herb's introduction. 9 Heart Mystic Grass, a premier spiritual attribute herb. Its consumption can significantly enhance one's spiritual power. With this revelation, Liu Yun comprehended the name and specific effects of the herb. Spiritual attribute herbs were indeed exceedingly rare. Thus, this particular specimen could serve as an excellent auction item. Liu Yun regarded the grass with a nod of satisfaction, aware that in the Douluo Continent, spiritual attribute herbs were treasures of immense value. Moreover, spiritual power held great significance for soul masters, especially given the rudimentary nature of spiritual cultivation in the Douluo Continent, that a sufficiently robust spiritual force could not only enable one to master soul techniques, but also amplify their potency. Thus, this item was poised to garner a considerable number of auction points. Upon further inspection, Liu Yun found no extraordinarily precious items. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a stone in the corner, its pitch-black surface pocked and seemingly ordinary. Yet, this seemingly mundane stone radiated a rich aura of life. Gold of life contains an abundance of life force. Upon reading this brief introduction, Lu Yun's heart surged with exhilaration, an emotion too profound for mere excitement to encapsulate. This small stone was, in fact, gold of life, a remarkable treasure, solidified entirely from life force. Point 1 could only imagine the vastness of the life energy contained within this diminutive stone. Otherwise, it could not have formed into solid gold of life. Having read the original text, Lu Yun was acutely aware of the significance of gold of life. One must not underestimate this treasure. The life force it harbored could potentially rival that of half the Star Dou Great Forest. One of its properties included the ability to enhance one's physical constitution, transforming it into an infinitely growing life form, purging impurities and amplifying innate talents. This piece of gold of life shall not be auctioned. It will be reserved for my own absorption, Lu Yun resolved inwardly, deciding to keep the gold of life for personal use. Although he possessed no martial soul, further fortifying his constitution would facilitate the absorption of soul power and streamline his cultivation in the future. I am quite pleased with the treasures you have brought forth. Rest assured, in 5 years, I shall restore your freedom. However, I believe that by then, you will find it difficult to part with the Star Dou Auction House. Lu Yun remarked, storing the treasures away and casting a gentle smile towards the glum-faced Tianqing Neo Python and Titan Giant Ape. Let us hope your words hold weight. Upon hearing Lu Yun's statement, the eyes of the Tianqing Neo Python and Titan Giant Ape brightened momentarily before quickly veiling their expressions. They harbored doubts regarding whether this human soul master would indeed release them after 5 years. Yet, deep within, they wished for Lu Yun to uphold his promise. Observing their reactions, Lu Yun chose not to elaborate, instead displaying a knowing smile. In 5 years, he pondered, the Star Dou Auction House would likely have evolved beyond recognition, while his own strength would reach unfathomable heights. As long as the Titan Giant Ape and Tianqing Neo Python were not foolish, they would not easily forsake the Star Dou Auction House. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yun gestured for the Tianqing Neo Python and Titan Giant Ape to depart, for he was ready to commence the absorption of the gold of life. Once they had left, Lu Yun settled into a meditative posture, placing the gold of life before him. He then turned to 9 Hells and requested, 9 Hells, assist me in absorbing this gold of life. Lu Yun instructed Xian Shuang to stand guard while 9 Hells aided him in the absorption process. At that moment, he was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any soul power. Thus, the immense life force entering his body could yield unpredictable consequences. Chapter 9. Preparations for Auction. Understood, Master. Upon hearing Lu Yun's command, 9 Hells nodded solemnly. In the next instant, a torrent of soul power surged from 9 Hells, levitating the gold of life before Lu Yun. With a flick of his hand, 9 Hells unleashed a powerful explosion of soul power, causing the gold of life to shatter into countless fragments. Suspended around Lu Yun's form, the gold of life erupted. The dense life energy surged outward, seeking release. Gather. Unfazed by the spectacle, 9 Hells calmly uttered a single word. Instantly, an invisible force enveloped the entire area, drawing the previously dispersing life energy back towards Lu Yun's body. Wisps of life energy streamed into him, purging impurities and transforming his ordinary constitution into one of life attributes. Time passed swiftly as Lu Yun reveled in the influx of life energy. Feeling as though he were immersed in a warm, soothing spring, an unparalleled sensation of comfort enveloping him. The surface of his body expelled dark impurities, releasing a foul odor, while simultaneously, a fragrant aura of life emanated from within him. His entire being radiated an ethereal quality, as if he had transformed into a human-shaped life elixir. After nearly half an hour, the life energy within the area gradually dissipated, entirely absorbed by Lu Yun. Thanks to 9 Hells, a limit Douluo, standing by his side, not a single trace of the life energy from the gold of life was wasted. It was wholly assimilated by Lu Yun. Is this the transformation of my body after absorbing the gold of life? It is truly magnificent. After absorbing the essence of life, Lu Yun rose to his feet, stretching his limbs to invigorate his body. He felt an overwhelming surge of vital energy coursing through his bones, blood, and meridians, filling him with a sense of wonder at such a transformation. Furthermore, the life force he inadvertently exuded became a source of distress. Such potent vitality would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of ferocious soul beasts. It seemed prudent to refrain from venturing deep into the Star Dou forest until his strength was sufficiently enhanced. It was time to commence preparations for the inaugural auction. Once Lu Yun had calmed his excited heart, he gazed into the distance, a flicker of enthusiasm glimmering in his eyes. He possessed several treasures in hand, ready to initiate his first auction. Jiu You, please draft a few invitation letters and personally deliver them to the foremost powers of Douluo Continent. A month from now, the Star Dou Auction House will host an auction, and I hope all esteemed factions will grace us with their presence. Lu Yun instructed Jiu You, entrusting him with the task of delivering these invitations to the other factions. After all, Jiu Yu's prowess was that of a limit Douluo, one of the mightiest individuals of this era. With him personally delivering the invitations, it was believed that even the Wuhuan Temple would not dismiss them lightly, but instead approach with curiosity. This would allow them to witness the profound heritage of the Star Dou Auction House. Concurrently, it presented an opportunity to gather numerous auction points and acquire a grand gift of martial souls to bolster his own strength. Understood, Master, Jiu You replied with a faint nod, signaling his comprehension. Although Jiu You and Xin Shuang were soul masters created by the system, their memories were already imbued with knowledge of everything related to Douluo Continent. Without requiring further explanation from Lu Yun, they naturally understood the various powers in their respective locations. Jiu You, do not hesitate to showcase your abilities when the time comes. Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and continued, allowing Jiu You to gauge the situation and strive to attract more factions to the Star Dou Auction House. As Lu Yun's words faded, Jiu You subtly nodded, and in an instant, the surrounding space rippled slightly as Jiu Yu's figure vanished from sight. Embarking on his journey to deliver the invitations to the various powers of Douluo Continent, Lu Yun remained where he stood, hands clasped behind his back, eagerly anticipating the auction a month hence. Xin Shuang, during Jiu Yu's absence, I entrust the security of the Star Dou Auction House to you. Lu Yun spoke softly. Rest assured, Master, with me here, no nefarious individuals would dare to threaten the Star Dou Auction House. Xin Shuang replied with solemnity. Chapter 10. The Hall of the Pope. The Hall of the Pope. This was a magnificent palace, resplendent with opulence. In the center of the hall sat a woman adorned in a purple and gold gown, exuding an alluring aura. She wore a crown of 9 curves and held a scepter, radiating an air befitting a sovereign. This woman was none other than the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong was engaged in the affairs of the Wuhuan Temple. Suddenly, a wave of spatial disturbance surged forth, a formidable presence enveloping the entire hall of the Pope. The moment Bibi Dong sensed this aura, she immediately reacted. With a roar, she unleashed her powerful soul force, summoning her martial soul, which manifested 9 resplendent soul rings in succession. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. Who dares to intrude upon the hall of the Pope? Bibi Dong's furious energy surged forward, creating a shockwave that caused the entire hall to tremble. That instant, a powerful force countered her overwhelming aura. That a golden paper slowly materialized from the void, landing upon the table before Bibi Dong. The source of this aura was none other than Jiu You. Following Lu Yun's command, he had swiftly arrived at the hall of the Pope to deliver the invitation letter to Bibi Dong. Upon delivering the invitation, Jiu You prepared to breach the space once more, intending to depart the hall of the Pope for his next destination. Ghost Douluo, Jiu Douluo, apprehend him. Bibi Dong sensed Jiu Yu's intent to leave and immediately instructed the 2 hidden figures in the depths of the void. Yes, Your Holiness. 2 figures emerged from the void, one clad in a golden robe, exuding an androgynous aura, and the other cloaked in black, shrouded in swirling shadows, emanating a sinister presence. These 2 were the Wuhuan Temple's titled Douluo powerhouses. Bibi Dong's right and left arms, the martial souls of the 2, the heavenly chrysanthemum and the ghostly spirit, were released simultaneously. Each unleashed their 9 soul rings, radiating the formidable energy of 95 titled Douluo. Joining forces with Bibi Dong in their assault, the combined pressure of the 3 titled Dou bore down upon Jiu You, seeking to subdue him. Bibi Dong understood the extent of this individual's power, yet was unaware of his origins. To eliminate any potential threats, it was imperative to capture him. Otherwise, the future could hold unforeseen consequences. 2 extremes. Stillness domain. At that moment, Ghost Douluo and Jiu Douluo shouted in unison. Their 9 soul rings detached from their bodies, slowly coalescing in the air before them to form a grand luminous ring. In an instant, Time and space within the hall of the Pope appeared to freeze. Nothing could move an inch. Humph! Just as the three reveled in their apparent advantage, a cold snort pierced the air. With such a feeble martial soul fusion technique, you dare to impede my path. You must be dreaming, Jiu You scoffed, and with a surge of his immense soul power, he shattered the surrounding two extremes stillness domain. The force unleashed propelled Jiu Douluo and Ghost Douluo backward several meters, leaving them wounded and gasping for breath. The invitation has been delivered. Please attend the auction at the Star Dou Auction House in 1 month's time. Having accomplished his mission, Jiu You did not linger. After all, Lu Yun had merely instructed him to deliver the invitation to the Hall of the Pope, not to engage in a massacre. Otherwise, these three individuals would undoubtedly meet their demise, with a ripple in the void. Jiu You disappeared without a trace, leaving no lingering aura behind. Your Holiness, should we pursue him? Jiu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, battered and bloodied, slowly rose from the ground and turned to Bibi Dong, inquiring whether to continue the chase. Yet, deep down, they dared not pursue. Even the two extreme stillness domain they had conjured could bind a 96th or 97th ranked super Douluo, rendering them immobile. However, when they attempted to contain that mysterious powerhouse, he had initially remained still, yet ultimately, that unknown figure had shattered their domain with sheer force, sending the two of them reeling from the backlash. They realized that the individual had not even unleashed his martial soul or soul skills. He had accomplished this feat solely through his own strength. If he were to unfurl his martial soul, they knew their fates would be sealed. Even Bibi Dong would not escape unscathed. Chapter 11. Plans to depart if you fear for your lives. Then pursue him at your own peril. Bibi Dong gazed at the extent of destruction within the Grand Hall, casting a disdainful glance at Jiu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Could they not see the gravity of the situation? Even if they were to chase after him, how could they possibly rival that enigmatic powerhouse? Have either of you discerned the origins of that mysterious individual? From which faction does he hail? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes glimmered with a profound meaning as she turned to question Jiu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, seeking insight into the martial soul and strength of the unknown figure. Upon hearing her inquiry, Jiu Douluo and Ghost Douluo lowered their heads, their expressions flickering with uncertainty, clearly unsure how to respond. They could hardly confess that the moment they invoked the two extremes stillness domain, they had been utterly overwhelmed by a force that obliterated everything, failing to even draw out the opponent's martial soul. Such an admission would surely be met with ridicule. Two formidable titled Dull-level warriors, employing their martial soul fusion technique, surprisingly failed to even compel the opponent's martial soul into manifestation. How peculiar! Humph! It appears that you have squandered your years of training, unable to restrain a single individual. Upon observing the expressions of the two, Bibi Dong swiftly grasped the situation and remarked with evident irritation. Based on the formidable aura emanating from that individual earlier, his soul power level is at least 98. And he may even be the legendary Limit Douluo. However, as his martial soul remains unmanifested, I cannot ascertain the faction from which he hails. Bibi Dong, gripping her scepter, gazed into the distance, her voice barely above a whisper. It was evident that this mysterious powerhouse was exceedingly formidable, even inducing a tinge of helplessness within her. What? Could he potentially be a Limit Douluo? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, both Ghost Douluo and Jiu Douluo could not suppress their exclamations of astonishment. Surely, they had not misheard. This mysterious strongman might indeed be a Limit Douluo. After a brief moment of contemplation, both Jiu Douluo and Ghost Douluo internally affirmed this conclusion. The martial soul fusion technique they had unleashed could not possibly restrain a 99-level Limit Douluo. Had that mysterious powerhouse harbored intentions of harm, they would have been utterly obliterated from Douluo Continent. The mere thought of this sent beads of cold sweat cascading down their backs, relieved that the enigmatic warrior bore no murderous intent. Otherwise, the consequences would have been beyond their wildest imagination. By the way, Your Holiness, it seems that mysterious powerhouse mentioned something about an auction. Perhaps we should attend the event held by the auction house. At that moment, Jiu Douluo suddenly recalled that the mysterious strongman had alluded to an auction as he departed. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her thoughts gradually crystallizing. She had been so intrigued by the origins of the mysterious powerhouse that she had overlooked this crucial detail. Subsequently, she moved with graceful steps towards the table ahead, where she discovered a golden piece of paper, exuding an otherworldly energy that rendered it incredibly resilient. Astonishingly, despite the overwhelming pressure from the two of them. The paper remained unscathed on the table as Bibi Dong scrutinized the contents of the paper. A shadow of inscrutability flickered in her gaze. The Star Dou Auction House. An auction will be held in the Star Dou Great Forest. Inviting the Spirit Hall to participate. How intriguing. The fact that such a suspected limit de law was dispatched to deliver a message to the Spirit Hall suggests that the owner of the Star Dou Auction House is no ordinary individual. A profound curiosity regarding this unknown force, the Star Dou Auction House, blossomed within Bibi Dong. The Spirit Hall has eyes and ears throughout the entire Douluo Continent, yet remains oblivious to the whereabouts of the Star Dou Auction House. A force capable of nurturing a limit de law seems to have only recently emerged on the Douluo Continent. This notion ignited within Bibi Dong a desire to venture to the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holiness, should we, the Spirit Hall, attend the auction held by the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time? Both Jiu You and Ghost Douluo, having discerned the content of the paper, inquired of Bibi Dong with solemnity. The origins of the Star Dou Auction House remain shrouded in mystery. They are unaware of its location. If they were to recklessly venture to the Star Dou Auction House, encountering an ambush could spell disaster. Bibi Dong, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, must not be harmed. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would face unprecedented turmoil. Such a scenario is not one they wish to witness. Chapter 12. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Why not go? The Star Dou Auction House, emboldened enough to send a limit de law to deliver a message, must have its own motives as for these concerns. All shall be revealed when we visit the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time. Moments later, Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, exuded an aura of unparalleled authority that enveloped the entire Pope Palace. Her tone carried an air of nonchalance, as if dismissing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Ghost Douluo and Jiu You, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, remained silent, acquiescing to her command in preparation for their journey to the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time, within the grand hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. An elegant young man was engaged in discussion with 2 middle-aged men beside him. These 3 individuals constituted the leadership of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengxi, renowned for possessing the continent's foremost support-type martial soul. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, and a soul saint of level 79. The 2 middle-aged men flanking him were pillars of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. One wielded the 7 Kill Sword Martial Soul and was a super Douluo of level 96, Jian Douluo Qinxing. The other possessed the Bone Dragon Martial Soul and was a super Douluo of level 95, Bone Da Gu Rong. The prowess of these 2 titled Douluos ranks among the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. Suddenly, as Ning Fengxi and his companions deliberated the future trajectory of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a powerful surge of spatial energy engulfed the Grand Hall. The 3 immediately sensed this overwhelming presence. Their expressions turning grave. Boom, they unleashed their respective martial souls, vibrant soul rings flashing in succession, emanating an earth-shattering aura, as if to rend the heavens asunder, just as they braced for an imminent threat. A wave of spatial distortion heralded the arrival of a golden piece of paper that floated before them. This seemingly unremarkable paper evoked a drastic change in their demeanor, prompting them to unleash formidable attacks in an attempt to shatter it. Yet, upon contact, their assaults were effortlessly neutralized by an overwhelming force, leaving the paper completely unscathed. How could this be? The bizarre turn of events rendered Ning Fengxi and his companions increasingly solemn. Subsequently, Jian Douluo, with a serious tone, called out into the void ahead, demanding, "Who goes there? Step forth for battle." However, no response echoed from the empty space. Moments later, a commanding voice reached their ears that in 1 month, the Star Dou Auction House will hold an auction, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is cordially invited to attend. After delivering the invitation, Jiu You turned and departed, setting his sights on the next force. The perplexing message left Ning Fengxi and his companions in a state of bewilderment, their expressions fraught with severity. Who is this unknown powerhouse? Why do they possess such a formidable strength? Furthermore, where does the Star Dou Auction House originate, and why have they never heard of it? Seeking to depart, suddenly, Jian Douluo and Bone Da perceived Jiu Yu's intent to leave. Exchanging glances, they unleashed their formidable soul power, 9 soul rings shining in succession, their martial souls exuding a cataclysmic aura. 2 resplendent soul skills surged toward Jiu You with devastating intent, capable of obliterating an entire region. As Jiu You sensed the 2 swift attacks approaching from behind, His eyes narrowed slightly, and he huffed coldly. In the next instant, he raised his right hand, conjuring a swirling vortex of dark purple energy that siphoned the surrounding soul power into his palm. In a critical moment, he unleashed this amassed energy in retaliation against the two incoming assaults. The moment the three formidable attacks collided, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the AI. In the blink of an eye, Jiu You and Douluo's soul skills were obliterated, and the residual force surged onward with unstoppable momentum. This is bad. Jiu You and Douluo, witnessing the unfolding scenario, felt an overwhelming wave of panic. What on earth is happening? The soul skills they unleashed were nearly their full-powered attacks, yet they were effortlessly deflected by the opponent. Their techniques, which had been annihilated with ease, compelled them to channel their internal soul power to form a protective barrier, hoping to withstand the ensuing shockwave. With his objective achieved, Jiu You felt a spatial shift and vanished from sight. Heading toward his next destination, bang, bang, bang. After Jiu You departed, that terrifying attack struck directly against the shield before the three individuals. In an instant, the shield shattered, and the trio staggered backward several paces, their faces suddenly paling. With traces of blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, it was evident just how formidable the attack unleashed by Jiu You had been. Chapter 13. The auction is about to begin. Cough. Cough. To what extent has that individual's power reached? After a brief moment, Ning Fengji, dragging his injured form, solemnly inquired of the Star Dou and Douluo. Beside him, it is unclear, replied Star Dou. He did not fully unleash his soul rings or all of his soul power. Merely by displaying that one move, he rendered us utterly defenseless. He must undoubtedly be the legendary Limit Douluo. I had never anticipated that another unknown Limit Douluo would exist within the Douluo Continent. And his aura seems not to belong to the Haotian clan or the Wuhuan Hall. At that moment, both Star Dou and Douluo shook their heads, indicating their lack of knowledge regarding the mysterious powerhouse's strength. However, they could roughly deduce that his soul power was certainly at the level of a Limit Douluo. This revelation left the three present with extremely serious expressions, clearly unprepared for the existence of such a top-tier powerhouse in the Douluo Continent. Could it be a Limit Douluo cultivated by the Star Dou Auction House? After a considerable time, Ning Fengji suddenly recalled a key phrase in the man's tone, which seemed to mention the Star Dou Auction House. Since he was sent to convey a message, this Limit Douluo must originate from the Star Dou Auction House. Perhaps that mysterious Limit Douluo Fengji. Shall we head to the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time to attend the auction? Star Dou turned to Ning Fengji, seeking his opinion after seeing the contents on the golden paper. Yes, that mysterious powerhouse did not harbor any murderous intent towards us, and even if he genuinely wished to eliminate us, it would not require much effort. Ning Fengji replied. The Star Dou Auction House does not hold a hostile relationship with our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Otherwise, there would be no need to deceive us into the Star Dou Auction House only to kill us. After contemplating for a moment and clarifying all possibilities, Ning Fengji agreed to proceed to the Star Dou Auction House in a month. He was also eager to witness the foundation of a faction possessing a Limit Douluo. Inviting a Limit Douluo to deliver an invitation was indeed a grand gesture. However, what intrigued Ning Fengji even more was what the Star Dou Auction House would auction off. This was the aspect that piqued his utmost interest. Then let us go together to the Star Dou Auction House. Even if we truly face a life-and-death crisis, both I and Old Bone will do our utmost to ensure your safe return. Upon hearing these words, Star Dou and Douluo had no choice but to follow Ning Fengji to the Star Dou Auction House. Yet, they remained uncertain about their safety and resolved to make ample preparations during the month to avoid encountering unforeseen crises. Time slipped away, and Jiu You traversed space, successfully delivering invitations to the pinnacle powers of the Douluo Continent. Once all the invitations were dispatched, Jiu You returned to the Star Dou Auction House. Within the confines of the Star Dou Great Forest, Liu Yun of the auction house contemplated how to conduct the auction a month hence and what strategies to employ to secure a plethora of auction points. Just then, a ripple in the space heralded the ethereal appearance of Jiu You. Reporting to the master, all invitations have been successfully delivered. We only need to await the auction in 1 month's time. Jiu You recounted his actions to Liu Yun without missing a detail. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. But the security of the Star Dou Auction House will still rest upon your shoulders a month from now. Liu Yun replied with a broad smile upon hearing this news that he had not anticipated Jiu Yu's efficiency to be so high, managing to deliver all the invitations in less than half a day's time. However, Liu Yun had not invited too many factions to the auction, primarily focusing on the most elite powers within the Douluo Continent. Naturally, these factions were also the wealthiest in the land. Once the auction successfully took place a month later, even without sending out invitations, the affluent individuals would naturally flock to the Star Dou Auction House. At that point, a wealth of auction points would surely come pouring in. He could simply await the influx of auction points, utilizing them to bolster his strength. P.S. My sincerest apologies, dear readers. I have been quite busy lately with updating another ongoing work. Consequently, updates for this new book will be rather scarce once this month concludes. I promise to provide at least 4,000 words daily, with occasional bursts of additional content. If it becomes too overwhelming, please feel free to hold off for a while. I am truly sorry. Chapter 14. 1 month later, Liu Yun eagerly anticipated what extraordinary soul he would receive from the Soul Master gift package a month from now. After all, the days without a soul were exceedingly uncomfortable, leaving one feeling unfulfilled. Jiu You, I have another task for you. I hope that within this month, you can thoroughly disseminate the reputation of the Star Dou Auction House. How others perceive it is of little concern. What matters is that they know of the Star Dou Auction House. After a moment, Liu Yun seemed to have an epiphany and smiled at Jiu You. Even if Jiu You were to spread the word about the Star Dou Auction House now, it might not be enough to make the name resonate widely. Thus, it would be best to wait until the Soul Palace and other factions arrived in the Star Dou Great Forest for the auction. Once the auction concluded, the pathway for the Star Dou Auction House would be irrevocably opened. What he desired was for the name of the Star Dou Auction House to be known far and wide a month from now. Understood, Master. Jiu You respectfully nodded in acknowledgement and promptly departed the Star Dou Auction House to commence the promotion. Time flowed steadily, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today marked the official commencement of the auction. And on this day, the pinnacle powers of the Douluo Continent dispatched at least one top-tier powerhouse toward the Star Dou Great Forest. This movement did not create significant ripples across the Douluo Continent. It merely went unchallenged among the elite factions. Within the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun sat quietly in a private box, awaiting the arrival of a multitude of wealthy patrons, seizing the opportunity to amass auction points and elevate his strength. The coveted Soul Master gift package he had long yearned for would also be entirely within his grasp once the auction concluded. 1,000 meters away from the Star Dou Auction House, 3 figures suddenly materialized, led by a woman clad in a purple and gold gown. She was none other than the Pope of the Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong. The 2 individuals flanking her were naturally her trusted aides. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. It was indeed unexpected that the Star Dou Auction House would dare establish its base within the confines of the Star Dou Great Forest. At this moment, Bibi Dong had arrived at the inner perimeter of the Star Dou Great Forest, where 10,000-year-soul beasts occasionally appeared. The 3 of them deliberately concealed their auras, although 10,000-year-soul beasts posed no threat to them. Engaging in battle midway could result in injuries, and the dangers of entering the Star Dou Auction House remained uncertain. The trio was determined to face the impending crisis with their full strength. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of surprise at the decision of the Star Dou Auction House to situate its base here, wondering what their rationale could be. Did they not fear an attack from 10,000-year-soul beasts? After all, human soul masters and soul beasts were mortal enemies. When they crossed paths, it was a matter of life and death. Nevertheless, recalling the limit Douluo who had previously delivered the message to them, it seemed he posed no threat. A limit Douluo. Even 100,000-year-soul beast would hardly be of concern. Thus, Bibi Dong and her companions proceeded with measured steps along the route to the Star Dou Auction House. Upon arriving before the entrance, Bibi Dong was instantly captivated by the exquisite structure, particularly by the 5 characters inscribed on the plaque. How terrifying! Bibi Dong's mind was completely captivated, and after a brief moment, she quickly regained her composure, her heart racing with trepidation. She never anticipated that with her formidable strength, her soul could almost be drawn in by the 5 words above. This piqued her interest even further regarding the origins of the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holiness, at that moment, while Bibi Dong pondered the secrets of the Star Dou Auction House, a nervous voice broke through, laced with a hint of terror. This immediately pulled Bibi Dong back to reality, and she cast an irritated glance at Zhu Douluo. How could a dignified title de law be so frightened by something? At this moment, she failed to notice that Jiu You, beside her, also had his pupils constricted. His face marked with fear as he instinctively stepped back, as if confronted by some great horror. Bibi Dong's gaze shifted towards Jiu You. She noticed two colossal beasts at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, exuding an overwhelming pressure from their 100,000-year soul beast essence, which left her utterly astonished. These were indeed 100,000-year soul beasts, as Bibi Dong finally discerned the true forms of the 200,000-year soul beasts. Her pupils dilated, her reaction mirroring that of Jiu You and Jiu You. Could she be mistaken? Those were the two great soul beast kings of the Star Dou forest, the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan giant ape. But why were they at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House? Moreover, they appeared remarkably docile, unlike their previously ferocious demeanor, just as Bibi Dong contemplated the bizarre presence of the 100,000-year soul beasts at the auction house. A thunderous roar echoed. In the next instant, the gazes of the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan giant ape turned towards them, and feeling the suffocating pressure from the 100,000-year soul beasts. The three of them could not help but take a deep breath. Instantly, they unleashed their spirit rings, ready to confront the impending crisis. These 200,000-year soul beasts were among the most formidable on the Douluo Continent, and even the three of them would find it challenging to resist. The matters concerning the Star Dou Auction House were momentarily overshadowed as they failed to ponder why 200,000-year soul beasts were present at its entrance. Chapter 15. Intimidation. Bibi Dong and her companions released their martial souls, preparing to unleash their soul skills to attack the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan giant ape. However, the 200,000-year soul beasts showed no signs of aggression. Merely casting a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong and her companions, their eyes radiating an undeniable pressure as the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill swept through, interrupting the imminent confrontation. A woman emerged from the Star Dou Auction House, revealing herself to be Xian Shuang de At that moment. Xian Shuang's gaze was as frigid as ice as she cast a cursory glance at Bibi Dong and her companions, stating, "This is the territory of the Star Dou Auction House. No soul master is permitted to engage in combat here. Those who disobey will face dire consequences." The murderous intent in Xian Shuang's voice sent shivers down Jiu You and Jiu You's spines. What an astonishing coldness! Nevertheless, Bibi Dong did not react with anger. Her violet-red eyes fixated intently on Xian Shuang, her expression gravely serious. Beside her, Jiu You could not contain his anger at such audacity. Shouting towards Xian Shuang, "How dare you speak to Her Holiness in such a manner? Have you a death wish?" Jiu You's thoughtless words escaped him, but Jiu You remained silent, his eyes burning with fury. Clearly in agreement with Jiu You's outburst, Xian Shuang's previous words were indeed too brazen. After all, they were esteemed titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall and would not be looked down upon by a mere woman. Hearing this, Xian Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling aura emanated from her right hand, releasing an atmosphere of frigid devastation that instantly froze the surroundings. "Wait, it seems we of the Spirit Hall have been inconsiderate. I hope for your forgiveness." Bibi Dong felt the overwhelming coldness wash over her, and her eyelids flickered as a sense of deadly crisis surged within her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bibi Dong shot Jiu You a warning glance, urging him to stifle his words, while also attempting to placate Xian Shuang's ire. If the personnel of the Spirit Hall witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Bibi Dong's temperament was renowned for being uncompromising. Occupying the highest echelon of the Spirit Hall, the pressure she exuded rendered weaker soul masters unable to meet her gaze. It was hard to fathom that Bibi Dong would utter such words. Even as she spoke, her noble aura remained impossible to overlook. "Your Holiness." Jiu You's incredulity was plain as he processed the transformation in her demeanor. Before he could continue, Bibi Dong interrupted him, casting a warning glare that reminded him to refrain from rash actions. Receiving this signal, Jiu You finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing Bibi Dong and Jiu You's solemn expressions, he began to scrutinize Xian Shuang ahead. Unknowingly sensing something, Jiu You's heart filled with dread. His body instinctively recoiled, and in that moment, he truly felt the earth-shattering power emanating from Xian Shuang. This woman was undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful title de law, her soul power surpassing his and Jiu You's. If the realization that he sensed a lethal threat from Xian Shuang left Jiu You startled, and he no longer dared utter a sound. Noticing this, Xian Shuang nodded slightly. These 200,000-year soul beasts are captured by our master to guard the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House. You need not be overly concerned, Xian Shuang explained. Her gaze fixed solemnly on the Tianqing Niu Mang and the Titan giant ape, reassuring them that there was no cause for alarm. What? The 200,000-year soul beasts were captured by your master? Zhu Deluo exclaimed incredulously, causing Xian Shuang to frown. Initially intending to inquire further, he was silenced by Xian Shuang's expression. Promptly sealing his lips, he dared not provoke the frost-laden woman before him. A moment's misstep could see him turned into an ice statue. Xian Shuang did not elaborate further to Bibi Dong and her companions, leading them slowly towards the Star Dou Auction House. The commencement of the auction was imminent. Thus, Bibi Dong and her companions followed in Xian Shuang's wake. Entering the Star Dou Auction House, within her heart, Bibi Dong churned with unease. The reason she had refrained from striking was partly due to Xian Shuang's tremendous strength, although not quite matching her in her prime. She was still formidable. Moreover, for other reasons, she could not unleash her full power, which compelled her to utter the previous words. Additionally, the Star Dou Auction House harbored a mysterious limit Douluo, whose power far exceeded her own. For such a formidable being, she dared not treat lightly, especially given the profound enigma surrounding the Star Dou Auction House. The mere presence of these two titled Dou-level powerhouses warranted such deference from the Spirit Hall. Most astonishing to Bibi Dong was the fact that the 200,000-year soul beast kings, the Tianqing Niu Mang and the Titan giant ape, were captured to serve as gatekeepers for the Star Dou Auction House, an unimaginable scenario. The capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House were evidently profound, compelling the Tianqing Niu Mang and the Titan giant ape to submit. Bibi Dong's curiosity about the Star Dou Auction House deepened. Shrouded in mystery, her primary objective in visiting the Star Dou Auction House was to ascertain its true strength and whether it posed a threat to the Spirit Hall. She needed to uncover the truth, or her future plans would prove exceedingly difficult to execute. Chapter 16. The auction begins upon entering the Star Dou Auction House. The scene that unfolded before Bibi Dong and her companions filled them with awe. The interior was extravagantly lavish, far exceeding what they had observed from the outside. Such architectural style was perplexing to Bibi Dong, as it was her first encounter with such a design, though seemingly simple on the surface. It exuded an unmistakable aura of opulence. Firstly, allow me to introduce the rules of the Star Dou Auction House. Within its confines, no one is permitted to engage in conflict, should any such actions be discovered. You shall bear the consequences. Furthermore, our Star Dou Auction House requires a property certification for the factions you represent. Those possessing over 100 million gold soul coins may occupy the private boxes on the second level, while those with less than 100 million gold soul coins are restricted to the ordinary seats on the first level. Xian Shuang led by Bai Dong and the others into the depths of the Star Dou Auction House, simultaneously elaborating on its regulations. The wealthier the faction, the more advantageous their seating arrangement within the auction house. Understood. Upon hearing the rules of the Star Dou Auction House, Bai Dong nodded in agreement. She found these regulations quite satisfactory, perceiving the second-level boxes as offering greater privacy and an added air of mystery, far superior to the first level. Moreover, 100 million gold soul coins were a mere trifle for their Spirit Hall. Aside from the most formidable power in Douluo Continent, the seven-treasure glazed tile school, their Spirit Hall was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest. Without a doubt, after passing the property certification, Bai Dong and her companions proceeded to the second-level private boxes. Once they entered their box, they quietly awaited the commencement of the auction. Bai Dong extended her spiritual perception, seeking to uncover the peculiarities of the Star Dou Auction House. Odd? Nothing. After her exploration, she discerned that apart from the somewhat unconventional architectural style in the vast expanse, the auction house seemed devoid of any extraordinary features. Furthermore, she did not sense the presence of the mysterious limit Douluo from before. Upon probing the third level with her spiritual energy, she was suddenly met with a powerful force that rebuffed her exploration. How intriguing. I did not anticipate that the Star Dou Auction House would possess such formidable restrictions. Upon realizing her spiritual energy had been repelled, Bai Dong remarked with astonishment. Through this investigation, she discerned that the true enigma of the Star Dou Auction House lay within the third level. However, no matter how she employed her spiritual energy, she could not uncover even the slightest detail. She began to grasp the mysterious nature of the third level of the Star Dou Auction House. As for its precise purpose, Bai Dong and her companions remained oblivious, known only to Lu Yun, Jiu You, and Xian Shuang. The third level of the Star Dou Auction House was where the treasures for each auction were stored, as well as the residence of Lu Yun and his companions. Surrounded by formidable restrictions imposed by the system, even divine-level powerhouses could not breach these defenses. The entire Star Dou Auction House was similarly fortified, rendering it impervious to ordinary individuals. Thus, time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. The various factions that received invitations hurriedly arrived, while some unfamiliar factions, intrigued by the mobilization of the top powers of Douluo Continent, made their way to the Star Dou Auction House. In light of this situation, Lu Yun not only did not oppose it, but welcomed it wholeheartedly. The more visitors, the greater the renown of the Star Dou Auction House, which would greatly benefit his accumulation of numerous auction items. However, every soul master arriving at the Star Dou Forest was invariably startled by the imposing presence of the Tianqing Miaoming and the Titan Great Ape at the entrance. After Xian Shuang's thorough explanation, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, though a lingering fear remained in their hearts. The might of the Star Dou Auction House was undeniably overwhelming. The ability to subdue 200,000-year soul beasts indicated that the auction house must house even more powerful title Douluo-level experts. Some soul masters with ulterior motives could only suppress their inner thoughts, daring not to act recklessly. With merely 1 minute remaining until the auction commenced, nearly every faction had taken their designated positions. The doors of the Star Dou Auction House closed completely, signifying the official start of the auction, while latecomers were denied entry. Finally, it began. One could only wonder what kind of items the Star Dou Auction House would auction this time. Rare treasures, no doubt. If even the Tianqing Miaoming and Titan Great Ape could be subdued, the items presented would certainly be extraordinary. Anticipation surged within, as one pondered whether their gold soul coins would suffice. As the auction commenced, curiosity surged among all, eager to witness the depth of the Star Dou Auction House's offerings. That a portion of the attendees felt a twinge of hesitation, aware that nearly all present were the pinnacle factions of Douluo Continent. Endowed with immense financial resources, they wondered if they could procure even a single item amid such formidable competition. Many harbored a watchful attitude, keen to discern the true purpose behind the Star Dou Auction House's hosting of this auction. Chapter 17. The Greenstone. Since everyone is gathered, I now declare the auction officially open. Xian Shuang slowly approached the auction stage, her tone grave as she spoke. As her words fell, it signified the commencement of the auction. With a sweeping gesture, Xian Shuang summoned a surge of soul power, unveiling the first auction item upon the stage. In a certain box on the second level, 3 individuals sat: Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, can you discern the origins of the Star Dou Auction House? Ning Fengji inquired gravely of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo as the auction began. They had encountered no significant peril during their visit. Yet, they were filled with curiosity about the entire affair. They were unaware of the intentions behind the Star Dou Auction House's seemingly audacious establishment within the Star Dou Forest, especially with 200,000-year soul beasts guarding the entrance. This revelation had left them utterly astonished. Uncertain, they concluded that the strength of the Star Dou Auction House was indeed terrifying. They must not provoke it. A glimmer of insight flickered in Sword Douluo's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Xian Shuang at the auction stage. Speaking with a tone of seriousness, the woman standing at the auction stage possessed at least title Dou-level strength. As for her exact soul power level, it remained unclear. However, he distinctly sensed a lethal crisis emanating from her, suggesting that in a life-or-death duel, he might not stand a chance against her. Following this, Sword Douluo divulged a startling revelation that left Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo utterly astonished, their eyes widening in shock. How could this be? They were acutely aware of Sword Douluo's standing among the most elite in Douluo Continent. Yet, to think that this woman's power could surpass even his, this revelation left them both utterly aghast. Furthermore, they recalled the limit Douluo who had previously appeared. They had not anticipated the Star Dou Auction House's foundation to be so profound. In terms of top-tier combat strength, it was significantly superior to that of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. At that moment, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo began to trust Sword Douluo's judgment, firmly resolving not to make enemies of the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, the Star Dou Auction House was not to be trifled with. However, returning to the matter at hand, what could be the purpose behind this auction, and what treasures would be presented? After a brief pause, Ning Fengji turned his attention away from this issue, focusing instead on the auction itself. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, being the most formidable sect in Douluo Continent, typically found little interest in ordinary treasures. However, given the formidable foundation of the Star Dou Auction House, it was likely that the items for auction would be remarkable. Curiosity gleamed in their eyes. Xian Shuang lifted the red cloth covering the first auction item, revealing a green stone upon the auction stage that a green mist radiated from it, exuding an aura of boundless vitality. Huh, what is this? A stone. Is this truly the first auction item? The crowd furrowed their brows upon witnessing the green stone, evidently perplexed as to why the inaugural auction item was merely a stone. This revelation elicited discontent among many factions, leading them to wonder if the Star Dou Auction House had summoned them merely to mock them. To present a stone for auction was truly laughable. However, due to the formidable strength of the Star Dou Auction House, they could only stifle their thoughts, refraining from uttering their grievances for fear of dire consequences. In the second-level box, the various factions fixated their gazes upon the green stone, their expressions growing increasingly grave and filled with longing. What on earth is this stone? It contains such astonishing life force, rivaling that of a top-tier life treasure. Ning Fengji in the box felt his breath quicken. A desire to acquire this green stone blossoming within him. As for why Ning Fengji could immediately sense the extraordinary nature of this green stone, he certainly had his own methods. The moment the verdant stone made its appearance, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul within him trembled with an overwhelming desire. It is known that their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul possesses a hidden ability to detect genuine treasures. The more precious the item, the greater the commotion caused by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul. This explains why Ning Fengji was able to immediately discern the value of the green stone. It was simply beyond his imagination. Even within the treasury of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, there was no artifact whose life force could surpass that of this seemingly ordinary green stone. Chapter 18. An unexpected change in another private room. Bibi Dong and her companions were seated at this moment. Bibi Dong gazed in awe at the emerald stone before Xian Shuang. With their formidable strength, they could naturally sense the immense life force contained within this seemingly ordinary stone. Furthermore, it held a profound allure for them, as they had each sustained hidden injuries throughout their arduous cultivation journey. The higher their power ascended, the more these lingering injuries hindered their breakthroughs to achieve a flawless advancement to the next level of soul power. One must be thoroughly prepared in the Douluo Continent. Treasures possessing life attributes are exceedingly rare. Encountering even one is considered an extraordinary fortune. They had not anticipated that the first auction item at the Star Dou Auction House would be such a precious life treasure. The green stone must be acquired at all costs. At this juncture, without further contemplation, Bibi Dong turned to Ghost Dou and Jiu You beside her, instructing them to ensure that the stone was secured at the auction. "Yes, Your Holiness," replied the two, nodding emphatically as they began to organize their wealth. With their discerning eyes, the trio could clearly recognize the stone's value. It was inconceivable that those from other factions would fail to see it as well. If all proceeded as expected, the competition for this stone would be unprecedentedly fierce. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined to procure this stone for the Pope. Many individuals were eager and impatient to bid on the stone. Standing on the auction stage, Xian Shuang could clearly perceive the urgency reflected in the eyes of the audience. The allure of such a rare life treasure was self-evident to the soul masters present. Firstly, this is the inaugural item of today's auction. The life stone. I trust you have sensed the astonishing life force contained within this stone. In some respects, possessing this life stone means that even the gravest of injuries can heal rapidly within a short period, leaving no lingering scars. Xian Shuang gradually introduced the stone's name and its effects, further enticing more individuals to participate in the auction. This was a strategy taught to her by the master of the auction house. Designed to pique the curiosity of the attendees. As for the stone, it was obtained by Lu Yun from the Tianxing Neo Python and Titan Giant Ape. Although the life force within this stone was indeed considerable, it paled in comparison to the formidable life gold. For Lu Yun and his companions, the life force contained within this stone held little practical value. Thus, they planned to present it as the first auction item and sell it off. The preciousness of this stone was far inferior to that of several other items slated for auction. The starting bid for the life stone, 1 million gold soul coins. After sufficiently heightening the audience's anticipation, Xian Shuang decisively announced the opening bid for the life stone. 1 million gold soul coins. Such an exorbitant price for a mere ordinary stone. Even if it contains tremendous life force, it cannot possibly be worth this much. A million gold soul coins was truly staggering. This was merely the first auction item. One could only imagine how exorbitant the prices of subsequent items would be. Alas, it was rather pitiable, for with my current wealth, I could scarcely afford even a stone. Indeed, the moment the opening bid was revealed, the audience seated on the first floor displayed expressions of shock. They clearly had not anticipated that the initial bid for the stone would be so high. Many abandoned their bidding intentions, opting to await the appearance of subsequent auction items, hoping that their prices would not be as outrageous as the first. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed. In this auction, the modest life stone was, in fact, the least valuable item among the auction offerings. Although the audience on the first floor was astonished by the exorbitant price, the major factions in the second-floor private rooms felt that the starting bid was exceedingly low. Treasures possessing life attributes are exceedingly rare. Since they had encountered one this time, they were prepared to spare no expense to secure this life stone. If they missed this opportunity, who knew how long they would have to wait to encounter another life attribute treasure? As discussions ensued among the crowd, little did they expect that in the corner of the first floor, a man draped in a black cloak, hunched over, was emanating an indistinct aura of darkness. His demeanor menacing. Who would have thought that such a precious life treasure would be hidden within a humble Star Dou auction house? It seems I have come to the right place. My apologies, everyone, but I shall graciously accept this life stone. In an instant, the terrifying soul power surrounding the cloaked man surged outward, revealing his diminutive frame and exceedingly peculiar visage. Boom! With a greedy gaze fixed upon the life stone before Xian Shuang, he leapt into the air, the dark energy around him swirling with intensity. The small man approached the auction stage, extending his right hand as he sought to claim the life stone for himself. This sudden turn of events left most attendees momentarily stunned. How audacious could one be to cause a ruckus at the Star Dou Auction House and attempt to seize its auction items? Such audacity was unparalleled. Did he not notice the Tianqing Neo Python and Titan Giant Ape at the entrance? The Star Dou Auction House, capable of subduing 200,000-year-soul beasts, harbored an unpredictable number of formidable experts within its walls. In such circumstances, to dare provoke the Star Dou Auction House was tantamount to courting death. Thus, some looked at the small man with pity, while others seemed eager for the unfolding spectacle, curious to see how the Star Dou Auction House would handle this situation. Just as the small man was about to succeed, Xian Shuang's smile vanished, her icy gaze fixated upon him. With a whoosh, an overwhelming force of cold ice spread throughout the Star Dou Auction House. The elements of ice rapidly converging before the Star Dou, a blue ice barrier formed, directly obstructing the small man's advance. What? The small man, initially elated at the prospect of success, suddenly found his right hand pressed against an indestructible ice barrier, leaving him momentarily bewildered. In an instant, the terrifying cold power swiftly coursed from his palm throughout his entire being. Faced with this life-threatening crisis, the small man decisively severed his right arm and fled the scene. Chapter 19. The Ice God Sword Strikes. However, as he glanced at his frozen and severed right arm, a profound terror surged within him. What is happening? How is this possible? The small man murmured incredulously to himself. Unable to comprehend why that sudden ice barrier had left him utterly defenseless, freezing his arm in an instant. Had he not promptly severed his arm and fled, he would have likely been transformed into a lifeless ice statue. Devoid of vitality, suddenly, the small man recalled the Tianqing Neo Python and Titan Giant Ape at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, and finally grasped the foolishness of his actions. The Star Dou Auction House, capable of subduing 200,000-year soul beasts, was not something to be trifled with. There are no pills for regret in this world, and he would ultimately pay a heavy price for his recklessness. No, I must escape. I cannot remain here any longer. In a moment of clarity, a thought struck the small man, and he transformed into a wisp of black mist, racing toward the exit of the Star Dou Auction House. Eager to flee this perilous place, that Tio dare cause a disturbance at the Star Dou Auction House. You are indeed the first. Therefore, let all present witness that the Star Dou Auction House is not to be trifled with. Xian Shuang cast a frigid gaze towards the diminutive figure retreating in the distance, her voice laced with a palpable intent to kill. With her right hand open, the ice elemental martial spirit surged forth. drawing forth the power of ice elements from the surrounding world, which gradually coalesced before her. This culminated in the formation of a magnificent ice-blue longsword, radiating an endless sharpness and formidable cold power. Once the divine ice sword was fully manifested, Qian Shuang waved her hand, and the ice-blue longsword shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing directly towards the retreating figure. With a chilling sound, the terrifying power of ice erupted, and the fleeing man, aghast with terror, was impaled by the blade. Moments later, his entire body erupted, showering the ground with countless ice shards. Silence enveloped the scene, as the Star Dou Auction House fell into a profound stillness. How could her power be so fearsome? Initially, I had merely considered her a simple auctioneer, yet she effortlessly dispatched an intruding soul master with a single strike, without even employing any martial spirit or soul skills. What a fearsome woman! What a terrifying Star Dou Auction House! One must remember never to provoke them. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the crowd at the Star Dou Auction House was left in shock. Mingled with profound fear, the strength of this woman was simply overwhelming, and they sensed that the small man was at the level of a soul Douluo. Yet, he could not withstand even a single attack. If nothing else, it was evident that this woman possessed the prowess of at least a titled Douluo, and indeed, a top-tier titled Douluo at that in their hearts. The spectators ranked the Star Dou Auction House as an entity not to be trifled with, and they resolved to inform their respective factions to steer clear of provoking the establishment again. Meanwhile, within the second-tier box, the onlookers were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. What do you two discern from this? Bibi Dong straightened her posture, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness as she turned to inquire of Jiu Douluo and Gui Douluo. She sought to understand whether they had discerned the nature of the woman's martial spirit. Although she had not clearly seen the martial spirit that the woman had released, she was aware that it had enabled her to harness the ice elemental power of the world. Forming a formidable attack. It was this lethal crisis that had led the Soul Douluo to succumb to a single strike. This moment, Bibi Dong was profoundly shaken. She had not anticipated such a level of power from the woman. Without utilizing her martial spirit or soul skills, she had killed a Soul Douluo through mere finesse. Even Bibi Dong found it nearly impossible to achieve such a feat. The Star Dou Auction House. How intriguing! Bibi Dong's curiosity about the origins of the Star Dou Auction House deepened, leading her to ponder the identity of their esteemed leader. Alas, the rapidity of these events left her unable to discern the specifics of the woman's martial spirit. Or perhaps, the martial spirit had been released, but it simply eluded their perception. Could it be that her martial spirit was invisible? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Jiu Douluo and Gui Douluo fell into contemplation. Despite the swift sequence of events, their keen eyesight allowed them to grasp the essence of the woman's technique. She had successfully gathered the ice elemental power of the world to form a longsword, which ultimately dispatched the small man. While they had not seen the form of the woman's martial spirit during the process, the fact that she could condense the elemental power of the world without relying on her martial spirit was astonishing. Such an achievement seemed nearly impossible, leading them to another hypothesis. Perhaps the woman could conceal her martial spirit from the eyes of others. Is that so? Bibi Dong appeared somewhat uncertain upon receiving this ambiguous answer. Throughout the Douluo Continent, it was indeed hard to identify any soul master capable of hiding their martial spirit and soul rings. How bizarre! This matter was not her immediate concern. Her priority remained to auction off the life stone as swiftly as possible. In another box, Ning Fengji and his companions gazed at Qian Shuang with astonished expressions. Her power was indeed terrifying. But how could she manipulate the ice elements of the world? Furthermore, he had not heard of any martial spirit possessing such awe-inspiring might. The Sword Douluo, witnessing Qian Shuang's decisive action in eliminating the Soul Douluo without hesitation, spoke with gravity. The strength of that woman was staggering. Even he would find it challenging to contend with the icy divine sword crafted from elemental power. And this was under the assumption that she was not employing her soul skills. Should she unleash an attack while utilizing her soul skills, the Sword Douluo could not guarantee his safety against her onslaught. What an enigmatic martial spirit, capable of channeling the elemental power of an entire region. This was a hallmark of domain soul skills. Yet, he had not witnessed the woman release her martial spirit. The Bone Douluo sighed in disbelief, clearly shaken by the day's revelations. That moment, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with insight as he began to piece together the origins of Qian Shuang's martial spirit. I believe her martial spirit may be an elemental martial spirit. He exclaimed, "An elemental martial spirit. Fengji, are you certain?" There exist several types of elemental martial spirits on the Douluo Continent, such as those from the Shindong Academy and the Tianshui Academy, whose students also possess elemental martial spirits. However, their martial spirits cannot fully harness the elemental powers of the world, nor do they yield such astonishing attacks. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's explanation, the sword Douluo appeared perplexed, clearly unaware of the situation he had described. Moreover, elemental martial spirits were not typically this formidable. What I refer to is not an ordinary elemental martial spirit. The elemental martial spirits currently present on the Douluo Continent merely represent a material manifestation and can indeed be classified as elemental martial spirits. However, this woman's martial spirit can be considered an exceptionally pure elemental essence, to the extent that one could argue the ice elements found on the Douluo Continent could serve as her martial spirit. Furthermore, she can utilize the ice elements of the Douluo Continent in combat, resulting in a destructive force that far surpasses the capabilities of a typical elemental martial spirit. Ning Fengji's deductions were based on his acute perception when she unleashed her elemental attack. Though he was uncertain of their accuracy, nevertheless, he believed they were closing in on the ultimate truth. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo, upon hearing Ning Fengji's reasoning, maintained their furrowed brows, unable to fully accept his conclusions. Yet, they could only attribute the extraordinary events to the overwhelming strength of the woman. If Ning Fengji's insights were shared with Lu Yun and the others, admiration would surely shine in their eyes. Ning Fengji was indeed a well-versed and knowledgeable soul master. Although his conjecture fell short of the true origins of Xian Shuang's martial spirit, it nonetheless revealed some truths. Indeed, Xian Shuang's ice elemental martial spirit resembled elemental martial spirits. Yet it was not comparable to the ordinary elemental martial spirits. Xian Shuang's ice elemental martial spirit could embody any trace of ice elemental power in existence. Whenever she desired, she could harness the ice elements of the entire Douluo Continent to execute bizarre and unfathomable attacks. Furthermore, Xian Shuang's ice elemental martial spirit had reached the pinnacle of ice, representing the most potent force within the realm of ice elements, coupled with her status as a 95th level super Douluo. The earlier display was merely a fraction of the true power of her ice elemental martial spirit. If Xian Shuang were to unleash her full strength, she could freeze an entire forest in a single blow, even drawing upon the ice elements of the vast Star Dou forest to wreak unimaginable devastation. In any case, the Star Dou Auction House was not an entity that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could afford to provoke. Setting aside the mysterious limit Douluo present earlier, this one woman alone was sufficient to challenge all of them to their limits. From that moment on, the sword Douluo chose to disregard the matter. His tone heavy as he spoke, he declared the Star Dou Auction House to be an entity not to be trifled with. After all, although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect stood as the wealthiest sect on the Douluo Continent, their top-tier combat power was limited to just himself and the Bone Douluo. Merely facing the presence of Xian Shuang was sufficient to keep both of them at bay, thus indicating the profound depth of the Star Dou Auction House's foundation. The tentative thoughts lingering in their minds were thoroughly dispelled. It was prudent to participate honestly in this auction. Should they provoke the Star Dou Auction House, it could spell catastrophic misfortune for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. That brief incident was merely a minor interlude. Now, the auction would resume. After eliminating the diminutive man, Xian Shuang's expression returned to its icy demeanor as she announced the continuation of the auction. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier episode, which she deemed insignificant and unworthy of her concern. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun stood beside Jiu You, his face alight with interest as he observed the unfolding events below. Lu Yun was quite satisfied with Xian Shuang's handling of the situation. Currently, the Star Dou Auction House was perceived as a newly emerged force among the myriad powers on the Douluo Continent. In all likelihood, most factions attending the auction were merely there to probe. Xian Shuang's decisive and formidable actions had effectively dispelled all doubts. From this day forth, the Star Dou Auction House would officially ascend into the ranks of the top powers on the Douluo Continent. 1 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a soft voice emanated from a private booth on the second floor, making the first bid of 1 million gold soul coins, a staggering increase of 500,000 from the starting price. The occupants of that booth were none other than Bibi Dong and her companions. The one who called out the 1 million gold soul coins was the Chrysanthemum Dou. He had his own intentions, aiming to significantly elevate the auction price in one fell swoop, thereby deterring the other powers. However, at this moment, the Chrysanthemum Dou clearly underestimated the yearning of the other factions for this life stone, which they would not easily relinquish. 2 million gold soul coins. In another booth, Ning Fengji also announced his bid, his face betraying no hint of discomfort at the amount. A mere 2 million gold soul coins posed no significant burden to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. How terrifying! A simple stone commands 2 million gold soul coins. Which faction possesses such vast wealth? They were baffled, wondering if this stone truly harbored some extraordinary secret. Indeed, as the price of 2 million gold soul coins was declared, a few individuals on the first floor exhibited expressions of astonishment, entirely unable to comprehend the extraordinary value of this life stone, which seemed almost absurd. 3 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's bid, the chrysanthemum Doulouo's brow furrowed in displeasure as he raised the stakes. He had not anticipated that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would also vie for this life stone. The funds they had brought might not exceed those of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, who were far wealthier than the Spirit Hall. Thus, a sense of uncertainty arose within Bibi Dong and her companions, pondering whether they could successfully secure this life stone. 4 million gold soul coins. Mere moments later, Ning Fengji once again called out an astonishing price, eliciting further shock from the crowd. This is outrageous. A stone valued at 4 million gold soul coins. Collectively, our worth pales in comparison. Who possessed such audacity to compete for this life stone? Yet, those in the know among the various powers shook their heads in disbelief, fully aware that the Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were engaged in a bidding war for this life stone. The other factions suppressed their emotions, recognizing that this contest between these two titanic forces did not involve them. Moreover, at a price of 4 million gold soul coins, the life stone hardly seemed worth the investment. Thus, they chose not to partake in the bidding, allowing the Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to contend at their leisure. Your Holiness, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect has intervened in the bidding for this life stone. This may prove rather troublesome. I wonder if we should continue competing to at this juncture. The chrysanthemum Doulouo's expression darkened, his frustration palpable as he spoke. That it was as though he were at odds with the Spirit Hall. How could the illustrious 7 treasure glazed tile sect lack such a life treasure of their own? Why pursue this life stone? Very well, let the 7 treasure glazed tile sect have this life stone. I have a strong premonition that the subsequent auction items will far exceed the value of this life stone. It is wise to conserve our gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation, weighing whether to continue bidding for the life stone. Soon, an inexplicable intuition arose within her. If she rashly acquired this life stone, she might forfeit a significant opportunity. Thus, Bibi Dong heeded her instinct and opted to relinquish the bidding for the life stone, preferring to observe the forthcoming auction items, which she believed would hold equal or greater value. 4 million gold soul coins once, 4 million gold soul coins twice, 4 million gold soul coins thrice. Since no one else wishes to raise the bid, I hereby declare that the owner of this life stone is the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. At that moment, Xian Shuang tapped her wooden hammer, confirming the ownership of the life stone. With a wave of her hand, the life stone slowly floated towards Ning Fengji's booth, enveloped by a formidable barrier of soul power. Unless one were a title Doulouo, it was impossible to breach this confinement and seize the life stone. Recalling the previous lessons, it was evident that no one dared entertain thoughts of snatching the life stone. It is indeed the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I had been perplexed as to which power possessed the financial clout to acquire a mere stone until I heard the name of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, at which point everything fell into place. Truly, they lived up to their reputation as the wealthiest sect on the Douluo Continent. Upon learning that the life stone had ultimately been secured by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the onlookers were filled with a sense of clarity. They marveled at the wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, which effortlessly parted with 4 million gold soul coins in the blink of an eye. How regrettable! Yet, a portion of the crowd soon realized that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, being the richest sect on the Douluo Continent, boasted 2 titled Doulouo experts within its ranks. How could they be so captivated by an ordinary stone? This revelation led most to comprehend that the origins of the life stone were anything but ordinary. Otherwise, why would the 7 treasure glazed tile sect invest 4 million gold soul coins in acquiring such a seemingly insignificant stone? Ning Fengji gazed at the life stone hovering before him, extending his hand to receive it. In an instant, the entire booth was suffused with an extraordinarily rich life force, as if it had been liquefied into droplets. At this critical juncture, the sword Douluo swiftly intervened, completely sealing off the outflow of the life force. Otherwise, before long, the life energy contained within the stone would dissipate significantly, losing its preciousness. What an abundant life force! I never expected the Star Dou Auction House to present such a rare life treasure. Ning Fengji marveled as he felt the immense life force, shaking his head in astonishment. He once again recalibrated his perception of the Star Dou Auction House. Previously, while observing the life stone from afar, he had failed to discern its profound significance. However, upon touching the life stone, he was inundated by the vast life energy, which surged into his body, instantly healing his previous injuries, a truly astonishing experience. With this life stone in hand, they now possessed a means of safeguarding their lives. Consequently, Ning Fengji hurriedly stored the life stone away. Exposing it to the outside world for even a moment would result in the loss of its life force, which would be too great a waste. Ning Fengji and his companions began to gaze with anticipation, awaiting the appearance of the next auction item. Before long, with a wave of her hand, Xian Shuang caused the void before her to shimmer. Suddenly, a vibrant green sprout emerged, entwined with alluring red threads, exuding an extraordinarily mystical aura. What is this? Such an eerie presence. I can sense fluctuations of mental energy emanating from this little sprout. Could it be that it has attained sentience? Indeed, from the very moment this delicate blade of grass emerged, all eyes were drawn to it. Upon sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy it emitted, the majority of soul masters immediately recognized something unusual. A thought sprang to each of their minds. The appearance of spiritual energy fluctuations on a mere blade of grass is indeed rather peculiar. Only a grass that has successfully transformed into a soul beast might exhibit such a phenomenon. Yet, despite their probing, they found that this blade of grass had not undergone such a transformation. If it had not metamorphosed into a soul beast, how could it possibly generate spiritual energy? This was a rare celestial herb known as the Nine-Heart Mystic Grass, a precious treasure of the Douluo Continent. Its most significant attribute is that it allows the consumer to substantially enhance their own spiritual power. It is well known that for a soul master to elevate to a higher level of soul power, their spiritual strength is an indispensable component. Hence, the more formidable a soul master, the greater their thirst for spiritual power. Indeed, some formidable soul Douluos have found themselves unable to break through to the rank of titled Douluo, precisely due to insufficient spiritual strength. Furthermore, for a soul master to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, they must endure the resentment, killing intent, and mental shock from the soul beast. Underscoring the importance of spiritual power. It is said that consuming this Nine-Heart Mystic Grass will undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement in spiritual strength, potentially enabling one to absorb higher-level soul rings. Subsequently, Xian Shuang gradually elucidated the specific effects of the Nine-Heart Mystic Grass, providing several examples that left all present in a state of shock. Clearly unprepared for the extraordinary properties contained within this humble blade of grass. Chapter 22. Breaking news. This blade of grass, a celestial herb capable of remarkably enhancing a soul master's spiritual power, is indeed a marvel. Upon hearing the specific effects of the Nine-Heart Mystic Grass, Bibi Dong felt a tumult of emotions within her, despite her soul power reaching an impressive 99 levels. She was unable to unleash her full potential due to certain constraints. Should her spiritual power increase further, these limitations would diminish considerably, rendering her even more formidable. At this moment, Bibi Dong harbored an intense desire for the Nine-Heart Mystic Grass. Eager to secure it at any cost, it was only upon reaching the rank of titled Douluo that she truly comprehended the essential role of spiritual power for soul masters, recognizing it as an irreplaceable aspect of their abilities. Naturally, if a soul master possessing a spiritual attribute martial soul were to obtain this Nine-Heart Mystic Grass, the resultant amplification of their strength would be unfathomable. Regrettably, spiritual attribute martial souls are exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent. Your Holiness, this undoubtedly is a celestial herb. You are aware that my Chirong Tantian chrysanthemum is also a celestial herb. Thus, I can attest to the genuine efficacy of the Nine-Heart Mystic Grass. It can indeed significantly enhance spiritual power. Should we, the Spirit Hall, take action to secure this herb? Before Bibi Dong could respond, Jiu Douluo, brimming with excitement, turned to her. His eyes gleaming with ecstasy. He had previously assumed that celestial herbs were exceedingly rare across the Douluo Continent. Little did he expect to encounter the 9-heart mystic grass at the Star Dou Auction House, a celestial herb capable of substantially enhancing spiritual power. Such rarity, we must acquire this 9-heart mystic grass. Bibi Dong then straightened her posture, her expression turning serious as she instructed Jiu Douluo, who was not far away, to ensure that they secure the 9-heart mystic grass at the auction. Understood, Your Holiness, Jiu Douluo replied, his heart racing with anticipation as he prepared to shout the bid and compete for the auction item. However, he was left wondering about the starting price for the 9-heart mystic grass. Moreover, Jiu Douluo speculated that the rarity of this 9-heart mystic grass far surpassed that of the previously contested life stone, that if all went as expected, the final transaction price would undoubtedly be high. Since they had already relinquished the earlier life stone, the 9-heart mystic grass would not be easily forsaken. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall had brought a substantial amount of gold soul coins, providing them with a 90% certainty of successfully acquiring the 9-heart mystic grass. In another box, Ning Fengji gazed in astonishment at the 9-heart mystic grass, contemplating the possibility of securing it at auction. This 9-heart mystic grass could indeed enhance spiritual power. Fengji, though currently at the 79th level of soul power, had been unable to break through to Soul Douluo due to the nature of his martial soul that to elevate his own strength. He needed to focus on spiritual power. This 9-heart mystic grass, being a treasure for enhancing spiritual power, was exceptionally suitable for him. It would not only enable him to master spiritual attribute attacks but also facilitate his training in the 7 treasures glazed heart, making it even more effective. At that moment, Jian Duo suggested to Ning Fengzi that it would be wise to acquire the 9-heart mystic grass. He understood that the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul had a critical flaw, preventing breakthroughs beyond the 80th level of Soul Douluo, thus rendering it impossible to add an 8th soul ring. That if he wished to enhance his strength, he would have to find a breakthrough point through spiritual power. Moreover, Ning Fengji had cultivated the 7 treasures glazed sect's ultimate technique, the 7 treasures glazed heart. Mastering this technique would allow him to assist others more effectively with the 7 treasures glazed tower, significantly amplifying the auxiliary effects of the sect and potentially determining the outcome of battles. To fully unleash the power of the 7 treasures glazed tower, spiritual power is of utmost importance. Should Ning Fengji consume the 9-heart mystic grass, his spiritual power would increase, making his utilization of the 7 treasures glazed tower even more profound. They must strive to secure the 9-heart mystic grass. Yet Ning Fengji pondered how the other factions would react. Upon hearing Jian Douluo's words, a glimmer of despondency flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes. Indeed, the limitations of the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul had plagued him throughout his life, leading to a myriad of thoughts. Regardless, he could not break through the constraints of the 7 treasures glazed tower to ascend to Soul Douluo. This was a personal dilemma for Ning Fengji. But he quickly cast aside his chaotic thoughts, allowing a glimmer of hope to emerge. With so many treasures available at the Star Dou Auction House, perhaps he would truly have an opportunity to transcend the restrictions of the 7 treasures glazed tower and elevate to a higher level of soul power. Even so, Ning Fengji remained optimistic, eager to secure the 9-heart mystic grass at auction. That he feared that this auction might not go smoothly, as this was a celestial herb capable of enhancing spiritual power, and the other major factions would likely not relinquish it easily. Nearby, Bon Douluo solemnly murmured, his expression tinged with concern. The celestial herb that enhances spiritual power would undoubtedly attract fierce competition, not only from them, but also from those Soul Douluos on the brink of breaking through to titled Douluo, who would be eager to secure the 9-heart mystic grass. One could only imagine how intense the upcoming auction would be. However, Bon Douluo felt little trepidation. After all, the 7 treasures glazed sect possessed ample funds. With sufficient wealth, any auction item could be acquired. This was the confidence that stemmed from being part of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Additionally, allow me to share another remarkable effect of the 9-heart mystic grass. While its primary function is to enhance spiritual power, it is, after all, a celestial herb, imbued with a tremendous amount of soul power that can, to a certain extent, elevate one's soul power level. The lower the soul power of a soul master, the more significant the increase in their soul power level. According to our evaluations at the Star Dou Auction House, if a Soul Douluo consumes this celestial herb, their soul power could potentially increase by 12 levels. At that moment, Xian Shuang unveiled a sensational piece of news. The instant this revelation emerged, the breath of everyone present quickened. This extraordinary nine-heart Xian grass possessed such formidable effects that it not only enhanced their mental prowess, but also significantly boosted their soul power. Although the exact increase in soul power for weaker soul masters remained uncertain, the fact that a soul Douluo could elevate their power by a staggering 12 levels was astonishing. After all, a soul Douluo was a formidable entity. The effort and time required to ascend even a single level of soul power were unfathomable. Chapter 23. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family takes action. Who could have anticipated that this nine-heart Xian grass could facilitate such an incredible achievement? As for how Xian Shuang came to possess such detailed knowledge about this divine herb, it was, of course, through Liu Yun's inquiry via the system. Moreover, the system offered a hint indicating that Soul Dou level experts consuming the nine-heart Xian grass could indeed surpass the 12th level of soul power. Furthermore, the classification of this nine-heart Xian grass far exceeded that of the herbs found within the ice and fire duality eyes, even earning the title of King of Celestial Products. As for why Liu Yun opted not to consume this nine-heart Xian grass but rather chose to auction it, his reasoning was clear that on one hand, this divine herb could pave the way for the Star Dou Auction House. On the other hand, with the system's existence, acquiring even more precious celestial herbs would be a mere trifle. Thus, in Liu Yun's eyes, this nine-heart Xian grass was utterly inconspicuous. Being a celestial-grade herb, its starting bid was set at 5 million gold soul coins. After a brief pause, Xian Shuang announced the starting price for the nine-heart Xian grass. Upon hearing the price, the majority of those present gasped in disbelief. It was utterly terrifying. Surely, they had not misheard. A single herb was priced at an astonishing 5 million gold soul coins, an absurdity indeed. Although they had listened to Xian Shuang's detailed explanation regarding the nine-heart Xian grass, many weaker soul masters were evidently unaware of the significance of mental prowess to their abilities. Most were baffled as to why the starting price of this herb reached 5 million gold soul coins, deeming it utterly ludicrous. Only those who had attained the rank of soul saint or higher could truly comprehend the unparalleled value of this nine-heart Xian grass, a value that transcended monetary measures. Almost all the top-tier experts gazed greedily at the nine-heart Xian grass, yearning to claim this divine herb for themselves. Yet, they understood that within the Star Dou Auction House, it would be unwise to act rashly and seize the herb, unless they were truly reckless. 5 million gold soul coins. Just then, an elderly man in the center of the first tier was the first to call out a bid. This elder was at the pinnacle of soul saint rank, mere inches away from breaking through to soul Douluo. Yet, that slight distance had ensnared countless talented soul masters. With his life force rapidly dwindling, he sought to use this nine-heart Xian grass to achieve a complete breakthrough to soul Douluo. 5.5 million gold soul coins. Immediately following, another middle-aged man from the first tier echoed the bid. If all went as expected, this nine-heart Xian grass would also hold immense significance for him. Thus, the price of the nine-heart Xian grass soared. 10 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a robust voice suddenly resonated from an unfamiliar private box. The authority it carried left all present in shock. It was the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. They too had entered the fray. Some knowledgeable soul masters, aware of the figures within the box, could not help but gasp. They had not anticipated that the nine-heart Xian grass would attract the interest of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Clearly, this auction was extraordinarily intense, with the most formidable factions in the Douluo Continent: Spirit Hall, Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, all vying for supremacy. This revelation silenced some lesser factions, prompting them to abandon their aspirations for the herb. After all, the prestige of these three powers was overwhelmingly intimidating, even if they were fortunate enough to spend a fortune on the nine-heart Xian grass. Could they ultimately safeguard this celestial herb? Consequently, most opted to withdraw from the bidding for the nine-heart Xian grass, letting these major factions contend amongst themselves. Brother Jin, shall we continue? Given the momentum of Spirit Hall and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, it seems they are determined to acquire this nine-heart Xian grass. Although this nine-heart Xian grass is an exceedingly rare spiritual treasure, we do have some comparable treasures within our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's vault. Upon hearing this price, the major factions present fell into contemplative silence, deliberating whether to continue the bidding. You decide, Jian Douluo sighed, allowing Ning Fengji to make the call. 15 million gold soul coins. Just then, Zhu Douluo directly raised the bid by 5 million gold soul coins, determined to secure the nine-heart Xian grass for His Holiness the Pope. Master, should we continue bidding? Within the private box of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, 3 men were present, led by an elder whose eyes sparkled with clarity, radiating a powerful aura. Clearly, he was a formidable title Douluo. the strongest within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Jiu You engine. A super Douluo of level 96. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family ranks among the top 3 sects of the 7 great sects of the Douluo Continent, one of the most powerful families on the continent. Their disciples wield the mighty blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul, renowned for their dragon transformation and mastery over lightning, earning them the title of the world's strongest beast martial soul, even compelling the Spirit Hall to treat them with caution. We must continue bidding. Securing this 9-heart Xian grass is imperative. After a moment of contemplation, Jiu You engine commanded decisively, "Let us proceed." This 9-heart Xian grass held immense importance. No matter the cost, it must be acquired. As for why Jiu You engine sought the 9-heart Xian grass, it was evident. His soul power had reached the pinnacle of level 96 after decades of effort. He had been unable to advance even a fraction, as though an invisible barrier constrained him, preventing his breakthrough. Jiu You engine understood that this barrier was none other than mental power. His soul power had reached a critical point, yet his mental prowess was insufficient to support his ascent to the level of Super Douluo at 97. With the successful consumption of this 9-heart Xian grass, he had a 90 chance to break through to level 97. At that point, the status and strength of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family would ascend to new heights. After all, for titled Douluos of level 95 and above, each level gained represents a monumental leap in power, an advancement not easily achieved through mere training. Yes, the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, upon hearing Jiu You engine's command, responded solemnly, "Continue bidding that we must secure the 9-heart Xian grass within the Star Dou Auction House." Only the Spirit Hall and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were locked in fierce competition, with the price escalating in an astonishing manner, leaving numerous factions in awe. Indeed, the struggle between the top-tier powers of the Douluo Continent was not something one could easily intrude upon. Chapter 24. The astronomical price of celestial herbs, 20 million gold soul coins. At that moment, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family once again shouted a jaw-dropping auction price. The moment this price was announced, all present were left speechless. It was utterly outrageous. It was as if absurdity itself had opened the door to absurdity, reaching a level of incredulity. A single herb sold for 20 million gold soul coins. How extravagant. This was the hallmark of top-tier powers. Indeed, their wealth was boundless. Just then, Jiu Douluo found himself engulfed in hesitation after the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's final bid of 20 million gold soul coins. He had not anticipated their fervent desire for the 9-heart Xian grass. The amount of gold soul coins brought by the Spirit Hall was not substantial. If they continued to raise the bid, they would risk losing their chance in the subsequent auctions. The forthcoming items would undoubtedly hold even greater value, leaving Jiu Douluo momentarily indecisive. Thus, he turned to Bibi Dong, seeking her counsel. Continue. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intensity as she spoke gravely to Jiu Douluo, urging him to press on. When it came to competing in financial strength with the Spirit Hall, only the 7 treasure glazed tile sects stood a chance. All other factions were simply insufficient. Although the amount of gold soul coins they had brought was not substantial, the Star Dou Auction House had not stated that credit was prohibited. They could obtain the treasures first and later dispatch someone to the Star Dou Auction House to personally deliver the remaining gold soul coins. She had faith that the Star Dou Auction House possessed the capacity for such arrangements, thus there was no need for concern. 25 million gold soul coins. With newfound confidence, Jiu Douluo raised the bid by an additional 5 million gold soul coins, hoping to intimidate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan into retreating. At that moment, Jiu Douluo underestimated the determination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to acquire the 9-heart bloodgrass. 50 million gold soul coins. The atmosphere momentarily stilled as Jiu You engine quelled his anger. Pondering why the Spirit Hall was so intent on acquiring this 9-heart bloodgrass, he realized that Bibi Dong and her companions did not urgently require the grass. So why were they so relentless? This 9-heart bloodgrass was crucial for his breakthrough. It must not be lost under any circumstances. Estimating that he had only brought 50 million gold soul coins, he boldly announced that price. The outcome now hinged on whether the Spirit Hall would persist in their bidding. Should the Spirit Hall raise the bid again, he would have no choice but to concede the 9-heart bloodgrass to them. What? That old fool Jiu You engine actually bid 50 million gold soul coins. Jiu Douluo, initially inclined to continue raising the bid, could not help but curse upon hearing Jiu You engine's proclamation. Was Jiu You engine out of his mind to spend 50 million gold soul coins on this 9-heart bloodgrass? Although Jiu Douluo recognized the grass's extraordinary value, it was hard to believe that Jiu You engine would invest such a fortune in it. Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Well done, Jiu You engine. I never expected your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to bring such a substantial amount of gold soul coins this time. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the private room of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A meaningful smile gracing her features at that moment. She found herself puzzled as to why Jiu You was so eager for the 9-heart blood grass. Could it be that he intended to leverage this miraculous herb to elevate his soul power level? The 9-heart blood grass could enhance a soul Douluo's power by 1 or 2 levels. Yet Jiu You had already attained the status of a super Douluo, which clearly would not suffice. It seemed there were still unknowns at play. As for whether Jiu You would ultimately succeed in his breakthrough, Bibi Dong was also unaware. How many gold soul coins did we bring this time? At that moment, Bibi Dong turned to Jiu Douluo, inquiring about their available gold soul coins to see if they would suffice for the upcoming auction. Only 80 million gold soul coins, Jiu Douluo replied respectfully, indicating that they had initially believed 80 million gold soul coins would be ample for the auction. Their prior visit to the Star Dou Auction House was merely a tentative exploration, and they had not anticipated encountering such a wealth of treasures. Bibi Dong and her companions felt a twinge of regret, pondering why they had not brought more gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, they found themselves somewhat constrained now. If they continued to bid for the 9-heart bloodgrass, their remaining gold soul coins were scant, insufficient to contend for the forthcoming treasures. Furthermore, they had no way of knowing whether 50 million gold soul coins represented the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's limit. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation, torn over whether to secure the 9-heart bloodgrass. Her thoughts mirrored those of Jiu Douluo. Neither knew if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had brought additional gold soul coins. May I inquire, Star Dou Auction House, do you accept credit? At that moment, Bibi Dong's voice was laced with uncertainty, as the other factions leaned in, eager to hear if the Star Dou Auction House would acquiesce to credit. Should they agree, they too might attempt to vie for the treasures. Regrettably, most factions had not brought adequate gold soul coins. They had not anticipated the Star Dou Auction House's enigmatic nature or its offering of such rare treasures. Apologies, but the Star Dou Auction House does not extend credit. Payment must be made in full at the time of purchase. Moments later, Xianshuang directly rejected Bibi Dong's inquiry, as the Star Dou Auction House had previously established a rule against any form of credit. To procure items from the Star Dou Auction House, one must possess sufficient gold soul coins. As soon as Xianshuang's words fell, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, finding the Star Dou Auction House's policy utterly perplexing. Why impose such restrictions on credit? However, Bibi Dong dared not rebut. After all, they were on another's turf, and provoking the Star Dou Auction House could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she could only remain seated, contemplating their next course of action. Let us forego the 9-heart bloodgrass for now. After this auction concludes, you too should visit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to see if you can exchange something else for the 9-heart bloodgrass. Reluctantly, Bibi Dong decided to abandon the competition, her expression serious as she instructed Jiu Douluo and Douluo Feng to make the trip post-auction, striving to retrieve the 9-heart bloodgrass. Originally, Bibi Dong had intended to employ aggressive tactics to seize the 9-heart bloodgrass, but now was not the time. Their spirit hall had yet to fully develop its wings, making it unwise to act recklessly. If they could acquire the 9-heart bloodgrass through other resources, it would be most fortuitous. 50 million gold soul coins for the first time, 50 million gold soul coins for the second time, 50 million gold soul coins for the third time. I now declare that the owner of the 9-heart bloodgrass is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. After a moment of silence, when no other faction raised their bid, Xianshuang announced the final owner of the 9-heart bloodgrass. Chapter 25, The appearance of 100,000-year soul bone shocks everyone. Upon hearing that the 9-heart bloodgrass had been successfully acquired by him, Jiu You let out a long sigh of relief. The competition had been exceedingly fierce, and they had only brought 50 million gold soul coins on this trip. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall did not raise the bid at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have missed out on this miraculous herb altogether, which could have indefinitely prolonged his soul power breakthrough, leaving him uncertain if he would ever have the chance to break through again. On the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yin observed the scene with some confusion, noting Jiu Yu's impatient tone. Could it be that he desperately needed the 9-heart bloodgrass? He conveyed his doubts to Jiu You beside him, seeking an explanation for the situation. Reporting to the pavilion master, Jiu Yu's soul power level has already reached the pinnacle of level 96. His soul power accumulation is sufficient. However, his mental strength has not yet reached the critical point. He likely wishes to utilize the 9-heart bloodgrass to enhance his mental strength and continue his breakthrough. Jiu You cast a casual glance at Jiu You. discerning the predicament he faced, and spoke plainly that I see. It is a pity that the spirit hall did not persist in raising the bid. Otherwise, they could have secured a substantial number of auction points. Liu Yun couldn't help but sigh in resignation. He had sensed Bibi Dong's intention to continue bidding when she mentioned credit. However, the system had already imposed restrictions against credit at the Star Dou Auction House. Otherwise, Liu Yun would have eagerly agreed to Bibi Dong's proposal, allowing him to seize the opportunity to gain more auction points and rapidly enhance his strength. Unfortunately, the system's rules were in place, and he currently lacked the ability to resist. I hope the next auction item will allow me to acquire even more auction points. Just then, Liu Yun, having witnessed the 9-heart blood grass being auctioned off, was filled with anticipation for the arrival of the next item. It was easy to predict that once the third auction item appeared, no faction would be able to maintain their composure. They would all bring forth their entire fortunes to compete for the upcoming treasure. The influx of gold soul coins was truly exhilarating. As Xian Shuang delivered the 9-heart blood grass to the private room of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the next auction began. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Xian Shuang's right hand subtly moved, an overwhelming aura of soul bone pressure suddenly poured forth, engulfing the entire Star Dou Auction House in an instant. Before the onlookers emerged a fiery red right-arm soul bone, exuding a magnificent fiery essence, as if it could scorch the very space surrounding it. Most notably, this soul bone bore the formidable pressure of a 100,000-year soul beast. All the factions present could not help but take a step back, feeling the sheer terror of this force. The mere existence of a soul bone for auction at the Star Dou Auction House was astonishingly extravagant. Could it be that this soul bone was over 10,000 years old? At that moment, the individuals on the first floor, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the soul bone, were left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief that a soul bone, to soul masters on the Douluo Continent, such entities are an exceedingly rare phenomenon. The majority of soul masters might not encounter a soul bone even once in their lifetime, and acquiring a mere 100-year soul bone is nearly impossible. This underscores the immense significance of soul bones in the hearts of soul masters on the Douluo Continent, surpassing even that of soul rings. Regrettably, most individuals on the first floor had never truly experienced the might of a powerful soul bone, leading them to hastily conclude that this was merely a 10,000-year specimen. Meanwhile, those in the second floor boxes, upon catching sight of the soul bone, inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the reality before them. Surely, they were not mistaken. The aura emanating from this soul bone was so potent that they dared not blink, their gazes fixated on it, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. It was indeed a 100,000-year soul bone. They were absolutely certain of the authenticity of this soul bone's aura. This exceptional soul bone must have originated from a 100,000-year soul beast that wielded control over flames. At this moment, the elite forces of the Douluo Continent found their breaths quickening, eager to secure this 100,000-year soul bone without hesitation. Yet, they dared not make any rash movements, resigning themselves to await the commencement of the auction as announced by the Star Dou Auction House. Good heavens, the aura truly belonged to a 100,000-year soul bone. What on earth is the Star Dou Auction House's true purpose in presenting such a rare treasure? This 100,000-year soul bone defies measurement by any amount of golden soul coins, leaving everyone to wonder about the intentions behind the auction. Upon witnessing this 100,000-year soul bone, Ning Fengji could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes sparkling with fervor and wonder, although he was eager to bid on the soul bone. A myriad of doubts clouded his mind. A 100,000-year soul bone is an invaluable treasure for any faction. Why would the Star Dou Auction House choose to auction it? Each 100,000-year soul bone is exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent, with no faction willing to expose such a treasure. Such a soul bone cannot be purchased with mere golden soul coins. And on the Douluo Continent, a 100,000-year soul bone holds a value beyond measure. This compelled Ning Fengji to question the motives of the Star Dou Auction House. Whatever their purpose, the priority now was to secure this 100,000-year soul bone at all costs. Beside him, Douluo also bore a look of astonishment, gazing at the 100,000-year soul bone, without contemplating the broader implications as Ning Fengji did. The urgent matter remained, securing this 100,000-year soul bone. If a title Douluo were to absorb it, not only would their strength significantly increase, but they would also acquire 2 entirely new soul skills. The potential enhancement of a title Douluo's power was unimaginable. Alas, it was regrettable that they had not brought enough golden soul coins, leaving them uncertain about their chances of successfully bidding for the soul bone. At that moment, Ning Fengji found himself engulfed in worry. The seven treasures glazed tile school had come to the Star Dou Auction House merely for reconnaissance and had not brought a substantial amount of golden soul coins. If all went as expected, the competition for this 100,000-year soul bone would compel every faction to wager their entire fortunes. He could only hope that the golden soul coins he possessed would suffice to secure this prized soul bone. On another note, the Star Dou Auction House did not permit credit, adding to his troubles. What troubled Ningfengji most was the Spirit Hall, especially since they had not bid on anything thus far. This meant that the Spirit Hall likely possessed the most golden soul coins. Such a scenario left Ningfengji greatly apprehensive. Regardless, he would exert every effort to secure this 100,000-year soul bone, which represented the strength of his sect, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Chapter 26. The final destination of the soul bone, a 100,000-year soul bone. When Bibi Dong laid eyes upon the 100,000-year soul bone, a tempest of emotions surged within her, and she could not pay heed to the presence of Jiu You and Douluo beside her. She abruptly stood up, her breath quickening as she gazed at the soul bone before her. It was indeed a 100,000-year soul bone. How astonishing was this revelation! Bibi Dong had anticipated that the subsequent auction items at the Star Dou Auction House would be invaluable, but she had not foreseen the emergence of a 100,000-year soul bone. A treasure renowned as the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, one that far exceeds the value of any 100,000-year soul ring. How could Bibi Dong contain her excitement? Although she had already filled her own soul bone slots, that did not deter her desire to acquire this 100,000-year soul bone. Furthermore, there were methods to extract her original soul bones after absorbing the new one. For an ordinary soul master, such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. However, for someone of her caliber, who had participated in the divine exam, the cost of extracting a soul bone would not be exorbitant. The potential drop in her soul power seemed trivial in comparison to the benefits of a 100,000-year soul bone. This soul bone could grant her 2 soul bone skills, elevating her strength to an even higher echelon. Such an advantage would provide a robust foundation for the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the Douluo Continent. Moreover, she could truly ascend above the Enshrinement Hall, demonstrating to those old fogies that the Spirit Hall was hers, and that no one could question her decisions. By any means necessary, she must secure this 100,000-year soul bone. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong managed to compose her turbulent emotions and turned to Jiu You and Douluo, her expression grave as she issued her commands. Any faction that dared to obstruct her from acquiring this 100,000-year soul bone would not be met with courtesy. Bibi Dong's primary concern was that the Spirit Hall had only brought 8 million golden soul coins this time, leaving her uncertain about their ability to ultimately secure the soul bone. Yes, Your Holiness, I will ensure that this 100,000-year soul bone is secured for you. Jiu You and Go also expressed their astonishment at the appearance of the 100,000-year soul bone. It was indeed a treasure of the highest caliber within the realm of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. And the revelation that it was being auctioned by the Star Dou Auction House was utterly astounding. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's subsequent commands, Jiu You did not voice any objections, his demeanor serious as he responded. No matter what, this 100,000-year soul bone must belong to the Spirit Hall today. You should be well aware of the significance of this soul bone. I need not elaborate further. This soul bone originates from the right arm of the 100,000-year soul beast, the Fire One Sky Wolf. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone is self-evident. It not only significantly enhances a soul master's soul power level, but also provides 2 exceptional 100,000-year soul bone skills. The starting bid for this 100,000-year soul bone is set at 30 million golden soul coins. At that moment, Xian Shuang briefly introduced the details of the 100,000-year soul bone, announcing its starting bid, prompting all factions to compete for this remarkable treasure. 50 million golden soul coins. Upon the commencement of the auction, Douluo immediately called out an astonishing price, leaving all factions looking on in disbelief. It was only then that the soul masters on the first floor realized that this soul bone was not merely a 10,000-year specimen, but an exceedingly rare 100,000-year soul bone. The Star Dou Auction House's audacity to present such an extraordinary soul bone for auction was utterly unfathomable. When the price soared to 50 million golden soul coins, the crowd felt no surprise and even considered it somewhat of a bargain. After all, to soul masters on the Douluo Continent, a 100,000-year soul bone is an invaluable treasure that cannot be quantified by mere currency. 60 million golden soul coins. Upon hearing the Spirit Hall's increase, Ningfengji followed suit, raising the bid by 10 million golden soul coins. He was determined to secure this 100,000-year soul bone, yet he remained anxious about whether the golden soul coins he had brought would be sufficient. Alas, had I known, I wouldn't have auctioned that 9-heart Xian grass. Upon encountering the third auction item at the Star Dou Auction House, a soul bone of 100,000 years, You engine was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of emotions. However, his heart was burdened with profound regret. He could hardly fathom that the third item would be such a rare treasure. This realization pained him immensely. Had he known, he would not have expended his entire fortune to bid on the 9-heart mystic grass. Although his spiritual power had yet to reach a breakthrough, the soul bone could have facilitated his ascension to a higher level of soul power. Alas, it was too late. His wealth had already been committed to the second auction item, leaving him powerless to contend with the spirit hall and the 7 treasures glazed tile school. After a moment of contemplation, You engine resigned himself to the reality that he could no longer pursue this soul bone, especially as the bidding had skyrocketed beyond his means. A mere 50 million gold soul coins would be insufficient. He conceded that the soul bone should be left for the spirit hall and the 7 treasures glazed tile school to contest. In that instant, You engine regarded the Star Dou Auction House as the most enigmatic force on the Douluo Continent. A power capable of presenting a 100,000-year soul bone could not be trifled with. He began to anticipate the next auction, vowing to bring the entirety of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's wealth to that event. Should he encounter another rare treasure, he would not find himself financially constrained. Witnessing so many precious items auctioned before him was a source of great sorrow. The Pope, he mused, was uncertain how to raise the bid further, suggesting that the 7 treasures glazed tile school had brought a considerable amount of gold soul coins. At that moment, Douluo overheard Ning Fengji directly bid 70 million gold soul coins, prompting him to turn and inquire with Bibi Dong, with only 80 million gold soul coins at their disposal. If the 7 treasures glazed tile school had significantly more, they would be in dire straits. After all, the Star Dou Auction House did not permit credit. Bidding 80 million gold soul coins was a gamble. The outcome was uncertain. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, speculating on the extent of the 7 treasures glazed tile school's financial reserves. Then, taking a deep breath, she made a bold decision, instructing Douluo to wager all their gold soul coins. If the 7 treasures glazed tile school possessed more than 80 million, she would have to concede defeat. Nonetheless, this 100,000-year soul bone was an absolute necessity for her. Even if the 7 treasures glazed tile school succeeded in acquiring it, she would not relinquish her claim easily. 80 million gold soul coins. Douluo's serious voice resonated throughout the Star Dou Auction House. Chapter 27. The auction concludes. Alas, the spirit hall had indeed brought sufficient gold soul coins. It seemed this 100,000-year soul bone was fated to elude the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Just then, upon hearing Douluo call out 80 million gold soul coins, Ning Fengji's heart sank. His expression clouded with despair. As anticipated, he had missed the opportunity to acquire the soul bone. The 70 million gold soul coins he had previously bid represented his entire fortune. Initially, he had hoped to gamble to see if the spirit hall had brought enough wealth, but predictably, he had lost. Watching helplessly as the 100,000-year soul bone slipped into the hands of the spirit hall, Ning Fengji felt a deep sense of discontent. With this treasure, the spirit hall's power would undoubtedly increase, exacerbating the precarious situation of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Unable to change the course of events, he lamented the outcome. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong felt a wave of tension ease within her as she noted the 7 treasures glazed tile school did not raise their bid further. It was settled. This 100,000-year soul bone would ultimately belong to the spirit hall. 80 million gold soul coins once, 80 million gold soul coins twice, 80 million gold soul coins thrice. With no further bids forthcoming, the soul bone was declared the property of the spirit hall. At that moment, Xian Shuang, witnessing the silence of the crowd, struck her wooden hammer, announcing the winner of the 100,000-year soul bone as the spirit hall. As the auction concluded, Xian Shuang beamed at those present. Her melodious voice echoed throughout the Star Dou Auction House. This auction has now ended. We extend our gratitude to all esteemed factions for taking the time to participate. The next auction will take place in 1 month. Xian Shuang promptly declared the event over, eagerly anticipating the subsequent auction, during which more treasures would be collected from the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape. The duration of this auction had been relatively brief. Yet the forthcoming event promised to be extensive, with an abundance of gold soul coins anticipated. Is it truly over? What a pity. I was eager to see what astonishing treasures the Star Dou Auction House would unveil next. Fear not. Did you not hear? The Star Dou Auction House will hold another auction in a month that we must ensure to arrive on time. In the meantime, they would gather gold soul coins in hopes of auctioning a treasure themselves. Indeed, as Xian Shuang announced the closure of the Star Dou auction, Expressions of longing adorned the faces of the attendees. Each auction item had left them in awe, and they yearned for more. Yet, they took solace in the fact that another auction was on the horizon. With a newfound appreciation for the depth of the Star Dou Auction House, every faction sought to partake in the upcoming event. Thus, as the various factions departed, preparing for the next auction, Liu Yun made his way to the first floor of the Star Dou Auction House, collecting several storage rings handed to him by Xian Shuang. Upon seeing the gold soul coins glimmering within, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Ha! Auction points, here I come. Yet he lamented that the 100,000-year soul bone had only fetched 80 million gold soul coins. A rather disappointing return. At that moment, Liu Yun pondered deeply, letting out a soft sigh. The 100,000-year soul bone was indeed an immensely valuable treasure. Even a higher price would have been justifiable. However, selling it for a mere 80 million gold soul coins was regrettable. After all, the Star Dou Auction House had previously been an inconspicuous entity. Thus, other factions were merely testing the waters, and the 80 million gold soul coins they had garnered were a pleasant surprise. After acquiring the storage rings, Liu Yun departed. Returning to his chambers, sitting cross-legged on his bed, he eagerly addressed the system in his mind. System, please convert all these gold soul coins into auction points. Detected that the host has acquired a total of 134 million gold soul coins from this auction. Therefore, the conversion to auction points is 134,000. At the system's cold voice resonated in Liu Yun's mind. Nanny? System, you must be mistaken. Such a vast sum of gold soul coins merely converts to a little over 100,000 auction points. Liu Yun had anticipated a far greater conversion value. But this paltry amount left him bewildered. How can this be? Could it be that the system has pocketed the excess? According to the internal conversion rules of the system, 10,000 gold soul coins can only be exchanged for one auction point. The system's icy voice continued. This exchange rate is utterly outrageous. Liu Yun was left speechless, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the conversion ratio, considering this is the host's first acquisition of auction points. The system will unlock the divine level shop free of charge. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Suddenly, a swirling mist appeared in Liu Yun's mind, enigmatic and shrouded in chaos, obscuring his vision. As the haze dissipated, a 9-story treasure tower emerged, emanating an aura of mystical wonder. Within Liu Yun's mind appeared an array of products, alongside supplementary information. Anything that existed in the world could be sought within this shop. Gazing upon the dazzling array of goods and the multitude of auction points required, Liu Yun could not help but let out a deep sigh. He realized he was still woefully impoverished. To purchase those top-tier treasures would require centuries of accumulation, something he could not afford to contemplate at present. System, please filter out the treasures related to the Douluo Continent. At that moment, Liu Yun addressed the system resonating within his mind, requesting it to sift through the treasures that he currently desired, specifically those applicable to the world of Douluo Continent. He was uncertain whether items from other realms could be utilized within the unique soul power system of Douluo. As soon as his words fell, the entirety of Douluo Continent's treasures materialized before him. Upon examining the auction points, a wave of relief washed over him. Fortunately, the prices at these auction points were not exorbitant. Otherwise, he truly would have been unable to afford them. Regarding the considerable amount of gold soul coins that had translated into over 10,000 auction points, he felt no grievances upon encountering the divine grade shop. The treasures available within the shop not only boasted a wide variety but were also remarkably affordable. It could be said that Liu Yun had struck a lucrative deal by purchasing treasures from the system for auction. He was bound to reap significant profits. With such compounding returns, he would amass an inexhaustible number of auction points, swiftly elevating his own power. Chapter 28. True Self Martial Soul, Time-Space Divine Tower, Ding, Continent Dimension, Million-Year Soul Bone, Random. Auction Point Price, 99999 Million-Year Soul Ring, Random. Auction Point Price, 99999 Divine Gift Soul Ring, Limit 10,000 years. Auction Point Price, 599 Evolving Soul Ring, Limit Unknown. Auction Point Price, 59.99 Charming Tulip. Auction Point Price, 899. Liu Yun gazed upon the array of product information that materialized before him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as a series of plans began to take shape in his mind. To his astonishment, even treasures from the second installment of Douluo, as well as subsequent items, had emerged. This was quite intriguing, witnessing the plethora of goods available from the Douluo Continent. Liu Yun's excitement soared to unprecedented heights. The system even contained items from the Douluo Continent's future spanning thousands of years, which left him utterly astonished. Among these, he was particularly drawn to the methods of soul spirits and a series of precious soul spirits. After all, the methods of soul spirits represented a novel concept for the soul masters of Douluo Continent. If he were to unveil the methods of soul spirits, it would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the entire continent. Consequently, the influence of the Star Dou Auction House would ascend to new heights. Thus, Liu Yun realized he must prepare for the opportune moment to initiate the auction of soul spirits, as for the other valuable items. He could periodically auction them off to attract more soul masters to the Star Dou Auction House. What treasures should I present for auction next month? Liu Yun murmured softly to himself. Contemplating the upcoming auction, for the next auction, he intended to make the best use of the auction points he currently possessed. If executed well, he would undoubtedly accumulate even more gold soul coins. By the way, system, where is my martial soul gift pack? At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Liu Yun. He had forgotten that the system had previously promised him a martial soul gift pack as a reward for completing his first auction. It suddenly dawned upon him that the system had not proactively reminded him of this. Could it be that the system intended to withhold the martial soul gift pack? No sooner had Liu Yun voiced his thoughts than the cold voice of the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first auction. You have been rewarded with a martial soul gift pack. Upon hearing the reward, Liu Yun offered a faint smile, yet shot a glance of reproach at the system. Had he not recalled, it was likely that the system would have remained silent on the matter. Liu Yun chose not to dwell on the system's oversight and fixated his gaze upon a golden gift box hovering before him. With a gentle tap of his right hand, a resplendent golden light erupted, enveloping the entire room in an aura reminiscent of divine creation, instantly coursing into Liu Yun's body. This mysterious energy flowed through his limbs and bones, continuously nourishing his bloodlines and meridians, enhancing his physical constitution severfold and emanating an ethereal aura. Congratulations, host, for experiencing a stroke of luck and obtaining the chaos-level martial soul. True self-martial soul. Time-space divine tower. Once the changes within Liu Yun's body subsided, the system's voice erupted with astonishment. Clearly, even the system had not anticipated that Liu Yun would acquire such a powerful martial soul. System, what rank does a chaos-level martial soul belong to? Liu Yun sensed a hint of shock laced within the system's cold voice, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. He was intensely curious about the origins of a chaos-level martial soul. One capable of astonishing even the omnipotent system. It must surely represent a class of martial soul that is both mysterious and formidable. Liu Yun understood that within the Douluo Continent, the highest rank of martial souls was merely divine level. However, chaos-level martial souls seemingly did not exist within this realm. The apex of martial soul classification in Douluo was divine level, while chaos-level martial souls were vastly superior, though the exact number of tiers above divine level remained for the host to explore. The system's cold voice continued to elucidate, offering Liu Yun a vague answer, urging him to discover it for himself. Regardless, my martial soul rank must be the most formidable existence within the Douluo Continent. In response, Liu Yun nodded lightly, opting to temporarily set aside the question of how powerful the chaos-level martial soul truly was. Ultimately, it sufficed to know that it far surpassed divine-level martial souls. Otherwise, the cult system would not have expressed such astonishment. Yet, what were the specific functions of the true self martial soul and the time-space divine tower martial soul? At that moment, Liu Yun found himself enveloped in confusion. The martial soul gift pack had yielded 2 martial souls, and he pondered their purposes. Engrossed in thought, he extended his left hand, and a cascade of golden light surged forth. A spectral figure, resembling Liu Yun to an astonishing degree, materialized behind him, exuding an aura of otherworldly mystery. It felt as though it hailed from an exalted being, evoking a sense of reverence and worship within him. Is this the chaos-level, true self-martial soul? It bears some resemblance to my own martial soul. Liu Yun gazed at the manifestation of the true self-martial soul with awe. He had not anticipated that the true self-martial soul would mirror his own appearance, albeit with a far more imposing presence. Yet, this prompted Liu Yun to recall the concept of the original martial soul that emerged during the era of Douluo II, the legendary Tang sect. His martial soul was indeed himself, placing it within the realm of original martial souls. However, the original martial souls from Douluo II merely represented a fragment within one's body, whereas his true self-martial soul encompassed his entire being, leaving Liu Yun immensely curious about its power. After all, original martial souls were significantly more potent than ordinary martial souls. Please do not compare that inferior original martial soul to the chaos-level true self martial soul. There is simply no basis for comparison between the two. That the system's disdainful tone emerged, unhesitatingly belittling the original martial soul as being far too weak to warrant comparison with the true self martial soul. What specific abilities does the chaos-level true self martial soul possess? Upon hearing the system's devaluation of the original martial soul, an idea took root in Lu Yun's mind. It seemed that the origins of the true self martial soul were anything but ordinary. The chaos-level true self martial soul is among the most enigmatic martial souls in existence, not in the slightest inferior to your time-space divine tower martial soul. The primary extraordinary feature of the true self martial soul is that as your strength increases, the true self martial soul can also elevate infinitely, without limit. In other words, host, the stronger you become, the stronger your true self martial soul will be. Of course, this is merely one of its functions. The true self martial soul possesses even more profound mysteries that require the host to diligently enhance their strength to unlock its potential. Furthermore, due to the relatively low level of the Douluo Continent, the powers of both the true self martial soul and the time-space divine tower are largely sealed. As the host's strength grows, the powers of these two chaos-level martial souls will gradually be unbound. The system's cold voice rarely elaborated on the functions of the true self martial soul. Chapter 29. Evolving Soul Ring. Now I understand. Lu Yun's face radiated an indescribable joy as he absorbed the system's revelations regarding the might of the true self martial soul. The true self martial soul is truly formidable. It can be said that this martial soul possesses the attribute of growth, a phenomenon never before witnessed in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. As his strength escalates, he will undoubtedly be able to overpower all soul masters with his true self martial soul. Moreover, the system has indicated that the true self martial soul harbors additional capabilities, which are by no means inferior to those of the time and space divine tower martial soul. The growth potential of the true self martial soul fills Lu Yun with immense anticipation regarding the heights it may ultimately reach. As for the system's assertion that the powers of both the true self and time and space divine tower martial souls are largely sealed, Lu Yun harbors no doubts, given the exceedingly low tier of the Douluo realm. Should the time and space divine tower at its zenith manifest in Douluo Continent and inadvertently release even a fraction of its power, it would suffice to obliterate the entire continent into oblivion. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of his own strength, the formidable might of his two chaos-tier martial souls will gradually be unleashed, which Lu Yun finds rather fitting, having gleaned a general understanding of the true self martial soul's specific functions. His gaze shifted to his right hand and a dazzling silver light erupted from it, revealing a silver-hued pagoda approximately 10 stories high, its body shimmering with a spectral silver sheen. The surrounding space and time began to tremble in response to the presence of the time and space divine tower, creating ripples that exuded an astounding aura. Could it be that this martial soul is related to time and space? Lu Yun regarded the time and space divine tower martial soul in his right hand and felt the immense power of time and space embedded within it. He realized the significance of this martial soul. The time and space divine tower martial soul left Lu Yun utterly astonished. It embodies the forces of time and space, two of the most supreme powers in existence. Moreover, the fusion of time and space to form the essence of time-space represents an unparalleled force. Mastery over the power of time and space would render one invincible, capable of traversing the currents of time and coexisting with the cosmos. While he may not yet be able to attain such a state, a martial soul capable of containing the power of time and space is undoubtedly extraordinary. Lu Yun eagerly anticipated the eventual release of the time and space divine tower martial soul's powers. Remarkably, despite its tremendous strength, the time and space divine tower martial soul is merely classified as a chaos-tier martial soul, and since the true self martial soul shares this classification, it can be inferred that its level of mystique is equally profound. At this juncture, Lu Yun's gaze fell upon the true self martial soul in his left hand, clearly caught in a moment of hesitation. Both martial souls are immensely powerful and of the same tier. Yet he must choose one as his primary focus, plunging Lu Yun into a dilemma. Perhaps he should designate the time and space divine tower martial soul as his primary martial soul. After some contemplation, Lu Yun ultimately resolved to prioritize the time and space divine tower martial soul. The The power of time and space is among the most exalted forces in existence. Should he manage to grasp even a fragment of its essence, he could significantly accelerate the flow of time within a certain area, thereby greatly enhancing his cultivation speed. After careful consideration, Liu Yun chose the Time and Space Divine Tower Martial Soul as his primary focus due to its immense benefits. He could hardly believe that the Time and Space Divine Tower's capabilities were limited solely to the acceleration of time. Liu Yun was equally filled with anticipation regarding the future evolution of the Time and Space Divine Tower. Is he limited to merely a 20-level innate soul power? So be it. 20 levels are acceptable. With the Time and Space Divine Tower, his future cultivation speed would undoubtedly skyrocket upon realizing the state of his 2 Chaos-tier martial souls. Liu Yun focused intently on sensing his innate soul power, only to discover that it was a mere 20 levels, which inevitably led to a tinge of disappointment. After all, with 2 Chaos-tier martial souls augmenting him, how could his innate soul power be so low? Nonetheless, recalling the system's previous statement that the powers of both Chaos-tier martial souls were largely sealed, the 20 levels of innate soul power seemed somewhat acceptable. Furthermore, the power of time and space contained within the Time and Space Divine Tower could indeed accelerate his cultivation speed, effectively compensating for the inadequacy of his innate soul power level. If Liu Yun's sentiments were to be heard by external soul masters, they would surely wish to chastise him. He even speaking sensibly. To be dissatisfied with innate soul power at level 20 is indeed a tall order. What then of their own plight? First, he would need to absorb 2 soul rings. After a brief moment, Liu Yun dismissed these thoughts and began the process of absorbing the 2 soul rings. Having finally acquired his martial soul, he was eager to absorb the soul rings and enhance his strength. Subsequently, Liu Yun purchased 2 growth-type soul rings from the shop. These soul rings are deemed extraordinary. And with the increase in his physical prowess, the lifespan of the soul rings can likewise extend infinitely for the ultimate level they may attain. The shop provided little clarification, yet it was reasonable to assume that the final lifespan would be considerable. The price of the growth-type soul rings is even higher than that of the God-given soul rings. Liu Yun speculated that these growth-type soul rings could potentially reach a lifespan of 500,000 years or even greater. For Liu Yun, the immediate priority is to rapidly elevate his strength. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in gathering so many auction points? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Liu Yun cleared his mind of distractions and promptly seated himself cross-legged on the ground. Manifesting the Time and Space Divine Tower Martial Soul in his right hand, the immense power of time and space radiated outward, affecting the entire room. Liu Yun immediately crushed the golden sphere in his hand, and a golden light enveloped his entire being, forming a golden soul ring that affixed itself to the Time and Space Divine Tower Martial Soul. Before long, the color of the soul ring transitioned from white to yellow, then to purple. In this manner, a powerful surge of soul power continuously poured into Liu Yun's body. For the first time, he experienced the agony of absorbing a soul ring, gritting his teeth and persevering in an effort to enhance the lifespan of the soul ring further. As time wore on, Liu Yun's absorption of the first soul ring neared completion. Yet at that moment, he felt utterly miserable. The lifespan of his first soul ring had reached the 5,000-year mark. Should external soul masters witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be incredulous. It is well known that the lifespan of a soul master's first soul ring typically does not exceed 400 years. Yet Liu Yun had defied this norm. Absorbing a soul ring with a lifespan exceeding 5,000 years is bound to astonish others. As for why Liu Yun's first soul ring could attain such a remarkable lifespan, the primary reason lies in his 2 Chaos-tier martial souls. Though their powers are sealed, the intrinsic mystical energies they possess have nonetheless improved Liu Yun's physical strength. The power of the martial soul has enhanced Liu Yun's physique, allowing him to easily withstand the pressure of a 1,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, it would have tarnished the reputation of Chaos-tier martial souls. Thus, after considerable effort, Liu Yun successfully absorbed his first soul ring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A radiant purple soul ring tightened around the Time and Space Divine Tower Martial Soul, emanating a mesmerizing purple light. The lifespan of Liu Yun's first soul ring ultimately increased to over 7,000 years. Should external soul masters behold Liu Yun's first purple soul ring, they would surely be taken aback, perceiving him as an anomaly. After all, which soul master can boast of absorbing a first soul ring with such an extensive lifespan? This lifespan surpasses that of an ordinary soul master's fourth soul ring, enough to leave one utterly astounded. At last, the absorption was complete. Indeed, Attempting to absorb a soul ring beyond one's capacity is an arduous endeavor. Were it not for the peculiar power released by the true self-martial soul at the last moment, which bolstered his physique, the lifespan of the first soul ring would not have reached 7,000 years. With the absorption complete, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented joy. The benefits gained from absorbing the first soul ring were substantial. Not only had he acquired an exceptionally formidable soul skill, but his physical strength had also surged to new heights, bolstered by the powers of his two chaos-tier martial souls. Thus, Lu Yun felt highly confident that the lifespan of his second soul ring would undoubtedly reach the 10,000-year mark. Moreover, this soul ring is a growth type, and as his physical strength increases, its lifespan will also rise indefinitely. Ultimately, Lu Yun is uncertain as to what level it may reach, but he is certain it will not fall short of 500,000 years. Mastery over time and space. After absorbing the first soul ring, Lu Yun's eyes gleamed with radiant brilliance. Indeed, upon absorbing the first soul ring, the resulting soul skill was none other than temporal and spatial control. As the name suggests, it involves harnessing the power of the soul ring to manipulate a portion of the temporal and spatial forces within a given area. Regrettably, with Lu Yun's current strength, he could only command the temporal forces within a radius of 10 meters. The temporal power he possessed was merely a fraction, allowing him to barely accelerate or decelerate time in that vicinity. He was far from achieving the legendary ability to traverse time, as he speculated that such extraordinary prowess would require him to attain the rank of a divine being. Nevertheless, Lu Yun was thoroughly satisfied with the effects of his first soul skill. With it, he could significantly accelerate the flow of time around him, affording him ample opportunity to enhance his soul power. This would greatly shorten his future cultivation time. Of course, temporal and spatial control meant that Lu Yun could wield the forces of time and space within a 10-meter radius. The manipulation of time merely involved the application of temporal power, while the spatial power allowed him to teleport within that same area. However, utilizing the teleportation skill demanded a substantial amount of soul power. And given his current level, he could not afford to use it excessively lest he deplete his own soul power. During non-critical moments, he would refrain from frequent teleportation. This was the supreme force composed of temporal and spatial powers, whose intricacies were unparalleled in the world. With renewed determination, Lu Yun stood up to experiment with his first soul skill. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned the temporal god tower spirit, which radiated a silvery glow, causing ripples to ripple through the surrounding space. After activating his first soul skill, he could distinctly sense the temporal forces around him, all under his command. Although this vast reservoir of temporal power was but a mere sliver of its true potential, its impact was nonetheless staggering. Gradually, Lu Yun began to test the power of his first soul skill, manipulating the flow of time to accelerate and decelerate it. Simultaneously, he utilized spatial power to teleport in various directions. Moments later, he truly mastered his first soul skill, a smile of unprecedented joy illuminating his face. Indeed, temporal and spatial control proved to be immensely powerful, exceeding his expectations. However, at his current soul power level, he could only accelerate or decelerate time by a factor of 5, as his soul power increased. This multiplier would grow infinitely. Next, he prepared to absorb the second soul ring, with a firm grip on the golden orb in his right hand. He unleashed its energy, shattering it in an instant. A new soul ring attached itself to the temporal god tower spirit, its hue transforming to black as it emanated the overwhelming pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring. Lu Yun endured the process of absorption, much like he had with the first soul ring. As the age of the soul ring gradually increased, time passed slowly, and after an hour, 2 black soul rings floated around Lu Yun. Radiating brilliant light, the temporal god tower spirit unleashed its divine might, causing the surrounding temporal forces to ripple throughout the room, creating an astonishing commotion. Fortunately, thanks to the Star Dou Auction House's influence, this disturbance was swiftly quelled, attracting little attention. What a bountiful harvest this has been. Truly, the temporal god tower spirit is extraordinarily formidable. After absorbing the second soul ring, Lu Yun exhaled deeply, his heart brimming with excitement. During the absorption of the second soul ring, a surge of chaotic energy flooded into his being, enhancing his physique several-fold. He effortlessly elevated the age of the second soul ring to 20,000 years. While the first soul ring also ascended to the same age, Lu Yun had thus become a soul master with 2 10,000-year soul rings, a feat unprecedented since the dawn of the Douluo Continent. The second soul skill, temporal annihilation, With a mere thought, the second soul ring on his body shimmered with brilliance, releasing boundless temporal power. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Yun summoned the surrounding temporal forces, which began to undulate, producing eerie silver ripples. The temporal energy in the room surged visibly, boiling with intensity. This immense power slowly coalesced in Lu Yun's right hand. Once the temporal energy had reached a sufficient concentration, he thrust his right fist forward, unleashing a series of explosive sounds. Bang! The furniture before him shattered into tiny splinters, and as this energy approached the door, a mysterious force emerged, scattering the temporal power completely. Indeed, the most enigmatic temporal power in existence can eliminate foes invisibly. Lu Yun gazed at the potency of his recent attack, nodding in satisfaction, his mind filled with admiration. This was the supreme force composed of time and space. The soul skill he had just unleashed was born from the absorption of the second soul ring, a manifestation of temporal annihilation that it fully utilized the surrounding temporal forces to deliver a devastating assault. Yet, due to his low soul power level, he could not fully unleash the true might of temporal annihilation. Nevertheless, its power was not to be underestimated. The temporal force, invisible and intangible, lay concealed within the endless air. Eluding detection. It could indeed wield the ability to strike down foes without a trace, significantly enhancing the mystery and strength of this skill. As Lu Yun's power grew, the potency of temporal annihilation would also increase exponentially. Once Lu Yun attained a formidable level of strength, he could wield this skill to obliterate all existence. Continuing to refine his mastery of the second soul skill, Lu Yun settled into a cross-legged position on the bed, beginning to digest the day's gains. Absorbing 2 soul rings in quick succession had raised his soul power level to 26. Typically, one would not expect such a modest increase after absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings. This was largely owing to the 2 chaotic great spirits within Lu Yun, which continuously compressed his soul power, resulting in a mere 6-level increase. Otherwise, his soul power level would have surely soared beyond 30, elevating him to the rank of a soul sovereign. However, this approach bore more drawbacks than benefits, severely constraining his future development. A soul master's strength is not only determined by their spirit, soul rings, and soul power level, but also by the purity of their soul power. The more refined one's soul power, the less is needed to unleash unprecedented attacks, thereby enhancing endurance in battle. Lu Yunkai would never resort to such a short-sighted act merely for the sake of soul power levels. He must refine his soul energy to a certain degree, at which point he could unleash even more astonishing power. And so, another day passed quietly, giving way to the arrival of the next. With golden sunlight bathing the earth and bringing forth the renewal of all living things, Lu Yun rose early, prepared his belongings, and intended for Jiu You to accompany him to the Eye of Ice and Fire to begin gathering treasures for the auction a month hence. If one were to speak of the place on the Douluo Continent that harbors the most treasures, it would undoubtedly be the Eye of Ice and Fire. Currently, the Eye of Ice and Fire was under the control of Douluo. Yet he remained oblivious to the true potential of the celestial herbs within. These top-tier celestial herbs, in Douluo's hands, were akin to squandering precious resources. Failing to realize their true value, it would be far better to entrust the Eye of Ice and Fire to him, allowing for the herbs' powers to be fully realized, thus preserving their esteemed reputation. On the other hand, Lu Yun was reluctant to allow the celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire to fall into Tang San's hands without a fight. He was aware that Tang San had not yet ventured to the Eye of Ice and Fire to harvest all the top-tier celestial herbs. Today, Lu Yun intended to take Jiu You and completely gather the herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Moreover, Lu Yun hoped to relocate the Eye of Ice and Fire to the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. This way, the Eye of Ice and Fire could continuously yield celestial herbs, greatly benefiting the auction's proceedings. Lu Yun was uncertain whether he could indeed move the Eye of Ice and Fire to the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Lacking the ability to do so himself, he wondered if the system could assist him, perhaps at a minor cost. Auctioning the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire could amass a substantial amount of auction points, thus making any transaction with the system worthwhile. Jiu You, accompany me to the Eye of Ice and Fire. As for Xian Shuang, you shall remain at the Star Dou Auction Pavilion to guard this place, Lu Yun instructed as he exited his chamber. Addressing Jiu You and Xian Shuang, one would follow him to the Eye of Ice and Fire, while the other would protect the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Given his current strength, it was clear he was no match for Douluo. However, Both Xin Shuang and Jiu You possessed the power to easily overpower Douluo on the safe side. Jiu You would accompany him to the Eye of Ice and Fire, aiming to swiftly resolve the situation with Douluo. With everything arranged, Lu Yun and Jiu You vanished in an instant from the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, soaring towards the direction of the Sunset Forest in the Tiandou Empire, when Jiu You unleashed her full speed. Within less than half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Lu Yun had previously instructed Jiu You to locate the precise position of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and they proceeded along the planned route. The moment they entered the Sunset Forest, they were greeted by a damp atmosphere intertwined with the fragrance of earth. As they ventured deeper into the forest, soul beasts appeared with increasing frequency, and many of these soul beasts were indeed formidable, encountering several 10,000-year soul beasts along the way. However, Jiu You fully unleashed her power, causing the soul beasts to tremble and scatter in panic. Faced with an extreme Douluo, even 10,000-year soul beasts would flee in terror. Otherwise, they would find themselves reduced to mere soul rings. Is this the Eye of Ice and Fire? Lu Yun and Jiu You arrived before a valley, its entrance entirely obscured by lush vegetation. Without careful observation, one would hardly suspect the existence of the Eye of Ice and Fire in such a hidden location. Lu Yun could distinctly sense the faintly toxic air, likely a poison array set up by Douluo to conceal the presence of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Such measures could indeed deter incoming soul masters, yet they could not escape their keen eyes. Jiu You, I'll leave this poison array to you. Lu Yun turned to Jiu You, acknowledging that with his current strength, he was unable to dismantle the poison array. Thus, it was left to Jiu You. Yes, Pavilion Master. Jiu You responded respectfully. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of soul power surged forth, shattering the once impenetrable poison array into countless fragments. The explosive force radiated from the valley, causing the soul beasts in the vicinity to panic and flee in all directions. Just as Lu Yun instructed Jiu You to dismantle the surrounding poison array, Douluo, situated within the Eye of Ice and Fire, immediately sensed the disturbance. Boom! The overwhelming poison surged outward, shaking the entire Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 32. Douluo, who dares to intrude upon my territory? Are they seeking death? Douluo felt the strength of the intruders was formidable. However, their audacity to invade his domain was tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, the aura of this soul power clearly indicated it was caused by a human soul master. A title Douluo. Douluo would not allow this transgression to go unpunished. Otherwise, where would he place the dignity of a title Douluo? Whoosh! With that thought, Douluo transformed into a streak of light, charging forward. Jiu You and Lu Yun did not immediately enter the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instead, they stood in place, patiently awaiting Douluo to walk into their trap. Before long, a man clad in green robes appeared before Lu Yun, his flowing green hair dancing in the wind, exuding a potent aura of poison. The surrounding vegetation wilted at his presence, a testament to the dense toxicity contained within him. Who are you? Why have you disrupted my poison array? At that moment, Douluo finally noticed the two figures before him, and, upon probing with his spiritual sense, found no trace of any other individuals. It was apparent that these two were the culprits behind the intrusion into his territory. However, Douluo's gaze narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness evident. He scrutinized the youth beside him, sensing an extraordinary aura that commanded his respect. As for the middle-aged man beside the youth, he felt an uncanny aura, devoid of any discernible presence, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, how could an ordinary individual venture into the depths of the Sunset Forest? This realization led Douluo to understand that the origins of these two were anything but simple. They might very well belong to one of the top powers in the Douluo Continent. Are you Douluo? Lu Yun inquired with a smile, addressing Douluo. Who are you? Boy, how do you know my name? Douluo had never encountered this youth before, yet he was able to address him by name, piquing Douluo's curiosity about the identity of this young man. This valley was hidden deep within the Sunset Forest, known only to him. How could anyone else be aware of it? It was evident that the youth had not stumbled upon this location by chance, but had come here with a purpose, likely aimed at the valley itself. Since you are indeed Douluo, this simplifies matters. From this day forth, this valley belongs to the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. I wonder if you have any objections? Lu Yun replied, nodding slightly, his tone grave as he addressed Douluo. There was no hint of negotiation in his voice, as if the Eye of Ice and Fire were already theirs. You insolent brat. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? This place is my territory, and I care not who the Star Dou Auction Pavilion is. Leave this place at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." Douluo roared in indignation, unable to contain his fury at Lu Yun's presumptuousness. This valley was his domain, and he had never heard of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, which he assumed to be an insignificant force. With that, Douluo resolved not to fear these two. In the past, he would have wasted no words with them, directly unleashing his poison to turn them into mere puddles of blood. Chapter 33, Forced to Yield. Oh, is that so? I hope you can maintain that bravado for what is to come. Jiu You, let him taste the harsh realities of society, as Lu Yun overheard Douluo's unwillingness to relinquish the eyes of ice and fire. He let out a cold snort. With an indifferent gaze fixed on Douluo, he instructed Jiu You to teach him a lesson, for otherwise, Douluo remained blissfully ignorant of the true extent of the heavens and the earth. Unlike in the original narrative, Lu Yun refrained from mentioning Douluo's self-inflicted poison. For him, possessing sufficient strength rendered the entire valley inconsequential. He could even slay Douluo without a second thought. Thus, his arrival at the Eyes of Ice and Fire was accompanied by Jiu You at his side. How could Douluo, who had just achieved the rank of title Douluo under a limit Douluo's command, possibly stand a chance against him? Upon hearing Lu Yun's brazen tone, Douluo prepared to retort, but suddenly sensed an unsettling discrepancy. How could this be? These two individuals were evidently aware of his identity as a title Douluo powerhouse. Yet, the audacity of this youth to speak so irreverently left him baffled. Did he not fear Douluo's wrath, which could easily result in the immediate demise of both? A dreadful premonition stirred within Douluo. He had not anticipated that these two would exhibit such blatant disregard for his threats. One plausible explanation dawned on him. Their strength far surpassed his own. Indeed, as his apprehensions took form, he felt the overwhelming aura of a limit Dou radiating from Jiu You, bearing down upon him like an unstoppable force. A sudden grunt escaped Douluo as he was caught off guard by the soul power pressure that felt akin to the very heavens themselves. An internal tempest surged within him, compelling him to unleash his green phosphor serpent emperor martial spirit to counter this formidable might. Yet, Jiu You had no intention of granting him any opportunity to respond. He swiftly pinned Douluo to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Cease. Do not strike further," Douluo implored as Jiu You raised his fist, delivering blow after blow, leaving Douluo battered and bruised, his pleas echoing through the air. "So, who does this valley belong to?" Lu Yun inquired, casting a glance at the pleading Douluo, nodding slightly as he approached him with a peculiar smile. "Of course, it belongs to your Star Dou Auction House." "I shall leave at once." Blood surged within Douluo's throat, which he hastily swallowed as he panically declared the valley's allegiance to the Star Dou Auction House. At that moment, Douluo felt an unbearable sense of humiliation, for he found himself face to face with Lu Yun's devilish visage, his heart heavy with despair. He had never envisioned that these two would adopt the guise of a tiger hiding its claws. With a limit Douluo imposing upon him, a newly minted title Douluo, was this not an egregious display of bullying the weak? Yet Douluo could not voice his grievances, for doing so would only exacerbate his suffering. Thus, when Lu Yun inquired about the valley's ownership, Douluo unhesitatingly ceded it to the Star Dou Auction House. Should he continue to occupy the Eyes of Ice and Fire, he feared he would meet a far graver fate. Despite his excruciating pain and internal turmoil, Douluo remained profoundly astonished by the Star Dou Auction House. What manner of power was it? Why had he never encountered it before? A force boasting a limit Douluo could not possibly be inconspicuous on Douluo Continent. Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House was a hidden force, unknown to the world of Douluo? In his heart, Douluo categorized the Star Dou Auction House as an entity not to be trifled with. As a solitary title Douluo, he could scarcely hope to contend with such a behemoth. Thus, any thoughts of vengeance fled his mind. Instead, he pondered how to persuade this limit Douluo to allow him to exit the Sunset Forest. Would it not have been better to have done so earlier and spared himself unnecessary suffering? As Lu Yun heard Douluo proclaim that the valley belonged to the Star Dou Auction House, he nodded lightly. Indeed, even the most obstinate Douluo could submit under absolute strength. This realization filled Lu Yun with an intense desire for power, casting a more serious shadow over his ambitions. "Do not be in such a hurry to leave." Lu Yun observed Douluo's eagerness to flee. After this encounter, he likely would never return to the Eyes of Ice and Fire again. Moments ago, Lu Yun had communicated with the system, inquiring how to transfer the Eyes of Ice and Fire to the Star Dou Auction House. The system had provided him with a series of methods, even indicating that he could procure numerous treasures from the divine-level shop, including storage rings from low-level cultivation realms. However, the costs associated with these items were beyond his current means. The Eyes of Ice and Fire could not be entirely removed. Thus, he had no choice but to leave them in the Sunset Forest. Moreover, with Jiu You and Xian Shuang primarily tasked with ensuring his and the Star Dou Auction House's safety, there were no personnel available to guard the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Douluo presented himself as a living, breathing individual, and Lu Yun resolved that henceforth he would serve as the guardian of the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Of course, Lu Yun could periodically bestow treasures upon Douluo, ensuring his lifelong benefit. Based on my investigation, it appears you have not aligned yourself with any faction. Why not consider joining the Star Dou Auction House? Lu Yun proposed directly to Douluo, his tone leaving no room for dissent. In other words, should Douluo utter a refusal, another beating would likely follow. No, I have always cherished a life of freedom and will never join any faction. Douluo quickly shook his head, rejecting Lu Yun's proposition as if he were a rattledrum. Though he was unaware of the enormity of the Star Dou Auction House's power, he resolutely resisted joining even the mightiest of factions. The stronger the force, the greater the constraints imposed upon him, and he had no desire to be bound by such limitations. You refuse? Upon hearing Douluo's denial, Lu Yun approached him, narrowing his eyes, and murmured softly. Jiu You, understanding Lu Yun's intent, clenched his fist, preparing to strike Douluo once more. Stop. I agreed to join the Star Dou Auction House. Douluo, witnessing Jiu Yu's impending attack, instinctively raised his hands to shield his head. Attempting to evade the forthcoming onslaught, he realized that his refusal to join the Star Dou Auction House had precipitated this dire situation, originally intent on resisting to the bitter end. He found himself unable to do so against Jiu Yu's overwhelming might. Each blow inflicted excruciating pain, compelling him to succumb to Jiu Yu's tyranny and join the Star Dou Auction House against his will. Very well. From this moment forth, you are a member of the Star Dou Auction House. Lu Yun acknowledged Douluo's compliance with a slight nod, signaling Jiu You to release him. After all, attempting to flee under the watchful eye of a limit de law was nothing short of folly. Yet, at that moment, Douluo remained oblivious to the monumental opportunities that awaited him as a member of the Star Dou Auction House. From this instant, the trajectory of his life had irrevocably altered. Unaware of his newfound fate, Douluo wore a sullen expression, casting resentful glances at Lu Yun and Jiu You, akin to a wronged spouse. Indeed, all of Douluo's previous actions had been coerced by force. How could he ever embrace this situation willingly? His heart inevitably harbored a tinge of resentment, yet he dared not voice it for fear of another beating. Since this is your inaugural entry into the Star Dou Auction House, I cannot let you join empty-handed. Here, this poison pill is a gift for you, Lu Yun declared after a brief moment of contemplation regarding Douluo's affliction, with a hand resting on his chin. He delved into the divine-level shop within his mind. The system promptly filtered and presented the most suitable pill for Douluo. Spending 100 auction points, he procured a poison pill from a low-level cultivation realm. Although merely a low-tier pill of inconsequential value, its effects were nonetheless formidable. Even the lowest-tier cultivation realms surpassed Douluo Continent by unfathomable margins. Thus, this seemingly insignificant poison pill possessed the potential to resolve Douluo's internal toxin and, to some extent, enhance his own toxic abilities, perhaps even propelling his soul power to new heights. As for why Lu Yun did not purchase a higher-grade poison pill, the answer was simple. He was too impoverished. In the next moment, a seemingly ordinary green pill materialized in Lu Yun's hand, devoid of any discernible aura. Subsequently, under the perplexed gaze of Douluo, he audaciously tossed the pill into his mouth. Douluo was taken aback, unable to react as the toxic pill seemingly dissolved upon contact, swiftly merging into his entire being. "What have you fed me?" Douluo exclaimed, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment as he felt something enter his mouth. He instinctively attempted to expel it, only to realize it was utterly impossible. The substance had already integrated into his body, and with a face filled with trepidation, Douluo cried out to Lu Yun. "Is this boy before me truly intent on ending my life? Your life is hardly of great value," Lu Yun replied calmly. "Sit cross-legged and strive to absorb this power. I believe you will come to express gratitude for my actions." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun discreetly shook his head, choosing not to disclose the nature of the toxic pill, while encouraging Douluo to adopt a meditative posture and begin assimilating the terrifying effects of the medicine. Douluo, relieved by Lu Yun's words, understood that the latter likely had no intention to harm him without reason. Thus, he settled into a seated position, absorbing the formidable potency coursing through his body. The poison that had once penetrated deeply into his marrow dissipated in the face of this newfound strength, transforming into nothingness and circulating beneficially throughout Douluo. Both the phosphorescent serpent emperor martial spirit behind him emerged involuntarily. Exuding an overwhelming aura, the noxious energy intensified. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed as Douluo experienced a breakthrough, the sound of his bottleneck shattering resonating around him. His soul power surged upward, surpassing level 92 and reaching the pinnacle of level 93, just a hair's breadth away from ascending to the 94th rank title Douluo. This scene would undoubtedly astound any soul master witnessing it. As the path of cultivation only grows more arduous with each step, particularly at the title Douluo level, advancing even a single rank typically requires years of dedication. Yet, who could have foreseen that Douluo, by merely consuming a common toxic pill, would experience a leap of nearly 2 levels? This astonishing phenomenon exemplifies the terrifying efficacy of pills from the realm of cultivation. Even those deemed lowly hold immense value. Chapter 35. Celestial Herbs. When the effects of the toxic pill had fully manifested, Douluo opened his eyes, quickly realizing that all remnants of poison within him had been eradicated. Even his soul power had ascended to the peak of level 93. The profound gains left him momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had fallen into a hallucination. After several meticulous examinations, he confirmed that his power had indeed surpassed level 93, just a step away from level 94. Douluo could scarcely believe the spectacle before him, yet the reality was undeniable. After a while, Douluo rose, his gaze shimmering with brilliance as he looked towards Lu Yun. He understood that the remarkable transformation he had undergone stemmed from the pill Lu Yun had thrown to him. He had not anticipated it to be so precious. In Douluo's understanding, there had never been a treasure capable of elevating a title Douluo's soul power by 2 levels. This was, without a doubt, terrifying. Douluo recognized that such treasures were exceedingly rare. However, he could not fathom why Lu Yun would willingly bestow such an invaluable item upon him. Thank you. After a moment, Douluo's complex emotions transformed into words of gratitude. He was now more than willing to join the Star Dou Auction House for receiving such a substantial benefit. Leaving without a word was far from his character. The fact that the Star Dou Auction House could produce such a precious treasure indicated a formidable influence. Furthermore, joining the Star Dou Auction House was hardly a disgraceful endeavor. Thus, he resolved to diligently contribute to its affairs. Do not appear so naive. The toxic pill I gifted you is merely the most basic of items. Should your future endeavors meet my satisfaction, I can offer you even more precious treasures, perhaps even facilitate your ascension to godhood. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Douluo's gratitude, feeling that the value of the toxic pill had not been in vain. His intention in inviting Douluo to join the Star Dou Auction House was not only to guard the ice and fire Yag, but also to assess his character. Having read the original work, Lu Yun was well aware that Douluo was a man of principle, rarely swayed from his convictions. Now that Douluo had joined the Star Dou Auction House and received a favor from Lu Yun, he would likely adhere faithfully to his duties. This allowed Lu Yun to entrust the management of the ice and fire Yag to Douluo with confidence. Upon hearing Lu Yun's astonishing words, Douluo displayed a look of bewilderment. He could accept the first part of the statement, but the notion of him achieving godhood was utterly beyond belief. After all, god-level beings had become legendary figures on the Douluo Continent. He considered his own talent to be far from exceptional, leading him to dismiss the idea of ever transcending to godhood as an impossibility. Once we depart, you are to continue your watch over the ice and fire Yag. And remember, no one is permitted to trespass, Lu Yun remarked, noting Douluo's incredulity. Without further elaboration, in time, Douluo would come to understand the mysteries and might of the Star Dou Auction House. When that moment arrived, he would be reluctant to leave even if urged. Lu Yun chose not to dwell on the matter any further and soon guided Douluo to accompany them into the ice and fire Yag. Along the way, he outlined the responsibilities awaiting Douluo after their departure, primarily emphasizing the need to protect the ice and fire yin-yang eye and prevent any intruders from encroaching. After all, the ice and fire yin-yang eye was Lu Yun's source of wealth, and he would not allow anyone to easily harvest its celestial herbs. Understood, Master, Douluo replied respectfully. Acknowledging his identity and realizing that the youth before him was indeed the master of the Star Dou Auction House. Thus, Lu Yun and his companions stepped lightly into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. As Lu Yun gazed ahead at the eye, tumultuous waves surged within him. Before his eyes lay a modest circular pool. The fiery red sun spring and the icy blue cold spring distinctly separated, each remaining untainted by the other. It resembled the duality of yin and yang, a harmonious balance of opposites. Lu Yun marveled for a long while, his gaze sweeping the surroundings where exquisite celestial herbs appeared before him. The fragrant Yoshang Chiluo, a nemesis to all poisons, possessed the power to neutralize any toxic substance within its aromatic radius, rendering all poisons ineffective. A premier antidote herb. Lu Yun's attention then fell upon the bank where the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye converged. There, he spied a large flower of pale pink, its petals enormous and crystalline in appearance, with a delicate purple center. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, a neutral celestial herb, could enhance one's vitality and invigorate the blood, potentially granting one an indestructible body, though it bore no scent. The 8-petal celestial orchid, a gentler herbal remedy, required gold to encase it in jade. As long as it resided in a jade vessel, it would remain fresh for a millennium, its rich fragrance uplifting the spirit and invigorating the mind. As Lu Yun navigated through the rare celestial herbs, the mere sight of them triggered recollections of their names and properties in his mind. At last, his gaze settled upon 2 celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the octagonal ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot blossom. The octagonal ice crystal grass thrived at the center of the cold spring, its exterior octagonal and its core glimmering like ice crystals, a rare cold poison herb. In stark contrast, the fiery apricot blossom flourished at the center of the hot spring, its entire form ablaze with fiery red, representing the pinnacle of lethal fire poison. Before Lu Yun lay a plethora of top-tier celestial herbs, and with the system at his disposal, he could discern their functions with clarity. Some herbs even possessed effects not recorded in the original text, leaving Lu Yun in a w. As he walked, Lu Yun employed a unique method to harvest the mature top-tier celestial herbs, promptly storing them within the confines of his system space. The system space, activated upon his awakening, contained a realm of its own. As his strength grew, its dimensions expanded, and this space held a remarkable property. Time within it remained static, ensuring that anything placed inside would undergo no change. In other words, even if millennia passed after Lu Yun harvested these celestial herbs and stored them within the system space, they would remain as pristine as the moment they were collected, with no loss of efficacy whatsoever. Now, let me absorb 2 of these celestial herbs. After thoroughly comprehending all the celestial herbs, Lu Yun's gaze fixated upon the 2 celestial plants ahead, namely the octagonal ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot delicate herb. This was also one of Lu Yun's purposes for arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, to temper his physique through these 2 celestial herbs. Chapter 36. Astonishment of Douluo. You will guard the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire while I proceed to absorb those 2 celestial herbs. At that moment, Lu Yun's eyes were intensely focused on the fiery apricot delicate herb and the octagonal ice crystal grass. After all, these 2 types of celestial herbs were among the finest, capable of significantly enhancing one's physical prowess. Although his body was strong enough to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, the more formidable the physique, the greater the strength. His second objective for visiting the Eye of Ice and Fire was precisely to absorb the octagonal ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot delicate herb. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thus, Lu Yun arrived before the Eye of Ice and Fire, and the time and space divine tower martial spirit was unleashed, causing the temporal power within a 10-mile radius to ripple instantaneously. A dagger materialized in Lu Yun's hand, and soon the spatial energy in his right hand emerged. The dagger vanished from its original position, and when it reappeared, it directly severed the fiery apricot delicate herb. As this herb fell to the ground, the entire area turned pitch black. Next, Lu Yun took another dagger and similarly harvested the octagonal ice crystal grass. These 2 celestial herbs harbored astonishing ice and fire toxins, which ordinary objects could scarcely withstand. As the two daggers made contact with the octagonal ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot delicate herb, they shattered with a crack. Liu Yun's soul power surged, gradually levitating the two celestial herbs before him. He plucked a leaf from each and consumed them simultaneously, shortly thereafter plunging himself into the eye of ice and fire, striving with all his might to refine these two herbs. Liu Yun's body, capable of enduring a 10,000-year soul ring, felt little pain the moment he leaped into the eye of ice and fire. Yet, it remained somewhat unbearable. After all, even Douluo found it challenging to endure for long within the eye. Not good. Upon hearing Liu Yun's command, Douluo, who had initially remained in place, soon witnessed Liu Yun courageously diving into the eye of ice and fire. In light of this situation, Douluo's expression turned one of profound shock as he hurriedly attempted to rescue Liu Yun. Even he would not dare linger within the eye for too long. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. "Idio, not worry. The master knows what he is doing," Jiu You remarked, casting a casual glance at Douluo. "Everything the master undertakes is done with absolute certainty. Moreover, I am constantly monitoring Liu Yun's movements, and should anything amiss occur, I will surely intervene." Upon hearing Jiu Yu's words, Douluo managed to quell his tumultuous thoughts. If Jiu You asserted that Liu Yun was unharmed, then he must indeed be safe. Thus, Douluo stood quietly in place, awaiting Liu Yun's absorption of the two celestial herbs. As time slowly passed, Jiu You and Douluo remained vigilantly beside Liu Yun. Diving into the eye of ice and fire, Liu Yun began to draw upon an immense reservoir of ice and fire power to fortify himself. His physical strength rapidly increased as a substantial influx of power surged within him. Liu Yun's two soul rings unconsciously emerged, their blackness deepening, swiftly progressing towards the realm of higher-level soul rings. Liu Yun's two chaos-level martial spirits also absorbed the surrounding energies, gradually unlocking a portion of their inherent might. Thus, a powerful aura enveloped Liu Yun, creating a scene of overwhelming dominance and temporal chaos. Should a weaker soul master find themselves near Liu Yun, they would undoubtedly be shattered by the force of this temporal power. Ceasing to exist. What is this power? Douluo gazed in astonishment at the energy fluctuations surrounding Liu Yun, his heart filled with disbelief. He could sense the terrifying nature of the power enveloping Liu Yun. This deepened Douluo's understanding of Liu Yun. Not only did he possess an abundance of treasures, but he also wielded an enigmatic martial spirit. Truly, the leader of the Star Dou Auction House lived up to his reputation. However, Douluo's curiosity piqued as he pondered the extent of the Star Dou Auction House's power. Two 10,000-year soul rings. Am I not mistaken? Only when Douluo clearly observed the two 10,000-year soul rings encircling Liu Yun did he find himself utterly astounded. His body instinctively recoiled as he rubbed his eyes, yet the colors of the soul rings remained unchanged from what he had previously seen. Liu Yun's first two soul rings were indeed 10,000-year rings, which left Douluo in a state of unparalleled shock. The first two soul rings being 10,000-year rings. Was this truly achievable for a human soul master? Typically, a human soul master's first two soul rings would merely consist of 100-year rings. Yet his master had absorbed two 10,000-year soul rings. This was simply terrifying. After the initial shock, Douluo's curiosity grew regarding how Liu Yun had achieved such a feat. The existence of 10,000-year soul rings was almost beyond imagination. As Douluo's thoughts raced, he felt a genuine admiration for Liu Yun. Following these occurrences, his sense of belonging to the Star Dou Auction House intensified. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea. Douluo contemplated, the notion of joining the Star Dou Auction House beginning to seem like a worthwhile endeavor. Meanwhile, Jiu You maintained an expression of indifference as he observed the unfolding events in his eyes. Anything their master did was hardly surprising. As nearly half a day passed, Liu Yun sensed a significant increase in his physical strength and realized that he had completely absorbed the effects of the octagonal ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot delicate herb. Suddenly opening his eyes, he leaped up, swiftly departing from the eye of ice and fire and returning to the surface. Indeed, this harvest has been most fulfilling, Liu Yun acknowledged with satisfaction as he felt the enhanced strength of his body. His physical prowess had increased by nearly 1 to 2-fold. The age of his first two soul rings had also reached approximately 40,000 years, illustrating the magnitude of his gains. Typically, even with the aid of the eye of ice and fire, the effects of the octagonal ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot delicate herb would not elevate his soul ring age by 2,000 years. After all, these two top-tier celestial herbs would not induce such a drastic enhancement in his physical strength. Furthermore, this remarkable growth was also attributed to his two chaos martial spirits, which absorbed a formidable power from beneath the lake, gradually unlocking a portion of their mysterious strength. This led to his rapid physical growth, resulting in the current spectacle. Liu Yun speculated that the energy absorbed by the two martial spirits might originate from the 2 million-year soul bones located beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire, sacred bones belonging to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The formation of the Eye of Ice and Fire was a consequence of the demise of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, lesser deities under the Dragon God, after countless years of evolution. Thus, those two sacred soul bones were indeed the very foundation upon which the Eye of Ice and Fire was built. Chapter 37. The Winds of the Continent, due to his two chaos-level martial spirits absorbing considerable power from the divine bones. The strength within the Eye of Ice and Fire was far less potent than before. Even so, it could still yield numerous top-tier celestial herbs, albeit with a longer maturation period. Master, Dou You and Jiu You respectfully inquired as they witnessed Liu Yun awaken. Seeing Liu Yun regain consciousness, Jiu You remained unfazed, while Dou You, on the other hand, was deeply shaken. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his mind. The transformations he had witnessed left him utterly astounded. Through his perception, he discovered that Liu Yun's first two soul rings had reached an astonishing 40,000 years, whereas they had previously been merely over 20,000. How could the age of soul rings possibly increase? Although Dou You was filled with doubt, he refrained from questioning Liu Yun. After a moment of contemplation, he began to piece together the truth. It was likely that the Star Dou Auction House held the key to extending the lifespan of soul rings. If this conjecture proved accurate, Dou Yu's heart raced with anticipation. If he diligently assisted the Star Dou Auction House, it could mean that his own soul ring lifespan might also be enhanced. This thought filled him with immense joy. As if a tremendous boon had suddenly fallen upon him, from that moment on, Dou You fully embraced his role as a member of the Star Dou Auction House, determined to contribute earnestly. In due time, not only could he elevate his soul power, but he might even attain the legendary 100,000-year soul ring. Such splendid aspirations blossomed within Dou Yu's heart. Liu Yun observed the shift in Dou Yu's expression and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The events of the day had profoundly shaken Dou Yu's worldview, and it was clear he would now focus intently on aiding the Star Dou Auction House. Naturally, if he performed well, Liu Yun would not hesitate to reward him generously, providing benefits that could last a lifetime. Let us depart. Our visit to the Eye of Ice and Fire has concluded, and it is time to prepare for the auction in a month. Liu Yun remarked to Jiu You as he gathered his thoughts on the gains from the expedition. He had initially come to the Eye of Ice and Fire with two objectives: to harvest various mature medicinal herbs for future auctions, and to enhance his physical strength using the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Moreover, capturing Dou You had been a spontaneous decision, and ultimately, this venture had proven to be remarkably fruitful. It was indeed time to leave. Dou You, your sole responsibility will be to safeguard the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, should you wish to visit the Star Dou Auction House, you may, provided that you ensure no one else sets foot within the eye, Liu Yun continued, imparting crucial instructions to Dou You to ensure the security of the location. He was acutely aware of Tang San's capabilities, as well as his prior life memories. Should Dou You abandon his post, it was entirely possible that Tang San could seize the opportunity to infiltrate the Eye of Ice and Fire. And given Tang San's character, he would likely strip it bare. Such a scenario was one that Liu Yun wished to avoid at all costs. Yes, Master, I vow to protect the Eye of Ice and Fire with my life. Dou You answered resolutely. To bolster his own strength, he was determined to guard the eye with unwavering dedication. Very well, Jiu You, let us be on our way, Liu Yun replied with a slight nod, following Jiu You as they departed the Eye of Ice and Fire, heading towards the Star Dou forest. Once Liu Yun's figure faded from sight, Dou You resumed his usual vigil within the EYET that very moment. The events transpiring within the Star Dou Auction House were rapidly disseminating across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. A new storm was on the horizon. In the Hall of the Pope. Your Holiness, is it true? The Star Dou Auction House has indeed put forth a 100,000-year soul bone for auction. In the chamber, the elite forces of the Spirit Hall had gathered. Every individual present a title de law of remarkable power. Should any external forces witness this gathering, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, as they had not anticipated such a congregation of title de law within the Spirit Hall. The Soul Master who had voiced the doubt was none other than an elder of the Spirit Hall, the Spirit Douluo Lingyuan. The Pope speaks the truth. Both I and old Gue were present and witnessed firsthand as the Star Dou Auction House displayed a 100,000-year soul bone for auction. Notably, it was Your Holiness who successfully bid for it. He added, at this juncture. The chrysanthemum de la shot an incredulous glance at Lingyuan, proudly recounting the day's extraordinary events. After all, it was he who had called out the bid for the 100,000-year soul bone. And he could not help but feel a swell of pride at having witnessed such a rare treasure. Where on earth did the Star Dou Auction House originate? How can they afford to auction off such top-tier treasures as a 100,000-year soul bone? They are truly extravagant, exclaimed another title Douluo, unable to contain his astonishment upon hearing the confirmation of the news. The rarity of the 100,000-year soul bone was beyond comprehension, and it was astonishing that such an unknown force as the Star Dou Auction House would dare to auction it. The few titled Douluos present felt a twinge of regret. Had they known, they would have accompanied the Pope to the Star Dou Auction House to witness the auction of such a remarkable item. In summary, the Star Dou Auction House was undoubtedly formidable. Although they had only presented 3 items this time, each was a pinnacle treasure of the Douluo Continent. The depth of the Star Dou Auction House's resources was immeasurable. And it was fortunate that they had successfully secured the 100,000-year soul bone. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone transcended mere gold soul coins. Hearing the elder's conversation, Bibi Dong murmured solemnly, her heart swelling with elation. Possessing a 100,000-year soul bone would significantly enhance her power. However, she pondered, Your Holiness, it is curious that the Star Dou Auction House would auction a 100,000-year soul bone if a force possessed such a treasure. They would likely keep it for themselves. Why trade it for mere gold soul coins of lesser value? At that moment, another title Dou elder voiced his own perplexity regarding the matter. The worth of a 100,000-year soul bone was self-evident. While gold soul coins were trifling, what could possibly motivate the Star Dou Auction House to exchange such a priceless item for them? I am uncertain. Perhaps the Star Dou Auction House has some undisclosed motive. Nonetheless, securing the 100,000-year soul bone for 80 million gold soul coins is a lucrative transaction. Once my strength reaches new heights, all challenges will be easily overcome. Bibi Dong felt a mix of confusion and anticipation. Although she refrained from voicing her thoughts, she believed that with her impending power increase, all enigmas would eventually unravel without needing excessive time. However, had Bibi Dong been the one controlling the Star Dou Auction House, she would never have traded a 100,000-year soul bone for gold soul coins. For now, her primary focus was on enhancing her own strength. The question of the auction house's motives would find its answer in due course. If Lu Yun were to overhear the discussions of those present, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of exasperation. After all, he had no desire to exchange gold soul coins for a 100,000-year soul bone. However, for the future interests of the Star Dou Auction House, one must sometimes sacrifice in order to gain. Utilizing the 100,000-year soul bone to unlock the market potential of the Star Dou Auction House was a plan worth pursuing. Moreover, this 100,000-year soul bone could be considered a stroke of luck for him, as he had managed to gather numerous auction points through its acquisition. Overall, Lu Yun deemed this venture a success. In the future, he would not auction such a precious item for a paltry sum. He intended to capitalize on the desires of the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Your Holiness, 1 month hence, will we have the opportunity to attend the next auction at the Star Dou Auction House? At that moment, the assembly of titled Douluos fell into contemplative silence, their minds swirling with questions. Yet, without answers, they could only suppress their thoughts. Soon, several individuals expressed eagerness to attend the upcoming auction at the Star Dou Auction House. If they encountered treasures suited to them, they would not hesitate to bid. For over the years, they had amassed significant quantities of gold soul coins. Indeed, but remember to conceal your identities. It is imperative that no external forces discover your affiliation with the Spirit Hall. We must remain discreet for the time being, came the cautious reminder. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before consenting to allow more titled Douluo experts to proceed to the Star Dou Auction House to participate in the auction. The Star Dou Auction House possesses countless treasures, and it is possible that there are indeed items suitable for the numerous elders. However, Bibi Dong took the time to caution those present, urging them to conceal their identities at all costs. The true strength of the Spirit Hall would not be disclosed to the outside world in a short span of time, as doing so could severely undermine the Spirit Hall's subsequent plans. Yes, Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's agreement, the titled Dou experts wore expressions of joy. Simultaneously, a flicker of ambition ignited within their hearts, for in the coming month, they would surely endeavor to amass gold soul coins, striving to bid for a treasure of value to them a month hence. Finally, Bibi Dong continued to impart several instructions before allowing the likes of Jiu You and the others to depart. She intended to begin absorbing a 10,000-year soul bone and was curious to discover what soul bone abilities this piece would bestow upon her. Deep within the spirit hall, in the Hall of Offerings, stood a magnificent palace that radiated an aura of grandeur. From time to time, powerful presences of Star Dou emanated from within, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Inside this resplendent hall were 7 soul masters. Upon closely sensing the oppressive aura they exuded, it was evident that each one was a Douluo of level 95 or above. These 7 individuals represented the true foundation of the spirit hall and were its most formidable entities. What do you all think of this matter? The leader, a middle-aged man with flowing golden hair that danced in the breeze, radiated a profound angelic light. This man was none other than Douluo, one of the 3 limit Duos of Douluo Continent, famously known as the Invincible of the Sky. He was the true master of the spirit hall. Although Douluo had been in seclusion for cultivation, he had still managed to learn through his informants that Bibi Dong had acquired a 10,000-year soul bone today. Initially, Douluo regarded this matter with indifference, feeling it was of little consequence. However, it prompted him to contemplate deeper issues. An organization capable of presenting a 10,000-year soul bone for auction undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. On the other hand, with Bibi Dong obtaining such a soul bone, her strength would surely increase, and her prestige within the spirit hall might ascend to new heights. Should Bibi Dong truly come to dominate the spirit hall, it would spell disaster. Great Elder, I believe it would be wise for us to pay a visit to the Star Dou Auction House next month, to witness their true foundation. The second elder, the golden crocodile Douluo, whose muscular form radiated a formidable peak Dou aura, spoke up. He was a peak Douluo of level 98, with a top-tier beast spirit known as the Golden Crocodile King. It could be said that within the Hall of Offerings, his strength was second only to Doulouo's. What the second elder suggests is indeed very reasonable. We should indeed make a trip to the Star Dou Auction House. It has been many years since we have ventured beyond these walls. It is high time we experience the outside world at that moment. Another elder expressed strong agreement with the Golden Crocodile's sentiment. The unknown nature of the Star Dou Auction House raised questions about whether it could pose a threat to the Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent. This potential hazard must be thoroughly investigated. Of course, the primary objective remained to ascertain what auction items the Star Dou Auction House would showcase in a month's time. Perhaps they too could acquire valuable treasures, enhancing their own strength. They were acutely aware that Bibi Dong harbored grand ambitions and would likely extend her grasp toward them before long. That it was imperative that they did not allow her to succeed. Then it shall be as you propose. Guangling, Qingwan, this task is entrusted to you both. Ensure you uncover the true foundation of the Star Dou Auction House. Your primary objective is to monitor Bibi Dong to prevent her from making any dealings with the Star Dou Auction House. Douluo promptly instructed Guangling Dou and Qingwan Dou to journey to the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time. Chapter 39. The Haotian sect moves. Guangling Dou, the 5th elder of the Hall of Offerings, possessed a soul power level of 96, while Qingwan Dou, the 3rd elder, held a level of 97. Their strengths placed them among the elite within the Hall of Offerings. Thus Douluo felt reassured by their assignment to the Star Dou Auction House. We shall adhere to the great elder's command. Guangling Dou and Qingwan Dou nodded respectfully upon receiving Doulouo's orders, silently vowing to thoroughly investigate the foundation and combat capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House. With their prowess, they could escape unscathed even if they encountered foes. As for the other elders, although they wished to visit the Star Dou Auction House, they were constrained by Doulouo's directives and remained within the Hall of Offerings, as the safety of the Spirit Hall required their vigilance. Thus, Guangling Dou and Qingwan Dou would embark together to the Haotian sect. Amidst the rugged cliffs, figures darted swiftly, ascending toward the summit. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld a colossal structure, built as solid as iron and stone, emanating a formidable aura. This stronghold was the original first sect of Douluo Continent, the Haotian sect. However, due to the suppression by the Spirit Hall, it had been compelled to close its doors and retreat into seclusion. Recently, disciples from the Haotian sect had heard rumors regarding the Star Dou Auction House and hurriedly raced back to report this momentous event to their sect leader. In order to prepare for the unfolding situation on Douluo Continent, that a sense of foreboding permeated the hearts of all on Douluo Continent. The emergence of the Star Dou Auction House might indeed disrupt the current tranquility. Various powers had already fallen into a peculiar state of unrest, and any misstep could ignite a conflict that would engulf the entire Douluo Continent. Upon arriving at the Haotian sect, several disciples reported their findings to sect leader Tang Xiao and the other elders, recounting every detail they had gathered from the outside world without omission. Are you certain this information is accurate? Upon hearing the series of events surrounding the Star Dou Auction House, especially regarding the 10,000-year soul bone, Tang Xiao could no longer maintain his composure. He rose abruptly, fixing a serious gaze upon the disciples of the Haotian sect. Indeed, sect leader, the matters occurring at the Star Dou Auction House have spread throughout the Douluo Continent. I believe that within a few days, nearly everyone will be aware of this development. The disciple below spoke with solemnity, reiterating the truth of his statements, as he had been cautious in bringing such staggering news before the leader without thorough verification. This poses quite a dilemma. After a moment, Tang Xiao calmed his restless heart, seated himself, and furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled by the situation. Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter? Unable to arrive at a decision, he turned his gaze toward the elders beside him, hoping they would provide some sound advice, for the Star Dou Auction House was shrouded in mystery. Whether true or false, we shall visit the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time, declared the hot-tempered seventh elder, expressing his desire to journey to the Star Dou Auction House. This plan seems impractical. It is common knowledge that we, the Haotian sect, have declared our gates closed. Should we abruptly re-emerge into the Douluo Continent, it would inevitably arouse suspicion among other factions. The second elder quickly countered the seventh elder's proposal. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is always watching us. We cannot afford to act recklessly and make a grand display of our visit to the Star Dou Auction House. What is there to fear from the Spirit Hall? If it comes to it, we shall fight them to the bitter end. At this moment, upon hearing the news regarding the Spirit Hall, Elder Seven's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his hand on the table. His tone was infused with a deep-seated hatred for the Spirit Hall, yearning for a fierce confrontation to determine life and death. Calm down, Elder 7. Noticing the seething anger emanating from Elder 7, Elder 2 let out a cold snort, urging him to regain his composure. This matter requires careful consideration. The Spirit Hall is at its zenith, while our Haotian sect, after years of cultivation, has not retained its former strength and is utterly incapable of confronting the Spirit Hall head-on. Should war be waged, our Haotian sect would undoubtedly suffer an unprecedented blow. What do you propose we do then? After a moment of silence, Elder 7 struggled to temper his wrath and inquired with dissatisfaction. We must discreetly journey to the Star Dou Auction House. Therefore, Elder 2, I entrust this task to you. Elder 2, you shall select 2 disciples from the sect to accompany you to the Star Dou Auction House. At that time, you must conceal your identities and remember not to unleash the Haotian hammer spirit. Thus, regardless of the Spirit Hall's extensive powers, they will not be able to ascertain that our Haotian sect has breached our previous oath. After a considerable time, Tang Xiao conceived a plan. Since the Haotian sect could not leave openly, they would stealthily proceed to the Star Dou Auction House. After all, Elder 2 is also a powerful title de law, and as long as they do not reveal the Haotian hammer, there is a significant chance they could evade detection by the Spirit Hall. Since you have made your decision, I shall make the trip to the Star Dou Auction House. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Elder 2 furrowed his brow and accepted the mission. The enigmatic nature of the Star Dou Auction House left the Haotian sect unable to predict its outcomes to establish a foothold amidst the impending turmoil. A visit to the Star Dou Auction House was imperative. What kind of entity is the Star Dou Auction House that it can stir the winds of the continent? Thus, the matter was settled. Observing that Elder 7 was about to speak again, Tang Xiao promptly interrupted him. It was evident that Elder 7 wished to depart from the Haotian sect if he were to lead the expedition. A conflict with the Spirit Hall would be inevitable, for enemies, upon meeting, become particularly hostile. It was best for the prudent Elder 2 to lead the sect's disciples to the Star Dou Auction House. And so, the winds of change began to rise across the continent, as major factions fell into a state of anticipation. Those who had participated in the first auction began to amass substantial quantities of gold soul coins in preparation for the auction set to occur a month later. The 3 auction items from before had astounded them, and they were resolute that no other treasures would slip through their fingers in the upcoming event. Chapter 40. soul crystals. Time flowed on. And a month passed. Today marked the day of the Star Dou Auction House's next auction. On this day, the premier forces of the Douluo Continent reached a tacit agreement. They swiftly gathered their members and large amounts of gold soul coins. Heading towards the Star Dou forest, the sight was unprecedented, and while many soul masters observed with astonishment, the realization that today was the auction day for the Star Dou Auction House brought them a sense of understanding. After all, the treasures presented by the Star Dou Auction House were nothing short of the continent's finest. Regrettably, most soul masters lacked the financial means to participate, or else they too would have wished to witness the auction. At this moment, on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun sat in a chair with Jiu You and Xian Shuang standing beside him. Liu Yun stroked his chin. Filled with anticipation, pondering what treasures he would acquire at this auction, Xian Shuang, among the forces attending today, there will undoubtedly be a considerable number of titled Douluos. Therefore, you shall preside over this auction. Maintaining the same standards as the previous event, any disruptors must not be spared. Liu Yun turned to Xian Shuang, instructing her to be strict and to ensure that no scenes reminiscent of the previous disturbance occurred. Liu Yun had asked Jiu You to monitor the movements across the Douluo continent and was aware that the first auction had, over the past month, informed nearly every soul master of the Star Dou Auction House's existence. Consequently, it was inevitable that this time, the forces of the Douluo continent would arrive with numerous titled Douluo experts. To uphold the order of the Star Dou Auction House, Xian Shuang need not hold back. She should act decisively. Naturally, should the need arise, he would also allow Jiu You to intervene. However, Liu Yun did not believe that any of the extreme titled Douluos would appear here, as it seemed unrealistic for them to choose to attend this auction. Moreover, the news of the Star Dou Auction House had not spread that rapidly. Sea God Island should remain unaware of its existence. As for the extreme titled Daotang Chun, he was currently possessed by a 100,000-year soul beast and was oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Regarding the idol angel Douluo, Qian Daolu, he likely lacked the leisure to visit the Star Dou Auction House. Nevertheless, Liu Yun anticipated that the number of powerful individuals arriving at the Star Dou Auction House would be considerable. As for which forces would come, he would only know once they entered the Star Dou Auction House. Rest assured, Guild Master, this auction will surely meet your expectations. Upon hearing this, Xian Shuang nodded gently and assured him once more. She was determined not to falter in this auction, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of determination. Anyone daring to disrupt the Star Dou Auction House would not be spared. That is good. At this time, the major forces should be arriving soon. It is time for us to prepare. Liu Yun slowly rose, gazing into the distance with an air of anticipation. Utilizing the remaining auction points from the previous event and the treasures gathered from the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, he had managed to assemble 5 auction items. It could be said that Liu Yun had completely depleted his auction points. He was determined to maximize the potential of these auction items and seize the opportunity to gather a large number of auction points. Yet, Liu Yun was suddenly lost in thought. After all, the quantity of gold soul coins in the Douluo Continent was finite, and as he progressed with the auctions, the items would only grow in value. If he continued to hold large-scale auctions, the gold soul coins would eventually be exhausted. Moreover, all the gold soul coins he acquired were handed over to the system, converted into auction points. This meant that the gold soul coins from the Douluo Continent were practically locked away in his hands. With no chance of circulation, perhaps, before long, the gold soul coins of the Douluo Continent would be entirely depleted, leading to a complete collapse of the monetary system. Liu Yun found himself at a loss regarding this issue. Once Xian Shuang and Jiu You left the room to prepare for the upcoming auction, Liu Yun sat cross-legged, his mind delving deep into contemplation. System, given the current situation, if the auction continues, the gold soul coins of the Douluo Continent will inevitably run dry. I wonder if you have any solutions to address this issue? At that moment, Liu Yun voiced his confusion to the system within his mind. Given the system's vast capabilities, it should be able to provide some effective solutions. According to the suggestions made by the host, this system, after due consideration, acknowledges that the reserves of gold soul coins in the Douluo Continent are limited if the host continues to auction in this manner. It is indeed plausible that the gold soul coins will eventually be depleted. However, this system suggests that the host create a new currency trading system, similar to gold soul coins. Moments later, the system's cold voice echoed in Liu Yun's mind, indirectly offering him a means to resolve the dilemma. That seems quite unrealistic, considering that gold soul coins have been the standard for transactions in the Douluo Continent for countless years. Abruptly changing the monetary trading system of the Douluo Continent would be exceedingly difficult and cannot be accomplished in the short term. Upon hearing the system's proposal, Lu Yun's eyes brightened, sensing its feasibility. However, as he pondered further, he found it increasingly challenging to implement. The common people of the Douluo Continent had nearly established gold soul coins as the norm for transactions. Transitioning to an alternative trading method would pose significant issues and would be hard to popularize. Wait, I have ready-made tools at my disposal. At that moment, a brilliant idea flashed through Lu Yun's mind, and he suddenly conceived a method to propagate a new currency trading system. Currently, the Spirit Hall holds dominion over the Douluo Continent, although various factions exist within its sphere of influence that on the surface. The Spirit Hall still maintains control over the vast majority of the populace. If the Spirit Hall were to take the lead in announcing a new trading system, it would not be long before the currency of the Douluo Continent undergoes transformation. The more Lu Yun contemplated this, the more promising it seemed that it would be best to discover a means of continuous trade, thus alleviating concerns over currencies like the golden soul coin, which could be exhausted in a short span of time. System, do you have an alternative currency that could replace the golden soul coin and be suitable for the Douluo Continent? Lu Yun inquired of the system, perplexed by the challenge of devising a new trading currency. Surely, the divine shop would possess such knowledge. Thus, he sought the system's assistance in filtering through the options. A mechanical sound echoed in Lu Yun's mind, declaring, yes, considering the host's presence in the Douluo Continent, a realm governed by soul power and martial spirits. This system recommends using soul crystals as a substitute for the golden soul coin. Soul crystals? What are those? Lu Yun continued to inquire, bewildered by the unfamiliar term. The system elucidated, soul crystals are a type of resource that can be cultivated, entirely composed of pure soul power, akin to spirit stones in the realm of immortal cultivation. Serving similar functions, they can be utilized not only as a currency for trade, but also as a resource for cultivation. Upon hearing the system's explanation of soul crystals, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement, rising to his feet with a face betraying his uncontainable joy. How can soul crystals be formed? It seems that such a thing does not exist in the Douluo Continent. He pondered, his confusion returning as he grappled with the method of crystallization. The method for condensing soul crystals exists within the divine shop. The system's cold voice continued. In the next instant, a virtual panel appeared before Lu Yun, detailing the method for creating soul crystals along with their price. Method for condensing soul crystals. Utilize one's pure soul power, aided by the power of martial spirits. Price, 10,000 auction points. Goodness, system. Why is the method for condensing soul crystals so exorbitantly priced? Lu Yun exclaimed, his initial joy turning to shock upon seeing the price point. 10,000 auction points. That is an exorbitant sum, equivalent to 100 million golden soul coins in the Douluo realm. Host, do not be short-sighted. The method for condensing soul crystals can fundamentally alter the current era of the Douluo Continent, ushering in a higher level of cultivation. Furthermore, should you disseminate the method of soul crystal cultivation across the Douluo Continent, there may be unforeseen rewards, the system cautioned, leaving Lu Yun with a sense of mysterious anticipation. Unforeseen rewards. Lu Yun latched onto the pivotal phrase, intrigued by the prospect that once soul crystals proliferated throughout the Douluo Continent, he might gain some benefits. What is the exchange rate between soul crystals and auction points? He questioned, keenly aware of the crucial detail that if the exchange rate were akin to that of golden soul coins, he would suffer a significant loss. The exchange rate for soul crystals and auction points is 1. The system responded. I see. It seems that once this auction concludes, it will be time to popularize the method for condensing soul crystals throughout the Douluo Continent. A glimmer of realization sparked in Lu Yun's dark pupils upon learning of the favorable exchange rate. The system had shown unexpected generosity in establishing a 1:1 ratio. This meant he would amass even more auction points in the future. However, Lu Yun sensed something amiss. The system's nature indicated it would not allow him to gain an advantage without challenges. Condensing soul crystals would likely be fraught with difficulties. Overall, there were no significant changes. Nevertheless, Lu Yun resolved to purchase the method for condensing soul crystals after the auction, for they would become the primary currency of the Douluo Continent. Once successfully disseminated, he could freely amass auction points without fearing the collapse of the currency trading system or the ensuing turmoil in the Douluo Continent. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun set aside these thoughts and quietly sat in his room, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Time passed slowly. One by one, the various factions arrived at the Star Dou Auction House. Finding their designated seats as they prepared for the impending auction, the other soul masters, upon their initial arrival at the Star Dou Auction House, were startled by the presence of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape at the entrance. Instinctively releasing their martial spirits in readiness for battle, eventually, through the explanations of others, they gradually understood that this was merely a tactic employed by the Star Dou Auction House. Those unfamiliar with the Star Dou Auction House felt a mix of fear and awe at its formidable strength. Qing Wan, who do you suppose defeated these 200,000-year soul beasts? It is truly intriguing that they willingly submit to the Star Dou Auction House, a figure clad in white, with flowing ice blue hair and a strikingly handsome visage. Spoke. This was the fifth elder of the Qin Dao sect, Guangling Douluo. Beside him stood a young man, the third elder, Qingwan Douluo, who had accompanied him. I am uncertain. To compel 200,000-year soul beasts to submit so willingly is no small feat. Even for the great elders it seems the Star Dou Auction House is indeed remarkable. Qingwan Douluo replied. His expression grave that it is well known that the Soul Beast clan is proud and haughty. They would rather perish than submit to human soul masters, especially for beings like the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, rulers of the Star Dou forest. Submission to human soul masters is unthinkable. Thus, this situation left Qingwan Douluo greatly astonished. Initially, he had intended to unleash his martial spirit and engage in battle, but upon hearing the explanations, he relaxed, though confusion lingered in his mind. How had the Star Dou Auction House achieved this? Never mind. Let us proceed inside and see what we can discern from this auction. If necessary, we can directly approach the owner of the Star Dou Auction House for inquiries. Guangling Douluo declared fearlessly, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the Star Dou Auction House. Guangling, do not be careless. I sense two auras within the Star Dou Auction House that could threaten me. It is imperative to exercise caution. Qingwan Douluo cautioned. Having noted Guangling Douluo's nonchalance toward the Star Dou Auction House, Qingwan Douluo had distinctly perceived a presence within the Star Dou Auction House that rivaled that of a great elder, indicating that a formidable limit Douluo was stationed there. P.S. Dear readers, please feel free to share your thoughts on whether substituting soul crystals for the original golden soul coin for transactions is suitable. If not, I can make further modifications. Initially aloof, the light-feathered Douluo furrowed his sword-like brows upon hearing these words. He had not anticipated that the Star Dou Auction House possessed two formidable titled Douluo, one of whom was an ultimate Douluo. The light-feathered Douluo found it hard to believe, as in his eyes, ultimate Douluos were exceedingly rare. The only ultimate Douluos he was aware of were their Grand Offering and Tangchun. At that moment, he was unaware of the sea god Douluo, Poseidon's existence. Nevertheless, a tempest of unease stirred within him. Should an ultimate Douluo intervene, even their combined efforts would be futile. They must conceal their presence at the Star Dou Auction House. For if they were to provoke that powerful being, it was likely that neither would return to the spirit hall alive. Let us see what manner of divine entity the Star Dou Auction House truly is, he declared, turning to the adjacent Qingwan Douluo. With those words, the two moved gracefully toward the direction of the Star Dou Auction House. Half an hour later, nearly all factions had arrived at the Star Dou Auction House. Signaling the official commencement of the auction. As Xian Shuang ascended the auction stage, various expressions flickered across the faces of the other factions. Some revealed surprise, others anticipation, and some skepticism regarding Xian Shuang's prowess. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all attending the auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House. We shall now officially commence this event. Xian Shuang surveyed the crowd below and promptly announced the beginning of the auction. With a swift motion, she unveiled an ice blue soul bone, exuding the aura of a 10,000-year soul bone. This soul bone was procured from the Tianqing Yomeng and the Titan giant ape, serving as an exquisite appetizer for the auction. This soul bone was no ordinary piece. It was a 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone, a rarity on the Douluo Continent, as every 10,000-year soul bone was immensely valuable. Furthermore, 10,000-year soul bones could only be obtained from 10,000-year soul beasts with a certain probability. For the soul masters of the Douluo Continent, this 50,000-year soul bone, while not on par with a 100,000-year soul bone, was still a treasure of exceptional worth. Goodness, the Star Dou Auction House has begun with a 50,000-year soul bone. Their wealth is truly staggering. I am eager to see what other treasures will follow, as previous auctions have shown that the later items are increasingly precious. From the moment the 50,000-year soul bone was revealed, nearly everyone found it impossible to maintain their composure. Although they had heard of the last auction, where the Star Dou Auction House showcased 100,000-year soul bone, they understood that such bones were exceedingly rare. Merely presenting one was already a feat of strength. Nonetheless, this 50,000-year soul bone was also extraordinarily precious. How many soul masters present could claim to possess a soul bone? Perhaps not even a 1,000-year soul bone. This ice attribute 50,000-year soul bone confirmed the profound depth of the Star Dou Auction House's resources. Inside a private box, the light feather Douluo felt his breath quicken upon viewing the 50,000-year soul bone. The bough behind him emitted a humming sound, seemingly drawn to the ice attribute soul bone. The light feather Dou's martial spirit was also of the ice attribute. Acquiring this soul bone would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. However, it was evident that this 50,000-year soul bone would attract fierce competition from various factions. Thus, he lacked absolute confidence in securing the soul bone. Light feather, there are two presences stronger than mine in the Star Dou Auction House. She is one of them, the Changwan Douluo remarked, his gaze fixated on the 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone. His expression tense as he addressed the light feather Douluo. Are you referring to her? In response, the light feather Douluo calmed his turbulent emotions and examined Xian Shuang intently. He sensed the immense ice attribute power within her. A tremor coursed through him. Indeed, the strength of the ice attribute energy within her was formidable, instilling an unimaginable sense of threat. It appeared that this woman's strength surpassed their own, weighing heavily on the light feather Douluo's heart. However, they seemed to have gleaned some valuable information. After the auction concluded, they would return to report everything that transpired to the grand offering. As for how to address the situation thereafter, that was beyond their concern. So, are you fond of this soul bone? The Changwan Douluo inquired. Glancing at the soul bone before turning to the light feather Dou, he had noticed the longing glimmer in the light feather Dou's eyes moments earlier. This 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone was indeed exceptionally rare. Should the light feather Douluo absorb it, his strength would undoubtedly experience a significant leap. Thus, he too was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, I will strive to obtain this 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone, the light feather Douluo declared with fervent determination, nodding emphatically. Very well. If your golden soul coins fall short, I can supplement them. The Changwan Douluo responded with a nod of agreement, supporting the light feather Dou's pursuit of the 50,000-year soul bone. Without further ado, this soul bone, a 50,000-year treasure from an ice attribute soul beast, the ice jade wan bird, was undeniably valuable. Consequently, the starting bid for this 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone was set at 50 million gold soul coins. Moments later, Xian Shuang elaborated on the ice attribute soul bone and announced its opening bid. Naturally, this auction's starting price was considerably higher than the previous one. After all, the last auction had seen Lu Yun's oversight, coupled with other factions' tentative approaches, resulting in insufficient golden soul coins being brought for bidding. However, today, the various factions had undoubtedly prepared ample golden soul coins. Thus, Lu Yun seized the opportunity to gather all their golden soul coins. For those factions that had participated in the auction for the first time, hearing this price left them utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the opening bid for this 50,000-year soul bone would rival that of the previous 100,000-year soul bone. The principle of rarity dictated value. Even so, they were unwilling to relinquish their chance at this 50,000-year soul bone, 50 million gold soul coins. The box occupied by the light feather Dou instantly called out this price, vying for the soul bone. 55 million gold soul coins. A voice from another box chimed in, eager to claim the soul bone. 70 million gold soul coins. 75 million gold soul coins. Thus, as time progressed, various factions began to compete fiercely for the 50,000-year soul bone. At this juncture, most factions, upon hearing the escalating prices, chose to remain silent and withdraw from the contest for the soul bone. The only boxes still bidding were the one housing the light feather Douluo and another enigmatic box. Within this mysterious box sat several women, each dressed in flowing ice blue gowns. Their chilling aura seemed to freeze the very air around them, making them impossible to overlook. Director, the price of this soul bone has soared to 90 million gold soul coins, far exceeding our budget. Should we continue? One of the women inquired, a hint of regret in her tone as she addressed the middle-aged woman seated at the forefront. They had originally come to the Star Dou Auction House with a substantial amount of golden soul coins, eager to bid on a treasured item. Who could have anticipated that the first auction item would be a 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone, making it difficult for them to willingly concede? Let it go. This soul bone is theirs, the middle-aged woman sighed, deciding to withdraw from the contest for the 50,000-year soul bone. Indeed, the individuals present are the students and the dean from Tianshui Academy. Naturally, they have heard of the events occurring at the Star Dou Auction House, and thus they wish to participate in this auction. Are there any treasures suitable for them? This 50,000-year soul bone is indeed well suited for the soul masters of Tianshui Academy. However, its price is exceedingly steep, rendering it unaffordable for them. Price is but one aspect. Another consideration is that Tianshui Academy lacks a title Douluo guardian. Therefore, provoking a title Douluo could result in the complete obliteration of Tianshui Academy from the Douluo Continent. This is the primary reason the middle-aged woman must relinquish the soul bone. 90 million gold soul coins. Going once. 90 million gold soul coins. Going twice. 90 million gold soul coins. Going thrice, since there is no competition for this soul bone. The 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone shall belong to Box 9. After Xin Shuang confirmed that no one wished to raise the bid further, she promptly announced that the soul bone had been acquired by Box 9. The soul master within Box 9 is none other than the one associated with the light-winged Douluo. The forces attending this auction are exceedingly intricate. Thus, Lu Yun had previously instructed Xian Shuang to refrain from revealing the affiliations of those within the box, merely stating the box number to enhance the privacy of the bidders. Subsequently, Xian Shuang and the light-winged Douluo exchanged payment for the item. Indeed, as expected of a 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone, it is remarkably powerful. Perhaps by absorbing this soul bone, my soul power will ascend to level 97. Upon acquiring the soul bone, the bow behind the light-winged Douluo began to tremble violently, as if urging him to absorb the soul bone immediately. The light-winged Douluo recognized the formidable nature of this soul bone. He himself had reached the pinnacle of level 96 and had been immersed in this state for several years. Should he absorb this 50,000-year soul bone, his soul power would surely break through to level 97. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. The Qingwan Douluo sincerely expressed joy for the light-winged Douluo, knowing that upon his breakthrough, the strength of their Wuhuan Hall would once again increase. Within the box belonging to Wuhuan Hall, several individuals stood, including the previously mentioned Bibi Dong, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, and the Ghost Douluo, along with several unfamiliar title Dou powerhouses, accompanying Bibi Dong as elders of the Wuhuan Hall, who had come to the Star Dou Auction House. Interesting. Do you know who is in Box 9? At this moment, upon hearing that Box 9 had bid 90 million gold soul coins for the 50,000-year soul bone, Bibidong's heart filled with curiosity. The ability to produce such a vast sum suggests a formidable strength. Naturally, Bibidong pondered which force the successful bidder belonged to. Absorbing a 50,000-year soul bone would undoubtedly result in the emergence of an exceptionally powerful soul master. A scenario that the Wuhuan Hall must remain vigilant against. That we also did not notice the soul master within Box 9. Strangely, it appears that each box is surrounded by a barrier that prevents our mental power from penetrating. The Chrysanthemum Douluo sighed deeply. Despite repeated attempts to investigate, the identities of those in Box 9 remained unknown. The elders of the Wuhuan Hall were filled with curiosity, pondering how the Star Dou Auction House managed to achieve such a feat. The barrier capable of intercepting their mental probes was indeed not trivial. Never mind. Once the auction concludes, we shall keep a close watch on the soul master within Box 9. Bibi Dong dismissed the matter, fully aware of the barrier's formidable nature, one that even she could not unravel, let alone the elders beside her. Now, let us proceed to the second item for auction, following the conclusion of the first auction. Xian Shuang instructed everyone to maintain silence, waving her hand. Instantly, a golden orb floated above the auction table, emanating a potent divine aura. What is this? A golden orb. Surely it harbors some mystery. This orb must be extraordinary. And the aura surrounding it is inscrutable. It is undoubtedly a precious item presented by the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, it is profoundly mysterious. The moment the golden orb appeared, nearly all soul masters within the Star Dou Auction House fell into a state of confusion. Unable to comprehend the true nature of the golden orb, it is well known that for each 10 levels a soul master ascends, they must absorb a soul ring to enhance their strength. And the conventional method for acquiring soul rings is through the defeat of soul beasts. However, the The methods for obtaining soul rings on the Douluo Continent are not limited to hunting soul beasts. In a sense, the golden orb before them could also be considered a soul ring. Xian Shuang, with an expression of calm detachment, began to elucidate the golden orb's significance. Chapter 44. The Divine Gift Soul Ring. The second auction item from our Star Dou Auction House is this golden orb. Named the Divine Gift Soul Ring. As the name suggests, it is a soul ring formed through the power of the divine. By simply shattering it, one can absorb a genuine soul ring, indistinguishable from those obtained through the defeat of soul beasts. The most valuable aspect is that this divine gift soul ring does not contain the resentment or killing intent typically associated with soul beasts, allowing for a painless absorption process. The age of this soul ring will increase in tandem with your physical strength, which ultimately determines its longevity. This is merely the most ordinary divine gift soul ring, with a maximum lifespan reaching 100,000 years, provided your physical strength is sufficiently robust. You can indeed obtain a 100,000-year soul ring through this divine gift soul ring. Subsequently, Xian Shuang gradually elaborated on the specific functions of this divine gift soul ring to all present, ensuring they understood the astonishing potential it possessed. How is this possible? Upon realizing that the golden orb was an unfamiliar divine gift soul ring, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. Surely they had not misheard. By shattering this golden orb, one could absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. This seemed almost too extravagant to believe. The most shocking revelation was that this divine gift soul ring was crafted by a being of divine caliber. In the eyes of the soul masters on the Douluo Continent, divine beings are legendary entities. Clearly, they found it hard to believe that the Star Dou Auction House had any connection to a divine being. Regarding this auction item, most attendees adopted a watchful stance, unwilling to place bids for the divine gift soul ring. The specific functions of this divine gift soul ring are as stated, since it can ultimately reach the level of a 100,000-year soul ring. The opening bid is set at 80 million gold soul coins. Moments later, after Xian Shuang had introduced the functions of the divine gift soul ring, she immediately announced the starting bid of 80 million gold soul coins. An exaggerated price, indeed. A powerhouse who has broken through to the titled Douluo level, upon absorbing this divine gift soul ring, would undoubtedly gain a 100,000-year soul ring. Thus, the value of this divine gift soul ring is comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul bone. However, Lu Yun intends to take this opportunity to empty the pockets of everyone present, amassing a substantial amount of auction points. Is this truly the divine gift soul ring? What sort of individual is behind the Star Dou Auction House to present such an item for auction? Among all the bidders, the only one who understood the significance of the divine gift soul ring was Bibi Dong. Having participated in the divine assessment, she was naturally aware of the existence of the divine gift soul ring. Upon realizing its origin, Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure, suddenly rising to her feet, her gaze fixated upon the golden orb. How can this be? The Star Dou Auction House has actually produced a divine gift soul ring. Could it be that there is a genuine divine being presiding over the Star Dou Auction House, or perhaps a genius soul master participating in the divine assessment? These astonishing revelations surged through Bibi Dong's mind, leaving her in a state of profound agitation. This is a divine gift soul ring, a creation only possible through divine power, allowing a soul master to absorb a soul ring without any danger, truly extraordinary. Bibi Dong was resolute in her determination to acquire this divine soul ring. Having previously absorbed a divine soul ring, she could instinctively discern the authenticity of this golden orb. It was undoubtedly genuine. Her first martial soul had already received 9 soul rings, yet her second martial soul was still significantly lacking in soul rings. Initially, she had intended to venture into the Star Dou forest in search of high-aged soul beasts to serve as soul rings for her second martial soul. However, fate led her to encounter a divine soul ring at the Star Dou Auction House. If she were to successfully bid for this divine soul ring, she would undoubtedly be able to absorb a true 100,000-year soul ring, resulting in an immeasurable enhancement of her strength. Thus, no matter the cost, she was determined to secure this soul ring. Your Holiness, could it be that this divine soul ring is truly as extraordinary as described? As the elders of the Spirit Hall observed Bibi Dong's uncharacteristic display of fervor, an incredible thought crossed each of their minds. Could this golden orb genuinely be a divine soul ring crafted by a god-level powerhouse? Indeed, everything was real. Regardless of the price, this divine soul ring must be obtained. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixated upon the divine soul ring as she solemnly addressed those beside her. Today, even if it meant exhausting all her gold soul coins. She would acquire this divine soul ring. Yes, Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's earnest declaration, everyone, including Jiu You, grew serious and began preparing to bid for the divine soul ring. Each individual was increasingly astounded, realizing that it was indeed a soul ring created by a god-level powerhouse. Many titled Douluo experts came to comprehend the terrifying nature of the Star Dou Auction House, where even items crafted by god-level beings were put up for auction. Perhaps the Star Dou Auction House was even more mysterious than they had imagined. 100 million gold soul coins. After receiving Bibi Dong's assurance, Jiu You immediately made a staggering bid of 100 million gold soul coins, a price that left everyone in shock. They understood that this divine soul ring was crafted by a god-level powerhouse, and it could ultimately be transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. Each aspect justified the price of 100 million gold soul coins. And some even felt inclined to bid even higher, considering the potential to glean insights into divine power and break through to greater realms. Therefore, none in the spirit hall were willing to relinquish this opportunity. 120 million gold soul coins. Just then, an elegant voice emerged from another private booth, indicating a desire to compete for the divine soul ring. The individual seated in this booth was none other than Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, whose eyes gleamed with brilliance as he gazed upon the divine soul ring. Following Xian Shuang's introduction, Ning Fengji recognized the extraordinary nature of this divine soul ring. That it was evident to him that this divine soul ring was indeed authentic, capable of being transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring, an opportunity he was unwilling to let slip away. Although there was currently no soul Douluo among the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School who could immediately absorb this divine soul ring, he could hold on to it. Perhaps they could recruit a soul master who had yet to absorb their 9th soul ring and had the potential to break through to title Douluo, significantly enhancing the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. 150 million gold soul coins. Jiu You continued to raise the stakes, determined to secure the divine soul ring. Thus, the two top-tier forces, the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, began to fiercely contend for the divine soul ring. Meanwhile, other observing forces, initially eager to participate, fell silent upon hearing such an exorbitant price. They were uncertain whether this divine soul ring was truly as Xian Shuang had described. If it turned out to be a counterfeit, they would incur a significant loss by spending so much gold soul coin. Qing Wan, what do you think that woman aims to achieve by bidding such a high price for this so-called divine soul ring? The light feather Douluo immediately recognized that the one making the exorbitant bid was Jiu You. It was clear that Bibi Dong had commanded such a reckless pursuit of the divine soul ring. This left the light feather Douluo perplexed, questioning why Bibi Dong would expend so many gold soul coins for what seemed to be a mere gimmick. Furthermore, each time the 7th booth made a bid, Bibi Dong would promptly follow suit, with the prices escalating to ludicrous levels. Witnessing this, a knowing smile crept across the light feather Douluo's face, unable to comprehend Bibi Dong's motivations. Perhaps she had uncovered something significant? In contrast, the Qing Wan Dao perceived matters with greater depth. He was well aware of Bibi Dong's considerable ambition and cunning. She would not squander such a fortune on an item of uncertain authenticity. The more he pondered, the more he felt that Bibi Dong's pursuit of this divine soul ring harbored unpredictable intentions. Suddenly, the Qing Wan Dao recalled Xian Shuang's earlier introduction. Could it be? We have indeed underestimated the Star Dou Auction House. This divine soul ring is highly likely to be genuine, capable of being transformed into a true 100,000-year soul ring. Subsequently, the Qing Wan Dao furrowed his brow and spoke gravely, once again acknowledging the daunting nature of the Star Dou Auction House. What, Qing Wan, you can't be serious. Is this divine soul ring truly authentic? At this moment, the light feather Douluo was taken aback by the Qing Wan Douluo's assertion, muttering in disbelief. If the Qing Wan Douluo's speculation held true, then this divine soul ring indeed had the potential to be transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring, and crafted by a god-level powerhouse no less. Such a notion was inconceivable to the light feather Douluo, who believed that god-level powerhouses had long vanished from the Douluo continent. How could there be a divine being behind the Star Dou Auction House? It seemed impossible. He was only aware of one method to absorb soul rings: hunting soul beasts. The idea of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring through a golden orb was beyond his belief. Under such circumstances, the light-feathered Douluo naturally assumed that the divine soul ring was a fabrication. You still underestimate the Star Dou Auction House. Even if there is no god-level powerhouse overseeing it, this divine soul ring is highly likely to be genuine. The power within this soul ring is something I cannot fully comprehend. It seems to transcend mere soul power. Judging by Bibi Dong's character, would she recklessly bid for this divine soul ring if it were fake? The mysterious nature of the Star Dou Auction House and Bibi Dong's current actions both indicate that this divine soul ring is indeed real. The Qing Yuan Douluo let out a deep sigh, articulating his conjecture with newfound conviction. Indeed, upon hearing the Qing Yuan Douluo's words, the light-feathered Douluo fell silent, sinking into contemplation. His icy blue eyes flickered with intricate thoughts. What shall we do next? Should we attempt to secure this divine soul ring and present it to the grand offering to determine its authenticity, as per your speculation? The light-feathered Douluo endeavored to quell his tumultuous emotions and turned to the Qing Yuan Douluo. Inquiring about the next steps regarding the divine soul ring, the price had soared to 200 million gold soul coins. It was clear that their combined wealth was insufficient to secure this divine soul ring. However, they could at least strive to capture the essence and appearance of the divine soul ring, and upon returning to the offering hall, relay all that transpired here to the grand offering, leaving the determination of authenticity to them. Subsequently, the Qing Yuan Douluo shook his head, indicating that their financial capabilities were inadequate to secure the divine soul ring. The price had escalated to an unimaginable level. Beyond their means, 300 million gold soul coins. At this moment, Bibi Dong caught wind of the continuous bidding from another booth, where Jiu You was raising the price. Her expression turned somewhat grim. Humph! Which reckless force dares to oppose the spirit hall? Rather than gradually increasing the bid, Bibi Dong commanded Jiu to raise the price to 300 million gold soul coins. The moment the figure of 300 million gold soul coins was announced, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue, as every attendee wore expressions of disbelief. Who could possibly possess such audacity to raise the bid by 100 million gold soul coins? It left them utterly astonished. 300 million gold soul coins. With such an abundance of golden soul coins being used to auction a golden orb of uncertain authenticity, it seems somewhat imprudent. When Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect heard the figure of 300 million golden soul coins, a clear expression of hesitation appeared on his face. His pause was not due to a lack of golden soul coins at his disposal, but rather because he was uncertain about what items the Star Dou Auction House would present next. He wished to preserve more golden soul coins to compete for future auction items. Fengji, let it go. Retain a sufficient amount of golden soul coins for the upcoming auction items, especially since we cannot ascertain whether this divine soul ring is truly as the Star Dou Auction House has claimed. Advised the sword Douluo on Ning Fengji's left, prompting him to relinquish his pursuit of the divine soul ring. After all, none of them could confirm the authenticity of the divine soul ring. Allowing the other party to spend 300 million golden soul coins on it would be acceptable. Very well, let us abandon this auction item. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji silently nodded. Conceding the competition for the divine soul ring, 300 million golden soul coins. Once, 300 million golden soul coins. Twice, 300 million golden soul coins. Thrice. As no one raised the bid further, the divine soul ring was ultimately secured by Box No. 1. Xian Shuang, witnessing the price of the divine soul ring skyrocket to 300 million golden soul coins, could not suppress her delight. It was confirmed that the divine soul ring had been won by Box No. 1, which housed Bibi Dong and her companions. Sighing in relief, Bibi Dong felt a wave of ease wash over her upon realizing she had acquired the divine soul ring. Spending 300 million golden soul coins did not seem like a loss, especially considering that a 100,000-year soul ring cannot merely be measured by golden soul coins that he owe her. 300 million golden soul coins was still a considerable sum. However, Jiu You and the others felt a twinge of regret. Yet they soon reconciled this feeling, knowing that the divine soul ring would ultimately transform into a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. Such a powerful divine soul ring was indeed worth the price. Chapter 46. The lottery. It was unexpected that the divine soul ring would fetch 300 million golden soul coins, a delightful surprise. As an observer, Lu Yan watched the auction, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy upon learning that the divine soul ring had auctioned for 300 million golden soul coins. That was 300 million, not merely 30 million, even when converted into auction points. It amounted to a staggering 30,000 points. purchasing a divine soul ring from the godly shop costs merely a few hundred auction points. This turn of events had truly proven profitable for Lu Yun. He realized that anything drawn from the godly shop would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of Douluo Continent, enticing countless soul masters to eagerly participate in the auction. The auction points he would gain from this would multiply exponentially, rendering the profits incalculable. Subsequently, Lu Yun communicated with Xian Shuang, instructing her to hand over the acquired golden soul coins immediately. He aimed to convert these golden soul coins into auction points swiftly to purchase the method for condensing soul crystals. After this auction concluded, he planned to announce this development to all the soul masters present. Starting from the next auction, the currency at the Star Dou Auction House would transition from golden soul coins to soul crystals. As time passed, the trading system of Douluo Continent would undergo a complete transformation, with soul crystals emerging as the primary currency. Upon hearing Lu Yun's command, Xian Shuang waved her hand and promptly transferred all the golden soul coins in her possession to him. System, convert all these golden soul coins into auction points, Lu Yun urged, his consciousness sinking into his mind as he addressed the system. Ding, detected that the host currently possesses 390 million golden soul coins. Conversion to auction points, 39,000, came the system's cold voice within Lu Yun's mind. Initially, Lu Yun intended to acquire the method for condensing soul crystals from the godly shop, but suddenly, the system's voice continued. Detected that the host's wealth has accumulated to over 500 million. Therefore, the achievement of modest wealth has been attained, granting the host one opportunity for a tenfold lottery draw. A lottery opportunity? Lu Yun inquired. Puzzled by the system's unexpected revelation. Lottery? A tenfold draw opportunity? Why didn't you inform me of this feature earlier? The host must discover all functionalities of this system independently, since the activation of the godly shop. The lottery feature has remained within the shop, but the host failed to notice it, the system explained coolly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun quickly turned his gaze to the godly shop and indeed found a button in the lower right corner labeled lottery. Faced with this situation, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was no wonder he had missed the lottery feature, tucked away in such an obscure corner. Previously, upon opening the godly shop, he had been captivated by the dazzling array of goods, completely overlooking the lottery function in the lower right corner. System, could you elaborate on this lottery feature? Lu Yun asked, curiosity piqued about the nature of the prizes. The lottery feature is divided into two types, single draw and tenfold draw. Naturally, the items obtained from a tenfold draw are significantly superior to those from a single draw, with a considerably higher probability of obtaining treasures. The lottery pool comprises items from all realms. Everything in existence is included. Each draw costs 1,000 auction points. Since the host has discovered the existence of the lottery feature for the first time, the system grants one opportunity for a tenfold draw, amplifying the chances of obtaining top-tier treasures by 1,000-fold. That I hope the host cherishes this chance. The system elucidated regarding this lottery function. How exorbitant! Lu Yun gasped upon hearing that a single draw would require 1,000 auction points. Realizing that this was equivalent to 100 million golden soul coins, that's outrageous. The fact that the system had gifted him a tenfold draw opportunity, amounting to a full 100,000 auction points, left Lu Yun in awe of the system's generosity. Why is the system being so magnanimous today? After considering the system's explanation, which highlighted a significant probability of acquiring top-tier treasures through the tenfold draw, Lu Yun felt an eagerness for the upcoming lottery. He quickly rubbed his palms together, mentally praying for luck in the forthcoming tenfold draw. Upon activating the lottery feature, a massive gray disc materialized before Lu Yun, with numerous compartments housing obscured treasures. Although he couldn't discern the nature of these items, the system had indicated that this lottery pool contained all things in existence. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he could indeed draw a legendary treasure of primordial caliber. Any item from the primordial realm would be enough to benefit him for a lifetime. Regrettably, the odds were exceedingly slim. If he were to draw such a miraculous item, the Douluo Continent, with its limited realm, would struggle to contain it, and even a mere hint of its aura could render the continent into oblivion. System, commenced the tenfold draw, Lu Yun murmured, and in the next moment, his fingertip pressed down on the central button of the disc. Boom! The gray disc erupted with resplendent golden light, and the pointer began to spin wildly. With his eyes tightly shut, Lu Yun awaited the arrival of the mysterious treasures. Congratulations, host! You have drawn 10,000 sheets of ordinary A4 paper. Congratulations! Host, you have drawn 1 summoning card. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a men's down jacket. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an invincible domain. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Tang Sect Martial Art, Xiantian Skill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 Soul Power Enhancement card. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 Divine Soul Rings. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100,000-year Ice Snow Woman Spirit. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Phoenix Brand Bicycle. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 Soul Power Concentration 100-fold card. With the 10-fold draw opportunity fully utilized, 10 treasures now hovered before Lu Yun. Upon reading the names of these 10 items, an unmistakable smile lit up his face. My luck is extraordinary. I have drawn so many treasures. Although he had yet to examine the specific functions of these 10 items, a few of them sounded like indescribable treasures merely from their names. His first 10-fold draw had proven to be remarkably fortunate. If he continued with further 10-fold draws, could he not also acquire such a plethora of treasures? Please do not harbor unrealistic expectations, as this is your first lottery, which resulted in a 1,000-fold increase in luck. Future lottery draws will not yield any such multipliers. However, if the host's luck remains exceptionally fortunate, perhaps you may still draw an abundance of treasures. It all depends on your fortune, the system's voice. Akin to a bucket of cold water, abruptly doused Lu Yun's enthusiasm, prompting him to come to his senses. Sigh. Very well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun subtly shook his head, his face inevitably tinged with disappointment. Even in the absence of critical strikes, the treasures he would draw in the future should not fall drastically short. After a brief moment, Lu Yun's gaze settled upon the 10 items before him. Some of these items were indeed quite ordinary, yet the remaining few piqued his curiosity immensely. P.S. Dear esteemed readers, there are still 2 chapters to be updated this evening. Please stay tuned, and thank you for your unwavering support. Chapter 47. The Invincible Domain. Lu Yun's attention was fixed upon the Invincible Domain, and soon, a wealth of information concerning it flooded his mind. After thoroughly digesting the knowledge of the Invincible Domain, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. He was utterly dumbfounded, clearly struggling to believe that this remarkable reward had been drawn by him. It seemed almost too extraordinary to be true. System, are you certain that the Invincible Domain possesses such unparalleled power? Lu Yun inquired of the system, his tone laced with uncertainty. After all, the term invincible was laden with mystery. The specific effects of the Invincible Domain indicated that as long as he remained within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House, he would be an invincible presence. No one within the Star Dou Auction House could stand against him. Indeed, the essence of the Invincible Domain lay in its invincibility. As long as the host was within the Star Dou Auction House, they would be the most formidable being in existence. The system's haughty voice resonated in Lu Yun's mind, reaffirming that the Invincible Domain indeed wielded such formidable efficacy. Can it withstand the might of a god king? Lu Yun continued to probe. At the onset, the Star Dou Auction House seemed devoid of issues. Yet if more precious treasures were to be auctioned subsequently, it was inevitable that the attention of the divine beings from the god realm would be drawn. He couldn't help but wonder if his Invincible Domain could truly defeat a god king. Please do not underestimate the Invincible Domain within the Star Dou Auction House, whether it be a first-level deity or a god king. None shall pose a threat to you, came the system's dismissive retort, as if Lu Yun's consideration of using the Invincible Domain against a god king were an affront to its very nature. After all, beneath the Invincible Domain, a god king would merely be crushed, akin to an ant, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Goodness, the Invincible Domain is so powerful. I never anticipated my luck to be so extraordinary this time. With the Invincible Domain, my personal safety will no longer be a matter of great concern. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yun felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, bursting into laughter. Simultaneously, an air of dominance radiated from him, as if he looked down upon the world. With the Invincible Domain at his disposal, he felt no need for trepidation within the Star Dou Auction House. If any troublemakers emerged, he could simply quell them, for they would not dare to harbor any thoughts of resistance. Lu Yun's heart was now entirely at ease, allowing him to freely present treasures for auction. Even if the divine beings from the god realm took notice, within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House, he could permit those godly beings to act without fear of repercussion. System, integrate the Invincible Domain. At that moment, Lu Yun was eager to test just how formidable the invincible domain truly was, and thus he promptly addressed the system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No sooner had the words left his lips than an extraordinary aura enveloped him. As if he were poised to shake the very heavens and earth to eye in an instant, the Star Dou Auction House radiated with resplendent divine light, harmonizing with Lu Yun's overwhelming aura, creating an imposing force that reverberated throughout the realm. Boom! After merging with the invincible domain, Lu Yun suddenly opened his bright eyes, and his aura surged uncontrollably, instantly permeating the entire Star Dou Auction House. His being was filled with an invincible energy, rendering the heavens and earth before him seemingly insignificant. Lu Yun felt as though within the Star Dou Auction House, he could casually release a mere fragment of his aura and obliterate this world entirely. Is this the invincible domain? Truly terrifying. Previously, upon hearing the system's description, he had grasped just how powerful the invincible domain was. However, upon truly merging with it, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Was this merely invincibility? It was as if he regarded all things in the world as mere playthings. Alas, the coverage of the invincible domain was limited to the Star Dou Auction House. Had it been able to encompass the entirety of the Douluo Continent, he could have roamed freely. Unfortunately, the range of the invincible domain could not be temporarily expanded. Lu Yun hastily retracted his aura, reverting to the guise of an ordinary soul master. Within the first 2 levels of the Star Dou Auction House, every soul master who felt the unintentional release of Lu Yun's aura bent their backs, their faces etched with sheer terror. What on earth is this aura? How can it be more powerful than the Rakshasa god? Could it be that a deity truly presides over the Star Dou Auction House? Bibi Dong struggled with all her might to resist the pressure bearing down upon her, yet it proved futile. She gasped for breath, her astonishment unmistakable. The existence of the Star Dou Auction House had once again reshaped Bibi Dong's worldview. She was now utterly convinced that within the Star Dou Auction House, there was indeed a god-level powerhouse. Moreover, this was not an ordinary deity. After all, the aura that had just flickered past was infinitely more potent than that of the Rakshasa god. As if she were confronting the very heavens, bereft of any thoughts of resistance. These sentiments represented Bibi Dong's most genuine feelings, and the other soul masters shared a nearly identical experience. Each of them gazed with longing at the 3rd level of the Star Dou Auction House. Acutely aware that the terrifying pressure emanated from there, they had come to perceive the Star Dou Auction House as a colossal entity, suppressing their chaotic thoughts, daring not to provoke it any further. A god-level powerhouse's intervention would render the combined efforts of the soul masters of the Douluo Continent utterly powerless against him. To oppose the Star Dou Auction House would lead only to a path of destruction. Any wise individual would refrain from engaging in such folly. What transpired just now was merely a minor interlude. There is no need for excessive concern. Xian Shuang, having sensed the awe-inspiring pressure akin to that of the heavens, was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and reassured all present soul masters not to overreact. In her heart, she deemed that the actions of the pavilion master were entirely justified and not worthy of such astonishment. Regrettably, upon hearing Xian Shuang's remarks, every individual present wore a face of incredulity. Is this what you call a minor incident? Just a hint of pressure rendered us utterly defenseless. If the commotion escalates even further, would we not be crushed into oblivion? This was undeniably excessive. Ignoring the expressions of those around her, Xian Shuang began preparing for the 3rd auction item. Next, we shall unveil the 3rd auction item. Upon concluding her statement, she waved her hand, revealing a green spectral image of a soul beast floating atop the table. This spectral soul beast appeared to be in a deep slumber, its eyes tightly shut. Yet, the aura it emitted was impossible to overlook. The audience discerned that this image bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of the soul beast. From the moment this auction item made its appearance, all present felt a sense of perplexity. Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House intends to auction the soul beast? Moreover, the state of the soul beast is rather peculiar, as it is not substantial but rather an ethereal shadow. This left many factions present utterly baffled, uncertain of the true purpose of the Star Dou Auction House. Firstly, I present to you the 3rd auction item from our Star Dou Auction House, a 10,000-year Emerald Swan Soul Spirit. I believe many of you are unfamiliar with soul spirits. Allow me to introduce another method of acquiring soul rings, which bears similarities to the traditional hunting of soul beasts and the divine bestowed soul rings. Xian Shuang gradually elucidated the origins of the soul spirit while educating each soul master about the various methods of absorbing soul rings that currently exist on the continent. Chapter 48. Promoting soul spirits depending on the year count. The number of soul rings derived from this process varies, and it allows one's soul to retain consciousness, aiding soul masters in battle. In a sense, soul spirits represent an epic-making form of soul rings. Thus, the starting bid for this 10,000-year Emerald Swan soul spirit is set at 30 million gold soul coins. Xian Shuang articulated the benefits and significance of soul spirits for soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing of the miraculous properties of the soul spirit, the audience was evidently intrigued. They refrained from immediate bidding, maintaining a state of observation as before. This soul spirit appeared rather strange. Could it truly serve as a soul ring? It seemed rather implausible. Nonetheless, the attendees understood that the Star Dou Auction House would not present counterfeit items. Thus, a few soul masters opted to bid competitively for this extraordinary soul spirit as a result. The price soared, though each increment was not as outrageous as the previous two auction items. 40 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly emanated from box number 10, bidding 40 million gold soul coins for the Emerald Swan soul. After a brief pause, no one else raised their bid. After all, there was a palpable sense of disbelief regarding this soul. They were reluctant to invest a substantial amount in acquiring an unknown entity. For them, a 10,000-year soul ring held little significance. They could easily venture into the Star Dou forest and hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, which posed no challenge to them. Consequently, most refrained from competing for this 10,000-year soul. 40 million gold soul coins. Once. 40 million gold soul coins. Twice. 40 million gold soul coins. Thrice. With no further bids, the 10,000-year Emerald Swan soul was thus claimed by box number 10. Shortly thereafter, Xian Shuang announced that this soul belonged to box no. 10. She felt no profound disappointment regarding the price. After all, a 10,000-year soul ring was not a particularly precious item for the soul masters of Douluo Continent. Thus, securing a bid of 40 million gold soul coins was quite commendable. Dean, do you truly believe that spending 40 million gold soul coins to acquire this 10,000-year Emerald Swan soul is worth it? Within box number 10 sat several women, each adorned in flowing green gowns, exuding a potent aura of vitality. The individuals within this box were none other than the soul masters from the planned academy of Douluo Continent, but in my view, it is indeed worthwhile. The leading woman, the dean of the planned academy, asserted with unwavering conviction. You must understand that the Emerald Swan is one of the rarest soul beasts in the Star Dou forest and among life attribute soul beasts. It ranks at the pinnacle. Our martial souls are predominantly plant-based, making the Emerald Swan the most suitable soul beast for our martial souls, that we are well aware of the Star Dou Auction House's credentials. I trust they would not present us with a fraudulent soul. Should this soul truly be as the Star Dou Auction House describes, whoever absorbs it will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in their strength. And the soul can even fight alongside the soul master. Thus, it is certainly worth the investment of 40 million gold soul coins. The dean of the Plan Academy then articulated her reasons for wishing to spend 40 million gold soul coins on the Emerald Swan soul. The other scholars nodded slightly in agreement with their dean's decision. The individuals present deliberated on who should be the recipient of this 10,000-year soul. A gentle voice suddenly resonated in their ears. I wonder if you would be willing to promote the Star Dou Auction House for us. We would like you to send one of your soul masters to absorb this 10,000-year soul in the presence of all the soul masters. The owner of this voice was none other than Lu Yun. Having attained an invincible domain, he was naturally aware of all occurrences within the Star Dou Auction House. The Emerald Swan soul had only fetched 40 million gold soul coins, which struck him as rather surprising. Souls were revolutionary products. They could not possibly be valued so low that he surmised that the reason behind this was likely the unfamiliarity of the soul, leading the soul masters of Douluo Continent to doubt its authenticity, thus discouraging them from bidding. Lu Yun intended to utilize the planned academy as a means to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of souls to everyone, which would significantly enhance the subsequent auctions of souls. The reason he only purchased a 10,000-year soul this time was due to his insufficient auction points. The true method of obtaining souls required an abundance of auction points. Lu Yun planned to amass a vast number of auction points, aiming to acquire the method for producing souls, which would enable him to produce souls continuously, subsequently filling his coffers with a plethora of auction points. The promotion of souls was urgent. Otherwise, they would fail to penetrate the market of Douluo Continent. Who is it? The members of the planned academy, having heard the unfamiliar voice, instinctively released their martial souls, bracing themselves against an unknown adversary. Yet, they were perplexed as to who could transmit such a message to them undetected within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House. Fear not. I am the master of the Star Dou Auction House, that I merely wish for you to assist in promoting our establishment. Rest assured, I would not let you incur any losses. Lu Yun immediately revealed his identity, urging them to consider his proposal. What? You are the enigmatic master of the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed. Upon hearing Lu Yun's declaration, shock spread across the faces of the women from the planned academy. The legendary, profoundly mysterious master of the Star Dou Auction House was speaking to them, which left them utterly astounded. They recalled the overwhelming pressure they had felt earlier, which they now attributed to the presence of the master of the Star Dou Auction House. All the soul masters of the planned academy trembled as they gazed toward the source of the voice. However, if we were to rashly leave this box and absorb the soul, suddenly, the dean of the planned academy, who had intended to agree, recalled the overall strength of her academy. They did not possess any title dual-level experts. If this soul truly had such incredible effects, they might not be able to safeguard it. This was the source of their anxiety. Rest assured, the Star Dou Auction House guarantees that anyone daring to lay a hand on you will face our relentless pursuit. Sensing the planned academy's concerns, Lu Yun made a decisive declaration, assuring them that they would not suffer any threats to their existence due to this matter. P.S. I would like to gather opinions from all the readers. I wonder which world you would like to summon individuals from. The purpose of the summoning card. Chapter 49. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul. Since you have spoken, we, the Planned Academy, are willing to absorb this soul in front of all the soul masters. At that moment, the dean of the Planned Academy, reassured by Lu Yun's promise, finally laid down her burdens. After careful consideration, she decisively agreed to Lu Yun's proposal. They were uncertain of the soul's authenticity. If they were to absorb it rashly at home, they would be at a loss should something unpredictable occur. Absorbing it within the Star Dou Auction House would significantly mitigate the risks associated with the absorption of the soul. By the way, it seems that none among us is suitable to absorb this soul. The dean of the Planned Academy then recalled a challenging issue. The individuals sent by the Planned Academy included herself and 2 elders at the Soul Sage level, while the other students were mostly at the Soul Master level, with only 1 student reaching the 40th level of soul power. Initially, they had planned to take this student to the Star Dou Forest after the auction to obtain their 4th soul ring. Among all present, none had reached the threshold for absorbing a soul of such age. Only that 40th level student could potentially absorb it. However, a soul master's 4th soul ring could not withstand a 10,000-year soul ring. The mere thought was unfathomable. If they were to absorb it recklessly, it would be certain death. They had never heard of any soul master successfully absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring as their 4th soul ring. You need not worry. I can assist her in successfully absorbing this 10,000-year soul without any harm. Of course, this would be considered compensation for the Planned Academy's promotion of our Star Dou Auction House. Lu Yun contemplated for a moment and nonchalantly stated, as he was invincible within the Star Dou Auction House, enabling a 40th level soul master to absorb a soul ring that surpassed their limit was a trivial task, thus requiring little concern. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul as a 4th soul ring would significantly alter the future of that student. But a 10,000-year 4th ring, aside from Tang San from the original story, seemed unattainable for any soul master from ordinary factions. The dean of the Planned Academy furrowed her brows, finding this absurd notion hard to believe. Allowing that student to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring was no jest. It is well known that the maximum age of a 4th soul ring for a soul master can only reach a few thousand years. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was utterly outrageous. However, they were clearly aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the Starry Auction House, which might indeed hold the key to resolving their predicament. Contemplating this, the dean of the Botanical Academy sought the opinion of the student. Qingmu, are you willing to absorb the soul of this millennium-old emerald swan within the Starry Auction House? The dean inquired, acknowledging that she was the most gifted soul master of her generation at the academy. Should she succeed in absorbing the Millennium 4th ring, her innate abilities would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Conversely, failure could result in a weakened foundation, rendering her soul power stagnant, or even worse, lead to her untimely demise. Such a critical decision, after all, should rest solely upon her shoulders. Dean, I am willing to absorb this millennium soul. After a period of contemplation and recalling the enigmatic nature of the Star Auction House, Qingmu resolutely agreed. The opportunity to defy fate lay before her, and despite the considerable risks involved, she saw no reason to forfeit it. Upon hearing the agreement from the Botanical Academy, Lu Yun subtly nodded. What astonished everyone was that this student dared to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at the 4th Soul Ring stage. This was indeed a decisive choice, and Lu Yun recognized the audacity of the young woman. It was precisely due to this decision that her future destiny would shift. It was time for the miraculous effects of soul spirits to reverberate throughout the Douluo Continent, commencing from this very day. As the pathways for soul spirits were set to be unsealed, with a concrete answer in hand, Lu Yun conveyed the matter to Xian Shuang through his spiritual energy, instructing her to temporarily halt the auction. For all present soul masters, we shall demonstrate the absorption of a soul spirit. The auction will be paused for a moment. I know you are skeptical about the authenticity of the soul spirits. Today, let the auctioneer illustrate the process of absorbing a soul spirit. Upon receiving Lu Yun's command, Xian Shuang immediately halted the next item for auction, her gaze serious as she addressed the assembly of soul masters with a solemn tone. Indeed, as soon as Xian Shuang's words fell, all the soul masters relinquished their anticipation, their eyes converging on her. They too wished to ascertain whether the soul spirits from the Starry Auction House were truly as described. Subsequently, the dean of the Botanical Academy, accompanied by Qingmu, gradually approached the auction stage. Next, I will teach you the method of absorbing the soul spirit. Throughout this process, maintain your composure. There is no need for concern. The master will intervene. Xian Shuang, having received the master's directive, promptly reassured Qingmu, advising her to remain calm. Absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring at the 4th Soul Ring stage was an endeavor that soul masters across the Douluo Continent scarcely dared to imagine. Thus it was only natural for Qingmu to feel somewhat anxious. At her words, Qingmu gently nodded, beginning to regulate her soul power. Xian Shuang commenced guiding Qingmu to slowly establish a connection with the Emerald Swan soul spirit using her martial soul. Buzzing, as time elapsed, a potent aura of life emanated from the Emerald Swan. Qingmu's martial soul instinctively manifested, linking with the Emerald Swan as if they were two halves of the same entity. The overwhelming power of the Millennium Soul Beast surged into Qingmu's body, inflicting excruciating pain upon her. Her soul power was in turmoil, as if it might erupt and lead to her demise at any moment. The force of the Millennium Soul Ring was beyond what a soul master could typically withstand. The assembled soul masters beheld the young woman, merely at the 40th level of soul power, daring to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring. Each faction's soul masters expressed their astonishment, shaking their heads in disbelief in their eyes. Attempting to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at the 4th Soul Ring stage was akin to stepping into the gates of death. There had been instances in the past where soul masters had perished upon attempting such feats during their breakthroughs to Soul Venerable, leaving nothing but bones behind. Just as the crowd was lamenting, suddenly, a radiant power flickered from the 3rd floor of the Starry Auction House. Boom! An endless bloom of vitality enveloped Qingmu, tirelessly untangling the chaos within her soul power. It instantaneously dispersed the tumultuous energies, fortifying Qingmu's physique and meridians in the process. Moments later, Qingmu appeared significantly relieved, her expression tranquil as she absorbed the Millennium Soul Spirit. Chapter 50. Soul Power Enhancement Card. Lu Yun understood that the soul power of the Millennium Soul Ring was evidently beyond Qingmu's capacity to bear. Thus, he harnessed supreme power to instantly dissipate the excess energies of the soul spirit, circulating throughout her body to strengthen her meridians and physique. This endeavor greatly aided Qingmu in successfully absorbing such a formidable Millennium Soul Spirit. Moreover, her physique and meridians were enhanced several-fold, an unimaginable boon for her future. It could be said that Qingmu's destiny had indeed been irrevocably altered, thanks in large part to Lu Yun. After all, perhaps only Lu Yun possessed the capability to achieve such an extraordinary feat within the Douluo Continent. Even the strongest limit Douluo would struggle to wield such power. After nearly half an hour, the absorption of the Emerald Swan Soul Spirit was completed, and a serene aura radiated from Qingmu. An overwhelming vitality enveloped the entire area. The astonishment of the onlookers, a 4th Soul Ring, dark as night, materialized around Qingmu, pulsating rhythmically. How is this possible? She actually succeeded. What manner of existence is this Starry Auction House? How could it allow a soul master to absorb a millennium soul spirit so effortlessly at the fourth soul ring stage? Truly formidable. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone released a collective sigh of relief. Absorbing a millennium soul ring at the fourth soul ring stage was an unprecedented achievement, although they remained oblivious to how the Starry Auction House accomplished such feats. They were acutely aware of its profound mystery, leaving them utterly astounded. However, at that moment, the foremost powers of the Douluo Continent began to harbor ulterior motives, seeking to recruit this extraordinary young woman into their ranks. With a fourth soul ring of millennium caliber, she was a rare genius that appeared only once every century, and they were loath to let her slip away. Among them, a few soul masters harbored nefarious thoughts. Having come to recognize the true potential of the soul spirit, igniting their desire to seize it, if they could possess this soul spirit, would they not also be able to absorb a millennium fourth ring? Regrettably, these individuals would ultimately find themselves in vain pursuit. Without Lu Yun's power to facilitate, attempting to absorb a millennium soul spirit at the fourth soul ring stage would only lead to their obliteration. Leaving no chance for survival, find a way to recruit this girl into our spirit hall. Bibi Dong clearly took an interest in the young woman, promptly instructing the nearby Jiu You to devise a plan to bring her into the spirit hall. Having never encountered anyone who could absorb a millennium soul at the fourth soul ring stage, she envisioned the immense potential for enhancing their top-tier combat strength, which would yield unimaginable benefits for the spirit hall's ambition to unify the Douluo Continent. You have all seen the effects of the soul spirit. It is virtually indistinguishable from the soul rings obtained through the conventional hunting of soul beasts. The Millennium Emerald Swan soul spirit can confer 3 soul rings, meaning that when this young woman's soul power breaks through to the Soul King and Soul Emperor stages, she will automatically manifest 2 additional soul rings without the need to hunt for more soul beasts. Xian Shuang utilized Qingmu's example to elucidate the miraculous nature of the soul spirit. A millennium-old emerald swan could bestow 3 millennium soul rings upon the soul master, an unequivocal advantage. Many soul masters, upon hearing this explanation, marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of the soul spirit. Conversely, some regretted not placing a bid to acquire it when they had the chance. The notion that a millennium soul spirit could produce 3 millennium soul rings was an exceptionally lucrative proposition. Alas, their disbelief in the Starry Auction House's claims had cost them an unparalleled opportunity. I forgot to mention, they are soul masters promoting our Starry Auction House. I am aware of certain individuals' intentions. Should the Starry Auction House become aware of any soul masters attempting to seize this soul spirit, they should not blame us for being ungracious. At that moment, Xian Shuang did not forget the orders of the pavilion master, and the chilling power of ice instantly enveloped the entire Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Upon hearing Xian Shuang's warning, all present fell silent, as for the few soul masters who entertained malicious thoughts. They completely abandoned their intentions. The colossal entity that is the Star Dou Auction Pavilion was not something they could provoke, since the Star Dou Auction Pavilion had declared its intent to protect the Plant Academy. They decided to let the matter rest, not wishing to invoke this ill fortune. The Dean of the Plant Academy, witnessing this scene, could not conceal her inner joy and promptly expressed her gratitude to Xian Shuang. This extraordinary opportunity was a generous gift from the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, and although they had spent several million gold soul coins, she felt somewhat guilty. With the assurance of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, the Plant Academy no longer needed to worry about being coveted by other factions. Returning to their private box, they prepared to participate in the upcoming auction, eagerly anticipating the items to be presented. The brief interlude had passed. This auction featured only this one soul spirit, and those wishing to bid on further soul spirits would have to wait for subsequent auctions. Xian Shuang, aware of the crowd's desire for more soul spirits, directly interrupted their thoughts. Indeed, there was only this one 10,000-year soul spirit available this time, and any future soul spirits would depend on the pavilion master's discretion. Thus, Xian Shuang commenced the auction for the next item. Lu Yun also focused his attention on the several items before him. The invincible domain had given him ample surprise, and it was truly difficult to imagine what further treasures might await him. Lu Yun's gaze settled on a soul power enhancement card, and as he read the specific description, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Soul power enhancement card, capable of increasing the host's soul power. Though the specific level of enhancement is uncertain and relies entirely on luck, the uncertainty of the enhancement level filled Lu Yun with anticipation. What if luck were to smile upon him, and he suddenly enhanced his soul power by 80 levels? Would he not then be able to ascend to divinity and become an invincible entity in the Douluo Continent? However, the system promptly interjected, quashing Lu Yun's fantasies. Do not think too far, host. This is merely an ordinary soul power enhancement card, which can at most elevate your soul power by 10 levels. Thus, everything hinges on your luck. Well then, I hope for an abundance of good fortune to elevate my power by 10 levels. Lu Yun sighed deeply. If he could elevate his soul power by 80 levels with just an ordinary card, it would undoubtedly be a loss for the system. Even a 10-level increase would be quite commendable. Although he possessed the time-space divine tower martial spirit, which could accelerate time around him, raising his soul power by 10 levels would still require a significant investment of time. Achieving this solely through the enhancement card today is indeed an incredibly worthwhile transaction. The 10 items he drew this time were all gifted by the system, with a chance for a tenfold draw. Lu Yun felt as though he had truly gained something for nothing. What reason could he have for dissatisfaction? Bang! A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he followed the system's instructions. Abruptly unleashing his soul power to shatter the enhancement card, an endless stream of golden light burst forth, completely entering his body. In that moment, Lu Yun felt his insides brimming with rich soul power. He swiftly operated his 2 martial spirits to absorb this immense soul power. Chapter 51. A future prosperity. Once Lu Yun had absorbed all the soul power within him, he abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. Upon sensing that his soul power level had risen by 8 levels, he was filled with ecstatic joy. His original soul power had reached level 26. And after utilizing the enhancement card, he had successfully broken through to level 34. Although this level might seem inadequate for someone of his age, considering he had only been in the Douluo Continent for less than 2 months. Achieving level 34 was quite astonishing. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly shock the Douluo Continent. This was no fault of his own. After all, he was blessed with such an extraordinary system. Previously, Lu Yun had set a 5-year goal to become a divine-level powerhouse, but it now seemed rather lengthy. Perhaps he should shorten that time frame. Lu Yun aspired to become a divine-level powerhouse as swiftly as possible. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his excited emotions and began to stabilize his newfound soul power. After half an hour, once everything was settled, Lu Yun's gaze fell upon a card that promised to multiply soul power concentration by 100-fold. Soul Power Concentration 100-fold card, capable of significantly enhancing the soul power concentration of the Douluo Continent 100-fold, ushering in a new era of cultivation. When Lu Yun read the specific effects of this card, he was left dumbfounded, his mind reeling in shock. Surely, he must have misread. The mere energy of this card could elevate the soul power concentration of the Douluo Continent by 100-fold. What an unfathomable concept. The Douluo Continent is vast, and to enhance the soul power concentration 100-fold would yield unimaginable consequences. Currently, it is exceedingly difficult to produce tidal Douluos, but once the concentration is increased 100-fold, within a decade, tidal Douluos would be everywhere. Furthermore, there may be talented soul masters who can prove their divinity through their own strength. Of course, the benefits of a 100-fold increase in soul power concentration extend beyond this. As time flows on, the likelihood of children being born with top-tier martial spirits will significantly increase. This means the entire Douluo Continent will enter a golden age of cultivation. Just imagining the scene of tidal Douluos flourishing brings an involuntary deep breath from Lu Yun. Given this, the Soul Crystal plan can officially be set into motion. After calming his restless emotions, Lu Yun shook his head in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled his intention to announce this matter after the auction concluded. If the soul power of the Douluo Continent were to increase 100-fold, the emergence of soul crystals would also accelerate. Presently, the condensation of soul crystals relies solely on the soul masters themselves, which is not a sustainable plan. A soul master cannot perpetually train just to condense soul crystals. That would clearly be impractical. Lu Yun planned to purchase from the divine level shop to see if there were methods for autonomous condensation of soul crystals. At that moment, Lu Yun's attention was once again drawn to the Xiantian Gong martial art. When he had initially drawn the Tang sect's martial art, Xiantian Gong, he had been somewhat surprised. To him, Xiantian Gong seemed merely an ordinary martial art with no exceptional qualities. Since it was the method practiced by Tang San, Lu Yun envisioned a purpose for this technique. The Douluo Continent was in dire need of soul crystal condensation, which could pose some difficulties for human soul masters. If this Xiantian Gong were to be disseminated throughout the Douluo Continent, The quantity of soul crystals generated would be substantial. This way, he could collect auction points to enhance his own strength. This Xiantian Gong was available in the divine level shop for merely 1,000 auction points, indicating it was not particularly valuable. It was perfect for spreading this technique among the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. The future benefits would be beyond comprehension. Imagine a scenario where every soul master in the Douluo Continent possesses a copy of Xiantian Gong, making it an essential meditation manual in every household. Just thinking about this scene made Lu Yun feel a pang of sympathy for Tang San. After all, Tang San had kept Xiantian Gong deeply hidden, never imparting it to his wife or friends. Throughout the history of Douluo, Tang San had guarded Xiantian Gong fiercely, fearing that others might learn of it. If he were to discover that nearly every soul master in the Douluo Continent had a copy of Xiantian Gong, it would surely infuriate him. Although Lu Yun might not witness such a scenario, the mere thought was exhilarating. This made Lu Yun even more eager for the spread of Xiantian Gong across the Douluo Continent. This Xiantian Gong was a gift from the system during a tenfold draw, effectively free of charge, and thus not something to lament over. Thus, Lu Yun's plan to outmaneuver Tang San gradually unfolded. The Xiantian Gong would become a powerful tool for Lu Yun to further amass auction points, and he must utilize it wisely. At this moment, having grasped nearly all the items, Lu Yun's gaze ultimately focused on a summoning card. The name summoning card clearly suggested the ability to summon something. Yet whether it was a person or an object, Lu Yun was uncertain. His right hand brushed against the summoning card. A sudden flash of understanding regarding its function illuminated his mind. Summoning card summons powerful beings from the myriad realms to serve the host. Such a simple description sparked joy within Lu Yun. The prospect of summoning a strong being from the myriad realms to serve him was exhilarating. However, a worry flickered in Lu Yun's mind. Would the summoned being harbor ulterior motives? Do not worry. Host, the powerful beings summoned through the summoning card from the myriad realms will not harbor any ill intentions towards you. They will merely retain their original personalities upon arriving in the Douluo Continent. The strength of these powerful beings will be entirely converted into soul power. Aware of Lu Yun's doubts, the system promptly clarified, assuring him that the summoned entities would not develop any ulterior motives against the host. Oh, in that case, I can rest easy. Lu Yun sighed with relief upon hearing this. The current workforce at the Star Dou Auction House comprises only Jiu You and Xian Shuang, which poses a hindrance to its continued development. Although he possesses invincible strength within the auction house, he remains merely a soul master in the outside world. Lu Yun was exceedingly pleased with the summoning card, as it temporarily alleviated his pressing concerns. Understanding the specific function of the summoning card, Lu Yun channeled his raging soul power into it. Boom! The card radiated a brilliant golden light, which gradually transformed into a series of golden specks, coalescing from the void into a golden portal. Beyond the golden portal, endless cosmic energy permeated the atmosphere, captivating Lu Yun's curiosity. What sort of powerful being would he summon with this card? Chapter 52. Summoning the strong Lu Yun was filled with anticipation when the golden portal began to tremble violently. A blinding golden light surged forth, causing Lu Yun to shut his eyes tightly. When he reopened them, he beheld a figure before him. It was a woman, her beauty nearly reaching the level of enchantment. Her elongated, pale purple eyes sparkled with an alluring charm, capable of ensnaring the gaze of every man who crossed her path. Clad in an opulent purple brocade robe, her figure beneath it was voluptuous and exquisite, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Her flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders, gracefully framing her slender waist. Beneath the brocade robe, a segment of a purple serpent tail emerged, swaying gently and emanating a wild, captivating charm that inexplicably ignited a warmth within him. The powerful aura of a queen radiated from her, instantly captivating Lu Yun's attention. Upon witnessing this enchanting woman, Lu Yun recognized the identity of the being he had summoned. To his astonishment, he had called forth the Queen Medusa from battle through the heavens. As he admired her stunning figure, a glimmer of surprise and delight flickered in his eyes. Medusa, however, was bewildered to find herself in an unknown world. Her face a portrait of confusion. An immense aura enveloped the entire area as her serpentine tail transformed into a pair of long, fair legs, showcasing her enchanting presence. Medusa was utterly perplexed by the situation. She had been consolidating her power after breaking through to the Dou Zone level when a powerful golden light forcibly transported her, leaving her no time to react. What is happening? When she regained her composure, she realized she was in a strange place. Unable to access even a fragment of her power, that it felt as though her internal strength was entirely imprisoned by an external force, her Dou Qi clashing with the surrounding energy of this world. This realization sent ripples of panic through Medusa. Soon, she glanced at the man before her, sensing an even more terrifying aura emanating from him, akin to confronting the heavens themselves. Nevertheless, she met Lu Yun's gaze unflinchingly. Understanding that this man was likely the one who had brought her to this unfamiliar realm. Queen Medusa, welcome to the Douluo Continent. Lu Yun perceived that Medusa's powers were completely restrained, and that she was instinctively rejecting the surrounding soul power. A moment later, he grasped the situation. Medusa's Dou Qi clashed with the soul power of the Douluo Continent, preventing her from unleashing her full strength. However, Lu Yun was perplexed as to why her Dou Qi had yet to convert into soul power. He felt no apprehension regarding Medusa. He trusted the system's assurances that she would not develop any ill will. Within the Star Dou Auction House, he wielded unparalleled might, rendering him unafraid of her. The reason for her current murderous intent towards him might stem from the system's inaction. Upon detecting the successful summoning of Queen Medusa from battle through the heavens, the system noted her power level as Dou Zone, subsequently converting it to the Douluo Continent's soul power level of 99th level limit Douluo. At that moment, a golden light enveloped Medusa, rendering her momentarily like a lifeless doll, her eyes vacant as she stood still. Boom! Her internal Dou Qi fully transformed into soul power, and the aura of a limit Douluo instantly permeated the entire Star Dou Auction House. Fortunately, Lu Yun acted swiftly to conceal this overwhelming aura. If it were to be fully unleashed, the majority of soul masters on the two lower floors of the auction house would be unable to withstand it. The full-force aura of a limit Douluo would be exceedingly difficult to resist. Even for titled Douluo experts, let alone weaker soul masters. Lu Yun's gaze remained fixed on Queen Medusa, and he suddenly noticed her awakening, her eyes devoid of any murderous intent, within her mind. The unfamiliar energies of this world began to settle. Douluo Continent, a wondrous martial soul and soul power cultivation system. This realm is entirely different from battle through the heavens. How intriguing! At that moment, as Medusa sensed the extraordinary soul power within her, a peculiar smile spread across her face. She then turned her attention to Lu Yun, her demeanor lacking any hostility, replaced instead with a hint of curiosity. The man who had brought her to this foreign world possessed formidable strength. For reasons unknown, she felt no inclination to harbor any murderous thoughts towards him, a perplexing situation that baffled Queen Medusa. Nonetheless, she had already accepted her new identity. She would embrace her time on the Douluo Continent and explore the allure of its martial souls. The transformation in Medusa's demeanor was undoubtedly attributed to the system's infusion of knowledge about the formidable aspects of the Star Dou Auction House and the wonders of the Douluo Continent. Are you the master of the Star Dou Auction House? Medusa's sultry voice reached Lu Yun's ears. Indeed, I am the master of the Star Dou Auction House. You should have a clear understanding of everything in this world by now. I wish you a pleasant life on the Douluo Continent. Upon witnessing Medusa's state, Lu Yun realized the system had intervened, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Medusa possessed a queenly demeanor, proud and seemingly indifferent to the world around her. Subsequently, Lu Yun permitted her to pursue her own endeavors, while Medusa expressed her desire to explore this strange world. Before she departed, Lu Yun took the opportunity to remind Queen Medusa to refrain from using her powers on the Douluo Continent. The emergence of a limit Douluo would inevitably cause upheaval across the entire realm. Once Medusa had left, a new question arose in Lu Yun's mind. Why did she retain her original personality, while Jiu You and Xin Shuang were completely loyal to him? Seemingly unaware of their previous traits, driven by curiosity, Lu Yun inquired of the system for a definitive answer. Queen Medusa was summoned through the summoning card from the myriad realms, while Jiu You and Xin Shuang are entirely creations of the system. Technically, they do not belong to the myriad realms, although the system has endowed them with personalities loyal to the host. When you first arrived at the Douluo Continent, had you summoned strong beings from the myriad realms, you would have faced a significant risk to your life. The system audibly elucidated the distinction between the two, casting a playful glance at Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, a series of dark lines appeared on Lu Yun's face, and he swiftly grasped the rationale behind the system's actions. Having just arrived in the Douluo Continent, he possessed neither a martial soul nor soul power. Had the system recklessly summoned powerful beings from myriad realms for him, he might not have survived to this moment. With his lack of strength, even with the system's assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult to command the formidable entities from various worlds, yet the circumstances had now changed. The system's approach had, to some extent, circumvented a life-threatening crisis. There should be 2 more chapters updated tonight, so stay tuned. P.S. Many esteemed readers wish to summon characters from Dopa, and this time, we will be summoning Queen Medusa. Subsequently, summoning cards will be introduced. If you wish to summon a powerful being from any realm, please leave a comment. The character with the highest vote count will be summoned. Chapter 53. The Douluo Tulip. The 2 chapters have been merged into one, offering ample content. Once everything concluded, Lu Yun's gaze refocused on the auction below. The auction was nearing its conclusion, and it was time to announce the matter of the soul crystals at that moment. The transaction system of the Douluo Continent would undergo a profound transformation. Xin Shuang had concluded the auction of the 4th item during Lu Yun's summoning of Medusa. The 4th item was a storage ring, akin to the storage soul guide of the Douluo Continent. However, Lu Yun's storage ring was even more extraordinary. It could store not only inanimate objects, but also living beings. This storage ring was an immensely precious treasure for soul masters in the Douluo Continent. At that time, Lu Yun's auction points were insufficient, so he could only acquire a storage space of 50 cubic meters. The Divine Grade store offered even larger storage rings, but the required auction points were exorbitant, rendering them beyond his previous financial reach. Next, let us present the final auction item of this event. Xin Shuang solemnly addressed the soul masters below. With a grand gesture, a flicker of green light appeared in front of her, revealing a mystical herb. Upon closer inspection, this herb was none other than the Douluo Tulip that Lu Yun had previously retrieved from the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Douluo Tulip, considered one of the pinnacle herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire, was second only in rarity to the Heartbroken Red. Revered as the king of celestial herbs, the Douluo Tulip possessed the ability to discern the properties of all earthly spiritual entities, commanding them at will, and wielding powers related to flavor. Furthermore, it could neutralize all poisons, reducing the combat prowess of all plant-type soul beasts by half. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong consumed the Douluo Tulip to rectify the deficiencies of her martial soul, evolving it into the 9-treasure glazed tile. For any soul master, the Douluo Tulip was an invaluable treasure, which is precisely why Lu Yun chose it as the final auction item. In his estimation, if one were to identify the wealthiest faction in the Douluo Continent, it would undoubtedly be the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Lu Yun speculated that even the combined wealth of all factions in Douluo Continent might not surpass that of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. The martial soul of the 7-treasure glazed tile was inherently extraordinary, capable of autonomously discerning the location of treasures. It was no wonder they were so affluent. Lu Yun's primary intention in auctioning the Douluo Tulip was to extract resources from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, seizing this opportunity to amass a considerable number of auction points, especially since the golden soul coins would no longer be available in the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. First, let us introduce this celestial herb, known as the Douluo Tulip, which holds the esteemed title of King of Celestial Medicinal Herbs. Following this, Xin Shuang slowly presented the name and effects of the herb to the assembled soul masters. Most attendees appeared unfamiliar with such a high-grade herb, yet for those attending an auction for the first time, it was an indescribable treasure. The inaugural celestial herb offered by the Star Dou Auction Pavilion could significantly enhance mental strength. A true marvel. What other effects could the Douluo Tulip possess? This herb could also elevate a soul master's soul power, with the extent of enhancement being greater for those with lower soul power. The Douluo Tulip's capabilities extended beyond mere enhancement of soul power. Its primary function was to potentially induce the evolution of a martial soul towards a more potent direction, particularly for gemstone-type martial souls. Xin Shuang directly revealed this monumental news. Indeed, as soon as Xin Shuang's words fell, the breathing of most soul masters present grew rapid, astonished that this herb could even provoke martial soul evolution. What an astonishing prospect! A martial soul was a predetermined aspect of one's being, only manifesting mutations at the moment of awakening. It was often prone to regressions, yet the existence of a celestial herb capable of guiding a martial soul towards greater strength was nothing short of astonishing to the crowd. The martial soul determined a soul master's future. To transcend to the title Douluo level, one must possess a martial soul of the highest caliber. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to enter the realm of tidal Douluo. Xian Shuang's final remark regarding its utility for gemstone-type martial souls was largely overlooked. This celestial herb represented an opportunity to alter their destinies. Naturally, they would seize this chance and not allow it to slip through their fingers. In box number 7, Jin Shu and Gu Shu exchanged glances. Is it true that this celestial herb can facilitate the evolution of gemstone-type martial souls, as the Star Dou Auction Pavilion claims? At that moment, Ning Fengji, upon hearing Xian Shuang's introduction, his eyes gleaming with excitement, eagerly inquired of Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. Ning Fengji had not anticipated that the 5th auction item would be such a priceless treasure, an item capable of inducing martial soul evolution. It was particularly effective for gemstone-type martial souls, of which their 7 treasure glazed tile was a prime example. This meant that the Qiluo tulip was tailor-made for their 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, leaving Ning Fengji feeling as though a momentous opportunity had fallen into his lap, filled with exuberance. Fengji, the Star Dou Auction Pavilion should not be deceiving us. After all, every item previously auctioned has been a top-tier treasure of the Douluo Continent. It seems there should be no doubt about the potential for this item to induce the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul. Jian Douluo, equally captivated, gazed toward the Qiluo tulip, providing reassurances. However, he felt a profound certainty that this Qiluo tulip was indeed authentic. Would the long-standing constraints on the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul finally be broken today? Uncertain if this Qiluo tulip could assist in the evolution of their martial soul, he resolutely declared, "I cannot let this opportunity pass. It is the only chance to alter the future fate of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect." At that moment, Ning Fengji steadied his emotions, his tone resolute, voicing his intent to secure the Qiluo tulip at all costs. Being a premier celestial medicinal herb, the starting bid was set at 70 million golden soul coins. Xian Shuang promptly announced the starting price for the celestial herb. Initially, Lu Yun had not intended to set the opening bid so high. However, he also had to consider the auction points. He could only allow a slight inconvenience, compelling the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to expend a bit more golden soul coins. Nevertheless, this starting price effectively deterred most soul masters from participating in the competition. Only the most prominent factions of the Douluo Continent would likely engage in this bidding war. In a sense, the Qiluo tulip could be considered a possession of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, yet the ultimate beneficiary would undoubtedly be Lu Yun. The Qiluo tulip was something he had harvested from the Eye of Ice and Fire, costing him not a single auction point. In other words, this was an entirely free celestial herb. 100 million golden soul coins. At this moment, Ning Fengji, breathing heavily, directly bid 100 million golden soul coins. No matter what, he was determined to acquire the Qiluo tulip, even if it meant exhausting the sect's resources. Should a soul master with the 9 treasure glazed tile martial soul emerge within the sect in the future, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would undoubtedly rank among the top powers of the Douluo Continent. The legacy of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would flourish, ensuring it would not decline under his watch. How terrifying is this box number 7? They opened with a bid of 100 million golden soul coins. The onlookers were astounded. This is utterly outrageous, even if the Qiluo tulip possesses some capability for martial soul evolution. It should not warrant such a lofty price, exceeding the starting bid by 30 million golden soul coins. How can we possibly compete with such a staggering increase? Upon Ning Fengji's declaration of 100 million gold soul coins, a palpable shock reverberated through the Star Dou Auction House, leaving the soul masters in a state of disbelief. 100 million gold soul coins, after all, is not a sum to be trifled with. Initially, the auction house had set the starting price at 70 million gold soul coins, a figure that had already dissuaded many factions from participating in the bidding. Yet, Ning Fengji's audacious leap to 100 million gold soul coins effectively eliminated the remaining competitors. In the Douluo Continent, very few factions possessed the capability to produce such a sum in one go. Has the 7 treasure glazed tile sect made a move? At that moment, in box no. 1, Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with sharpness upon hearing the bid from box number 7 for the exquisite Kirin tulip. During her journey to the auction house, she had indeed spotted Ning Fengji entering box no. 7. Bibi Dong scrutinized the box intently, her mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, she recalled that the 7 treasure glazed tile's martial soul is a gem type, that a peculiar expression crossed her face as a scheme began to form in her mind. If this Kirin tulip could truly aid in the evolution of a martial soul, then would Ning Fengji's 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul not evolve into the 8-treasure glazed tile or even the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile? With such enhancements, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo would undoubtedly grow immensely powerful, posing a significant threat to their martial soul hall's ambition to unify the Douluo continent. Hence, Bibi Dong had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit of the Kirin tulip. However, uncertainty gnawed at her. Could she truly secure the purchase of this divine herb? She had already expended 300 million gold soul coins on a divine soul ring, which rendered her incapable of competing against the 7-treasure glazed tile sect in this instance. Nevertheless, she was determined to make an attempt. She could not allow the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to acquire the Kirin tulip so easily, even if she could not prevent Ning Fengji from obtaining the herb. She aimed to inflict some damage upon the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. 150 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Bibi Dong commanded the nearby chrysanthemum Douluo to decisively raise the bid by 50 million gold soul coins. A wave of astonishment swept through the soul masters present, who marveled at the wealth of box number 1. Having previously spent 300 million gold soul coins on an unknown divine soul ring, they now contemplated an additional expenditure of 150 million gold soul coins on a herb capable of facilitating martial soul evolution. That it seemed the martial soul hall was indeed stepping into the fray. Upon hearing the bid from box number 1, the sword Douluo's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. He had anticipated that this auction would not proceed smoothly, and indeed, the martial soul hall had intervened. He understood the rationale behind their actions. If the Kirin tulip could genuinely enable martial soul evolution, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's power would ascend to new heights. How could this not provoke the martial soul hall's apprehension? Nevertheless, since the martial soul hall had already expended 300 million gold soul coins, he was confident that the Kirin tulip would ultimately be theirs. Upon hearing these words, Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively. Showing no concern for the competition posed by the martial soul hall, in terms of financial clout, there were hardly any factions capable of rivaling the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Thus, he remained untroubled by the prospect of the Kirin tulip falling into the hands of the martial soul hall. 200 million gold soul coins. At this juncture, Ning Fengji resolutely raised the bid by 50 million gold soul coins once more. He had no intention of wasting time with the martial soul hall and sought to secure the highest possible price to preempt any unforeseen complications. The key to transforming the fate of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect must not encounter any missteps. As this price was announced, the onlookers became utterly desensitized to the staggering figure. Raising the bid by 50 million gold soul coins in one go was simply extravagant, bordering on unimaginable. They settled into their seats, eager to witness how high the final price for the Kirin tulip would soar. Your Holiness, the amount of gold soul coins we brought is already below 200 million. At that moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo in box number 1 expressed his concerns to Bibi Dong. Although they had brought a substantial sum, their previous expenditure of 300 million gold soul coins meant that their remaining funds fell short of 200 million. In light of this situation, they would have to concede the Kirin tulip to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Seeing the predicament, Bibi Dong could only sigh deeply, resigning herself to the loss of the Kirin tulip. If there were to be any blame, it lay squarely with her for not bringing sufficient gold soul coins this time. 200 million gold soul coins once, 200 million gold soul coins twice, 200 million gold soul coins thrice. With no further bids, the Kirin tulip was officially claimed by box no. 7. After confirming that no one else intended to raise their bid, Xinshuang promptly delivered the Kirin tulip to box number 7, completing the transaction with a swift exchange of coins and goods. Is this truly the Kirin tulip that can facilitate the evolution of gem-type martial souls? Ning Fengji cradled the Kirin tulip as if it were a priceless treasure, the joy on his face unmistakable. At that moment, he could feel his 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul stirring within him, as if absorbing the Kirin tulip would confer immense benefits upon it. Observing this, Ning Fengji became increasingly convinced of the Kirin tulip's authenticity. Fengji, how about we return now and allow you to absorb the Kirin tulip completely? Sword Dou suggested, eager for Ning Fengji to expedite the process and avoid any potential mishaps. No, let this Kirin tulip be for Rongrong. Ning Fengji firmly replied, given my talent, I may not be able to fully harness the herb's effects. Compared to me, Rongrong stands to gain far more from this supreme herb to achieve her martial soul evolution. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji decisively rejected Sword Dulaw's proposal, having already contemplated the herb's rightful recipient. The Star Dou Auction House had indicated that soul masters with lower soul power would benefit more from the herb's absorption. To err on the side of caution, it would be best to allow Ning Rongrong to absorb the Kirin tulip. Should he absorb it and fail to evolve his 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile, it would be a waste of this extraordinary herb. Chapter 54. The popularization of soul crystals. Sword Dulao and Bone Dulao listened as Ning Fengji expressed his intention to let Ning Rongrong absorb the Kirin tulip. They refrained from voicing any objections, leaving the decision to Ning Fengji. After all, they were acutely aware that what Ning Fengji proposed was indeed sound. The herb's benefits were maximized when consumed by those with lower soul power. With an eye toward long-term interests, Ning Fengji chose to allow his daughter, Ning Rongrong, to benefit from the Kirin tulip. However, in their hearts, Sword Dulao and Bone Dulao still hoped that Ning Fengji would ultimately absorb the Kirin tulip, resulting in the evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. That if that were to happen, Ning Fengji could transcend his current limit of level 79 soul power, advancing to Soul Dulao and even to Title Dulao. Such a development would undoubtedly elevate the entire 7-treasure glazed tile sect's strength, alleviating concerns about rival factions threatening their dominance. That I believe that since the Star Dou Auction House could present this Kirin tulip, which facilitates the evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, they will surely offer similar treasures in the future, allowing for further martial soul evolution. At that time, I would not hesitate to bid for them, Ning Fengji optimistically stated. Given the extraordinary treasures previously made available, it was reasonable to assume that the Star Dou Auction House possessed immense mysteries, even if they were to present items not belonging to the Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji would not find it surprising. Thus, he was confident that subsequent auctions would feature comparable supreme treasures, allowing him to invest substantial sums to acquire them, ultimately advancing his martial soul to even greater heights. Let this Kirin tulip be for my daughter to absorb. She will be able to unlock its full potential. Very well, since you have decided, then it shall be as you say. Sword Dulao and Bone Dulao nodded in agreement, tacitly endorsing Ning Fengji's decision. This course of action was indeed well suited to the current circumstances. Then let us take our leave. After all, we have completed the auction of the 5 items this time. Sword Dulao spoke gravely to Ning Fengji, preparing to depart. They had successfully acquired the supreme Kirin tulip, which would enhance their martial souls, and with the martial soul hall also vying for it, they needed to leave promptly to avoid any unexpected developments. Indeed, let us be on our way. Upon hearing the announcement, Ning Fengji and Bone Dulao nodded gently, preparing to rise and depart from Box No. 7. Returning to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the auction at the Star Dou Auction House had successfully concluded. After the 5th item was sold, Xianshuang smiled and addressed the crowd, declaring the auction officially over. As soon as Xianshuang finished speaking, everyone began to stand and prepare to leave. However, she did not forget the master's instructions and softly added, "Please do not rush to depart. Our Star Dou Auction House will be instituting new regulations. From the next auction onward, the currency for transactions will shift from gold soul coins to soul crystals. If anyone attempts to use gold soul coins in the upcoming auction, our Star Dou Auction House will not recognize them." At that moment, Xianshuang announced that the trading currency of the Star Dou Auction House would henceforth be entirely soul crystals. The unfamiliar term soul crystal left the assembled soul masters bewildered, their faces reflecting confusion and curiosity. What exactly were soul crystals? Why had they, having lived on the Douluo Continent for so long, never heard of them? Some voiced their puzzlement, yet a strange thought began to stir within them. They possessed a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Yet the term soul crystal was so alien. Did they truly lack soul crystals? Would they be left helpless during the next auction, watching treasures slip through their fingers? It seemed rather cruel. Nevertheless, they refrained from causing a disturbance and quietly awaited the Star Dou Auction House's explanation of what soul crystals were. Soul crystals, as the name suggests, are crystals formed from the condensation of soul power, filled with astonishing soul energy. They can be utilized not only for cultivation but also as the trading currency of the Star Dou Auction House. The creation of soul crystals is a process devised by our master, and the precise method of condensation is known only to him. Thus, the next Star Dou auction will prioritize soul crystals as the primary currency. And we hope you all understand. Xianshuang briefly introduced the origins of soul crystals. Upon hearing this, the soul masters present remained perplexed, but were also deeply astonished. The fact that soul crystals could serve as both currency and a means for cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. On the Douluo Continent, the only trading currency had been gold soul coins, purely for transactions, devoid of any utility for cultivation. This revelation piqued their interest in soul crystals even further. The process of condensing soul crystals is quite challenging. You will need to gather a substantial amount of them for the next auction, which will take place in a year's time, that we hope that all major factions can accumulate enough soul crystals during this period. Otherwise, the treasures at the next auction will slip from your grasp, Xianshuang continued. Also informing them of the date for the next auction, Liu Yun had also deliberated carefully, knowing that condensing soul crystals was exceedingly difficult. Even if the soul power concentration on the Douluo Continent were to be increased 100-fold, and with the foundation of the Xiantian skill as a meditative practice, achieving a significant quantity of soul crystals in a short time seemed unrealistic. Hence, Liu Yun allotted them a year to gather soul crystals at the auction a year later. He could seize the opportunity to acquire a vast number of auction points. This plan had occupied Liu Yun's thoughts for quite some time. Subsequently, the master would disseminate the specific method of condensing soul crystals throughout the Douluo Continent, enabling every soul master to participate in the Star Dou Auction House's events or utilize them for cultivation. To expedite the process of gathering soul crystals, the master generously gifted you a copy of the Xiantian skill meditative technique. This technique surpasses the existing meditative methods on the Douluo Continent by several levels. Therefore, with this meditative practice, I believe you will be able to condense soul crystals more swiftly. Observing the expressions of difficulty on the faces of the soul masters, Xianshuang proceeded to share two pieces of good news. The provision of a top-tier meditative technique would allow them to gather soul crystals more efficiently, serving as tools for Liu Yun to amass auction points. After all, the Xiantian skill had been obtained by Liu Yun through a system lottery. So he bore no loss. On another front, Liu Yun expended a significant number of auction points to purchase the detailed method for condensing soul crystals. However, these auction points were effectively gifts from everyone present. So Liu Yun felt no regret. Soon after, with a sweeping gesture, Xianshuang summoned copies of the Xiantian skill, each one infused with soul power, distributing them into the hands of every individual present. She also conveyed the specific method for condensing soul crystals to the crowd, which would then be shared by the major factions across the Douluo Continent. It was believed that within a month, soul crystals would become widely prevalent across the Douluo Continent, establishing themselves as the primary trading currency among soul masters. This revolutionary currency could facilitate transactions between soul masters, while the previous gold soul coins would serve as the currency for ordinary citizens. The responsibility of this task was entrusted to the Spirit Hall. They were asked to utilize their influence to promote soul crystals and delineate the distinction between the two currencies. There was no need to worry about ordinary citizens lacking the ability to condense soul crystals and thus being marginalized on the Douluo Continent. From now on, gold soul coins would be designated as the currency for those without soul power, significantly mitigating the risk of collapse in the existing trading system. Very well. We at the Spirit Hall shall undertake the responsibility of promoting soul crystals. Bibi Dong, hearing Xianshuang's words, despite her boundless curiosity regarding soul crystals, accepted the responsibility. For the Spirit Hall to unify the Douluo Continent in the future, it was imperative to gain the people's favor. And the emergence of soul crystals presented her with a glimmer of opportunity. She aimed to leverage this chance to elevate the Spirit Hall's status to new heights. However, when other factions heard that the Star Dou Auction House had assigned this responsibility to the Spirit Hall, their expressions soured slightly. They understood the immense power of the Spirit Hall, and following this incident, it was likely that the Spirit Hall's position would soar to unprecedented heights, which would be disadvantageous for the other factions. Yet, they dared not voice their dissent. Soon after, the attendees received the specific method for condensing soul crystals, and astonishment washed over their faces. They could hardly believe how remarkable the process of condensing soul crystals was. And the realization that soul crystals could also be used for cultivation sent waves of excitement through their hearts. This development would fundamentally alter the trading system of the Douluo Continent. Their curiosity towards the Star Dou Auction House intensified. This enigmatic establishment repeatedly unveiled treasures that stunned the entire Douluo Continent, leaving them in awe. Moreover, The announcement of the birth of soul crystals would significantly enhance the soul power levels of soul masters across the Douluo Continent, yielding tremendous benefits for the overall development of the realm. This Xiantian skill surpasses the 7-treasure meditation method passed down through our sect by several levels. Ning Fengji reflected, equally astonished upon learning the specific method for condensing soul crystals. He soon became captivated by the Xiantian skill in his hands. The more he read, the deeper his shock grew. What a pinnacle meditative technique this was! It surpassed the 7-treasure meditation method, which had been cultivated in their sect for generations by several tiers. Furthermore, the Xiantian skill comprises 10 tiers if one were to follow the cultivation system of the Douluo Continent. Advancing a level could potentially elevate one's soul power by 10 levels. This implied that should someone manage to ascend to the 10th tier of the Xiantian skill, they could step into the divine realm, a territory untouched by anyone on the Douluo Continent. Such thoughts stirred tumultuous waves within Ning Fengji, leaving him in a state of profound agitation. This truly was a top-tier meditative technique. If any faction were to acquire the Xiantian skill, the possibility of breaking through to divine-level strength would no longer be a distant dream. Even tidal Douluo-level powerhouses might emerge like spring bamboo shoots across the Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji and his companions recognized the gravity of the situation, lamenting that the Star Dou Auction House had made the Xiantian skill available to all across the Douluo Continent. This meant that from now on, the majority of soul masters would have the opportunity to cultivate the Xiantian skill and subsequently enhance their soul power levels. They would no longer possess an advantage, prompting Ning Fengji to resolve to return and impart the Xiantian skill to every disciple within their sect. He aimed to ensure that they seize the opportunity to cultivate the Xiantian skill, striving to elevate their soul power levels. In the forthcoming era, the 7-treasure glazed tile school must take the lead. What an exquisite Xiantian skill! I never anticipated that the Star Dou Auction House would present such a top-tier meditative technique to everyone. It is truly unbelievable. Bibi Dong held the Xiantian skill in her hands, her eyes betraying a sense of astonishment that she could not conceal. Soon, she came to recognize the gravity of the situation. Her foresight surpassed that of other factions. In the future, if every individual possessed a copy of the Xiantian skill, the number of tidal Douluos on the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly increase exponentially. At that point, the status of their spirit hall would be under significant threat. That a series of plans began to take shape in Bibi Dong's mind. She resolved to seize this opportunity and strive for the spirit hall to produce more tidal Douluos. Now, this is what we, the Star Dou Auction House, wish to convey to you all. Remember, for the next auction, bring your soul crystals. We at the Star Dou Auction House do not accept golden soul coins. Xian Shuang observed the changes in the expressions of the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, as the head of the auction house, what she presented was enough to astonish all. After you depart, a monumental opportunity will arise on the Douluo Continent. I hope all factions can grasp it and not let it slip away. Upon seeing the various factions preparing to leave, Xian Shuang revealed another earth-shattering piece of news. Indeed, from Lu Yun's words, the Star Dou Auction House will soon unleash a terrifying power that will amplify the overall soul power concentration of the Douluo Continent 100-fold. Realizing this, Xian Shuang could hardly maintain her composure. Although she was a creation of the system, she was well aware of the current state of the Douluo Continent. The head of the auction house was almost transcendent over the continent itself, a terrifying prospect that deepened her respect for Lu Yun. What is this earth-shattering opportunity? Why does the Star Dou Auction House always tantalize our curiosity, since the Star Dou Auction House had announced it as an astonishing opportunity? The forthcoming event must be tremendously significant, and we must not let it pass us by. Indeed, after I leave the Star Dou Auction House, I will remain vigilant for this opportunity. I cannot allow it to slip from my grasp. Upon hearing this, every faction was filled with renewed determination, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming opportunity mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House. What could this astonishing opportunity be? Even formidable beings like Bibi Dong were filled with anticipation for this revelation. Upon returning, she intended to instruct the members of the Spirit Hall to remain poised for the appearance of this chance. P.S. The Xiantian skill and the method for condensing soul crystals provided are intended to enable others to gather more soul crystals, effectively making the protagonist a tool for auctioning purposes. Additionally, gifting the Xiantian skill serves to vex Tang. San.it is perplexing why some interpret the protagonist as a sycophant. ingratiating himself with the powers of the continent. Chapter 56. Medusa's first battle. After the conclusion of the auction, the various factions swiftly departed from the Star Dou Auction House, returning to their respective domains in anticipation of the monumental opportunity that Liu Yun had mentioned. At this moment, however, a momentous event unfolded within the Spirit Hall. Above the Spirit Hall, two figures hovered in midair, each emanating a vibrant aura powerful enough to dominate the surrounding realm. One of these figures was the Medusa Queen, who had previously bid farewell to Liu Yun. With a serene expression, Medusa regarded the man before her, her gaze brimming with pride, as if she held him in contempt. The man before her, clad in a golden robe, bore the six-winged angel spirit, emanating a terrifying pressure of soul power. His body radiated a rich, angelic luminescence. He was none other than Douluo, one of the three supreme Douluos of the Douluo Continent, known as the Invincible of the Skies. Who are you? Why have you come to the Spirit Hall to cause trouble? Douluo's eyes narrowed in disbelief. That I never expected such a powerful being to exist on the Douluo Continent. It is truly incredible. His gaze fixated on the Medusa Queen, a newfound seriousness flickering in his eyes. That he sensed that, though she appeared devoid of any menacing aura, she harbored the might of a supreme Douluo, compelling him to regard her with utmost caution. The presence of a crisis emanating from her left him astounded. It had been years since anyone had forced him to exert his full strength. Yet, Douluo was intrigued. What faction did this woman belong to? He had never heard of any faction producing a supreme Douluo of her caliber. What does it matter to you which faction I hail from? Will you fight or not? Medusa's tone was cold and disdainful. Her face bore an expression of impatience. She had intended to wander the Douluo Continent leisurely, yet one after another, they sought to confront her, as if she were easy prey. Had it not been for Liu Yun's prior warning to refrain from acting impulsively, she would have had no interest in dealing with these nuisances. Douluo, while exceptionally strong, was not an easy opponent to dismiss lightly. Even if he did not match her peak prowess, Medusa realized that this situation would not resolve itself easily. Thus, she resolved to take action. If she did not impart a lesson, they would remain unaware of their own limitations. Their repeated attempts to obstruct her were truly courting death. Arrogant, I know not from whence you come, but to dare act insolently within the Spirit Hall. Do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing Medusa's disdainful tone, Douluo's face flushed with anger. In an instant, the six-winged angel spirit behind him erupted with blinding angelic radiance. His seventh soul ring suddenly flared to life, pulsating with a dark light. Seventh soul skill, angelic true form. Douluo decisively unleashed his soul spirit's true form, fully aware of the formidable threat posed by the woman before him, leaving no room for complacency. Sixth soul skill, angel blade. The sixth soul ring upon his person also shimmered with brilliance. A golden, ethereal divine sword materialized in his hand, releasing a sharp brilliance that seemed to cleave heaven and earth asunder. With this level of attack, you dare to hinder me. Truly, I wonder who has given you the audacity. Medusa sensed the impending strike and merely shook her head in indifference. She initially suspected that Douluo possessed some remarkable technique worthy of her full strength. But this was simply too weak. With a surge of soul power coursing through her right hand, a serpentine spirit materialized within her palm, exuding a terrifying pressure of soul power. After arriving on the Douluo Continent, Medusa had seamlessly transformed her combat prowess into soul power through the system's means. Thus, her true form had also evolved into her spirit. Her spirit was none other than the seven-colored sky-devouring python. 9 soul rings manifested around Medusa, pulsating rhythmically, 3 black and 6 red, exuding a terrifying aura of soul rings. 3 black and 6 red. Your soul ring configuration is astonishingly formidable. Who are you? At that moment, Douluo's golden pupils constricted in shock as he beheld Medusa's soul ring configuration. Who is this human soul master? How does she possess such an extraordinary soul ring configuration? 3 black and 6 red. I have never encountered such a bizarre spirit and soul ring. Could it be that this woman is an inheritor of divine status, participating in a divine trial? Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a mere human to elevate their soul rings to such an extraordinary level. Realizing this, Douluo's expression grew severe. It appeared the situation would not conclude easily. Both belonged to the realm of supreme Douluos, yet the level of the woman's spirit seemed to be not much inferior to his divine spirit. The six-winged angel, however, Her soul ring configuration was significantly superior. This stark contrast made Douluo acutely aware that even if he exerted his full strength, he might not be a match for the woman before him. Sixth soul skill, devouring sky power. Medusa sensed her own transformation and felt a surge of curiosity. She had not anticipated that upon arriving on the Douluo Continent, her true form would metamorphose into such a remarkable spirit. And the colors of her soul rings were indeed peculiar. After some contemplation, Medusa discerned her situation and skillfully activated her sixth soul skill. Boom! Before me loomed the resplendent seven-colored sky-devouring python martial spirit, emanating an aura of terrifying devourment. The surrounding soul power was consumed relentlessly by the seven-colored sky-devouring python, while the angel's blade previously wielded by Douluo approached Queen Medusa with a menacing intent. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. Upon making contact with the devouring force encircling Medusa, Douluo's attack appeared to cause little disturbance. The fearsome blades were utterly obliterated by the overwhelming devouring power. An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the air, only for the entire area to return to a disquieting stillness. This moment starkly illustrated the vast disparity in strength between Douluo and Queen Medusa. In the world of Douluo, Queen Medusa possessed the ability to engage in battles beyond her rank, and upon her arrival in the Douluo Continent, she retained that extraordinary capability against a formidable opponent of equal rank. Queen Medusa was unquestionably unparalleled. Chapter 57. Douluo submits, Your Excellency. I apologize for the missteps of our martial soul hall. I implore your understanding. Douluo finally recognized the chasm of power separating them. And after a moment of internal struggle, he resolutely acknowledged the fault of their martial soul. However, he inwardly cursed the soul masters responsible for this predicament, knowing that their actions had escalated the situation beyond control. Should the woman before him refuse to reconcile and remain steadfast in her desire for battle, his strength would be utterly inadequate to intervene. The foundation of the martial soul hall, built over many years, could be shattered in an instant, an outcome he was desperate to avoid. What's this? No attempt to stop me, Medusa replied with a cold smirk, raising an eyebrow and regarding Douluo with a knowing expression. As her words hung in the air, Douluo fell silent, suppressing any further speech for fear of inciting the wrath of the woman before him. He knew he could not withstand her fury. Noticing Douluo's silence, Medusa turned her attention dismissively to the instigators of this trouble, the old man and his grandson. With a hum, a kaleidoscope of light flared from Medusa's right hand, ensnaring both individuals in place, leaving them utterly immobilized. In that instant, their bodies were flooded with overwhelming soul power. No, great offering, save me. The elder sensed the chaotic turmoil within him, as though he were on the brink of exploding. In a state of sheer terror, he pleaded with Douluo for assistance. If Douluo remained inactive, not only would his grandson perish, but he himself would be doomed without a shred of hope for survival. Your Excellency, I beseech you to spare them both. Whatever compensation you demand, our martial soul hall shall fulfill. Witnessing this alarming scene, Douluo's expression darkened, yet he attempted to maintain a calm demeanor while addressing Queen Medusa. After all, the elder was a titled Douluo of the martial soul hall, and his demise would constitute a significant loss for them. Therefore, Douluo earnestly hoped Queen Medusa would show them mercy. To think you would ask me to spare them is the height of folly. Medusa's eyes flashed with indifference, her aura of an ultimate Douluo saturating the air around the martial soul hall. The power in her palm erupted forth, a torrent of soul energy surging toward the two captives. Anyone daring to lay hands upon her would find only death awaiting them. No pleas would be heeded. In an instant, the old man and his grandson were obliterated by the force of her attack, their bodies erupting in a shower of blood that stained the earth. You. Douluo's countenance turned a deep shade of ashen gray upon witnessing Queen Medusa's ruthless execution of the two. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze. He had not anticipated her audacity to execute them under his very nose. Yet, he understood the ramifications of this incident, compelling him to suppress his fury and refrain from acting rashly. Well then, I have removed the blight from your martial soul hall. You ought to express your gratitude. After dispatching the two, Queen Medusa clapped her hands together, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed Douluo. Moments later, she departed the scene at a leisurely pace, leaving Douluo standing in profound silence, his expression heavy with dread. Damn it, The fury boiling within Douluo found no outlet, the raging angelic soul power erupting around him as if seeking to annihilate everything in its path. Great offering, should we investigate which faction that woman belongs to? An elder approached Douluo, the second-ranked offering of the hall. Jiu You, a pinnacle Douluo of level 9-8. No need. If she were to sense our investigation, it would only lead to further complications that I hope you all learn a lesson from this. Never provoke others indiscriminately. The Douluo Continent is fraught with peril, and the mysterious Star Dou Auction House's sudden emergence has already stirred unrest. Now, with the appearance of an unfamiliar ultimate Douluo, it seems my prolonged absence from the Douluo Continent has allowed many formidable entities to rise. Douluo spoke solemnly to Jiu You, bewildered by the changes within the continent, as though unseen hands were orchestrating these events. By the way, great offering. Could it be possible that the woman hails from the Star Dou Auction House? After all, there has never been mention of a fourth ultimate Douluo in the Douluo Continent. With the Star Dou Auction House's recent appearance, it stands to reason that there is a connection. At that moment, a spark of realization ignited in Jiu You's mind, leading him to voice his suspicions. Strangely enough, you may be onto something. Perhaps that woman truly has ties to the Star Dou Auction House. This only heightens my curiosity about them. To cultivate an ultimate Douluo, their foundation must rival that of the martial soul hall. Upon hearing this, Douluo fell into deep contemplation, mulling over Jiu You's hypothesis. The more he pondered, the more he sensed the ominous implications. The emergence of the Star Dou Auction House on the Douluo Continent posed a significant threat to the martial soul hall. However, without clear allies or foes, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. When Guangling and Qingwan return to the hall, I hope they can shed light on the Star Dou Auction House. I anticipate some unexpected revelations. Douluo dismissed the matter, awaiting the return of Guangling Douluo and Qingwan Douluo, confident that all answers would soon be revealed. After a considerable time, Douluo and Jiu You returned to the offering hall, where the events of the day were meticulously sealed away. Should news leak that an outsider had slain a titled Douluo within the martial soul hall, it would invite ridicule from all factions, an outcome Douluo was determined to avoid at all costs. The integrity of the martial soul hall must be preserved. Should the information escape, he would not hesitate to respond with severity. Once Queen Medusa had dealt with the two wretches, she was in no mood to linger and swiftly returned to the Star Dou Auction House. The moment she stepped through the doors, Lu Yun sensed her presence. Immediately detecting the fluctuations of her soul power, it was evident that Queen Medusa had endured a fierce battle. What transpired? Lu Yun inquired, puzzled by her condition, curiosity piquing his interest regarding what events had unfolded during her absence from the Star Dou Auction House. Maintaining her composure, Queen Medusa recounted her recent experiences in detail. Ah, I see. Upon hearing her account, Lu Yun's face broke into a wry smile, realizing that Queen Medusa had encountered such tumultuous events upon her arrival in the Douluo Continent, a turn of events he had not anticipated. Nevertheless, Lu Yun held no concerns for her safety. With Queen Medusa's formidable prowess, even with 3 ultimate Douluo present, none would pose a threat to her. In fact, even if the 3 ultimate Douluo united, they would scarcely gain any advantage against Queen Medusa. Do not fret about my safety. After all, my strength is unparalleled. Chapter 58. A shockwave of news should you find yourself in a similar situation again. Feel free to eliminate them without concern for repercussions. Liu Yunjun spoke to Medusa with an air of authority, instructing her not to deliberate any further. After all, within the Star Dou Auction House, he was an invincible presence. Moreover, with Jiu You by his side, the two of them together would have no rivals on the Douluo Continent. Therefore, there was no need to worry about any issues. At worst, he would exert some extra effort to lure their enemies into the Star Dou Auction House, where he could unleash his supreme power and capture them all in one fell swoop. To prevent the incessant resurgence of troubles like wildfires that refuse to die out. I understand, Medusa replied coolly, her tone imbued with pride, as if she had dismissed the previous matter entirely. If you have nothing else to attend to, you may remain in the Star Dou Auction House for the time being. The concentration of soul power across the Douluo Continent is set to increase 100-fold. Staying here will yield tremendous benefits. Do not let this opportunity slip away. After a moment, Lu Yun chose to disregard the matter, Planning to allow Medusa to stay temporarily in the auction house, he intended to use a card that would enhance the concentration of soul power 100-fold, causing a vast surge of soul energy to emanate from the Star Dou Auction House and rapidly spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. This meant that the auction house would be at the very epicenter of the most potent soul power, the concentration of which could even reach 1,000-fold in a short time. Thus, anyone within the Star Dou Auction House would experience a swift enhancement in strength that, on the other hand, the 100-fold increase in soul power would radiate outward from the Star Dou Auction House. Benefiting the Star Dou Great Forest the most, the strength of soul beasts would also increase exponentially, with high-aged soul beasts emerging in abundance. Liu Yun harbored no concerns regarding this, for the structural integrity of the Star Dou Auction House was such that even a divine-level powerhouse could not breach it. Not to mention the formidable presence of the Tianqing Yulong and the Titan Great Ape guarding its entrance. Other weaker soul beasts, sensing the oppressive aura of a 100,000-year soul beast, would undoubtedly avoid the area. In the short term, the number and strength of soul beasts would significantly increase, yet would pose no threat to human soul masters. Through this elevation of soul power, the benefits to soul beasts would far surpass those afforded to human soul masters. However, human soul masters would also experience a remarkable surge in strength, resulting in a terrifying enhancement across all living beings on the Douluo Continent. This era would herald the most favorable conditions for cultivation. I see. Medusa nodded gently upon hearing Liu Yun's words, feeling an immense surprise within her. The ability to elevate the soul power of an entire continent through human effort was unparalleled, even in her original world. It seemed she had underestimated Liu Yun's capabilities. After all, he had silently brought her from the world of Dou to this unfamiliar realm, indicating his means were anything but ordinary. Medusa began to anticipate the unfolding events. With that, she bid farewell to Liu Yun and returned to her room to consolidate her soul power. After her fighting spirit had been transformed into soul power, her true form, the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, had also become her martial spirit. Medusa was not entirely adept at controlling her newfound strength in the coming period. She intended to devote herself to understanding her transformation, striving to unleash her most formidable power. Although there were few in this continent capable of instilling a sense of threat in her, any increase in strength would provide her with greater security. After Medusa departed, Liu Yun also proceeded to utilize the card for the 100-fold increase in soul power concentration. After half a day's time, the various factions that had previously participated in the auction returned to their respective domains. Simultaneously, news of the events that transpired at the Star Dou Auction House spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. In the Spirit Hall, within the Worship Hall, the light-feathered Douluo and the Qingwan Douluo returned with light steps, heading directly to meet Qian. They recounted all they had witnessed during their earlier visit, urging him to make swift decisions. After all, the Star Dou Auction House was shrouded in mystery, leaving them utterly awestruck. So, did you uncover anything of significance at the Star Dou Auction House? Qian inquired gravely upon their return. Reporting to the Grand Worshipper, the Star Dou Auction House is indeed astonishing. Its foundation is remarkably profound and enigmatic. Moreover, from my perception, there exists a limit Douluo-level powerhouse within the Star Dou Auction House. What astonished me most is that the master of the auction house appears to possess strength surpassing that of a limit Douluo. As for whether they have successfully entered the divine realm, I cannot ascertain that. As soon as Qian words fell, the Qingwan Douluo slowly articulated his suspicions. He then proceeded to inform Qian of the 5 items auctioned by the Star Dou Auction House. You cannot be serious. That golden sphere is truly called the God-given soul ring. Suddenly, Qian previously calm demeanor shifted as he stood up, his face etched with disbelief upon hearing the Qingwan Douluo's revelations. Surely he had not misheard. The God-given soul ring. Wasn't he that a soul ring condensed from divine power by a divine-level powerhouse? For the Star Dou Auction House, to put such an item up for auction was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that a deity truly resided within the Star Dou Auction House? As this thought crossed his mind, Qian felt an immense weight settle upon him, contemplating how to approach the Star Dou Auction House. The existence of a divine-level powerhouse felt like a heavy burden pressing down on the Spirit Hall. Even if all the powerful beings in the Spirit Hall joined forces, they would still stand no chance against a divine-level entity. To act recklessly would be to disregard the millennia of foundation built by the Spirit Hall. Indeed, it is a God-given soul ring, and within it lies an extraordinarily mysterious power that, at my current level of soul power, I cannot fathom in the slightest. Ultimately, this God-given soul ring was auctioned off by Bibi Dong for 300 million gold soul coins. The Qingyuan Douluo spoke with unwavering certainty. Bibi Dong acquired that God-given soul ring. If that is the case, it must be authentic. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu raised an eyebrow, astonished that Bibi Dong had spent 300 million gold soul coins to secure the God-given soul ring. Given Bibi Dong's discerning eye, she would not have made such a mistake. This left Qian Daolu perplexed. Where on earth did the Star Dou Auction House originate, and why was there a divine-level powerhouse present? Logically, if a new deity were to be born, even if they were in secluded meditation, they would still sense some disturbance. Yet everything seemed so unusual. Even if the Star Dou Auction House lacked a divine-level powerhouse, it was still far from ordinary. The rarity of the God-given soul ring was beyond words. It could easily be converted into a 100,000-year soul ring. How could the Star Dou Auction House part with such a treasure for auction? Chapter 59. The Mysterious Star Dou Auction House. These questions swirled in Qian Daolu's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words that and there is another significant matter. When we were leaving the Star Dou Auction House, they suddenly announced that the currency for the next auction would change from gold soul coins to soul crystals, and they provided us with specific methods for condensing soul crystals. They even gifted us a top-tier meditation technique, the Xiantian Gong. Just a glance at this meditation technique revealed to me that it was far superior to any meditation techniques passed down through our spirit hall over the years. It was then that the Qingyuan Douluo recalled the most crucial point. He proceeded to share the Xiantian Gong and the method for soul crystal condensation with all present in the worship hall. Moments later, an involuntary gasp escaped the lips of everyone present, and they opened their eyes wide, their expressions reflecting unprecedented seriousness. Qingyuan, are you certain that this was given to you by the Star Dou Auction House? Qian Daolu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he pressed for confirmation. Indeed, I am also unclear about the Star Dou Auction House's intentions behind this. However, it is clear that by providing us with the Xiantian Gong, they aim to facilitate our rapid condensation of soul crystals for participation in the upcoming auction. But why would the Star Dou Auction House wish to amass such a vast quantity of soul crystals? It is indeed puzzling. Or could it be that they harbor some ulterior motive? Upon hearing this, Qingyuan Douluo subtly shook his head, perplexed by the motives behind the Star Dou Auction House's actions. The preciousness of these two items was beyond imagination. Not only was I astonished by the method of soul crystal condensation, but I had also never heard of soul power being utilized in such a manner. Moreover, the emergence of soul crystals could indeed revolutionize the entire trading system of the Douluo Continent. Most importantly, this Xiantian skill was categorically superior to the meditation techniques passed down through our spirit hall over the years. From my observations, if one were to cultivate methodically, upon breaking through the 10th level, one might naturally step into the divine realm. The value of this meditation technique is incalculable. Qian Daolu endeavored to temper his excitement and slowly articulated the significance of these two items. The Star Dou Auction House grandly presented these two treasures to the powers of the Douluo Continent. What could be their ulterior motive? Were they intent on inciting conflict across the entire Douluo Continent? It was likely that once these two items spread throughout the Douluo Continent, a multitude of formidable soul masters would emerge in a short span, leading to incessant strife, thereby jeopardizing the status of the spirit hall. However, these two items bore both advantages and disadvantages. The spirit hall could also leverage them to swiftly enhance its own strength and augment its foundation, laying a solid groundwork for future endeavors on the Douluo Continent. By the way, what are your thoughts on these two items? After expressing his opinion, Qian Daolu shifted his gaze to the several offerings beside him, eager to hear their insights. Great offering, you are indeed correct. Whether it be the method of soul crystal condensation or the Xiantian skill, they are truly rare treasures. Unfortunately, all factions across the Douluo Continent are now aware of these two items. The nearby golden crocodile sighed softly, his gaze sparkling as he looked at the two treasures in his hands. He was also eager to cultivate the Xiantian skill to elevate his soul power level, which had stagnated at the pinnacle of the 98th level for countless years. Perhaps practicing this Xiantian skill could break through the current bottleneck of his soul power and reach the long-desired peak Douluo level. Great offering, since these two items have already spread throughout the Douluo Continent. Our urgent task is to distribute these two manuals promptly, allowing the soul masters of the spirit hall to begin their cultivation, lest we fall too far behind other factions. Qingyuan Douluo continued. Aware that the factions attending the Star Dou Auction House were predominantly the most elite powers of the Douluo Continent, a slight delay could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the cultivation of the Spirit Hall's disciples to bolster their individual strengths. Given this, I entrust this task to you. Starting today, arrange your affairs swiftly and begin your seclusion to thoroughly comprehend the Xiantian skill. Perhaps your soul power levels could improve significantly at this moment. Qian Daolu concurred with Qingluan Deluo's thoughts and promptly issued orders to disseminate the Xiantian skill and the method of soul crystal condensation to the multitude of soul masters within the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu was eager to comprehend this Xiantian technique, as he hoped to glean a miracle that could fulfill his long-held aspiration of attaining the divine realm. Yet, he lamented that this hope was exceedingly tenuous. Thus, the group departed in an orderly fashion to attend to their respective matters. After completing this task, the powerful members of the offering hall entered into a profound state of seclusion at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Within a resplendent hall, 3 figures stood: Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Ning Fengji held the Chilua tulip in his hands, awaiting the arrival of Ning Rongrong. He was eager to witness whether Ning Rongrong could fully absorb this celestial herb and whether her martial soul could evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Father, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, did you summon me for something? At that moment, a young girl in a flowing green gown, adorned with glazed pearls, rushed in. This girl was none other than Ning Rongrong, who had been studying at Shrek Academy. After receiving the summons from Ning Fengji and the others, Ning Rongrong hurried back to the sect. Rongrong, you have finally returned. We called you back for a significant reason. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji exhaled a sigh of relief and proceeded to explain the purpose of summoning her. This celestial herb can enable my martial soul to evolve. Ning Rongrong was left speechless, her face a portrait of disbelief. It was hard to fathom that this celestial herb could allow her martial soul to transform into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. How could this be possible? Moreover, she found the Star Dou Auction House, as described by her father, to be shrouded in mystery. Could it be that her father had been deceived? Rest assured, this celestial herb can undoubtedly facilitate the evolution of your martial soul. As for whether it can become the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, I cannot guarantee that, Ning Fengji reassured her, while he was uncertain about the transformation into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. He was confident that her martial soul would indeed evolve, offering immense benefits to Ning Rongrong's future growth. Under Ning Fengji's persistent encouragement, Ning Rongrong began to choose to absorb the Chilua tulip. She was also exceedingly curious about the Star Dou Auction House that her father spoke of, and wished to see if this Chilua tulip held such astonishing transformative power to facilitate the evolution of her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. Ning Rongrong then sat cross-legged on the ground, following her father's instructions to consume the flower's petals. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour, Ning Rongrong's martial soul radiated a green light, enveloping the entire pagoda. Emanating a dazzling brilliance, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo fixed their gazes intently on Ning Rongrong's martial soul, eager to see if this top-tier celestial herb could transform the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Not daring to utter a single breath, they continued to watch the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul as the emerald light surrounding the pagoda gradually dissipated. 2 layers of ethereal pagoda forms suddenly appeared above the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Could it be true? Were the long-standing restrictions on the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda about to be shattered today? At that moment, Ning Fengji's eyes gleamed with unprecedented joy, tears glimmering in his gaze. After all, since becoming the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had devoted himself to finding a way to break the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Yet had yielded no results. He never anticipated that the Star Dou Auction House would present him with such a monumental surprise. With just this Chilua tulip, his martial soul could evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. How could this not bring joy to Ning Fengji? His heart brimmed with gratitude towards the Star Dou Auction House, and he became even more convinced that future auctions would surely present even more precious treasures. Perhaps his martial soul could also evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. When that time came, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would boast 2 soul masters with 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial souls. elevating the sect's prestige to new heights, sufficiently commanding respect among the top powers of the Douluo Continent. Fengji, I never expected this Chua tulip could truly enable the martial soul to evolve into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Sword Doa remarked with a sigh. Indeed, everything the Star Dou Auction House claimed is true. Although Ning Rongrong's martial soul has not yet successfully transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it is not far off. The uppermost part of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul has already manifested 2 layers of ethereal pagoda forms. Once all the medicinal effects have been fully absorbed, the formidable 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda will re-emerge in the world. At that point, our 7-treasure glazed tile school can officially be renamed 9-treasure glazed tile school. Yes, it has been an arduous journey, but it seems the key to breaking the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul lies within this Chua tulip, that I wonder if there are any other Chua tulips elsewhere on the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Ning Fengji shook his head, realizing that the Chua tulip was indeed the fundamental key to overcoming the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. However, he remained curious as to whether other Chua tulips existed in different regions of the Douluo Continent. Surely not, as the Star Dou Auction House had previously stated. Such celestial herbs imbued with miraculous transformative power were exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent, making it an extraordinary stroke of luck to discover even one. As for the other Carraro tulips, there is no need for us to be overly demanding, for the Star Dou Auction House is likely to present more precious treasures in the future. So we need not be fixated on this singular Carraro tulip. Upon hearing this, Bon Douluo expressed his opinion, acknowledging that such extraordinary celestial herbs are exceedingly rare. For the 7-treasures glazed sect to possess one is indeed a stroke of luck, and there is no need to wish for more. Indeed, the fact that it has enabled the evolution of the 7-treasures glazed tower's martial soul has already brought me great satisfaction. Hearing this, Ning Fengji replied calmly, considering this Carraro tulip as a glimmer of hope for his future endeavors. In our past, the radiance surrounding Ning Rongrong gradually converged, indicating that she had fully absorbed the medicinal properties of the Carraro tulip. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from Ning Rongrong's body, revealing an entirely new martial soul. The 9-layered, 9-colored 7-treasures glazed tower had truly succeeded. At this moment, the gazes of Ning Fengji and the others were fixated on Ning Rongrong's martial soul. Discovering that its distinct characteristics were identical to those recorded in the ancient texts describing the 7-treasures glazed tower, this revelation lifted the heavy burden from their hearts. Fortunately, the evolution of the martial soul had not failed, or the consequences would have been dire. The martial soul is innate to an individual, and the process of evolution is fraught with uncertainties, making unexpected outcomes a possibility. However, the final result was favorable. As Ning Rongrong's martial soul had successfully evolved into the legendary 7-treasures glazed tower, my martial soul has changed. It has truly evolved into the 7-treasures glazed tower martial soul. Could it be that the Carraro tulip was genuine? Moments later, Ning Rongrong gradually regained her senses, and upon opening her eyes, she found Ning Fengji and the others staring intently at her martial soul. This realization brought her back to her senses, prompting her to observe her martial soul closely. She indeed discovered that her martial soul had transformed into 9 layers, precisely as her father had often described the 7-treasures glazed tower. At this thought, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming turmoil within her. Everything her father had said was true. The Star Dou Auction House had truly presented such a rare celestial herb, enabling her martial soul to evolve into the legendary 7-treasures glazed tower. Subsequently, Ning Fengji meticulously examined Ning Rongrong's body, and, finding no anomalies, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. My soul power seems to have increased by 7 levels. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly sensed her remarkable transformation and stood up, speechless in astonishment. Her tone was filled with disbelief. Could she have perceived this incorrectly? How could it be possible? An increase of 7 levels in soul power was astonishing beyond measure. Rongrong, what did you say? Your soul power has increased by 7 levels. Even Ning Fengji and the others, upon hearing this news, wore expressions of incredulity. A whole 7 levels of soul power. Although Ning Rongrong was currently at the Great Soul Master level, such a significant increase was nothing short of astounding. Suddenly recalling, They had indeed heard the Star Dou Auction House mention that the Kuroro tulip could assist a soul master in elevating their soul power levels. Initially, Ning Fengji and the others believed that the primary function of this celestial herb was to facilitate the evolution of martial souls, and that the enhancement of soul power was merely a secondary effect. Who could have anticipated that this Kuroro tulip would allow Ning Rongrong to increase her soul power by a staggering 7 levels? Ning Fengji could not help but ponder inwardly, realizing that the value of this Kuroro tulip far exceeded their expectations. Each of its 2 effects, when considered individually, would be deemed priceless. Overall, they had indeed benefited from this encounter. Chapter 61. Awaiting opportunity following this, Ning Fengji inquired about the specifics of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul, as well as any potential aftereffects. Once he had gathered all the necessary information, he recollected an important matter, the Xiantian Gong that had been gifted to them by the Star Dou Auction House. This supreme meditation technique was far more profound than the teachings inherited by the 7 treasures glazed sect. In a short time, the Xiantian Gong would undoubtedly circulate throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Therefore, it was imperative to impart the Xiantian Gong to every disciple of the 7 treasures glazed sect promptly, allowing them to cultivate swiftly and strive to surpass the soul masters of other factions. The 2 reasons he had summoned Ning Rongrong back were to allow her to absorb the Kuroro tulip and complete the evolution of her martial soul, as well as to ensure she began practicing the Xiantian Gong. Paired with her 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul, her soul power would undoubtedly soar in less than a decade. She would surely become a formidable support-type soul master on the Douluo Continent. Rongrong, this is the Xiantian Gong, a top-tier meditation technique that surpasses the 7 treasures meditation method you are currently practicing by several tiers. From now on, you shall begin to cultivate this Xiantian Gong. Ning Fengji presented the Xiantian Gong to Ning Rongrong, encouraging her to delve into this meditation method. Xiantian Gong. What sort of meditation technique is this? It is even more advanced than the one passed down by our 7 treasures glazed sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong curiously murmured, then took the Xiantian Gong and examined its contents closely. She was eager to uncover the mysteries of the Xiantian Gong her father had spoken of. Thus, Ning Rongrong skimmed through the Xiantian Gong. The deeper she looked, the more daunting it became. However, she found herself unable to grasp the intricacies of the Xiantian Gong at that moment. It was indeed more precious than the 7 treasures meditation method, but it contained some obscure concepts that she could not fathom immediately. That a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. The Xiantian Gong was a rare top-tier meditation technique, but understanding it proved to be exceptionally challenging. By the way, father, where did you acquire this Xiantian Gong? Ning Rongrong voiced her curiosity, connecting it with the earlier Kuroro tulip. Could it be that the Xiantian Gong was also obtained from the Star Dou Auction House? This Xiantian Gong could be considered a gift from the Star Dou Auction House to the soul masters of Douluo Continent, and perhaps before long, it would be disseminated across the entire continent. Therefore, in the time to come, she must strive to comprehend the Xiantian Gong and further her cultivation, enabling her to leap ahead of her peers. Then, Ning Fengji slowly explained to Ning Rongrong that even if he did not mention it now, she would eventually learn the truth. What exactly is the Star Dou Auction House? Why have I never heard of it before? Even a top-tier meditation technique like the Xiantian Gong is given away freely. It is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this news, Ning Rongrong was left dumbfounded, clearly taken aback by the actions of the Star Dou Auction House. The notion of a top-tier meditation technique being distributed for free was beyond her comprehension. As for the reasons behind the Star Dou Auction House's actions, he could not ascertain, but he emphasized that one must never provoke the Star Dou Auction House to speak frankly. Even if all the forces of the Douluo Continent were to unite, they would be unable to confront the Star Dou Auction House head-on. Your future travels. Should you encounter anyone claiming to be a soul master of the Star Dou Auction House, avoid them at all costs and do not provoke them lightly. With a serious tone, Ning Fengji advised Ning Rongrong to remain vigilant of the Star Dou Auction House. The Star Dou Auction House was truly terrifying. Not to mention the previously encountered limit Douluo, which filled him with trepidation. During today's auction, a pressure akin to that of heaven and earth rendered them utterly incapable of resisting. That aura seemed to suggest the presence of a divine being, as if it did not belong to the realm of the Douluo Continent. That moment, Ning Fengji and the others unanimously believed that the source of that pressure could possibly be a true god. Faced with the might of a deity, how could mere mortals withstand it? Moreover, Ning Fengji was acutely aware of his daughter's temperament. Should she inadvertently provoke the Star Dou Auction House, even if he were to mobilize the entirety of their sect, it would be futile against the might of the Star Dou Auction House. Is the Star Dou Auction House really that mysterious? Father, why not take me to see it? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's grave words, Ning Rongrong felt no fear. Instead, curiosity surged within her. She yearned to uncover the true nature of the Star Dou Auction House, and thus playfully tugged at Ning Fengji's arm, pleading for him to take her there. Enough of this nonsense. Your primary focus now is to cultivate the Xiantian Gong and elevate your soul power level. Although you have consumed the Kororo tulip and evolved your martial soul into the legendary 7 treasures glazed tower, and your soul power has increased by 7 levels, you must not become complacent. Stay grounded. There will be opportunities to visit the Star Dou Auction House in the future. Currently, they do not accept any visitors, and the next auction will not occur for another year. For now, you must diligently practice the Xiantian Gong. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji did not hesitate to dismiss Ning Rongrong's proposal. After all, the Star Dou Auction House was indeed shrouded in mystery, and it would not host another auction for a year. The factions participating in the auction were chaotic, with countless powerful individuals. He would not easily take Ning Rongrong to the Star Dou Auction House for an adventure. Thus, he interrupted her thoughts at this moment. Humph! Upon her father's refusal, Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort and chose to disregard the matter entirely. By the way, for the time being, refrain from going to Shrek Academy. Remain within the sect. That a significant opportunity is about to present itself, and you must remember to seize it diligently. If you can grasp this chance, your soul power may very well increase several levels. At that moment, Ning Fengji recalled the astonishing opportunity she had mentioned when leaving the Star Dou Auction House. He decided to have Ning Rongrong stay at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School during this time, forbidding her from venturing to Shrek Academy. Previously, Ning Fengji had opposed Ning Rongrong attending Shrek Academy, considering the dilapidated institution lacked even a soul de law. How could it possibly provide her with a proper education? Unfortunately, Ning Rongrong's rebellious spirit had flared up at that time, making her impervious to any persuasion. This left Ning Fengji in a state of helplessness, ultimately allowing her to study at Shrek Academy. However, this opportunity, spoken of directly by the Star Dou Auction House, was undeniably extraordinary. For the time being, Ning Fengji was unwilling to let Ning Rongrong return to Shrek Academy, opting instead for her to remain at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and await the emergence of this opportunity to enhance her strength. Chapter 62. Soul Beast Pill. The following day arrived quietly, heralding a new beginning for all things. At the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun planned to utilize a 100-fold soul power concentration enhancement card. However, while preparing to use this card, he contemplated an important matter. After all, this opportunity must be seized by everyone at the Star Dou Auction House. One must not let it slip away. Naturally, it would be best if the gatekeepers, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, could also grasp this chance. The stronger their powers, the more prestige the Star Dou Auction House would possess, and they could, to some extent, deter Soul Masters from causing trouble at the venue. At this moment, Lu Yun approached the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape with a light step. Upon seeing Lu Yun's figure, the 200,000-year soul beasts were filled with boundless confusion. Previously, they had regarded Lu Yun merely as an ordinary soul master. Aside from his somewhat extraordinary aura, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. However, today, as they beheld Lu Yun, they felt a pressure akin to that of heaven and earth, instantly awakening them to a new reality. They discerned that Lu Yun was not deliberately targeting them. Yet the invisible authority he exuded filled the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape with profound trepidation. Both beasts were troubled. Within the Star Dou Auction House, every individual was a monster, each more formidable than the last, which extinguished any thoughts of fleeing from their minds in that moment. Lord, may I inquire what business you have with us? Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. So the Sky Blue Bull Python bravely inquired of Lu Yun regarding their purpose. They hoped it was not an ill omen, for their lives were inextricably linked to the Star Dou Auction House. Should they be compelled to act against their will, they would have no choice but to comply. There's nothing much. I mainly wish to express my gratitude for your guardianship during the 2 recent auctions at the Star Dou Auction House. These 2 soul beast pills are a token of reward for you, Lu Yun said with a serene smile, his right hand suddenly producing 2 pills as white as jade, emanating an aura of profound Mystical energy. Upon seeing the pristine pills in Lu Yun's hand, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape's eyes widened in astonishment. For reasons unknown, these two pills exerted an inexplicable allure over them, as if consuming them would bring unprecedented benefits. With this thought in mind, the breaths of the 200,000-year soul beasts quickened. They had just heard Lu Yun mention that these pills were a reward meant for them. They could only wonder what transformations they would undergo upon ingesting them. Undoubtedly, it would significantly enhance their strength. This is an ordinary soul beast pill, capable of purifying your soul beast bloodline and extending your longevity. The extent of its effects will depend on your innate talents, Lu Yun remarked, nodding lightly after observing the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. He had not anticipated that these two ancient soul beasts would possess such discernment. These pills had been procured from a divine-level shop, designed to assist soul beasts on Douluo Continent in enhancing their longevity and bloodline, among other miraculous effects. However, such items did not exist in the current Douluo Continent. Lu Yun intended to empower the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, ensuring they could better protect the Star Dou Auction House. With a flick of his fingers, Lu Yun sent the two soul beast pills soaring into the open mouths of the two beasts, who instinctively swallowed them. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape soon entered a deep meditative state, channeling all their soul power to absorb and refine the essence of the soul beast pills. As time passed, the aura emanating from the two soul beasts surged dramatically, their bloodline powers growing increasingly potent. The two ancient soul beasts radiated an even more formidable soul beast pressure, causing everything around them to tremble. After half an hour, the commotion surrounding the two beasts gradually subsided. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that their appearances had transformed significantly, adopting an air of greater mystery, and their auras were markedly stronger than before. Thank you for your benevolent gift, Lord. Upon awakening and perceiving the changes in their longevity and bloodline, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape's eyes sparkled with an indescribable joy. Their gains from this encounter were truly immense. This was merely an ordinary soul beast pill. What wondrous transformations would a top-tier soul beast pill yield? This revelation altered the thoughts of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Having merely guarded two auctions, they had reaped such benefits. Remaining at the Star Dou Auction House seemed to be a wise choice after all. The two soul beasts harbored these thoughts, which did not escape Lu Yun's notice. Appropriate rewards and punishments could effectively alter the loyalty of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Indeed, your strength has reached this level, owing to your innate talents. However, there is an opportunity that you must seize immediately. Shortly, I will harness supreme power to enhance the overall soul power concentration of Douluo Continent. When that time comes, an astonishing surge of soul power will erupt within the Star Dou Auction House. You must take the opportunity to absorb this soul power, which will greatly benefit the purification of your bloodlines and extend your longevity. That I hope you will seize this chance. Lu Yun briefly explained the upcoming events to the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, urging them to grasp this opportunity. The increase in soul power concentration would first occur at the Star Dou Auction House, followed by the entire Star Dou forest. A series of chain reactions would ensue. And when the soul power concentration increased 100-fold, powerful soul beasts would emerge in droves. Even ancient ones would become commonplace. Therefore, to prevent the Star Dou Auction House from being disturbed by other soul beasts, it was essential to strengthen the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape slightly, ensuring that weaker soul beasts would still dare not approach. Understood, Lord. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing Lu Yun's astonishing news, only to be overtaken by ecstatic promises as for Lu Yun's prior declaration regarding the 100-fold increase in soul power across Douluo Continent. The two soul beasts had originally doubted its feasibility. For how could a human soul master wield the power to alter the very essence of the Douluo Continent? However, the myriad events that transpired within the Star Dou Auction House during this period have instilled boundless hope within the hearts of the two spirit beasts. Just one more chapter. Please give me half an hour. Chapter 63. The Amplification of Soul Power Concentration. If the soul power of Douluo Continent could indeed be enhanced 100-fold, their future cultivation would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Furthermore, Douluo Continent would enter an era of peak cultivation. After Lu Yun had conveyed several matters, he gradually departed, Preparing to utilize the Soul Power Concentration Enhancement card. It appears that our stay at the Star Dou Auction House has proven to be a fortuitous circumstance. That ordinary Spirit Beast pill earlier managed to elevate my Spirit Beast lifespan by a staggering 30,000 years. If I were to cultivate step by step, who knows how many years it would take to reach such heights. The Titan Great Ape gazed at Lu Yun's retreating figure, a hearty voice emerging from its depths, its eyes brimming with unprecedented excitement. Indeed, it seems that by sheer happenstance, we have stumbled upon this remarkable fortune. Henceforth, we must diligently safeguard the Star Dou Auction House, striving to acquire more such pills in the future, which would cause our own Spirit Beast lifespans to soar, with another such Spirit Beast pill. My Spirit Beast's lifespan is certain to surpass 200,000 years, reaching a new pinnacle. The sky blue bull python beside him vigorously nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the Titan Great Ape's sentiments. Everything was astonishingly delightful. However, the two Spirit Beasts soon turned their attention elsewhere, beginning to await the forthcoming surge in soul power. They aimed to refine their Spirit Beast bloodlines, enhancing their lifespans. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yun promptly retrieved the Soul Power 100-fold Concentration Enhancement card he had won in the previous lottery. Understanding its usage, he swiftly infused his soul power into the golden card. Bang! Once the soul power reached a certain threshold, the card shattered with a resounding noise, an invisible force emanating from its center and rapidly spreading outward. It continued to diffuse towards the Star Dou Great Forest, ultimately enveloping the entire Douluo Continent. However, this astonishing phenomenon went unnoticed by the other inhabitants of Douluo Continent. The speed of the expansion was so rapid that it was imperceptible to the naked EYEAT that moment. The concentration of soul power in the area before Lu Yun surged to over 1,000-fold. It then swiftly spread outward at an astonishing pace. Naturally, Lu Yun would not let such a dense concentration of soul power slip by. He began to sit cross-legged in the most concentrated area, employing his meditation techniques to absorb the surrounding soul power and enhance his strength. The rapid diffusion of soul power was immediately sensed by the sky blue bull python and the Titan Great Ape at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House. It's here, let's strive to absorb the soul power, the sky blue bull python said earnestly to the Titan Great Ape, urging him to start drawing in the soul power in abundance, with a rush. As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful suction emerged from within the two Spirit Beasts, continuously drawing in the surrounding soul power and converting it into their lifespans, following the earlier transformation from the Spirit Beast pill. Their Spirit Beast bloodlines had been elevated to a certain degree. Therefore, this massive absorption of soul power did not inflict significant damage upon them. It was precisely due to the effects of that soul power pill that allowed the two Spirit Beasts to absorb soul power without restraint. Thus, everyone within the Star Dou Auction House became deeply immersed in profound cultivation. Boom! As the immense concentration of soul power permeated the entire Star Dou Great Forest, a moment arrived when the forest was utterly engulfed in chaos among the Spirit Beasts. All the Spirit Beasts greedily absorbed the boundless soul power from the sky. Numerous dormant Spirit Beasts broke free from their slumber, commencing a frantic scramble for the abundant soul powered in a single night. The Star Dou Great Forest underwent a remarkable transformation. Nourished by the soul power, countless towering ancient trees sprouted from the ground. Originally withered plant-type Spirit Beasts began to thrive once again, rejuvenated by the rich soul power. After the tumult, the Star Dou Great Forest fell into a brief period of tranquility, with each Spirit Beast pausing in place, fully absorbing this surge of soul power to enhance their lifespans. Thus, this soul power continued to spread rapidly throughout the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall. Your Holiness the Pope, I wonder what the opportunity at the Star Dou Auction House truly entails. Bibi Dong, seated at the head of the Pope's hall, was filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the nature of the opportunity mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House. That moment, Jiu You, seated nearby, also expressed his perplexity, inquiring aloud. Not only the Spirit Hall pondered this, but all other factions across Douluo Continent. Any soul master aware of this opportunity was without exception filled with endless curiosity. I do not know, yet I have a premonition that if our Spirit Hall can seize this opportunity, our strength will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds, greatly benefiting our quest for dominance over Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong asserted with conviction to Jiu You and the others, confident that her intuition would not prove erroneous. By the way, have you all managed to grasp the Xiantian skill yet? Bibi Dong suddenly recalled an important matter. The soul crystal refining method and Xiantian skill that the Star Dou Auction House had previously bestowed upon them had been provided to every disciple and elder of the Spirit Hall. Those soul masters who received the Xiantian skill had all commenced their cultivation of this top-tier meditation technique. Now that a day had passed, she wondered if they had gleaned even a hint of the Xiantian skill and officially entered its practice. Reporting to Your Holiness the Pope, I have successfully grasped the Xiantian skill and can utilize it to absorb vast amounts of soul power that I must say, the Xiantian skill is indeed a premier meditation technique. 1 day's cultivation through it is equivalent to 3 days of my prior training. Had we acquired this Xiantian skill earlier, our spirit hall might have already unified Douluo Continent, a disciple responded, eliciting a chorus of admiration from several titled Douluo experts within the hall at the marvel of the Xiantian skilled. It was indeed the most potent technique they had ever encountered. A sense of regret washed over many. Had they obtained the Xiantian skill sooner, it would have greatly facilitated the spirit hall in enhancing its strength and unifying Douluo Continent. Indeed, you must strive to cultivate the Xiantian skill to its utmost limits. Perhaps unexpected benefits await you, Bibi Dong continued, her expression one of contentment as she gazed into the distance. With the Xiantian skill at their disposal, the strength of their spirit hall would surely see a significant enhancement. However, what troubled Bibi Dong was that other top-tier factions had similarly acquired this premier meditation technique. In a short span, their strength would undoubtedly experience considerable changes, posing a significant obstacle to the Spirit Hall's ambition of unifying Douluo Continent. Chapter 64. The Discovery of True Opportunity. Suddenly, it seemed as though a subtle change had occurred in the world. What is happening? As an ultimate Douluo, Bibi Dong had become acutely aware of her surroundings since cultivating the Xiantian skill. She sensed a peculiar disturbance, her expression a mix of surprise and suspicion, before she instantaneously vanished from her location, appearing above the Spirit Hall. In the next moment, a tumultuous wave of soul power began to spread outward, and she perceived that the concentration of soul power throughout the world had grown denser than before. This revelation filled Bibi Dong with confusion. What could possibly be the cause? Over the years, the concentration of soul power in Douluo Continent had never fluctuated. So why had such a bizarre change occurred today? Moreover, according to her sensing, it seemed that this concentration was still on the rise. Could it be? A sudden thought struck Bibi Dong's mind, recalling the opportunity mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House. Could this be it? As time passed, the concentration of soul power in the vast expanse of the heavens and earth became increasingly pronounced, starkly contrasting with its previous state. Realizing this, Bibi Dong distinctly felt that the concentration of soul power was continuously rising. Perhaps the enhancement of soul power in the world was indeed the opportunity referred to by the Star Dou Auction House. A storm of excitement surged within Bibi Dong. What on earth was happening? The power of the Star Dou Auction House is astonishingly capable of influencing the soul power concentration across the entire Douluo Continent, leaving her utterly in awe. Even divine-level powerhouses likely lack such means. Bibi Dong has come to recognize the profound mystery of the Star Dou Auction House once again, categorizing it in her mind as a formidable entity that must not be provoked. However, with the soul power in the realm becoming exceedingly rich, it will enable the soul masters of Douluo Continent to cultivate at an accelerated pace. This is highly advantageous for the Spirit Hall, likely resulting in the emergence of numerous powerful titled Douluo experts. Perhaps she too can swiftly elevate her soul power to the divine level, inheriting the position of the Rakshasa god, and ultimately leading the Spirit Hall to unify the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong also understands that with the increase in the soul power concentration of the world, other factions will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to rapidly enhance their soul power levels. Therefore, in this battle, the Spirit Hall must gain the upper hand. Otherwise, falling behind other factions will make it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Moments later, Bibi Dong resolutely turned around, gazing at the resplendent Spirit Hall behind her, her stern voice resonating throughout the entire hall. All elders and disciples of the Spirit Hall, cease your affairs and sit cross-legged to commence your cultivation. This is a rare opportunity in the world. If you seize it, your soul power will undoubtedly rise. As soon as Bibi Dong's words fell, nearly everyone in the Spirit Hall displayed expressions of confusion. They could not comprehend why their seemingly invincible pope would issue such a command. Some perplexed elders and disciples of the Spirit Hall could only comply with Bibi Dong's order, sitting cross-legged to circulate the Xiantian skill and absorb the soul power of the world. As for the elders who had accompanied Bibi Dong to the Star Dou Auction House for the auction, upon hearing her command, they quickly realized that perhaps Bibi Dong had discovered the opportunity presented by the Star Dou Auction House, urging them to seize the moment and not miss this chance. Thus, several elders also settled in place, beginning to circulate the Xiantian skill to absorb the vast soul power of the continent. Time passed swiftly, and as the many disciples of the Spirit Hall practiced the Xiantian skill, each one's previously puzzled heart transformed into profound astonishment at that moment. The speed of their cultivation had become remarkably rapid. How strange! They realized that their current cultivation speed was indeed significantly faster than before. An overwhelming sense of shock arose in each heart. After a brief period of perception, they understood that the concentration of soul power in the world had silently increased manifold. An insatiable curiosity took hold of every member of the Spirit Hall. Could this be a manifestation of the Pope's power? Yet only a select few elders knew that this rise in soul power concentration was the result of the commotion stirred by the Star Dou Auction House. Thus, those in the Spirit Hall who were aware of the specifics continued to operate the Xiantian skill, absorbing the soul power of the Douluo Continent to elevate their soul power levels. Fearing they might lag behind others, Bibi Dong returned to her chamber to begin absorbing the rich soul power of the world. For reasons unknown, she sensed that within this soul power, there was an infusion of a mysterious force, its enigma far surpassing that of mere soul power. This mysterious force held unimaginable benefits for her comprehensive enhancement, though Bibi Dong could not discern its origin. However, she speculated that this mysterious power was indeed the opportunity spoken of by the Star Dou Auction House. If Lu Yun were to hear Bibi Dong's thoughts, he too would be compelled to marvel, recognizing her as one of the top powerhouses of the Douluo Continent, with an extraordinary perception. Indeed, the increase in soul power concentration is not the primary opportunity, as the current enhancement of soul power has yet to reach its pinnacle. Once the soul power is fully heightened, the subsequent cultivation will surely be even swifter than now. Hence, there is no need for such a frantic rush to absorb the soul power whose concentration is still on the rise to enhance one's strength. The opportunity Lu Yun speaks of is, in fact, a transformative power released by the soul power concentration enhancement card, a force that can only linger for a brief moment upon the Douluo Continent. This power is profoundly mysterious, even transcending the Douluo Continent and reaching beyond the divine realm. That it possesses various miraculous effects, one of which is to enhance a soul master's inherent talents and the grade of their martial soul. However, these subtle changes remain unknown to ordinary soul masters. Such benefits, nonetheless, will accompany a soul master throughout their life. Soul beasts can also absorb this transformative power to purify their bloodlines, with a certain probability of ancestral regression, which is extraordinarily formidable. Thus, this opportunity is indeed vast. Once the card's power is entirely exhausted, this transformative force will dissipate from the world. This transformative power constitutes the essence of this opportunity. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji seems to sense that the opportunity from the Star Dou Auction House has arrived. Within the resplendent hall of the sect leader, both Sword Duo and Bone Duo have similarly perceived the subtle changes in the world, conveying these changes to Ning Fengji. After much deliberation among the three, they surmised that this alteration in the world must be the opportunity from the Star Dou Auction House. Upon this realization, Ning Fengji immediately issued a command for all disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to set aside their tasks. They were to sit cross-legged in place, circulating the Xiantian skill to elevate their soul power levels. After organizing all personnel, the three of them also sat in place to absorb the strands of transformative power from the world. Thus, the other major factions likewise sensed this change and arranged for their disciples to quietly absorb the concentrated soul power from the realm. On this day, nearly all soul masters and soul beasts across the Douluo Continent became aware of the heightened concentration of soul power in the world before the crowd could voice their confusion. Nearly everyone displayed expressions of delight, absorbing the soul power of the world to enhance their soul power levels. Star Dou Auction House. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The changes across the Douluo Continent came to a complete halt at this moment. The soul power concentration on the Douluo Continent had increased over 100-fold compared to before, with the soul power in the air almost materializing into liquid, allowing individuals to be perpetually enveloped in soul power. relishing the exhilaration brought about by their enhanced strength. Within the Star Dou Auction House, all present received the largest share of this opportunity. Each individual's strength surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing level of prowess, as for the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python at the entrance. Nourished by the abundant transformative power, their soul beast bloodlines and ages continuously elevated. Consequently, their soul beast ages surpassed 200,000 years, attaining the level of fierce beasts. They emanated a formidable pressure of 200,000 years of soul beasts, causing the soul beasts of the entire Star Dou forest to tremble slightly. Emitting low groans, unwilling to confront their might, the pressure from fierce beast-level soul beasts compelled even 10,000-year soul beasts to prostrate themselves, unable to withstand this terrifying force. As for Jiu You and Queen Medusa, both have utilized this vast soul power to elevate their strength, having completely surpassed the limits of tidal Douluo, reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm. This means that Jiu You and Queen Medusa now stand as invincible beings beneath divine-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, Xin Shuang, having absorbed this immense soul power, also elevated her soul power level by 2 tiers. For a super Douluo, each advancement in soul power level necessitates an immense amount of soul power. Moreover, Xin Shuang's foundation is exceptionally profound. The energy required to increase her soul power by 1 level surpasses that needed by ordinary super Douluo by several times. This undoubtedly contributes to Xin Shuang's current strength, making her infinitely more powerful than her peers at this moment. To a considerable extent, Xin Shuang's strength could easily overwhelm an ordinary ultimate Douluo. This is the formidable Xin Shuang, endowed with the supreme ice martial soul, whose power is enough to shake the heavens. I have finally reached the rank of Soul King. On the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun sensed that the soul power within the entire world had achieved a perfect equilibrium. With a long exhale, he released a breath of murky air. Upon gauging the strength of his own body and the level of his soul power, a relaxed smile graced his face. He found himself at the very center of the most concentrated soul power. And with 2 chaotic-level martial souls continuously refining the soul power entering his body, he felt no concern about the potential pitfalls of rapid advancement. In a sense, no matter how immense the soul power that flowed into him, it would ultimately serve as nourishment for enhancing his soul power level. The crucial moment. Liu Yun's soul power had finally reached level 50, marking him as a formidable figure within the ranks of human soul masters. However, with his physique, also bolstered by 2 chaotic-level martial souls, he had surpassed the physical strength typical of a soul saint specializing in offensive prowess. Consequently, even Liu Yun found it difficult to gauge the full extent of his combat capabilities. Moreover, he still had a few soul rings yet to absorb, rendering his true strength unpredictable. It appeared that this surge in soul power concentration had elevated the strength of everyone to a significant degree. Utilizing his vast mental acuity, Liu Yun instantaneously scanned the abilities of all the soul masters and soul beasts within the Star Dou Auction House, discovering that their strengths had escalated to an astonishing level. Satisfied with this outcome, he nodded in approval, thankful not to have missed this opportunity. It was time to begin absorbing the remaining soul rings. Moments later, Liu Yun once again entered a state of seclusion, determined to absorb the final few soul rings in hopes of swiftly attaining the rank of tidal Douluo. At that point, he could depart the Star Dou Auction House without reservation and venture into the Douluo Continent to experience the wonders of this world. The entire Douluo Continent was undergoing astonishing changes. The soul beasts had greatly benefited from this opportunity, becoming exponentially more powerful than the human soul masters. An unprecedented number of 10,000-year soul beasts were being born in succession, with even the 100,000-year soul beasts emerging in abundance. This led to a singular consequence. A massive tide of beasts surged forth across the Douluo Continent. Fortunately, elite soul masters intervened, driving the soul beasts back to their territories and dispatching powerful guardians to oversee the borders of the soul beast forests, thus preventing large-scale casualties. However, the growth and the strength of the soul beasts once again instilled a sense of urgency among human soul masters. The Star Dou Great Forest, the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent, was closest to the Star Dou Auction House and thus experienced the most vigorous enhancement in soul beast strength, even giving rise to several 100,000-year soul beasts. With the emergence of new 100,000-year soul beasts, countless soul beasts began to vie for territory, plunging the entire Star Dou Great Forest into chaos. The atmosphere was periodically pierced by the ferocity of soul beast battles, as unspent soul power permeated the air, instilling fear in all who ventured near. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape sensed this turmoil but refrained from intervening to intimidate the soul beast clan. In the struggle for survival, only the strongest soul beasts were deemed worthy to rule the Star Dou Great Forest. After all, they merely wished to remain within the Star Dou Auction House, quietly enhancing their own strength. Until the time for the auction arrived, there was no need to disrupt the soul beasts as they fought for territory. In the core region of the Star Dou Great Forest lay the Life Lake. Shimmering with vitality, this locale, rich in life force, had become the battleground for these 100,000-year soul beasts. The former Titan giant ape and Tianqing bull python had long since vacated this space, emboldening a few newly ascended 100,000-year soul beasts to contend for the Life Lake. The surrounding area erupted into chaos as the powerful presence of the 100,000-year soul beasts reverberated throughout, even causing the Life Lake itself to begin shattering under the onslaught of their tumultuous clashes. What was once a serene core region had been reduced to utter devastation amidst the bombardment of these mighty beasts. Chapter 66. The fierce beast Ziji. The commotion caused by the Life Lake intensified, rippling throughout the entire Star Dou Great Forest. At that moment, deep beneath the lake's surface, in an unknown space, a profound silence reigned. Yet, powerful auras subtly emanated, warping the surrounding space. Suddenly, from the depths of this realm, a dragon's roar reverberated, and a pair of obsidian dragon eyes flickered into existence. The presence of unfathomable darkness surged forth as the aura of the soul beasts became overwhelmingly potent within this alternate dimension. A blinding light flashed, revealing a colossal black dragon stretching 100 meters in length. Its scales, akin to blackened iron, exuded an air of formidable oppression. The powerful aura of this soul beast permeated the space, instilling dread in all who felt its presence. The pressure emitted by this black dragon swiftly radiated outward, soon detecting a series of formidable soul beast presences emerging within the area, creating an atmosphere of extreme unrest. This black dragon was none other than the beast god of the Star Dou Great Forest, Emperor Tian, an ancient being nearing 800,000 years of age, and the patriarch of the Black Dragon tribe. What is happening? Why have the soul beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest descended into chaos? In disbelief, the Black Dragon voiced his confusion. Under normal circumstances, the disturbances above would not rouse him from his slumber in the depths beneath the Life Lake. Yet, the presence of so many 100,000-year soul beasts was inexplicable. He had faintly sensed the presence of 2 soul beasts at the 20,000-year mark, leaving Emperor Tian utterly perplexed. Before his slumber, he had only noted the existence of 2 newly ascended 100,000-year soul beasts. Why, then, had 2 fierce beast-level soul beasts suddenly emerged? Additionally, it appeared that the Star Dou Great Forest was now teeming with numerous 100,000-year soul beasts. Such anomalies could not be without reason. Indeed, having slept in the depths of the Life Lake for so long, he had never before sensed such a significant transformation within the Star Dou Great Forest, especially the emergence of so many 100,000-year soul beasts. Just then, another fierce beast aura materialized nearby, echoing the same sentiments of confusion as Emperor Tian regarding the state of the Star Dou Great Forest. Something is amiss. My senses indicate that the soul power concentration within the Star Dou Great Forest has increased more than 100-fold. How could this be possible? A flash of green light flickered in one direction, and suddenly a stunning woman clad in a flowing green gown appeared. Her expression bore surprise as she relayed the information she had gathered to those present. This woman was the fierce beast of over 500,000 years on the Douluo Continent, the apex of life attributes soul beasts, the strongest of the Emerald Swan clan. By Jiu, possessing unparalleled healing abilities, she was acutely aware of the energies present in the world, despite being in this alternate space. She had sensed the nearly 100-fold increase in the soul power concentration within the Star Dou Great Forest. Such a phenomenon was astonishing to Bai Ji. The soul power of the Douluo Continent rarely fluctuated, making such a leap in concentration unfathomable. This bewilderment was compounded by the knowledge she gained from Emperor Tian about the emergence of numerous 100,000-year soul beasts. These changes were undoubtedly intertwined with the enhanced soul power concentration. But what could have caused such a transformation? Bai Ji, are you certain of your perception? Has the soul power within the Star Dou Great Forest truly increased by over 100-fold? Upon hearing this news, Emperor Tian was struck with shock, and his demeanor turned serious as he sought confirmation once more. If this were indeed true, it would signify a golden opportunity for the Star Dou Great Forest. A higher concentration of soul power would greatly benefit their cultivation. In the forthcoming days, the Star Dou Great Forest would undoubtedly give rise to more powerful soul beasts, bringing their long-awaited counterattack against the divine realm ever closer. Indeed, I even employed the innate divine abilities of the Emerald Swan clan to ascertain that my perception is not flawed. Perhaps it is not only the Star Dou Great Forest. The soul power concentration across the entire Douluo Continent has similarly surged by over 100-fold. This is likely the catalyst for the unrest among the soul beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest. By G stated with unwavering conviction, the increase in soul power concentration is equally an indescribable boon for soul masters. Therefore, I implore one of you to step forth and oversee the situation. If the 100,000-year soul beasts begin to turn on one another, it would be a grave detriment to the foundation of our soul beast clan. Regarding the 200,000-year soul beasts that previously guarded the Lake of Life, it appears that due to the surge in soul power concentration, they have experienced a remarkable transformation, elevating them to the level of ferocious beasts. You should also take the opportunity to bring them to the Lake of Life for training together. Emperor Tian has come to an understanding that a significant change is impending on the Douluo Continent, and he wishes to send forth a ferocious beast to quell the ensuing chaos. Each of these 100,000-year soul beasts represents the pinnacle of combat strength within the Star Dou Forest. And losing even one would be unacceptable. If the aforementioned soul beasts continue to engage in battle, the overall elite combat strength of the Star Dou Forest will inevitably diminish considerably. Emperor Tian is unaware of the reasons behind the sudden advancement of the 200,000-year soul beasts that guarded the Lake of Life, nor why they have reached the level of ferocious beasts so swiftly that he refrains from further inquiry, opting instead to hasten the return of the two beasts to the Lake of Life for their training. In this alternative space, the conditions are highly favorable for soul beasts to cultivate, as even though the external soul power concentration has increased 100-fold, it cannot compare to the purity of the power within this realm. I shall proceed and complete the task you entrusted to me as swiftly as possible. At that moment, a massive purplish-black dragon suddenly materializes beside Emperor Tian, radiating a captivating luminescence. As the light dissipates, a woman clad in a purple gown appears in a daze. This woman is enveloped in purplish-black scales, possessing an elongated and strikingly voluptuous figure. Her flowing purplish-black hair cascades behind her, moving gracefully as though stirred by an unseen breeze. Her enchanting visage is captivating, with deep violet eyes and lips of a vivid purple hue. Upon her forehead rests a scale as dark as ink, shimmering with layers of violet radiance that flows naturally above her head. She is one of the sovereigns of the Star Dou Forest, ZG, also known as the Demon Queen. Her true form is that of the Hell Dragon King, a rising star among dragonkind and the leader of the Hell Dragon clan. She is one of the 2 dragon kings among the 10 ferocious beasts, with a lifespan exceeding 200,000 years. Chapter 67. Quelling the turmoil. In light of this, ZG, I entrust this matter to you. But it would be prudent to investigate the circumstances unfolding on the Douluo Continent. The increased soul power concentration and the events occurring within the Star Dou Forest are likely interwoven with the actions of human soul masters. At this moment, Emperor Tian, pondering something, speaks earnestly to ZG, urging her to remain vigilant regarding the forthcoming changes. As an ominous premonition lingers in his heart, the issues plaguing the Douluo Continent are exceptionally peculiar. After all, it has been millennia since such bizarre changes have transpired. Thus, it is indeed extraordinary. It is perfectly fitting for ZG to venture forth and explore. Initially, he intended to take action himself, but he must remain here to safeguard his lord's safety. I understand. Upon hearing this, ZG displays a resolute expression and nods emphatically. In the next instant, she transforms into a streak of light, vanishing from this space and appearing in the outside world. The previously tumultuous surface of the Lake of Life suddenly falls into tranquility, without a hint of ripples. Zing! Soon, a beam of purple light shoots skyward, shattering the tranquility in an instant. The purple light explodes, revealing a purplish-black dragon measuring 100 meters in length hovering above the Star Dou Forest, exuding the oppressive aura of a ferocious beast. Instilling fear in all the soul beasts of the forest, Roar, the once quiet soul beast, lay prostrate on the ground, daring not to make a move, for among the soul beast clans, bloodline is paramount. Soul beasts of lower bloodlines can never contend against those of higher lineage, and the dragon clan represents the highest bloodline among the soul beasts of the Douluo Continent. The several 100,000-year soul beasts engaged in battle beside the Lake of Life. Upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, exerted all their strength to resist it. They then turned their solemn gazes upwards, realizing that this soul beast had emerged from beneath the Lake of Life. This sparked curiosity among the 100,000-year soul beasts. What could be the reason? Could it be that there are still formidable soul beasts lurking beneath the Lake of Life? The soul beast before them is of the dragon clan. Its bloodline power far surpasses their own. Since you have exerted such effort to break through to the 100,000-year realm, why harbor a desire to seize a territory and engage in a life-and-death struggle? Moreover, this Lake of Life is beyond your reach. Retreat at once. The dragon above suddenly unleashes a formidable dragon might, instantly pinning the nearby 100,000-year soul beasts to the ground. The stern tone reverberates in their ears, simultaneously declaring that the Lake of Life is a forbidden area within the Star Dou forest, and no soul beast is permitted to approach AS 100,000-year soul beasts. You should focus on your cultivation, striving to break through to higher realms. Instead of harassing human soul masters, you engage in internal strife here. Should I encounter such a situation again, you shall be transformed into a soul ring of this world. Observing the defiance in the eyes of the 100,000-year soul beasts, ZG continues to unleash her formidable abilities, thoroughly subduing them. Moments later, these 100,000-year soul beasts, recognizing ZG's immense strength, understand that even if they combined their efforts, they would not stand a chance against the dragon before them. Thus, they abandon their thoughts of seizing the territory of the Lake of Life and swiftly depart. Returning to their own domains, from that point onward, they regard the Lake of Life as a forbidden zone, daring not to approach it. Time flows on, and ZG subsequently employs her overwhelming dragon might to intimidate all soul beasts over 10,000 years old within the Star Dou forest. Countless soul beasts, feeling the immense pressure, fall into a brief state of tranquility, refraining from initiating any conflicts. Buzz, having resolved all troubles, ZG expands her vast mental energy throughout the Star Dou forest, seeking the whereabouts of the two newly emerged ferocious beasts mentioned by Emperor Tian. After some exploration, ZG discerns the location of the two ferocious beast-level auras, transforming once more into a purplish dragon. She flies towards the Star Dou Auction House. Wherever she passes, nearly all soul beasts feel this dragon might and collapse to the ground, not daring to raise their heads to the Star Dou Auction House. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python at the entrance are consolidating their sudden ascension to ferocious beast status. Soon, both of them detect an aura belonging to a ferocious beast rapidly approaching their direction. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this powerful soul beast instills a sense of unease in both. Faced with this situation, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape cannot help but feel exceedingly unsettled. What soul beast could this be? When did the Star Dou forest give rise to another ferocious beast-level soul beast, particularly a dragon type? The direction toward which this dragon is heading appears to be here. A grave expression forms on the faces of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Although they previously gained substantial creation power, enhancing their bloodline strength, this has allowed their bloodlines and soul beast ages to gradually improve, even surpassing their original top-tier soul beast bloodlines, progressing towards divine beast bloodlines. However, upon confronting this dragon might, they still perceive a degree of pressure. Therefore, they are aware that the approaching ferocious beast's strength far exceeds that of either of them. Taming, it seems a formidable entity is on its way. The sky blue bull python remarks gravely to the Titan giant ape beside him, shifting his massive frame as his own overwhelming ferocious beast pressure radiates outward. He wishes to test the extent of their newfound strength. Excellent. Just as I have recently broken through to 200,000 years, I have yet to truly engage in battle. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape senses the arrival of a ferocious beast-level dragon soul beast. Excitement flashes in his enormous eyes, eager to engage in combat with the unknown ferocious beast. Do not underestimate her. We both belong to the ferocious beast level, and her soul beast age seems to be even higher than ours. Additionally, she possesses a top-tier dragon bloodline, with a remarkably pure bloodline power, though our bloodlines have improved somewhat. We still cannot afford to be complacent, but as the Tianqing Niupang observed the fierce battle intent flickering in the eyes of the Titan giant ape, he gently spoke, cautioning him to remain vigilant for the imminent assault. In a one-on-one confrontation, they might not stand a chance against that formidable dragon. Only through their combined efforts could they hope to withstand the might of the beast. Yet, neither the Tianqing Niupang nor the Titan giant ape felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Behind them stood the Star Dou Auction House, filled with countless powerful beings. Should that purple dragon dare to invade, it would face dire consequences, the outcome of which would be determined by the Star Dou Auction House itself. Chapter 68. The great battle approaches. Fear not. If we cannot prevail, we shall unite our strengths and relish the experience of unleashing our full might. At this moment, the Titan giant ape clearly dismissed the words of the Tianqing Niupang, his hearty voice resonating. Upon hearing this statement, the Tianqing Niupang silently shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter. If the two of them teamed up against that soul beast, even if it belonged to the highest echelon of dragon-type soul beasts, they could still engage her in battle. With a sudden flash, a purple light flickered ahead, and in the blink of an eye, the purple-black dragon vanished. Instead, a woman clad in purple robes appeared before the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing Niupang. She was none other than the Purple Princess. Are you the two newly emerged ferocious beasts of 200,000 years from the Star Dou forest? At that moment, the Purple Princess coldly directed her gaze towards the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing Niupang. Inquiring repeatedly, she had already confirmed that they were indeed the new ferocious beasts. However, curiosity flickered in her eyes. What could have caused such an extraordinary occurrence? It was indeed peculiar that these two soul beasts had attained the rank of ferocious beasts in such a short span of time. Thus, the Purple Princess sought to uncover the fortuitous events that led to their rapid ascension in power. Who are you, and why have I never sensed your presence in the Star Dou forest? The Tianqing Niupang did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused intently ahead, eager to discern the origins of this dragon-type soul beast. After all, they had resided in the Star Dou forest for countless years. If the Purple Princess truly dwelled within the Star Dou forest, it was inconceivable that they had not sensed her aura. Moreover, this dragon-type soul beast's age surpassed theirs significantly, but in some respects, she had existed long before them. As for my origins, I have always resided within the Star Dou forest. However, your previous strength was too feeble for you to be worthy of knowing our existence. Come, now that you have successfully reached the level of ferocious beasts, I shall take you to the true gathering place of soul beast powerhouses. The Purple Princess spoke with an unhurried demeanor, her tone carrying an air of command, urging the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape to follow her to the depths of the Lake of Life, to pay their respects to the beast god Emperor Tian. As soon as her words fell, the expressions of the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape darkened considerably. They had not anticipated that this dragon-type soul beast would speak in such an irksome manner. The astute Tianqing Niupang gleaned a significant piece of information from the Purple Princess's words. Perhaps the Star Dou forest harbored genuine secrets that they had not been qualified to explore until their ascension to the level of ferocious beasts. Furthermore, he learned from the dragon-type soul beast that there might exist many soul beasts within the Star Dou forest that rivaled her, or even surpassed her in strength. This revelation stirred a tempest within the Tianqing Niupang. He had not expected the Star Dou forest to possess such profound depth. Yet, at this moment, the Tianqing Niupang felt a surge of anger. If the Star Dou forest was home to so many ferocious beasts, why had the soul beasts endured relentless hunting by human soul masters for so many years? Why had those powerful soul beasts not intervened? Contemplating this, the Tianqing Niupang's demeanor grew increasingly agitated as he cast a discontented glance at the Purple Princess. To think that you only sought us out upon our breakthrough to the level of ferocious beasts. If we had not received the fortuitous blessings of the Star Dou Auction House, would we have remained forever unable to attain such a level, and thereby never learn the true secrets of the Star Dou forest? Regardless of how grandiose the Purple Princess's words may be, neither I nor Erming shall venture to the true domain of the soul beasts. After all, we have gained immeasurable benefits from the Star Dou Auction House, and have no reason to betray it. Moreover, our strength has surged remarkably within the auction house. They have supported our growth unconditionally. Thus, we have no desire to leave the Star Dou Auction House. What? Are you unwilling to accompany me? At that moment, the Purple Princess, noticing the silence, cast a displeased glance at the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape. After waiting for so long without receiving any response, her irritation grew. Were it not for Emperor Tian's command to ensure the retrieval of the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape, she would not have willingly waded through this murky water. However, she had been entrusted with this task by Emperor Tian, and she had no reason to neglect it, since they were unwilling to depart quietly with her. She would not hesitate to employ force to bring them back. Even though they had reached the level of ferocious beasts, their strength was insignificant before her. Apologies, but we are quite content here and shall not accompany you. The Tianqing Niupang declared resolutely after a moment, bracing himself as a turbulent aura surged forth, ready to confront any imminent attack from the Purple Princess. This is the Star Dou Auction House. Could it be a creation of human soul masters within the Star Dou forest? The Purple Princess could hardly believe that these soul beasts would conspire with human soul masters, bringing shame upon their own kind. Since you have harbored thoughts of betraying the soul beast lineage, do not blame me for being impolite. Today, by the decree of the beast god, I shall take you both back to the lake of life. Should you dare to defy my orders, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape's words, the Purple Princess's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes ahead. She spotted a 3-story building exuding an extraordinary aura but chose not to investigate further. After a moment of conjecture, she deduced that this building must have been constructed by human soul masters. However, she found it hard to believe that a human soul master would dare to establish a base within the inner sanctum of the Star Dou forest. Such audacity was truly reckless. Moreover, seeing the Tianqing Niupang's unwavering resolve to remain, she became increasingly convinced that these two soul beasts had indeed conspired with the human soul masters. This was a scenario the Purple Princess could not abide. Thus, she was determined to bring these two soul beasts back to the Lake of Life to present them to Emperor Tian for judgment. Otherwise, no one could foresee the harm these two soul beasts might inflict upon their kind in the future. To think you wish to take us back, it depends on whether you possess the capability to do so. Coincidentally, my brother and I have just broken through to the 200,000-year mark. We can now test the true extent of our strength. The Titan giant ape's anger flared as he bellowed towards the front, his tone laced with immense fury. Boom, boom, boom. He clenched his fists tightly and struck his chest with explosive force, sending shockwaves rippling outward, stirring fierce winds and shaking the ground. Chapter 69. Clash of Realms. Two mere soul beasts who have just attained the ferocious beast level dare to flaunt their might before me. Very well. Today you shall witness the vast chasm that separates ferocious beasts. The Purple Princess erupted into laughter upon witnessing the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape's audacity to challenge her. Boom, boom. In an instant, a surge of purple-black radiance enveloped her, the ferocious dragon's might pressing down upon the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape with explosive force that filled the arena. After thousands of years without battle, she had not anticipated encountering two oblivious soul beasts who dared to provoke her authority upon her return. Since it has come to this, let me stretch my limbs and teach these two ignorant soul beasts a lesson. Devil's Water Domain. The Purple Princess unleashed her full power, the purple-black soul energy swirling around her, gradually morphing into profound whirlpools. Within these swirling depths lay an overwhelming concentration of hellish demonic energy, combined with the essence of water elements, rapidly expanding outward. Buzz. At the feet of Ziyi, a luminous circle emerged instantaneously, enveloping both the Tianqing Niupang and the Titan giant ape within its confines. This manifestation was a domain skill inherent to Ziyi, merging her dual attributes into a formidable force, ultimately unleashing a supreme domain through her overwhelming power. Within this realm, Ziyi's strength would be boundlessly amplified, with an inexhaustible supply of energy continuously replenishing her reserves. Conversely, her adversaries were similarly subdued by the domain, rendering them incapable of unleashing their full potential. Be cautious. This domain is exceedingly peculiar. Henceforth, we must hold nothing back and unleash our full might to vanquish her with utmost haste. Tianqing Niupang gravely instructed the Titan giant ape upon sensing the oppressive nature of the domain, urging him to remain vigilant. Merely a dragon clan soul beast. Today, I yearn to test the might of the supreme bloodline of the soul beast clan. The Titan giant ape, undeterred by Tianqing Niupang's words, radiated an unprecedented battle intent, his formidable aura surging outward, Gravity domain. At that moment, the Titan giant ape, unafraid, activated his own domain skill. Gravity domain. A dark vortex emanated from his form, expanding outward and colliding with Ziji's domain, generating a tempestuous wave of pressure. The Titan giant ape, having recently surpassed the fierce beast level, conjured a domain skill that was now exponentially more potent than before. How could this be? This domain is astonishing. Even Ziji, taken aback by the Titan giant ape's domain, felt a slight heaviness in her back, her feet sinking into the ground as her eyes sparkled with profound astonishment. She had not anticipated that the Titan giant ape, who had just ascended to the fierce beast level, would possess such formidable domain capabilities. Even she, with her dragon clan's supreme bloodline, felt an undeniable pressure. This realization dawned upon Ziji, indicating that the ensuing battle would likely be far from simple. However, she remained unfazed. After all, she was a fierce beast of the Douluo Continent, and the Tianqing Niupong and Titan giant ape, having merely just crossed into the fierce beast rank, were not truly qualified to stand against her. Death decay. Ziji formed intricate seals with her hands, unleashing the power of her dragon lineage. Indeed, from the moment this overwhelming dragon might materialize, it instantaneously sent the Tianqing Niupong and Titan giant ape hurtling backward for dozens of meters. Under the influence of this dragon might, Ziji experienced a significant reduction in gravity, while she could still sense some pressure. The augmentation from her domain allowed her to move with ease. Subsequently, radiant violet light enveloped her hands, emanating an unparalleled aura of death. Within the domain, Ziji vanished from her original position, her right hand channeling a purple-black soul force that coalesced into ethereal purple-black dragon scales, radiating an endless sharpness and the essence of death. In the air, Ziji conjured countless dragon scales and, upon solidifying her soul force, swept her hand forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the dragon scales imbued with the essence of death surged toward the Tianqing Niupong and Titan giant ape, accompanied by a deafening sound of slicing air, aiming to defeat them with a single strike. Ziji was eager to conclude this encounter swiftly, desiring to return to the Lake of Life and fulfill the task entrusted to her by Daitian. Erming, be careful. At that moment, Tianqing Niupong sensed the terrifying fluctuations of soul power and immediately warned the Titan giant ape to exercise extreme caution. He sensed a mysterious power emanating from the ethereal dragon scales, which not only contained the formidable might of the dragon clan, but also emitted a sharp brilliance capable of piercing their forms, with the surrounding aura of death poised to inflict significant wounds upon them. Slow domain. In that instant, the lightning upon Tianqing Niupong flickered as a green domain enveloped the entire area. The once swift-moving dragon scales appeared to be ensnared in a state of stasis due to the influence of the slow domain. Having reached the fierce beast level, Tianqing Niupong's slow domain had also amplified several hundredfold. Consequently, the dragon scales that had been darting forward now glided through the air as sluggishly as a snail. Observing this, Tianqing Niupong seized the moment, leaping into action as his azure tail lashed forward. The terrifying soul force of the fierce beast erupted from his tail, aimed at obliterating the dragon scales in the sky. Indeed, bolstered by the power of the slow domain and the Titan giant ape's sudden surge of soul force, the once rapidly moving scales were shattered into fragments, dissipating into the ether. Damn it. I never anticipated your coordination to be so flawless. Moreover, it seems that without truly engaging, I cannot compel you to return to the Lake of Life. Ziji's expression soured upon witnessing her previously assured strike thwarted by the combined might of two domains in an attack. As a flicker of murderous intent crossed Ziji's eyes, she resolved to no longer hold back against these persistent soul beasts that had vexed her. Rumble. The purple-black luminescence enveloping Ziji transformed into a colossal purple-black dragon, releasing a tremendous aura of pressure. Channeling nearly 300,000 years of soul beast energy, she leaped forth, her massive claws lunging forward, carrying explosive soul power and the essence of death, seemingly capable of annihilating all existence into nothingness. Chapter 70. The emergence of Jiu You. Upon witnessing Ziji reverting to her true form and launching an assault, both Tianqing Niupong and Titan giant ape's expressions turned grave. After all, the most formidable manifestation of a soul beast's power is its true form, and thus they could not afford to underestimate Ziji. Engage. Tianqing Niupong and Titan giant ape, unwilling to conceal their prowess, began to shake the earth with their massive bodies. unleashing their formidable soul beast powers towards Ziji. Thus, the three fierce beasts commenced their battle in this region, unleashing a torrent of soul power. Countless towering ancient trees were cleaved in half, and the ground was riddled with deep craters, rendering the scene a chaotic tableau. Strangely enough, the Star Dou Auction House, situated within this area, remained unscathed amidst the explosive energy, standing resolutely in the clearing without a hint of damage. This was the sturdy structure gifted by the system. Even the tumult of several fierce beast-level battles could not compromise its integrity. What is happening? At that moment, Lu Yun, who had been in seclusion on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from outside. He promptly opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity flashing through his mind. Could it be that soul beasts are attacking the Star Dou Auction House? After all, there are the Tianqing Niupong and Titan Giant Ape guarding the entrance, and ordinary soul beasts would not dare approach. Could something unforeseen have occurred? With this thought, Lu Yun's formidable mental energy swiftly expanded outward. Quickly detecting the fierce battle involving the three soul beasts. To his astonishment, the Tianqing Niupong and Titan Giant Ape were actually at a disadvantage against another soul beast. This was truly remarkable, as they had both attained the fierce beast level. Logically, even soul beasts of the same rank should not pose a threat to them. Moments later, a series of subtitles materialized before Lu Yun's eyes, revealing specific information about Ziji, fierce beast, Ziji soul beast age, 264,846 years bloodline, Hell Demon Dragon soul skills, Heavenly Demon Water Domain, Death Decay. I see. It seems that the surge in soul power has awakened the hidden fierce beasts of the Star Dou Forest ahead of schedule. If I am not mistaken, Daitian and the others should have all awakened as well. However, they should never have dared to wreak havoc in my Star Dou Auction House. After grasping Ziji's information, Lu Yun began to comprehend the situation. Since Ziji had arrived in this locale, it was likely that Daitian and the other fierce beasts were now aware of the changes in Douluo Continent. Perhaps the secrets of the Star Dou Auction House had not been divulged, which is why Daitian did not regard them as a threat. Otherwise, he would not have simply dispatched a minor underling. Jiu You, dispatch that fierce beast outside. Otherwise, you shall deal with the consequences. At this moment, Lu Yun observed that the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape were gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Therefore, he directly instructed Jiu You to take action and eliminate Ziji. Previously, Lu Yun had harbored some concerns about the collective involvement of Emperor Tian and his companions. However, after undergoing transformation through the power of creation, Jiu Yu's strength had ascended to demigod level, bolstered by the presence of Medusa. Now, he harbored no fear of the Star Dou Auction House or the hidden ferocious beasts within it as long as Gu Yu Na did not awaken prematurely. Even if Emperor Tian led all his soul beasts in an assault, he would remain unperturbed, obeying the master's orders. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Jiu Yu nodded vigorously. In the next instant, he abruptly vanished from the spot. They had sensed the fierce battle occurring outside long ago, initially intending to report this matter to Lu Yun and request the master's intervention. He refrained from doing so, knowing that Lu Yun was in seclusion and did not wish to disturb him. Hence, he had delayed until now. With Lu Yun's command issued, Jiu You sprang into action at the moment when the three ferocious beasts were engaged in combat. A sudden shroud of darkness enveloped everything, and the power of the underworld permeated the surroundings. That a violent demigod-level pressure surged through the area, causing the three ferocious beasts ahead to halt their movements instantly, their battle ceasing abruptly. The Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape trembled involuntarily upon sensing this aura, realizing who had arrived. Subsequently, the two beasts exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, the strength of Jiu You had instilled a sense of despair within them. By the master's command, leave this place swiftly, or you shall remain here forever. A swirling mass of black mist materialized behind Jiu You, his body gradually levitating in midair. With arms crossed behind him, he cast a stern gaze towards Ziji in front of him. You think I will depart simply at your behest, a mere human soul master, in the territory of us soul beasts? How dare you be so audacious? It seems that after all these years of development, you human soul masters have truly lost your sense of reality. Ziji, momentarily taken aback by Jiu Yu's demand, confirmed she had not misheard, and then retorted sharply. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. After all, Human soul masters and soul beasts were mortal enemies. Since this human soul master had come to seek his demise, she deemed it unnecessary to hold back. With a powerful movement, ZG swung her massive body and lashed out with her dragon tail. Instantly charging forward, the air erupted with explosive sounds wherever her tail passed, as if obliterating everything in its path. Stubborn and unyielding, Jiu You observed ZG's refusal to heed his warning and her immediate counterattack. A profound smile of meaning crossed his face as a serious tone escaped his lips. With a swift motion, Jiu You conjured strands of black-purple soul power in his right hand, forming chains as dark as ink that radiated a dense aura of underworld energy. What followed was a breathtaking scene. A phantom black dragon materialized behind Jiu You. Exuding an overwhelming power of the underworld, 0.9 soul rings appeared around him, a staggering configuration of 6 black and 3 red, leaving onlookers astounded. Why is the pressure of this martial soul so formidable? And what of the color of these soul rings? Indeed, the elevation of soul power has granted him benefits beyond our comprehension. At that moment, the Tianqing Yopong and the Titan Great Ape, standing nearby, were rendered speechless, their faces laden with disbelief. They sensed a lethal threat emanating from Jiu You, and the overwhelming pressure of his martial soul extinguished any thoughts of resistance within them. Without question, the level of Jiu Yu's martial soul was extraordinarily high. They recognized it as a dragon-type martial soul. Undoubtedly, such a martial soul ranked among the most elite within the dragon lineage. Faced with this revelation, the Tianqing Yopong and the Titan Great Ape dared not make any sudden movements. Previously, when Jiu You had captured them and brought them to the Star Dou Auction House, they had felt an immense fear. Who on earth are you? How could such a martial soul possibly belong to a human? ZG, sensing the overwhelming pressure of Jiu Yu's martial soul, felt her massive form sink slightly. Moreover, the power of her dragon lineage momentarily faltered. It was evident that the pressure exerted by Jiu Yu's martial soul imposed a significant constraint on her dragon bloodline. That moment, she could hardly unleash her full strength, causing a tumult of emotions to surge within her. The pinnacle of the soul beasts, her bloodline was among the highest echelons within the Douluo Continent, but it was rare for any soul master or soul beast to surpass her within the realm of bloodlines. Yet, this human soul master before her, merely through the pressure of his martial soul, had rendered her dragon bloodline ineffective. How could this not leave ZG in shock? The most staggering aspect was the 9 dazzling soul rings adorning Jiu You. Although she was not well versed in the current state of human soul masters, it was evident that, given their typically frail physiques, they should not possess such a soul ring configuration. A myriad of questions flooded ZG's mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. What was happening? How could such a formidable unknown powerhouse emerge among human soul masters during her slumber of several millennia? I am the guardian of the Star Dou Auction House. You have trespassed upon this territory without permission and have failed to leave by the master's command. I am to apprehend you and await further instructions. Surrounded by the phantom black dragon, Jiu You fixed a solemn gaze upon ZG. An unprecedented seriousness etched across his face. Previously, he had offered her a chance to retreat, but her continued defiance meant he could no longer show mercy. 6th soul skill. Underworld chains. The 6th black soul ring around Jiu You radiated a rich glow. Strands of underworld energy manifested in his right hand, forming chains that instantaneously tore through space and flew towards ZG. These chains would completely restrain her movements, ultimately leaving her fate to his master. Not good. At that moment, ZG sensed the rapidly approaching chains, imbued with terrifying underworld power, igniting a fierce sense of crisis within her. She understood that the human soul master before her was not to be trifled with. Swinging her massive dragon form, she sought to flee from the scene. I cannot confront this human soul master head-on. This realization dawned upon her, and she felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have left this place sooner. Yet, as a ferocious beast, her pride prevented her from retreating to the lake of life merely at the behest of a human soul master. Think you can escape under the influence of my 6th soul skill? You are indeed rather naive. Observing ZG's desperate attempt to flee, Jiu You scoffed coldly, tightening his fist and amplifying the application of underworld energy. New chains tore through the void, swiftly racing towards ZG. And in the blink of an eye, they ensnared her entire form. The formidable underworld energy restricted all of ZG's movements, rendering her dragon bloodline powerless and confining her ability to fly. With a thunderous crash, she plummeted to the ground, immobilized. Damn it! Who are you? Do you not know who I am? If you dare to harm me, this place will be reduced to ruins. ZG's expression darkened as she became aware of her predicament, terror flashing through her heart. She had never anticipated that this human soul master could be so powerful, and even her full-strength escape proved futile. Nonetheless, ZG was not one to sit idly by. She continued to threaten Jiu You as she spoke. Her right hand trembled slightly, and a beam of purple light shot towards the distance, intending to inform Emperor Tian of the unfolding events. If this delay continued, her life could truly be at stake. However, ZG naively believed that Jiu You had not noticed her open communication. In reality, he had observed everything she did, but he chose not to intervene. It was an opportunity to unearth the mastermind behind this operation and resolve the issue without burdening his master. That moment, within the lake of life, a purple beam of light sliced through the sky. Plunging into the calm waters of the lake, it penetrated all barriers, ultimately descending into an alternate space at the bottom of the lake of life. ZG's aura. The figures of Emperor Tian and his companions naturally perceived the arrival of this information. Upon discerning its content, Emperor Tian was enveloped in profound confusion, although a glimmer of murderous intent mingled in his gaze. What on earth has transpired, and why has ZG chosen this moment to convey a message to you? At that moment, Bai Ji, observing the peculiar situation and the change in Emperor Tian's expression, softly inquired. Given ZG's prowess, it should not have taken long for her to resolve this conflict. Logically, at this point, ZG ought to have returned with the two newly emerged ferocious beasts to the lake of life. Yet, why has she not returned? Instead, she has sent a message. ZG's current predicament is not one of ease. Unexpectedly, a formidable human soul master has confined her, compelling her to send this message. With a grave tone, Emperor Tian relayed the information regarding ZG's entrapment to all present ferocious beasts. Soon after, his expression turned utterly indifferent. That human soul master is truly despicable. However, Emperor Tian understood ZG's strength. Even a super Douluo among humans would not pose a challenge to her. In the Star Dou forest, he had previously sensed no aura of tidal Douluos. Even if the two new ferocious beasts were to combine their efforts, they would still be powerless against ZG. Yet, the very occurrence of these events was laden with strangeness, plunging Emperor Tian into a state of perplexity. What? ZG has been captured by a human soul master. How could this be possible? Indeed, the moment Emperor Tian's words fell, all the ferocious beasts present reacted in unison. Their faces etched with disbelief. They certainly recognized ZG's strength and could hardly fathom that she had been ensnared by a human soul master. It all felt too bizarre. Since that is the case, I shall go and ascertain for myself the current extent of human soul master's development, that one has managed to confine ZG. Each ferocious beast's heart was tumultuous. At this juncture, Emperor Tian articulated his intention. He sought to witness firsthand which tidal Douluo had forced ZG into such a predicament. If necessary, Emperor Tian would take action. The increasing number of top-tier human soul masters poses a growing threat to their survival as a soul beast clan. For such a powerhouse, Emperor Tian was unwilling to allow him to leave the Star Dou forest alive. The absence of a top-tier human soul master would significantly ease the plight of their soul beast clan. Chapter 72. A tense confrontation. Emperor Tian, shall we accompany you? At that moment, several other ferocious beasts expressed their desire to join Emperor Tian in witnessing the human soul master who had trapped ZG. Who could possess such formidable strength? This individual would undoubtedly become a threat to the soul beast clan, and thus the present ferocious beasts shared Emperor Tian's sentiment. That human soul master must not be permitted to leave the Star Dou forest alive. No need. I shall go alone. You all focus on safeguarding the master and remember not to let any other dangers approach. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian casually waved his hand, dispelling their thoughts that he intended to confront the mysterious human soul master alone. After all, the safety of their master was equally paramount, hence leaving the remaining ferocious beasts to protect him. The other ferocious beasts nodded in slight agreement, remaining in place. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from sight as he sped towards the inner regions of the Star Dou forest. This moment, Jiu You hovered in midair, her gaze indifferent as she looked towards the imprisoned ZG. As she peered into the distance, she suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching, a look of solemnity flashing in her eyes. They have finally arrived. Just then, Jiu Yu's gaze fixed on the distance, her voice grave. In an instant, an even more formidable pressure enveloped the entire area. However, none within the Star Dou Auction House perceived this overwhelming force, regardless of how potent the pressure may be. Once it neared the Star Dou Auction House, it would vanish without a trace. How could this soul beast pressure be so overwhelming? Why does the Star Dou forest harbor so many ancient soul beasts, and where exactly do they conceal themselves? Upon sensing this aura akin to the heavens, both the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon them, rendering them breathless. They were compelled to channel all their soul power just to barely withstand this terrifying aura of the soul beast. Even so, the stirring of their bloodlines was impossible to ignore. Tianqing Niupong and Titan giant ape realized that the approaching entity was likely a top-tier powerhouse hidden among the soul beasts. Subsequently, they turned their gaze towards the hovering Jiu You, their eyes reflecting seriousness that it was uncertain whether Jiu You could contend with the impending ferocious beast. You are the human soul master who defeated ZG? In the blink of an eye, a sound akin to shattering space reverberated, and a shadowy figure emerged before Jiu You, a man clad in black robes. This man was none other than Emperor Tian, who had rushed from the Lake of Life. However, upon noticing Jiu You, Emperor Tian recognized just how naive his previous thoughts had been. For reasons unknown, he sensed a profound threat emanating from this human soul master. How could this be? He was a ferocious beast nearing 800,000 years of age. Even an ultimate Douluo would have no audacity to act recklessly before him. Yet, this human soul master before him exuded a palpable sense of danger. Emperor Tian was perplexed as to which faction of humanity this individual belonged. You have unilaterally dispatched your subordinates to disturb our master during his seclusion. Seeking to leave here unscathed is utterly out of the question. Jiu Yu's demeanor turned exceedingly vigilant upon witnessing Emperor Tian. Her cold voice resonating in his ears, "To escort ZG away unscathed was simply impossible. Without paying a price, would the Star Dou Auction House not be left vulnerable to your whims in the future?" Humph, it seems you have misunderstood. The Star Dou Forest is the domain where soul beasts reside. How can you human soul masters intrude here at will? Emperor Tian's gaze fell upon the struggling ZG behind him. And in the next moment, an immense dark power surged forth from his palm. The violent force struck the chains binding ZG with ferocious intensity. Crack. One by one, the black chains shattered under Emperor Tian's might. The liberated ZG swiftly moved to Emperor Tian's side, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. With Emperor Tian's presence, her life was finally safeguarded. However, she had not anticipated the sheer terror emanating from this human soul master. You hail from the Star Dou Auction House? At that moment, Emperor Tian's gaze fell upon the plaque of the Star Dou Auction House, and upon seeing the name inscribed, he began to grasp the origins of this mysterious human soul master. This revelation plunged him into utter confusion. Should not the rulers of Douluo Continent be the Spirit Hall? And from whence did this Star Dou Auction House emerge? How dare they establish their presence within the inner regions of the Star Dou Forest? Were they courting death or challenging the dignity of the Soul Beast clan? This area is indeed the territory of the Star Dou Auction House. Prior to the commencement of any auction, no soul beast or soul master may tread here without permission. Violators shall be met with lethal consequences. Jiu Yu's icy tone echoed throughout the vicinity, showing no regard for Emperor Tian. The Star Dou Auction House certainly abides by its own rules. Under normal circumstances, only during auction events may soul masters or soul beasts enter this area. During ordinary times, no one may cause a disturbance here without the auction house's consent. Yet, today, ZG had breached the rules of the Star Dou Auction House, and he would not allow her to escape unscathed. Is that so? Then I too wish to witness your strength and see if it warrants your arrogance. Emperor Tian's expression darkened upon hearing Jiu Yu's unfriendly tone. He was the beast god of the soul beast tribe. Which soul beast did not treat him with the utmost respect? Yet this seemingly oblivious human soul master continued to confront him repeatedly. Emperor Tian had no intention of letting this human soul master off the hook. Despite Jiu Yu's palpable threat, this was the Star Dou Forest, the domain of the soul beasts. Suddenly, Emperor Tian vanished from sight, and an overwhelming dark power surged forth, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. obscuring the sun in the sky. The area encompassing the Star Dou Auction House was engulfed in an endless void. You too should return to the Star Dou Auction House. Jiu You sensed that everything around him was shrouded in an overwhelming darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, and his expression finally turned serious. With a wave of his hand, an immense force instantaneously transported the Tianqing Yulong and Titan giant ape into the confines of the Star Dou Auction House. He intended to unleash his full power, the resulting devastation of which was beyond imagination. Even with the formidable physiques of the Tianqing Yulong and Titan giant ape, they would be unable to withstand it. Seventh soul skill, true body of the Nether Dragon. As the two fierce beasts returned to the interior of the Star Dou Auction House, the Nether Dragon martial soul in Jiu Yu's right hand erupted with a thunderous nether power. Upon witnessing this force, the surrounding dark energy fled in all directions, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. This demonstrated that nether power was significantly more potent than mere dark energy. Jiu You manifested his martial soul's true form. His aura deepened and intensified, seemingly devouring everything in its path, causing all to retreat as if they were in the depths of hell. What exactly is this power you wield that can repel my ultimate dark energy? After sleeping for so many years, I have finally encountered a worthy opponent. I hope you do not disappoint me. That moment, Tian, who was enveloped in darkness, realized that his ultimate dark energy was being pushed back by an unknown force and could not approach Jiu You by even a hair's breadth. The occurrence left Tian's pupils constricted in shock. What was transpiring? It was likely that Jiu Yu's power level was simply too high, rendering even his ultimate dark energy ineffective against him. Tian's demeanor grew grim, as this human soul master was more formidable than he had anticipated. In the next instant, Tian's right hand transformed into a claw, and an explosive dragon soul power surged forth. Lunging toward Jiu You, shattering the space around them and aiming directly for his forehead, Jiu You remained vigilant, channeling the nether power and martial soul energy into his right fist, fearlessly striking forward. As their attacks collided, a cataclysmic force erupted, exuding an aura capable of obliterating everything. The immense recoil sent both combatants staggering backward. Jiu You retreated several dozen steps, while Tian was pushed back a mere 5. Your physical power is truly impressive. Among human soul masters, you are the first to match me in strength. Although Tian gained a slight upper hand in the initial clash, he was nonetheless filled with a profound sense of gravity. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the dragon race, with an intrinsic power deemed insurmountable. Yet, this human soul master, relying solely on his own strength, was able to hold his ground. It was evident that this human soul master possessed an exceptionally robust physique. Originally, Tian believed he could effortlessly defeat Jiu You in terms of physical prowess, but this turn of events proved his naivety. The human soul master's body was so formidable that, combined with his soul skills, Tian could not be entirely assured of victory. The pace at which human soul masters were advancing was undoubtedly several times faster than that of soul beasts. Contemplating this, Tian's expression transformed into one of unbridled fury. Lamenting the injustices of the divine realm, questioning why the soul beast race had to endure oppression from soul masters. Though Jiu You had been momentarily pushed back, his face bore no sign of distress. Rather, he appeared eager for the fight. With a powerful swing of his fist, he leapt into the air, gathering martial soul energy into his right fist and striking fiercely at Tian. Unfazed, Tian activated his soul beast power, meeting Jiu Yu's assault head-on. Thus began an epic battle that dwarfed the previous confrontation with the Tianqing Yulong, producing a scene of devastation magnitudes greater. The surroundings within 100 miles disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only the Star Dou Auction House standing unscathed. Ziji, sensing the overwhelming pressure emitted by the two combatants, promptly evacuated the vicinity. Should she find herself caught in the crossfire, she would surely suffer grievous injuries from the mere residual energies. This realization instilled within Ziji a profound sense of fear. She had not expected the earlier man's strength to rival that of Tian. How terrifying. Fortunately, that human soul master bore her no ill will. Otherwise, she might not have survived to this moment. The Star Luo Academy. Ning Rongrong stood with 6 other youths in the plaza. Among them was a bearded boy who appeared remarkably mature, reminiscent of an older man. This was Oscar, a food system martial soul master from the Douluo Continent, endowed with innate full soul power. Opposite him stood Ning Rongrong, who had returned from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. "It's nothing much. My father suddenly summoned me home." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong shook her head discreetly. By the way, Rongrong, has your father mentioned anything about the changes in soul power across the continent? Oscar seemed to have an endless stream of questions as he engaged Ning Rongrong in conversation. Suddenly, Oscar appeared to recall something, his expression turning serious as he inquired. "The soul power density across Douluo Continent has increased 100-fold. While we have noticed this, our dean, Teacher Zhao, remains unaware of the cause, who has altered the soul power density of Douluo Continent. Despite their speculations, they could only surmise that perhaps only Ning Rongrong's father or the two titled Douluo from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school could possess insights into this matter." As Oscar finished speaking, the other five also wore expressions of confusion, particularly Tang San, who felt acutely aware of the changes on the continent. He was utterly astounded by the soul master or soul beast capable of enacting such transformations, as it implied a level of power that might even be considered divine. "Oh, you mean that? My father mentioned that the change in soul power density is due to the Star Dou Auction House." Ning Rongrong disclosed the matter regarding the Star Dou Auction House, recognizing it as a topic not particularly secretive among soul masters on the continent. The existence of the Star Dou Auction House was well known, thus not worth concealing. "What? Rongrong, are you saying that the alteration in Douluo's soul power density is the work of the Star Dou Auction House?" Tang San, upon hearing the familiar name, hurriedly approached Ning Rongrong. His face etched with seriousness. He had heard of the Star Dou Auction House's mysterious nature multiple times. Even 10,000-year soul bones were auctioned there, making the Star Dou Auction House exceedingly enigmatic and powerful. The fact that the increase in soul power density across Douluo was linked to the Star Dou Auction House filled Tang San with an insatiable curiosity about the true identity of the auction house. "Yes, the forces that participated in the last auction are well aware that it was the Star Dou Auction House that revealed the information enabling us to seize this opportunity." Ning Rongrong nodded gently, confirming the truth of her statement. "By the way, I have another treasure for you all, which also originated from the Star Dou Auction House." Suddenly, a smile illuminated Ning Rongrong's face as she recalled something. Chapter 74. Tang San receives bad news. The Star Dou Auction House gifted the soul masters of Douluo Continent a meditation technique, which I must say is the most superior meditation technique I have ever encountered. None can compare. Perhaps it won't be long before this meditation technique becomes widespread across the entire Douluo Continent, that I only obtained it from my father to share with you all for your cultivation. So we need not lag behind other soul masters at that moment. Ning Rongrong recalled the Xiantian skill and mysteriously addressed her companions, intending to share this meditation technique with them. After all, the Xiantian skill would eventually circulate, and the sooner they learned it, the earlier they could begin their cultivation. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words fell, a look of confusion appeared on Tang San's face, and an uneasy sensation crept into his heart. As if something ominous were about to transpire, his gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, eager to discern the nature of the meditation technique she spoke of, the Xiantian skill, which was the most exceptional meditation technique he had ever witnessed. He had not anticipated that the Star Dou Auction House would make such a top-tier meditation technique public. Ning Rongrong directly retrieved 6 copies of the Xiantian Gong, expressing her astonishment at this remarkable meditation technique. Were she to possess such a premier method of contemplation, it would undoubtedly remain in her possession, cultivated in secrecy. Who could fathom why the Star Dou Auction House chose to bestow this technique upon all soul masters? This action left many puzzled regarding the motives behind the Star Dou Auction House's decision. The others, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, exchanged glances filled with curiosity before accepting the Xiantian Gong from her hands. As the pride of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, the wealthiest sect in Douluo Continent, her commendation of this Xiantian Gong indicated its precious nature. With eager anticipation, the group opened the book. "Rongrong, what did you just say?" This meditation technique is called Xiantian Gong. At the mention of the familiar term, Tang San found himself speechless, his expression one of incredulity. Could it be that the meditation technique presented by the Star Dou Auction House bore the same name as the Xiantian Gong he practiced within the Tang sect? Suddenly, a sense of foreboding crept into Tang San's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily seized a copy of the Xiantian Gong from Ning Rongrong, flipping it open. The moment he encountered the initial lines of the technique, his heart sank. As he continued reading, His astonishment deepened, and unease etched itself across his features. Indeed, this version of the Xiantian Gong mirrored the contents of the Tang sect's sacred text with striking precision. Rage surged within Tang San. How could this be? He recalled that since his arrival in the Douluo Continent, he had guarded the secrets of the Tang sect's Xiantian Gong fiercely. Not even his father was aware of its existence. How then did the Star Dou Auction House come to know of it? And why had they disseminated the Tang sect's secret across the entire Douluo Continent? Panic began to envelop Tang San as he grappled with the situation. Unless the founders of the Star Dou Auction House were also disciples of the Tang sect, how could they possess such knowledge? In an instant, Tang San quelled his rising panic, his mind racing as he sought to unravel the mystery. A sudden realization struck him. Those soul masters who possessed the Xiantian Gong must be from the Tang sect. Could it be that other disciples of the Tang sect had also traversed to the Douluo Continent? The deeper he delved into this thought, the more troubled he became. After all, the Xiantian Gong was the core technique of the Tang sect, and logically, it should not be practiced by outsiders. Thus, he dismissed that hypothesis for the time being. No matter how Tang San pondered, he could not comprehend how the Star Dou Auction House had acquired the Xiantian Gong, or why they so recklessly shared it. What's wrong, Sango? Is there an issue with this Xiantian Gong? At that moment, Ning Rongrong noticed the shift in Tang San's expression and inquired, her tone tinged with confusion that it seemed as if Tang San had some knowledge of the Xiantian Gong. Although the technique had become known among the elite powers of the Douluo Continent, its rapid dissemination was unexpected to know. I am merely astonished by this Xiantian Gong, Tang San replied, shaking his head to focus. This Xiantian Gong is the most superior meditation technique I have ever encountered. If we were to practice it diligently, our soul power would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Moments later, Oscar, beaming with excitement, held the Xiantian Gong as if it were a treasured artifact. Indeed, this Xiantian Gong is astonishingly profound. It is truly astounding that the Star Dou Auction House would be so generous as to distribute such a premier meditation technique. He marveled. Nearby, Dai Mubai echoed his sentiment. His expression equally awestruck. The glimmer of admiration for the Xiantian Gong shone in his eyes. Thus, the others present, save for Tang San, eagerly voiced their opinions on this remarkable meditation technique, each one eager to begin their practice. However, as Tang San listened to their discussions, his countenance darkened with increasing gravity. The Xiantian Gong was the Tang sect's supreme technique, and he was loath to allow others, even his comrades, to practice it. Yet, with the Xiantian Gong now circulating throughout the Douluo Continent, he found himself powerless to intervene. It seemed the time had come for him to visit the Star Dou Auction House, to discern the origins of this Xiantian Gong. Having heard of the series of events orchestrated by the Star Dou Auction House, Tang San felt compelled to investigate. When the next auction was held, he resolved to uncover the ultimate truth. By the way, Rongrong, when is the next auction at the Star Dou Auction House? He inquired of Ning Rongrong. The next auction will be held in a year. The Star Dou Auction House has given us a year to prepare soul crystals. She informed the group. Also, for the previous 2 auctions, the currency used was gold soul coins, but from the next auction onward, the currency will change to soul crystals. Ning Rongrong conveyed the information she had received from Ning Fengji to the assembled crowd. Soul crystals? What are those? Dai Mubai and the others expressed their curiosity at Ning Rongrong's words, having never heard of soul crystals before. Soul crystals are also a concept introduced by the Star Dou Auction House. However, they need to be condensed by ourselves. The specific method for condensation has already been communicated to all soul masters, Ning Rongrong explained, sharing the condensation method with everyone present. After a considerable time, once everyone comprehended the method of condensing soul crystals, astonishment filled their hearts. They had never imagined such a mysterious substance existed in the world, one that could serve as both a medium of exchange and a means of cultivation. It was truly an ideal currency, far surpassing gold soul coins in value. Dai Mubai and the others struggled to process the revelations of the day, their minds brimming with intrigue regarding the enigmatic Star Dou Auction House. Chapter 75. The Displeased Medusa. What kind of entity is the Star Dou Auction House? Each item they present leaves the entire Douluo Continent in awe, whether it is the method for condensing soul crystals or the Xiantian Gong. Each is a pinnacle treasure of the Douluo Continent. Any faction fortunate enough to possess such items would likely hide them away, so why make them public? This perplexed all within the Douluo Continent, including the Shrek 7 monsters and other soul masters, who were equally baffled by the motives behind the Star Dou Auction House's actions. After a brief interval, Dai Mubai and the others gleaned more information about the Star Dou Auction House from Ning Rongro. Once this matter concluded, each individual retreated to their quarters to begin practicing the Shintian Gong. Only Tang San lingered in place, his gaze clouded with inscrutable thoughts, leaving no one aware of the turmoil within his mind. Within the Star Dou Great Forest, a fierce battle raged before the gates of the Star Dou Auction House. As the conflict between Jiu You and Di Tian escalated fervently, the aftermath of their clash caused countless casualties. Even affecting the entirety of the Star Dou Great Forest, suddenly, a blood-red beam of light cleaved through the sky, hurtling towards the space between Jiu You and Di Tian, sending shockwaves of soul power rippling outward. Not good. Di Tian sensed an attack threatening his life and was instantly alarmed. He could not afford to continue battling Jiu You. With a swift movement, he vanished from his position. A surge of absolute darkness surged forth from his body, and he conjured a jet-black long sword, slicing through the air toward the incoming crimson light. Boom! The moment their attacks collided, a series of thunderous roars erupted, unleashing explosive force that obliterated everything in its vicinity. The red beam detonated violently, scattering fragments of soul power into the ether. However, Di Tian found himself at a disadvantage, being pushed back several paces, his complexion paling dramatically. Previously, he and Jiu You had fought at full strength, sustaining their own injuries in the process. After all, Jiu Yu's prowess was exceedingly formidable, compelling Di Tian to exert every ounce of his strength in response. The unexpected arrival of the blood-red light had taken him by surprise, and he hastily mobilized his inner power to counter the attack, resulting in the earlier backlash of injuries. Who dares to attack? Show yourself. With an expression of extreme displeasure, Emperor Tian steadied himself and bellowed into the distance. In the next moment, he conjured a formidable black longsword in his hand, exuding the overwhelming might of a divine artifact. You are all exceedingly noisy. You disrupt my peace. If you wish to battle, do so away from this area. And no sooner had Emperor Tian uttered these words than a radiant crimson light flashed at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House. That a woman adorned in a flowing red gown strolled through the void, her face etched with impatience as she addressed Emperor Tian. Upon seeing her countenance, he recognized her as Queen Medusa. However, at that moment, her expression was one of clear annoyance, her gaze fixed sternly upon Emperor Tian and Ziji. Who are you to intrude upon our conflict? Emperor Tian, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the woman, felt a profound sense of trepidation wash over him, an intensity even greater than when he faced the Nine Nether. Gripping his black dragon sword, he braced himself for the impending ferocious onslaught. He noted that the red-clad woman had emerged from within the Star Dou Auction House. Could it be that this enigmatic figure was also a sole master of the auction house? The thought sent a wave of unease across Emperor Tian's face. What origins did the Star Dou Auction House possess? The mere presence of these two formidable individuals left him feeling immensely apprehensive. He was certain that even if he unleashed his full strength, he would stand no chance against the combined might of the two before him. This filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread toward the Star Dou Auction House. Although he was unaware of whether other powerful beings resided there, the mere appearance of these two human soul masters rendered him utterly defenseless, let alone the potential presence of other unknown threats. A sneak attack? Your strength is hardly worthy of such an approach. Were it not for your incessant noise disturbing my rest, I would prefer to ignore you, you insignificant little eel. Upon hearing this, Medusa cast a dismissive glance at Emperor Tian, her sultry yet disdainful voice echoing, showing no regard for him whatsoever. What did you say? Seeking your own demise. At that moment, Emperor Tian realized that Queen Medusa held him in utter contempt. Likening his noble dragon lineage to that of a mere little eel, his fury surged to its zenith, erupting forth in an explosive manner. Clutching the black dragon sword, he unleashed the ultimate dark blade, enveloping the entire area in its shadowy embrace. The razor-sharp radiance pierced the heavens, aimed directly at Medusa. This human soul master was insufferably provoking. He was determined to make her pay a price for her insolence. Such a display of power is nothing but a disgrace. Medusa, witnessing the swift approach of the black dragon sword, smiled alluringly, a flash of crimson light flickering in her eyes. She gently raised her right hand, her palm suffused with a blood-red glow, the power of the seven-colored devouring python coalescing within her grasp, and swiftly struck forward, The black dragon sword, once imbued with a destructive aura, was suddenly consumed by an overwhelming force as it approached Medusa, rendered immobile within the void. How is this possible? What kind of power is this that can restrain my black dragon sword? At that moment, Emperor Tian was horrified to witness his sword completely trapped in the void. An eerie force continuously devouring his unleashed attack. The tempest of anxiety surged within him, cold sweat breaking forth. What was transpiring? Why were the sole masters of the Star Dou Auction House such anomalies? Rendering his own power ineffective, a mere little eel dares to act so brazenly before me. Allow me to teach you a lesson in humility. Queen Medusa clenched her right fist tightly in the void, unleashing an infinite reservoir of power that obliterated Emperor Tian's attack into mere fragments. As her words faded, she vanished from sight, leaving no trace in the air. When she reappeared, it was directly behind Emperor Tian. In an instant, a knowing smile graced her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. The blood-red glow surged from her right hand, raised gently, and then swiftly propelled towards Emperor Tian's back. The power of the seven-colored devouring python condensed upon her fist erupted forth, imbued with the capability to annihilate worlds. Where is she? In that fleeting moment of Medusa's disappearance, a flicker of confusion crossed Emperor Tian's gaze. Where had the woman gone? He could sense no trace of her presence. Chapter 76. Without a hint of suspense immediately, Emperor Tian's expression turned grave, his senses heightened in anticipation of Medusa's next assault. Suddenly, a chilling sense of imminent danger surged within him, an instinctual awareness of a life-threatening presence behind him. This is bad. Emperor Tian finally comprehended where the woman had gone. She was now positioned behind him. Despite unleashing his full mental acuity, he had failed to detect her approach in that critical moment. A surge of formidable dark energy erupted from his body, ebony scales akin to ink enveloping him, prepared to counter Medusa's forthcoming strike. Regrettably, Emperor Tian's reaction was still too slow. He had no time to summon his strength to withstand Medusa's onslaught, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Once covered in scales, Emperor Tian extended his right hand behind him, unleashing a torrent of wild energy to partially mitigate Medusa's attack. You were too slow. Behind him, Medusa murmured softly. Her fist crashed violently into Emperor Tian's body, and although he was encased in an impenetrable layer of scales, attempting to resist her blow, it proved futile. This punch contained all of her power, a force that surged forward with relentless ferocity. Should an ordinary beast face Medusa's strike, it would undoubtedly disintegrate into a cloud of blood mist, ceasing to exist. Even with Emperor Tian's soul beast approaching 800,000 years in age, and despite his utmost exertion and the defensive might of his dragon scales, it was clear that he could not withstand the brunt of Medusa's punch. Indeed, crack, as Medusa's fist made contact with Emperor Tian's body, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The astonishing scene that followed was one of sheer disbelief. The scales adorning Emperor Tian's body fractured, splintering apart in a series of violent explosions. His counterattack reached Medusa's fist, and when the two forces collided, a wave of annihilation radiated outward, engulfing everything in its path. How is this possible? Emperor Tian felt the overwhelming destructive force effortlessly shatter his defenses. Surging inward with an indomitable presence, the bizarre energy relentlessly ravaged his internal organs. His eyes widened in horror, his complexion drained of color. In an instant, he was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling thousands of meters away. Droplets of blood cascading through the air, each drop infused with the potent essence of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King's bloodline. The crimson droplets splattered upon the earth, capable of decimating entire regions. Each drop of his blood bore the weight of his lineage and soul power, far too potent for ordinary soul beasts to withstand. Finally, with a resounding crash, Emperor Tian crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, he lay in tatters, blood seeping from his body, his aura diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. It was difficult to reconcile this pitiful figure with the once vibrant Emperor Tian. This stark contrast served as testament to the sheer might of Medusa's previous assault, having inflicted such grave wounds upon him in a moment of unguarded vulnerability. I did not expect you to withstand my blow. Indeed, I underestimated you. Upon witnessing the woeful visage of Emperor Tian, Queen Medusa's face was graced with a flicker of unexpected expression, evidently intrigued by his formidable prowess. Chapter 77. Silver Dragon Scale. Medusa had initially believed that with her full power coalesced into a single strike, she could undoubtedly inflict grave injury upon him while he was caught off guard. Yet, before her stood Emperor Tian, whose appearance, though dismal, belied the extent of his internal injuries, which did not align with her expectations. Deep within, Queen Medusa acknowledged Emperor Tian's strength, which remained formidable and should not be underestimated. Emperor Tian's countenance darkened to an extreme, as he felt his internal organs ravaged by a mysterious and potent force. Fortunately, he managed to exert his strength in time to suppress the source of this devouring power, averting further exacerbation of his injuries. Dragging his wounded body, Emperor Tian's expression grew exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed such overwhelming strength, far surpassing that of Jiu You. This realization instilled in him a newfound respect for the Star Dou Auction House, which truly harbored hidden talents that he could no longer afford to underestimate. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiu You was equally astounded, a glimmer of profound meaning flashing across his eyes that he too had not foreseen Medusa's power to be beyond his conjecture, truly befitting the individual brought forth by the master. Should Jiu You unleash his full strength in a direct confrontation with Emperor Tian, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Yet, here stood Queen Medusa, who managed to heavily injure Emperor Tian without even unleashing her martial soul. Even if he successfully ambushed Emperor Tian, he could not hope to vanquish him. Emotionless, Emperor Tian remained stationary, yet a tempest of fury brewed deep within his gaze, giving rise to a series of schemes in his mind. No, these two human soul masters must not be allowed to survive. They pose too great a danger to the soul beasts. Even with his full power, he could not contend with the two human soul masters before him. Currently, his master lay in slumber, recovering from injuries. Within the entire Star Dou forest, he alone wielded the strongest power. Even he could not confront the two human soul masters before him, let alone the other soul beasts. Thus, Emperor Tian resolved that today he must eradicate them completely, regardless of the cost. With that thought, Emperor Tian leaped into the air, hovering above the crowd. A resonant hum echoed as spatial fluctuations rippled outward. Suddenly, a silver dragon scale materialized in the palm of his hand, exuding an aura of annihilation. The moment this dragon scale appeared, everything around it began to dissolve into nothingness, as if unable to withstand its might. Today, with the aid of my master's power, I shall send you to hell. At that moment, Emperor Tian channeled all his internal strength into the silver dragon scale. The oppressive sound reverberated throughout the entire area. As Emperor Tian's momentum surged to new heights, the entirety of the Star Dou forest trembled in response. A terrifying divine power erupted forth, sweeping outwards in an instant. Queen Medusa, who had previously appeared composed, was now struck by this overwhelming aura, her expression shifting dramatically. She frantically retreated, gathering the immense power within her palm, which blossomed into boundless brilliance and surged towards Emperor Tian. Queen Medusa discerned the peculiar nature of the silver dragon scale in Emperor Tian's grasp. The power it unleashed filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. The foreboding sensation surged within her. Should Emperor Tian fully unleash the power of that dragon scale, even with her utmost effort, she would be unable to withstand it. Hence, by all means, Queen Medusa resolved to prevent Emperor Tian from fully realizing the true potency of the silver dragon scale. Now you wish to stop me? Alas, it is too late. Observing Queen Medusa's belated awareness, Emperor Tian wore a mocking smile as he cast the silver dragon scale into the AI. As it settled into the void, it radiated a cascade of silver light, imbued with cataclysmic energy that spread outward. This is bad. We must leave this place. As Queen Medusa's soul power attack collided with the force unleashed by the dragon scale, it began to dissolve, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this, a complex expression crossed Queen Medusa's stunning visage. In her current state, she was utterly incapable of withstanding the power of the silver dragon scale. The primary issue lay in the fact that she had not fully integrated her strength since arriving in this world. Had she been at her zenith, such an assault would have posed little challenge. Yet, at this moment, she found herself powerless to resist. Beside her, Jiu You was equally horrified by the unfolding situation, realizing that Queen Medusa was at the epicenter of the attack's shockwave. In an instant, he appeared behind her, unleashing the earth-shaking might of his martial soul, the Nether Dragon. Ninth Soul Skill, Nether Heaven's Gate. With a thunderous cry, Jiu You activated his ninth soul ring, which radiated a mesmerizing crimson light. The nether dragon soared into the sky, surrounded by black portals that emanated the terrifying essence of the nether. With an impenetrable defense, it encircled the two of them, striving to diminish the terrifying onslaught. Yet, to their astonishment, beneath the brilliance of the silver dragon scale, Jiu Yu's ninth soul skill gradually disintegrated into mere motes of soul power. Boom! The overwhelming force surged towards both Medusa and Jiu Yu. Despite their utmost efforts to resist, they were still violently propelled backward, spewing blood profusely. Helplessly, they watched as streaks of silver light hurtled toward them. Yet, at that moment, they found themselves utterly powerless, unable to raise a hand against the impending assault. Emperor Tian, why do you not remain in the Star Dou forest, but instead come here to cause trouble? Under my watchful gaze, do you think you can harm anyone from the Star Dou Auction House? That seems rather presumptuous. Just as Emperor Tian's attack was about to strike home, the very fabric of space and time in the area appeared to freeze. Emperor Tian and Medusa, along with the others, were abruptly immobilized, unable to move even an inch. That cold, indifferent voice reverberated throughout the region, sending alarm bells ringing in Emperor Tian's mind. His expression turning to one of sheer terror, the sense of fatal threat surged within him, compelling him to escape swiftly. Yet, he found himself completely shackled in place, unable to budge. Even the dragon scale bestowed upon him by his master could not shatter the surrounding spatial confinement. This tumultuous realization left Emperor Tian in a state of turmoil. What manner of power was this? Why was it so formidable that he possessed no means of resistance? The meaning of those words dawned upon him. Could it be that the newcomer was the true master of the Star Dou Auction House? As everyone pondered, a flicker of spatial energy shimmered, and Lu Yun stepped gracefully through the void, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded Emperor Tian. Chapter 78. Temporal Reversal. Upon arriving at the scene, Lu Yun extended his right hand, and a silver pagoda manifested, standing poised in the air. The released temporal power rippled outward like ripples in water. Silver light flickered as 10 golden soul rings consecutively appeared around Lu Yun, unleashing the true might of the divine rings. 8th soul skill. Temporal Reversal. At that moment, the 8th golden soul ring from Lu Yun's temporal divine tower erupted with resplendent divine light. With a grand sweep of his hand, the very fabric of time and space rippled, and before the eyes of the onlookers, the entire timeline began to retract. In the end, it reverted to the moment Emperor Tian first arrived at the Star Dou Auction House. Although time was entirely reversed by Lu Yun, the memories of Emperor Tian and the others remained intact. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Your strength. Are you perhaps from the divine realm? Emperor Tian's mind swirled in confusion as he grasped his surroundings, his heart growing increasingly agitated. Could it be that he was simply imagining things? How could he suddenly return to the starting point? After multiple confirmations, Emperor Tian realized he had indeed returned to the time frame in which he first arrived. How could this be? Is such power truly within the grasp of a human soul master? The notion of reversing the very fabric of time and space through sheer willpower is nothing short of astonishing. Even in the zenith of his power, the sovereign could not manipulate the timeline of an entire region. Tian, in a state of utter panic, gazed at the figure of Lu Yun before him, his expression one of shock. Deep within, Tian was certain that Lu Yun was no ordinary soul master from the Douluo Continent, but rather an entity hailing from the divine realm. Strangely, in his memory, even the mightiest of divine kings could not achieve such a feat of temporal reversal. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Beside him, both Jiu You and Medusa were equally taken aback by the spectacle before them. The display of power was truly remarkable. Medusa, in particular, was acutely aware that they had previously been grievously wounded by a barrage of silvery dragon scales. Just when they believed themselves powerless to resist, an unexpected surge of temporal energy had catapulted them back to an hour prior, leaving them unscathed and standing in their original positions. This ability was not to be underestimated. In the world of Dou Pa, Medusa carried within her an ancient racial memory. The capacity to reverse time single-handedly was beyond the realm of mortal accomplishment. Yet, considering all that Lu Yun had done, along with the enigmatic Star Dou Auction House, everything began to seem remarkably plausible. Thus, Medusa forced herself to quell her turbulent emotions and began to observe the unfolding events. With Lu Yun's intervention, There was no need to waste any further time that I am the master of the Dou Auction House. Initially, I was willing to overlook your minor transgressions, but you have persisted in your provocations, repeatedly harming my personnel. Regardless of the circumstances, your actions have crossed a line. Liu Yun descended slowly to the ground, hands clasped behind his back, the silver temporal divine tower spirit manifesting above him. Rotating languidly, the unintentional release of temporal energy influenced everything in the vicinity. What are your intentions? Di Tian spoke gravely to Liu Yun, his heart heavy with trepidation that I in the presence of such an existence. Even if he exerted all his strength, resistance seemed futile. That he harbored a premonition that even if his sovereign were to awaken at that moment, they would not stand a chance against this mysterious soul master. Consequently, a resolve formed within Di Tian. No matter the cost, he could not expose his sovereign to danger. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Today's events were instigated by him, and thus he could only accept the repercussions. Liu Yun's gaze settled upon Di Tian, his expression decidedly unfriendly. He had initially believed that with Medusa's intervention, dealing with Di Tian would be a straightforward endeavor. However, to his surprise, Di Tian had produced a fragment of the Silver Dragon King's scales, imbued with the true power of a god-level being. That, on the other hand, Medusa's strength had not yet fully recovered, and with only the combined efforts of Jiu You and herself, they could hardly contend with a genuine god-level powerhouse. The Silver Dragon King was a being on par with the Divine King. Even with their full might unleashed, Jiu You and Medusa found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Thus, Liu Yun was compelled to leave the Dou Auction House and procure a Level 1 Divine Experience card from the system's Divine Shop. Expending a staggering 10,000 auction points, an expenditure that pained him greatly, for the card granted him a mere 10 minutes of divine power. He was unwilling to witness Medusa and Jiu You fall into peril. Otherwise, he could have easily lured Di Tian into the confines of the Dou Auction House, where he would possess invincible strength. Regardless of the formidable powers Di Tian might wield, they would be rendered useless in his presence. Observing Medusa and Jiu You in imminent danger, Liu Yun understood that further delay was not an option. That he promptly acquired a Level 1 Divine Experience card from the Divine Shop, thus attaining his current formidable strength. Liu Yun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, marveling at the transformation. With the fleeting strength of a god-level being, he could unleash the true might of the temporal divine tower, a force that was truly terrifying. The recent temporal reversal was merely a fraction of his potential. For reasons unknown, Liu Yun harbored a premonition that should he fully channel the temporal divine tower spirit, he might be able to alter the very timeline of the Douluo Continent itself. Such was the power of a chaotic-level spirit, utterly defying the heavens. As for the 10 million-year soul rings surrounding him, they were merely a bonus from the experience card. Considering this is your first offense against the Dou Auction House, I have decided to strip both of you of 10,000 years from your soul beast lifespans as punishment for this incident. Liu Yun contemplated a fitting penalty. Allowing Di Tian and ZG to depart unscathed would undermine the authority of the Dou Auction House. As for why Liu Yun did not simply eliminate Di Tian and ZG outright. He had his own reasons to eye in the Douluo Continent. The balance between soul beasts and soul masters was delicate. Disrupting it recklessly would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications. Moreover, the primary objective of the Dou Auction House remained to host auctions and accumulate auction points. The soul beasts of the Douluo Continent were also key participants in these auctions. With a plentiful number of soul beasts available, their potential for generating substantial auction points through soul crystal cultivation was undeniable. Liu Yun was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. After careful consideration, Liu Yun resolved to revoke Di Tian and ZG's soul beast lifespans by 10,000 years. Previously, he had inquired with the system regarding the possibility of converting the lifespans of two soul beasts into tangible auction points. This would serve as compensation for the auction points expended on the Level 1 Divine Experience card. Liu Yun was unwilling to incur a loss. After all, it was Di Tian who had instigated trouble at the Dou Auction House, and thus he must bear the consequences. What? Di Tian and ZG were left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing Liu Yun's declaration, their expressions turning grave. They had never anticipated that Liu Yun would make such a shocking pronouncement. The thought of having their soul beast lifespans extracted sent shivers down their spines, as they realized the arduous journey ahead to compensate for a loss of 10,000 years. However, both Tian and Ziji believed that such a deprivation was impossible. They had never heard of any method capable of arbitrarily stripping soul beasts of their lifespans. It seemed utterly inconceivable. Liu Yun discerned the reluctance and disbelief in their eyes. Without further ado, he unleashed an immense wave of temporal energy, enveloping Tian and Ziji in an instant. He then executed the temporal reversal, and soon, the lifespans of their soul beasts began to dwindle dramatically. Moments later, both of their soul beasts had lost a staggering 10,000 years of lifespan. That my soul beast's lifespan has truly diminished by 10,000 years. How can this be possible? Tian and Ziji found themselves unable to control their bodies under the overwhelming force of the temporal energy. Helplessly witnessing the reduction of their soul beasts' lifespans, the pallor of their faces was a sight to behold at that moment. Even if they harbored immense resentment, they dared not voice their defiance in comparison to their very lives. The loss of a mere 10,000 years of soul beast lifespan seemed trivial. Thus, Tian and Ziji could only suppress their unwillingness within, keeping their thoughts unspoken. Very well, I have stripped you of 10,000 years of your soul beast's lifespans. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to impose severe penalties, and you shall bear the consequences yourselves at that moment. Liu Yun stored the two 10,000-year soul beast essences, handing them over to the system for conversion into his auction points. Upon witnessing the influx of auction points, a serene smile blossomed upon Liu Yun's face. The Dou Auction House operates independently of the various factions within the Douluo Continent and shall not involve itself in the conflicts between soul masters and soul beasts. Our mission is to continuously host auctions, so you need not perceive us as a threat. Moreover, 1 year from now, the Dou Auction House will hold another auction, and we welcome your soul beast clan to participate. For specific auction details, you may inquire with the Tianxing Niu Mang and Titan Giant Ape. Subsequently, Liu Yun calmly articulated the purpose of the Star Dou Auction House, while also extending an invitation to Emperor Tian and others, including the formidable members of the Soul Beast clan, to partake in the auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House. In this manner, Liu Yun conveyed all pertinent information to Emperor Tian and Ziji. Following this, amidst the bewildered gazes of the two, he waved his hand, and a tempestuous force of space-time surged forth, instantly transporting Emperor Tian and Ziji to the vicinity of the Lake of Life. Meanwhile, Liu Yun and his entourage returned to the interior of the Star Dou Auction House, bringing this matter to a close. Emperor Tian and Ziji, momentarily entranced, found themselves beside the Lake of Life, their expressions morphing into one of profound astonishment. The enigmatic human soul master was undeniably powerful, having transported them here without their awareness. Such a feat was beyond their comprehension. After a considerable interval, Emperor Tian and Ziji abruptly arrived at the lower realm of the Lake of Life, contemplating how to address the Star Dou Auction House as soon as they manifested in this subterranean space. A multitude of fierce beasts sensed their arrival and sought to inquire about the events that had transpired. However, upon observing Emperor Tian and Ziji, each felt an inexplicable reduction of 100,000 years in their soul beast lifespan. Leaving shock etched upon their faces, Emperor Tian, what on earth is happening? How could your soul beast lifespan have suddenly diminished by 100,000 years? At that moment, the king of myriad beasts voiced his perplexity. This was indeed too bizarre. The mere excursion of Emperor Tian and Ziji had resulted in such a drastic loss of lifespan, which was utterly terrifying. The other fierce beasts also exhibited unusual expressions, their minds swirling with curiosity regarding the experiences of Emperor Tian and Ziji in the outside world. Upon hearing the words of the king of myriad beasts, Emperor Tian let out a deep sigh. Recounting his own experiences along with the existence of the Star Dou Auction House to the assembled fierce beasts, he urged them to deliberate collectively on how to approach the Star Dou Auction House. Emperor Tian, have you lost your senses? How can there exist such a powerful adept among human soul masters, capable of reversing the forces of time? Even our master might not be able to accomplish that. Indeed, as soon as Emperor Tian finished speaking, all the fierce beasts present were initially incredulous. The notion of time reversal was simply too astonishing. The hot-tempered Bear King was the first to stand up and refute Emperor Tian, dismissing his words regardless of how bizarre they sounded. If you do not believe, you may venture out to probe the depths of the Star Dou Auction House's capabilities, hearing the Bear King's disdainful remarks. Emperor Tian coldly snorted, suggesting that he should test the might of the Star Dou Auction House himself. What do you all think? The Star Dou Auction House stands within the Star Dou Great Forest. How should we respond? At this juncture, Emperor Tian posed a question, eager to hear the opinions of the many fierce beasts. If what you say is true, and there exists a genuine divine-level expert within the Star Dou Auction House, it would pose a significant threat to our Soul Beast clan. However, the head of the Star Dou Auction House has stated that he does not wish to involve himself in the conflicts between Soul Masters and Soul Beasts on Douluo Continent, suggesting that such a powerful being would likely not stoop to deceive us. Therefore, it may be prudent to observe the situation for now. Let us attend an auction in a year's time to gauge the Star Dou Auction House's true stance towards the Soul Beast clan. Suddenly, Bai Ji expressed her thoughts, maintaining a vigilant stance towards the Star Dou Auction House. Her approach was relatively conservative, especially since their master was currently in seclusion to heal, and any misstep must be avoided. Thus, the remaining fierce beasts sequentially shared their opinions. Very well. Let us abide by your decision. In a year, we shall attend the Star Dou Auction House's auction and then determine how to proceed. Reluctantly, Emperor Tian acquiesced to this course of action, for they were powerless to confront the situation directly. They could only delve into the Star Dou Auction House to uncover the truth of their machinations. Time swiftly passed, and a year elapsed. Throughout this period, Douluo Continent experienced relative tranquility, as individuals from each faction commenced preparations for the auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House a year hence. Simultaneously, they took advantage of the 100-fold increase in soul power density across Douluo Continent to hasten their cultivation and comprehend the profound techniques. Although merely a year had passed, the overall strength of Douluo Continent had notably improved compared to before. On the day of the auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House, the surface of the continent appeared remarkably calm, yet beneath it lurked strange and ominous undercurrents. The foremost powerhouses of all factions hurried towards the Star Dou Great Forest, as nearly all top-tier forces had amassed substantial soul crystals in preparation to secure a treasured item within the Star Dou Auction House. After half an hour, the inner circle of the Star Dou Great Forest became exceedingly lively, with nearly all factions arriving in an orderly fashion to enter the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holiness, have you noticed that the area of the Star Dou Auction House seems to have expanded several-fold? How is this possible? As the group from the Spirit Hall entered the Star Dou Auction House, Jiu You's expression shifted slightly as he conveyed his suspicions to Bibi Dong from the exterior. The auction house appeared unchanged, yet the internal areas seemed to have grown exponentially, leaving them in disbelief. I am not entirely certain. The Star Dou Auction House is shrouded in mystery. Its ability to amplify its internal space several times does not seem surprising. Bibi Dong replied with a dismissive shake of her head. She had certainly noticed the differences, but chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, the Star Dou Auction House had already been designated as an entity not to be trifled with. There was no need to delve deeper and risk inciting its wrath. As for why such a transformation had occurred, it was due to Lu Yun, during the past year, idly utilizing a lottery, which granted him an upgrade card for the Star Dou Auction House. Consequently, the internal volume of the Star Dou Auction House had expanded approximately tenfold. The first floor was filled with countless seats, stretching endlessly, while the second floor's number of private boxes was equally staggering, leaving attendees in a state of awe. With the renown of the previous two auctions spreading, the Star Dou Auction House had gained recognition among all soul masters on Douluo Continent. The upcoming auctions would undoubtedly attract even more soul masters. The timing of the upgrade card acquisition was impeccable. Moments later, Bibi Dong, accompanied by Jiu You and others, swiftly made their way to a private box on the second floor. Suddenly, three men appeared 100 meters from Bibi Dong. The foremost figure was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of elegance intertwined with a subtle charm. His lavish attire hinted at a status of considerable significance. The two men flanking him cast vigilant glances around, their formidable tidal Dou presence undeniable. Your Highness, is this the location of the Star Dou Auction House? Shall we proceed inside? One of the men turned to the young nobleman, his gaze inquisitive as it fell upon the Star Dou Auction House. This building appears so modest. Can it truly accommodate so many soul masters? This was their first visit to the Star Dou Auction House. Let us go. I intended to attend the last auction, but was hindered by other matters. Now, I am eager to witness the legendary Star Dou Auction House for myself. the young nobleman, his face adorned with a charming smile, murmured softly. However, as he glanced at Bibi Dong's departing figure, a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. In an instant, his expression transformed into one of calm composure, as if nothing could disturb his tranquility. This young nobleman was none other than Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. However, at this moment, Xue Qinghe had already been replaced by Qian Renxue. The two men beside him were naturally the snake Lance Delao and the spiked porcupine dispatched by Qian Daolu to ensure Qian Renxue's safety. Accompanied by these two titled Douluo strongmen, Qian Renxue strode into the Star Dou Auction House. Awaiting the commencement of the auction, time flowed steadily as various factions on Douluo Continent arrived in succession. Taking their seats at a certain moment, the auction at the Star Dou Auction House officially commenced, as Xian Shuang gracefully stepped onto the auction stage, her face radiant with a smile as she addressed the gathered crowd. Welcome, esteemed soul masters, to the third auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House. That I hereby declare the auction officially open. Xian Shuang raised her hand slightly, signaling everyone to maintain silence, before officially announcing the commencement of the auction. Beneath the expectant gazes of the crowd, a serene smile graced Xian Shuang's face. With a grand flourish of her hand, a ripple of spatial energy surged forth before her, followed by a blinding flash of white light, from which a woman suddenly materialized, standing in midair. This ethereal figure possessed flowing white hair that danced in the breeze, exuding an aura akin to that of a soul beast aged for 100,000 years. The chilling essence of ice, inadvertently radiating from her, rendered the surrounding space seemingly frozen. Those closest to the auction stage, the soul masters, instinctively tightened their garments and summoned their soul power to dispel the encroaching cold. This spectral woman was none other than the Ice Empress, a spirit bestowed upon Lu Yun a year prior through a systems lottery, representing the first item to be auctioned in this event. Lu Yun had pondered the fate of this 100,000-year Ice Empress spirit, realizing that none within the Star Dou Auction House were suitable for it. This spirit would best be absorbed by a soul master of ice affinity. And among them, only Xian Shuang possessed an ice-type martial soul. However, with her soul rings already maxed out at 9, she was unable to absorb this spirit. Thus, Lu Yun resolved to present it as the inaugural item of this auction. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this 100,000-year Ice Empress spirit was certain to fetch an exorbitant price, marking a splendid beginning for the event. This truly a spirit of 100,000 years. The Star Dou Auction House continues to demonstrate its lavishness, presenting such a magnificent spirit for auction. How extravagant! This spirit, most suited for ice-type soul masters, emanates a chilling power that seems even more formidable than those of ice-type soul beasts I have encountered before. Clearly, this spirit's lineage is extraordinary. Indeed, from the moment the 100,000-year Ice Empress spirit made its appearance, many soul masters and factions present at the previous auction were left in awe of the Star Dou Auction House's generosity. Just the first item on the block, and it is a spirit of such remarkable age. They recalled their last experience with the wonders of spirits. How many 100,000-year soul rings could this Ice Empress spirit bestow upon an ice-type soul master? The very thought made many soul masters breathe more rapidly, eager to compete for this Ice Empress spirit. Chapter 81. The Snow Empress. Most human soul masters were captivated by the allure of the Ice Empress spirit. However, within a private box on the second level, a diverse group of individuals stood. Upon discerning the true appearance of this spirit, expressions of astonishment flickered across their faces. Is this the Snow Empress? Exclaimed a strangely featured man, unable to contain his surprise. The occupants of this box were none other than some of the hidden ferocious beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest, below the Lake of Life. A few ferocious beasts remained to safeguard their master's safety. Present in this box were the likes of Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, and the King of all Demons. Upon witnessing the form of this spirit, each was filled with admiration. They had certainly encountered such a soul beast in their memories. The Ice Empress spirit is a creature born of the heavens and earth, originating from the most frigid regions. Such ice-type soul beasts are exceedingly rare, only capable of existing in the extreme north. Yet, this cannot be the Snow Empress, for the specific age of this spirit is merely 100,000 years. Surely, the Star Dou Auction House did not venture to the extreme north to capture a 100,000-year Ice Empress and transform it into a spirit. Bai Ji was the first to voice her denial, asserting that the Snow Empress, ruler of the extreme north, possessed a soul beast age of around 700,000 years. How could this mere 100,000-year ice empress spirit possibly compare? Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that this spirit was most likely brought back from the extreme north by the Star Dou Auction House. What shall we do next? Should we bid for the ice empress spirit? At this moment, the king of all demons displayed a hesitant expression as he glanced at Emperor Tian, seeking his counsel regarding this ice empress spirit. Securing it would allow us to study the essence of the spirit. If we could truly comprehend its mysteries, perhaps the fate of our soul beast tribe might be transformed. This is an extraordinary opportunity we must not overlook. Without hesitation, Emperor Tian issued the command to acquire this spirit at any cost a year prior. After receiving an invitation from Liu Yun, Emperor Tian had naturally inquired about the happenings at the Star Dou Auction House from the heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. They had relayed all pertinent details regarding the auction house's operations and previously auctioned treasures to Emperor Tian, thereby enlightening him on the spirit's origins, with Emperor Tian's command. Bai Ji and the king of all demons exchanged serious glances and began preparing to secure the 100,000-year spirit. Since learning that the currency for transactions at the Star Dou Auction House was soul crystals, they hastily gathered their soul crystals. They possessed an amount of soul crystals that rivaled any top-tier faction. In another box, 3 figures sat. Qian Rinxue, Snake Spear Douluo, and Spiny Porcupine Douluo. This what a spirit looks like. It appears remarkably extraordinary. However, can it truly provide a soul master with several 100,000-year soul rings, as the Star Dou Auction House claims? Qian Rinxue murmured curiously upon witnessing the 100,000-year ice empress spirit. Even within the confines of the box, she could sense the chilling aura radiating from the spirit, astonishing her greatly. Previously, she had heard much about the profound mysteries of spirits. Yet, witnessing one firsthand was entirely different. The spirit was indeed exceptional, though she retained a hint of skepticism. Could this spirit be as enigmatic as the Star Dou Auction House described? Your Highness, there should be no issue with this spirit. After some inquiries, I discovered that during the last auction, a student from the Botanical Academy absorbed a spirit within the Star Dou Auction House, and the results were indeed as the auction house had described. Snake Spear Douluo relayed the information he had gathered to Qian Rinxue. Your Highness, shall we attempt to acquire this 100,000-year spirit? A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of Spiny Porcupine Douluo. This is a spirit of 100,000 years, which could ultimately grant a soul master several 100,000-year soul rings. Such temptation is irresistible to any soul mastered. No, my martial soul is not of the ice attribute. Absorbing it would not allow me to fully unleash my potential. A hint of regret flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. Although she was eager to acquire the ice empress spirit, she decisively rejected the idea, given her circumstances. She possessed a divine martial soul, inherently imbued with holy and light attributes. Absorbing a 100,000-year ice-type soul ring, without caution, might lead to a conflict with her soul power, significantly diminishing her strength. For the sake of her future, even in the face of a 100,000-year soul ring, Qian Rinxue could resist the temptation. Upon hearing her words, Snake Spear Douluo and Spiny Porcupine Douluo nodded in resignation, reluctantly abandoning the pursuit of the 100,000-year spirit. If only this spirit were of holy and light attributes. If that were the case, they would exert every effort to secure it for Qian Rinxue. The extreme north, a realm of pure white, where ice sculptures stand amidst the heavens and earth, emanating an atmosphere of extreme cold. Strangely, the entire expanse is eerily tranquil, with only the occasional sighting of a frail soul beast scurrying about. In contrast to the Star Dou Great Forest, the environment in the extreme north is markedly serene. Deep within this land lies a palace of azure ice, radiating a potent essence of ultimate frost. Suddenly, the very ice and snow of the realm trembled as a woman clad in white glided gracefully through the void. Her snow-white hair swayed rhythmically with the surrounding icy energy, merging her soul power with the essence of the world, rendering her an enigmatic figure. This woman is none other than the sovereign of the extreme north, the Snow Empress, ranked third among the ferocious beasts of Douluo Continent, her true form being the Ice Empress. What is this? Why do I sense the presence of another Ice Empress? Could it be that another ice goddess soul beast still exists in this world? At that moment, the Snow Empress gazed into the distance, where the Star Dou Auction House stood in the depths of an endless void. That a look of confusion crossed her face as she sensed something. It seemed that another ice goddess had appeared on the Douluo Continent. This realization compelled her to rush out in search of this soul beast, for the ice goddess is a rarity born of heaven and earth, exceedingly uncommon on the Douluo Continent, after countless years of development. There had been only her as the sole ice goddess. Yet now, with the emergence of another ice goddess's aura, the Snow Empress hurriedly set out to find it, only to discover that her search yielded no further sensations. This left her perplexed. What could possibly interfere with her perception? Being in the extreme northern region significantly enhanced her strength, and her sensitivity could not be mistaken. This left the Snow Empress in deep contemplation about what entity was obstructing her awareness. Subsequently, she commanded the soul beasts of the extreme north to begin searching for any signs of a new ice goddess's birth. Meanwhile, the soul beasts and soul masters present at the Star Dou Auction House remained oblivious to this brief interlude, allowing it to fade into obscurity. As for the ice goddess soul spirit of the 100,000-year level, I need not elaborate excessively. I trust you understand the implications of such a soul spirit. Therefore, the starting bid for this 100,000-year ice goddess soul spirit is set at 10,000 soul crystals. Just then, Xianshuang promptly announced the true starting price of this ice goddess soul spirit. Upon hearing this figure, the crowd displayed expressions of discomfort. After all, that was an exorbitant sum. This was merely the starting price, and none could predict what the final transaction price would be, although they had gathered a considerable amount of soul crystals over the past year. Most lacked the qualifications to participate in this auction. 10,000 soul crystals equated to a staggering 100 million gold soul coins, a price that was indeed outrageous. However, considering that this was a 100,000-year soul spirit, it could ultimately grant a soul master several 100,000-year soul rings. Overall, the price of this 100,000-year soul spirit did not seem overly steep. Only those truly aware of the extraordinary nature of this soul spirit would deem 10,000 soul crystals as not entirely unreasonable. Chapter 82. Emperor Tian participates in the auction. I hereby declare the auction of the ice goddess soul spirit to commence. Observing the eager expressions of numerous soul masters, Xianshuang announced the initiation of the auction. 10,000 soul crystals. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a voice from the crowd on the first floor called out the bid. 11,000 soul crystals. Thus, others began to place their bids. Vying for the 100,000-year ice goddess soul spirit, 100,000-year soul spirits are exceedingly rare. Even those forces with some financial means, despite lacking ice attributes in their own martial souls, were unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to bid. 20,000 soul crystals. Seeing the slow ascent of the bid, Emperor Tian grew impatient and directly called out 20,000 soul crystals, and no matter what, this 100,000-year soul spirit must belong to them. The Star Dou Great Forest, having already amassed a significant amount of soul crystals, he was confident that he could secure the ice goddess soul spirit. The moment the bid of 20,000 soul crystals was announced, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. All gazes turned toward the box where Emperor Tian resided, marveling at which force possessed such audacity to bid 20,000 soul crystals. The gathering of soul crystals is a challenging endeavor. Yet for stronger soul masters, it is relatively easier. Even so, it is no simple task. A soul master cannot devote all their time to accumulating soul crystals. A substantial portion must be dedicated to cultivating soul power. Your Holiness the Pope, should we place a bid to secure this 100,000-year soul spirit? At that moment, Jiu You inquired of Bibi Dong, contemplating the acquisition of this 100,000-year soul spirit. This spirit could bestow several 100,000-year soul rings upon a soul master. Should any soul master absorb this 100,000-year soul spirit, their strength would undoubtedly experience a significant boost. Thus, this opportunity is unimaginable, and none present wished to let it slip away. Let us place a bid and see. But if the price escalates excessively, we shall forego this competition. The subsequent auction items at the Star Dou Auction House are bound to be extraordinary. We must retain ample soul crystals for future bids. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment before deciding to test the waters regarding the auction price of this 100,000-year soul spirit. If the price became too outrageous, there would be no need to stubbornly pursue this spirit. Currently, it appeared that no genius soul master from the spirit hall could perfectly meld with the ice goddess soul spirit. However, it could be retained for future needs, allowing a future ice attribute genius soul master to absorb it, thereby enhancing their combat strength significantly. All of this hinges on successfully auctioning off the ice goddess soul spirit. On the other hand, Bibi Dong would not allow any other forces on the Douluo Continent to acquire this 100,000-year soul spirit. Whichever force secured this spirit would signify an immense threat to the spirit hall in the future. This was a scenario Bibi Dong was keen to avoid. 25,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong commanded Jiu You to raise the bid. Intent on competing for this 100,000-year ice goddess soul spirit, 30,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing that another force continued to escalate the bid, Emperor Tian snorted in disdain and similarly raised the bid by 5,000 soul crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Emperor Tian's eyes. These human soul masters were truly insatiable. Did they really believe this 100,000-year soul spirit was within their grasp? However, Emperor Tian was acutely aware that this was the Star Dou Auction House, where fighting and quarrels that could disrupt the auction were strictly prohibited. Otherwise, he would have long claimed the ice goddess soul spirit as his own, vanquishing any soul master daring to obstruct him without mercy. Alas, this was the Star Dou Auction House. 35,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong signaled Jiu You to increment the bid by another 5,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing this price, nearly every soul master inhaled sharply. It was truly exorbitant. Even among a select few top-tier forces possessing such vast quantities of soul crystals, such expenditure was extravagant. Strong soul masters with ice attribute martial souls are exceedingly rare. Moreover, winning this 100,000-year soul spirit might incite unnecessary complications. They, too, were curious to see what remarkable treasures would emerge in the subsequent auction. With the experience of the previous 2 auction sessions, most forces had become exceedingly cautious. 40,000 soul crystals. Emperor Tian, unfazed, continued to elevate the bid. After all, he would not retreat from this 100,000-year ice goddess soul spirit. No one could compete with him. Otherwise, upon leaving the Star Dou Auction House, he might take actions unforeseen. Your Holiness the Pope, should we continue to raise our bid? Jiu You inquired, noticing that the price of the soul spirit had soared to 40,000 soul crystals. His expression wavering, he was uncertain of the extent of soul crystals possessed by the force within that box. If they were to engage in a bidding war, the one ultimately incurring losses might very well be the spirit hall. Very well, let that 100,000-year soul spirit go. However, once this auction concludes, I want you to investigate the identity of the force behind that box. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong let out a quiet sigh, instructing Jiu You to cease raising the bid. The current price had already surpassed her anticipated amount, leaving no justification to continue further. She directed Jiu You to investigate which force was competing with the Wuhuan Temple after the auction concluded. Should a top-tier power from Douluo Continent acquire this 100,000-year soul spirit, it would undoubtedly give rise to a formidable powerhouse, posing a significant obstacle to the Wuhuan Temple's future unification of the continent. Bibi Dong recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant regarding this matter, as a preemptive measure to avert any unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's command, Jiu You nodded gently in acknowledgement. Thus, the Wuhuan Temple refrained from further bidding, and no other forces contested the 100,000-year soul spirit. The atmosphere of the auction hall immediately fell into a hushed silence. Upon witnessing this scene, Xian Shuang realized that no one would continue to raise the bid, and thus proclaimed to the crowd, 40,000 soul crystals for the first time, 40,000 soul crystals for the second time, 40,000 soul crystals for the third time, since no one is willing to bid further. This 100,000-year soul spirit belongs to Box 20. After confirming multiple times, Xian Shuang announced the final ownership of the soul spirit to Box 20, where Di Tian and his fellow ferocious beasts resided. Subsequently, Xian Shuang and Di Tian concluded the transaction, exchanging the payment for the item. Chapter 83. The Puppet. It was unexpected that the 100,000-year ice heavenly snow maiden soul spirit would fall into your possession. Indeed, soul spirits are a crucial element in altering the fate of soul beasts on Douluo Continent, and even as a beast god, one cannot remain indifferent to such a spirit. That on the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun maintained a vigilant focus on the auction. Upon discovering that the 100,000-year ice heavenly snow maiden soul spirit had been secured by Di Tian, a knowing smile crept across his face. Lu Yun was well aware of Di Tian's intentions. Soul spirits could indeed alter the fate of the Soul Beast clan to a certain extent. However, Lu Yun was indifferent to the ultimate ownership of this soul spirit. His primary aim was to leverage the 100,000-year ice, heavenly snow maiden soul spirit to amass a substantial amount of auction points. The first auction item garnered a remarkable 40,000 soul crystals, translating into 40,000 auction points. This marked the most considerable acquisition of auction points for Liu Yun. Thus, 40,000 soul crystals equated to 400 million gold soul coins. And for a 100,000-year soul spirit to fetch such an astronomical price was a source of considerable satisfaction for Liu Yun. Regrettably, soul masters on Douluo Continent only had 1 year to condense soul crystals. Otherwise, Liu Yun harbored a strong premonition that the final transaction price for this 100,000-year ice, heavenly snow maiden soul spirit would undoubtedly exceed 40,000 soul crystals. Nevertheless, Liu Yun felt content. Considering that he had effectively acquired this soul spirit for free from the system, by auctioning it off for 40,000 soul crystals, he perceived it as an exceedingly shrewd deal. Thus, Liu Yun turned his attention away from this matter and began his cultivation. While simultaneously keeping his mental focus on the ongoing auction, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming 4 auction items. Each of the 5 items he presented was poised to astonish the entirety of Douluo Continent. The first auction item, the 100,000-year ice heavenly snow maiden soul spirit, was, in some respects, not significantly more valuable than the subsequent 4 items. However, the most anticipated was the final piece de resistance. Liu Yun could envision that the moment the last item was unveiled, the entire Douluo Continent would be upended. Every force would be compelled to offer all their soul crystals for the bidding. Thus, Liu Yun eagerly awaited the final auction price for that item. Would it surpass his expected price? Only when the final auction item was fully revealed would Liu Yun understand everything. With the first auction item successfully sold, Xian Shuang announced the conclusion of that auction, waving her hand as the power of space surged. Suddenly, an iron lump materialized beside her. This iron lump took on a humanoid form, resembling a middle-aged man. Entirely crafted from metal, devoid of any semblance of life. This auction item was specifically selected by Liu Yun, a puppet that did not exist within Douluo Continent. It was evident that a puppet would be an exceptionally novel concept for the soul masters of Douluo Continent. The puppet's strength could vary tremendously, with the potential to rival even the might of a limit Douluo. To unleash the puppet's true peak combat prowess, soul crystals were essential to activate it. The number of soul crystals required to evoke power comparable to an ordinary title Douluo was staggering. Naturally, if one sought to unleash strength akin to that of a limit Douluo, the quantity of soul crystals consumed would be incalculable, potentially draining a top-tier force of the soul crystals accumulated over many years. Such a result was hardly surprising. If a force possessed a puppet with limit Douluo level power, they might exhaust years of accumulation just to strike once, thereby safeguarding their force in times of crisis and ensuring its legacy. For Douluo Continent, this puppet was an invaluable treasure beyond measure. Indeed, the moment the puppet made its entrance, every soul master present exhibited a curious expression. They were puzzled, unable to comprehend what this object was. With no discernible aura, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary iron lump, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Logically, the second auction item at the Star Dou Auction House should not be of lesser value than the first. Yet no matter how they perceived it, this iron lump seemed exceedingly mundane. Allow me to introduce to you our second auction item. This iron lump is called a puppet. I believe the concept of a puppet may be quite unfamiliar to you. In fact, puppets do not exist within Douluo Continent and are exclusive to our Star Dou Auction House. Now, I shall detail the specific functions of this puppet. Subsequently, Xian Shuang elaborated on the puppet's capabilities. Upon revealing the puppet's formidable power, the expressions of all the soul masters present turned to one of astonishment. They simply could not fathom that such a mysterious puppet could unleash strength comparable to that of a title Douluo. Those who had participated in previous auctions knew that the claims of the Star Dou Auction House were never false. The power unleashed by this puppet was directly related to the quantity of soul crystals utilized. If the amount of soul crystals reached a sufficient level, the puppet could even unleash power rivaling that of a limit Douluo. However, the number of soul crystals required for such an endeavor was immense, far beyond what one could accumulate in a year. Xian Shuang continued to reveal a shocking revelation, stating that this puppet, when activated with sufficient soul crystals, could even unleash limit Douluo level power. What? I must have misheard. This puppet can unleash limit Douluo level power. How can that be possible? Limit Douluo, as introduced by the Star Dou Auction House, was among the closest beings to god-level power on Douluo Continent. It was astonishing to learn that this iron lump possessed such incredible power. Upon hearing this astonishing news, the breath of all the soul masters quickened, especially those from the top-tier forces of Douluo Continent. They had unconditionally placed their trust in the Star Dou Auction House. And thus, the possibility that this puppet could indeed unleash limit Douluo-level power became increasingly plausible. Each force harbored the thought that no matter the cost, they must secure this puppet at the auction. Following the introduction by the Star Dou Auction House, many lesser soul masters began to comprehend the existence of limit Douluos. Consequently, they recognized the immense potential of this puppet for most soul masters. An ordinary title Douluo was an unattainable aspiration, let alone the legendary limit Douluo. Regrettably, most could only watch in envy. If all went as expected, the final transaction price for this puppet would undoubtedly reach astronomical heights. Their weaker forces held no qualification to compete in this bidding war. Chapter 84. Fierce competition. These are the specific functions of the puppet. Its true power requires your own experience to comprehend. The starting bid for this puppet is set at 20,000 soul crystals. At this moment, Xianshuang promptly announced the initial bidding price for this puppet. Converted into gold soul coins, it amounted to a staggering 200 million. Such a puppet is a long-term asset, implying that with a modicum of care, it could sustain a faction's legacy for a century, given an adequate supply of soul crystals. Overall, the value of this puppet far surpasses that of the first auction item. 20,000 soul crystals. Indeed, as soon as Xianshuang's words fell, one of the private boxes on the second level erupted with a soul master exclaiming this price with bated breath. It is believed that no faction would refuse this puppet. Possessing it would be tantamount to wielding a formidable weapon, capable of safeguarding the sect's heritage. 30,000 soul crystals. In box number 8, Ning Fengji raised the bid by another 10,000 soul crystals. For the utility of this puppet is simply extraordinary. Even though the 7 treasure glazed tile school currently boasts 2 titled Douluo powerhouses, it is worth acquiring. Coupled with this puppet, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would undoubtedly rank among the mightiest factions, rivaling even the Spirit Hall, with the potential to reclaim its position as the strongest among the top 3 sections. Not even the hidden Haotian sect could overshadow its brilliance. Regardless, Ning Fengji was determined to secure this puppet. 35,000 soul crystals. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from beside the 7 treasure glazed tile school's box. The elder of the Haotian sect, having clandestinely departed from their sect after the news of the previous auction, was now present. Unable to remain indifferent to the treasures being auctioned, they had chosen to attend this auction in secrecy, as their current status was rather precarious. The Haotian sect also coveted this puppet. Having regained much of their strength over the years in seclusion, with this puppet, they would no longer fear the threats posed by the Spirit Hall and could easily re-establish their presence in the Douluo Continent. Tian, upon hearing the introduction of the puppet, murmured gravely he could hardly believe that such an ordinary iron lump could unleash the power of a limit Douluo when activated with soul crystals. Sending a chill down his spine, one knew how many such puppets the Star Dou Auction House possessed. Should human soul masters acquire a multitude of these puppets, the standing of the Soul Beast clan would be perilously threatened. Faced with this dilemma, Tian felt utterly at a loss, for the Star Dou Auction House was under the protection of a divine-level powerhouse. He could find no solutions, only praying that the Star Dou Auction House would indeed remain neutral in the conflicts between soul masters and soul beasts. As their leader had previously suggested, secure this puppet. Bibi Dong, in box number 5, spoke solemnly to Jiu You at her side, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the seemingly unremarkable puppet, showing no signs of retreat. She had never imagined that such a remarkable puppet existed in the Douluo Continent. With sufficient soul crystals to activate it, it could unleash the power of a limit Douluo, which was truly astonishing. Being at the limit Douluo level herself, she fully understood the extent of such combat power. This meant that if the Spirit Hall acquired this puppet, their ambition to unify the Douluo Continent would proceed with unprecedented ease. The Spirit Hall would be entirely under her control, and even that old coot Qian Daolu would not dare to confront her directly. An urgent thought crossed Bibi Dong's mind as she yearned to secure this puppet immediately. 40,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's command, Jiu You raised his voice seriously, shouting towards the front, 45,000 soul crystals. Another faction raised their bid by 5,000 soul crystals. This faction was none other than His Majesty Jiu You of the Tiandou Empire. Having heard of the Star Dou Auction House's extraordinary offerings, he had set aside his pressing matters to attend this auction, hoping to acquire a treasure to enhance the strength of the Tiandou Empire. This puppet captivated his interest. A puppet capable of unleashing the combat power of a titled Douluo was immensely desirable to Jiu You. Currently, the Tiandou Empire lacked a titled Douluo guardian, although Douluo provided some assistance. Jiu You sought a titled Douluo entirely under his command, making this puppet exceptionally fitting. Despite the Tiandou Empire being one of the two great empires of the Douluo Continent, they were still under the oppression of top-tier factions. Jiu You aimed to avoid this predicament. Thus, he was determined to secure this puppet. Winning this puppet would significantly bolster the Tiandou Empire's standing, rendering it less reliant on the whims of other top factions. Time passed slowly as several minutes slipped by. Ultimately, the bidding for this puppet escalated, reaching an astonishing price. The majority of the soul masters present gasped in awe upon hearing the final figure. It seemed the eventual price for this puppet would be unimaginable. 70,000 soul crystals. At Bibi Dong's signal, Jiu Douluo exclaimed a breathtaking price once again. Elder Shimiao and Elder Jiu, who do you think will ultimately acquire this puppet? Qian Rinxue in the box inquired with keen interest, turning to the side to ask Elder Jiu and Elder Shimiao. Upon learning the specifics of the puppet's capabilities, Qian Rinxue was equally astonished. However, lacking sufficient soul crystals to participate in the auction, she had to relinquish her hopes. It was evident that the seven-treasure glazed tile school, boasting the most substantial financial resources, would logically win this puppet. Yet, as the Star Dou Auction House traded in soul crystals, each faction only had a year to accumulate them. Hence, who would ultimately secure the puppet remained uncertain. Elder Shimiao shared his thoughts. Nearly all factions were eager to compete for this puppet. Leaving the outcome uncertain, Qian Rinxue fell silent upon hearing this, her gaze drifting towards Bibi Dong's box. Noticing Jiu Douluo's persistent bidding, she deduced Bibi Dong's intentions regarding the puppet. Understanding the situation, a shadowy expression flickered in Qian Rinxue's eyes. Chapter 85. Talisman's 80,000 Soul Crystals. In the Haotian sect's box, the elder gritted his teeth and immediately raised the bid by another 10,000 soul crystals. Every member of the Haotian sect displayed signs of hesitation. They had only brought 80,000 soul crystals with them. After years of development, the number of disciples within the Haotian sect was exceedingly limited, and thus their accumulation of soul crystals over a year was minimal. Most of their soul crystals had been allocated for the training of their disciples, making this 80,000 the entirety of what they had brought. They wondered if any other factions would continue to raise the bid. Should anyone else do so, the Haotian sect would have no choice but to forfeit this puppet 85,000 soul crystals. His Majesty Jiu You, upon hearing this price, fell into deep contemplation, raising his bid by another 5,000 soul crystals for the sake of the empire's future. 90,000 soul crystals. Ning Fengji maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to raise the bid. However, he found himself in a predicament. This was indeed 90,000 soul crystals, should he raise the bid further. The seven-treasure glazed tile school would miss out on the next auction item. Your Holiness, should we continue bidding? Jiu Douluo hesitantly turned to Bibi Dong, seeking her opinion. Continue. After much deliberation, Bibi Dong resolved to keep bidding. This formidable weapon must not fall into the hands of other factions. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly face unprecedented challenges. After all, this puppet could ultimately unleash the combat power of a limit Douluo. The Spirit Hall possessed only 2 limit Douluo powerhouses, and she was currently unable to exhibit her full strength. This puppet must be safeguarded by the Spirit Hall. It could not be allowed to fall into the hands of other factions. 100,000 soul crystals. Upon receiving the command from Bibi Dong, Jiu Douluo immediately proclaimed the astonishing price of 100,000 soul crystals. Indeed, when this figure was announced, nearly every soul master present displayed expressions of astonishment. Those factions that had previously engaged in the bidding revealed their regretful visages. The soul crystals they had brought with them fell short of the 100,000 mark, leaving them at a loss for how to continue raising the bid. Most factions could only express their disappointment and reluctantly abandon the competition for this puppet. Fengji, perhaps we should withdraw from the contest for this puppet. The price has exceeded our expectations by far. Should we persist, we may find ourselves unable to contend for the subsequent auction items, which will be beyond our reach, Jian Douluo advised. turning to Ningfeng, G.100,000 soul crystals was an exorbitant sum. The amount they had brought was only slightly above that figure. According to the auction rules of the Star Dou Auction House from previous events, subsequent auction items would generally be far more precious than those preceding them. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were to acquire this puppet, it would jeopardize their chances for later items. However, should the Spirit Hall secure this puppet once more, its power would undoubtedly grow even stronger, leaving little room for other factions to survive. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng sighed deeply, fully aware of the situation that he understood that they were competing against the Spirit Hall, and should it obtain this puppet, the ultimate consequences could be dire. For the time being, there is no need to worry. You have heard the introduction from the Star Dou Auction House to unleash the puppet's full potential at the level of a limit Douluo. It would require the consumption of soul crystals accumulated over many years by a faction. Over these years, we have consistently participated in the auctions at the Star Dou Auction House, acquiring countless treasures. Thus our strength can rise rapidly. There is even a slim chance we might touch upon the legendary realm of the limit Douluo. Overall, this puppet did not pose a significant threat at the moment. Bone Dao concurred with Jian Dao's perspective, realizing that continuing the competition for the puppet would be futile. No one could predict whether the Spirit Hall would continue to invest more soul crystals, which would disadvantage the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the subsequent auctions. Bone Dao briefly analyzed the future scenarios. In that case, we must relinquish our pursuit of this puppet. Subsequently, Ningfeng accepted Bone Dao's suggestion and chose to withdraw from the competition. Thus, the other factions gradually followed suit, and a palpable silence descended upon the auction house. 100,000 soul crystals, once 100,000 soul crystals, twice 100,000 soul crystals, thrice, as there are no further bids. This puppet now belongs to box number 5. Xian Shuang, seeing no one else raise their bid, confirmed and announced that the puppet was acquired by box number 5, where Bibi Dong and her companions resided. Following the conclusion of this auction item, the third item was set to commence. With a wave of her hand, Xian Shuang conjured 5 rectangular sheets of paper, intricately etched with complex patterns, in the air before her. From these seemingly ordinary sheets erupted powerful fluctuations of soul power, imbued with a lethal intent. The moment the 5 sheets appeared, the formidable soul masters present felt the immense power contained within them, and each one became profoundly apprehensive. What could these sheets be? Why did I sense a deadly crisis emanating from this paper? Indeed, I too feel this sensation that my soul power level is that of a soul sage. Yet these 5 sheets instill in me a sense of peril, as if I stand little chance of survival should I be struck by one. It was utterly terrifying. From where did the Star Dou Auction House procure such formidable items? As all present beheld the 5 sheets and sensed the powerful soul fluctuations emanating from them, they could not help but take a deep breath, once more reminded of the extraordinary nature of the Star Dou Auction House. Setting aside the previous puppet, even these 5 sheets alone shattered their worldviews yet again. Allow me to introduce these 5 sheets. They are talismans crafted by the Star Dou Auction House. The specifics of their creation remain known only to us. Each talisman possesses a formidable attack capability. Any soul master below the level of Tidal Dou struck by them is certain to perish. Even a regular Tidal Dou would suffer severe injuries if hit. Furthermore, should all 5 talismans strike a single individual, they will form a formation that unleashes an unprecedented assault, leaving the recipient with virtually no chance of survival. Even a limit Douluo would hesitate to confront their combined might, as a moment's carelessness could result in grievous wounds. Xian Shuang's calm explanation of the 5 talismans once again astonished all the soul masters present. These 5 talismans were simply extraordinary, representing a powerful trump card. Chapter 86. The purple longsword as anticipated. Nearly every soul master, upon hearing the unimaginable capabilities of these 5 talismans, could no longer maintain their composure. That it was inconceivable that such formidable lethality resided within these talismans. The mere presence of a single talisman could severely wound a Tidal Dou level powerhouse, leaving all in a state of profound shock. In the eyes of many soul masters, Tidal Dou represented the pinnacle of invincibility. Yet, they had not expected that something as simple as a sheet of paper could possess the capacity to injure a Tidal Dou. What astonished them even more was that the combined force of these 5 talismans could inflict severe harm even upon a limit Douluo. The limit Douluo were among the closest beings to divinity. Yet still, They could not withstand the assault unleashed by the amalgamation of these 5 talismans. Suddenly, a powerful notion took root in everyone's mind. They must acquire these 5 talismans. Although these talismans were consumables, the ultimate power they could unleash would ensure the safety of their sect. If other factions were to learn that they possessed these 5 talismans, what title Douluo would dare to attack them without regard for their own life? Thus, it served as a form of protection. The Star Dou Auction House is auctioning these 5 talismans together, with an opening bid set at 20,000 soul crystals. Following this, Xian Shuang announced the starting price of the 5 talismans, the same as that of the previous puppet. Overall, the function of these 5 talismans was not significantly more valuable than that of the puppet, but they were equally remarkable, representing an incredibly powerful treasure. In certain respects, the value of these 5 talismans far surpassed that of the earlier puppet. 20,000 soul crystals. One of the factions was the first to call out this price, their tone brimming with eagerness to secure the 5 talismans immediately. We must obtain these 5 talismans. Upon realizing the extraordinary potential of the talismans, Bibi Dong urged Jiu You and the others beside her with equal urgency, and no matter what, we must acquire these 5 talismans. The prospect of the combined power of the 5 talismans filled her with anticipation. With these 5 talismans, the Spirit Hall would possess a formidable trump card, and thus Bibi Dong was deeply moved by this treasure. Your Holiness the Pope, are we truly prepared to pay any price to secure these 5 talismans? We have already spent a considerable sum on the previous puppet. Should we pursue these 5 talismans as well? The soul crystals expended will be innumerable, and our current reserves are limited, Jiu You inquired. Falling into a contemplative silence, he recognized the immense value of these 5 talismans, yet the expenditure for the previous puppet had already reached 100,000 soul crystals. It was only to be expected that the final price for these 5 talismans would also be exorbitantly high. If they pursued them, they might find themselves unable to contend for subsequent auction items. We shall proceed with the auction, but if the price exceeds our anticipated limits, we will have no choice but to abandon the pursuit of these 5 talismans today. As soon as Jiu You finished speaking, Bibi Dong suddenly regained her clarity. Indeed, the Spirit Hall had already expended 100,000 soul crystals. She sensed an intuition that the final price for these 5 talismans would not fall significantly below that of the previous puppet. Therefore, in order to prepare for future auctions, Bibi Dong felt compelled to establish a preliminary price in her mind. Should the bidding surpass this expectation, the Spirit Hall would have to decisively relinquish their claim to the 5 talismans. Understood, Your Holiness the Pope. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Jiu You joined the fray of competition. Thus, other factions began to bid fervently, vying for the possession of these 5 extraordinarily powerful talismans, which would serve as a safeguard for their respective forces. 60,000 soul crystals. At that moment, His Majesty Jiu You of the Tiando Empire proclaimed a staggering bid of 60,000 soul crystals. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the 5 talismans before Xian Shuang. His fists clenched tightly, betraying the excitement within him that he had not anticipated that, aside from the previous puppet, these 5 talismans could unleash attacks capable of severely injuring a title Douluo-level powerhouse. If the Tiando Empire were to secure these talismans, it would be tantamount to acquiring 5 trump cards. As for the limit Douluo-level powerhouses, Jiu You had not yet considered them. If an ordinary title Douluo were to assault the Tiando Empire, they would have 5 opportunities for self-preservation. Having already missed the previous puppet, he was determined to obtain these 5 talismans. Even if he were to miss the subsequent auction, His Majesty Jiu You would still strive to claim these 5 talismans. 65,000 soul crystals. Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School continued to raise the bid, equally intrigued by the 5 talismans. However, his intentions differed from those of the others. He intended to study these talismans to uncover their specific crafting methods. In doing so, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be able to produce an endless supply of talismans, elevating the prestige of their sect to new heights. The formidable power ultimately unleashed by these 5 talismans left Ning Fengji and others utterly captivated. Within his anticipated price range, he still hoped to secure the talismans. If Lu Yun were aware of Ning Fengji's intentions, he would surely chuckle in amusement. Even granting Ning Fengji a century, he would find it impossible to decipher the secrets of these talismans. How were these 5 talismans crafted? The energy contained within them left me utterly astonished. Indeed, humans, as soul masters, are a uniquely gifted race, capable of creating such wondrous talismans. One cannot help but wonder if the future of the Douluo Continent will afford a place for the soul beast race. Tion and the other fearsome beasts, upon sensing the energy emanating from the 5 talismans, murmured in dejection. Each item auctioned by the Star Dou Auction House is a treasure of the highest order, and most of the auctioned items are beneficial to human soul masters. The soul beast race, however, has yet to discover treasures capable of enhancing their overall strength. The sense of foreboding grew within Tion and his companions. If this trend continued, with human soul masters continuously acquiring top-tier treasures from the Star Dou Auction House, the soul beast race would truly find themselves without a foothold on the Douluo Continent. Thus, the once mighty beasts, renowned throughout the continent, now bore expressions of desolation, inwardly hoping that the Star Dou Auction House might offer treasures advantageous to their race. However, such hopes were evidently unrealistic, as the personnel within the Star Dou Auction House were predominantly powerful human soul masters. What reason would they have to willingly provide treasures to the soul beast race? On the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun observed the auction with keen interest. Suddenly, he noticed the disappointed expressions of Tion and the others, prompting him to reflect on this auction, and the previous an idea began to take shape in his mind. It seemed there had indeed been no items beneficial to the soul beasts. The Douluo Continent is home to 2 races, soul masters and soul beasts, yet the treasures he had auctioned off were almost entirely advantageous to human soul masters. For the soul beasts, there had truly been no suitable auction items. Lu Yun understood that the number of soul beasts on the Douluo Continent was vast. If he were to present treasures that appealed to them, a significant influx of auction points would undoubtedly flow into his coffers. At this moment, a thought emerged in Lu Yun's mind. It seemed that the next auction should feature some treasures beneficial to the soul beasts. His reasoning for this was multifaceted. Earning auction points was merely one aspect. Another consideration was that the balance of power on the Douluo Continent must not be disrupted. If he were to incessantly assist human soul masters in enhancing their strength, the soul beast race would gradually face extinction. In less than 10 years, the soul beasts could be hunted to extinction by human soul masters, as every soul master requires soul rings to augment their power. Recognizing the gravity of this issue, Lu Yun resolved to balance the strength of the soul beast race and ensure that such a calamity would not come to pass. After a considerable time, Lu Yun cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind and continued to observe the ongoing auction. 80,000 soul crystals to AT that moment. Seeing the price skyrocket beyond all his available soul crystals, His Majesty Shuya's expression shifted to one of inscrutable intent. With a clenched jaw, he boldly declared 80,000 soul crystals. A thought crossed his mind. He would take a gamble, hoping no one would raise the bid further. The soul crystals he had brought amounted to only 80,000 should the bidding continue incrementally. It would inevitably exceed his total. For the sake of this decisive moment, His Majesty Shuya chose to take the plunge. He raised the price by 15,000 soul crystals in one fell swoop, believing that most factions would likely refrain from further bidding. Nonetheless, this gamble bore a significant risk of failure. Yet for the future of the Tiando Empire, Shuya felt compelled to act as soon as he announced this price. His spiritual energy reached outward, eager to ascertain whether any factions would continue to be at that moment. His Majesty Shuya's heart raced with anxiety, as no one could predict what would transpire next. Most factions were left speechless upon hearing this price, having never encountered a single raise of 15,000 soul crystals before. This increment was simply outrageous. Some factions chose to withdraw from the competition. 80,000 soul crystals was simply too steep. They lacked the necessary soul crystals to continue contending. The main competitors remained the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, both of whom now wore contemplative expressions. While the 5 talismans possessed formidable offensive capabilities, they were merely consumable items. With their top-tier powerhouses, the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Spirit Hall recognized that acquiring these talismans could bolster their sect's foundation. However, the 80,000 soul crystals surpassed their anticipated price, leaving them no choice but to reluctantly abandon their pursuit of the talismans, conserving their soul crystals for the more precious treasures to be auctioned later. It is well known that the subsequent auction items would be infinitely more valuable than those previously presented. His Majesty Shuya sensed the atmosphere within the Star Dou Auction House. His breath quickened. Soon, upon noticing that no one was willing to raise the bid further, He exhaled a long sigh of relief. Still, he remained tense, fearing that an unexpected faction might suddenly increase the price. It wasn't until Xian Shuang uttered a phrase that His Majesty Xue's heart finally settled. 80,000 soul crystals once, 80,000 soul crystals twice, 80,000 soul crystals thrice. With no further bids, the 5 talismans were ultimately claimed by Box 15, which belonged to His Majesty Xue. The atmosphere within the Star Dou Auction House fell into a profound silence as Xian Shuang confirmed that no one was willing to bid further. She announced that the 5 talismans had been successfully auctioned to Box 15, the very box occupied by His Majesty Xue. At last, they were in his possession, with the confirmation of the 5 talismans' ownership. His Majesty Xue felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. The intensity of this competition had been so fierce that it surpassed the pressure he had felt when facing formidable soul masters in the past. The final outcome was utterly satisfying. Fortunately, the other factions had refrained from further bidding, allowing the Tiandou Empire to secure these 5 talismans. His Majesty Xue eagerly handed over the soul crystals to Xian Shuang, who in turn presented him with the coveted talismans. He carefully stowed them away, for they represented the future of the Tiandou Empire, and he could not afford any missteps. With the conclusion of the 3rd auction item, Xian Shuang announced the commencement of the 4th item. With a wave of her hand, ripples danced across the void before her. A long sword, entirely violet in hue, floated before Xian Shuang, its blade radiating with terrifying lightning. Pulsating with explosive power, the hilt was intricately carved with a miniature thunder dragon, exuding an aura of formidable might. The entire sword appeared to be a devastating weapon, causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly in its presence. The 4th auction item was indeed a sword, yet its origins remained a mystery. Why is there such an astonishing display of lightning, infused with a ferocious intent to kill? Indeed, the purple longsword instills within me a profound sense of impending doom. Yet, it seems not to belong to the category of soul-guiding devices. Upon closer inspection, it appears as though it has been newly forged. Could this unique forging technique be the exclusive craft of the Star Dou Auction House? As all soul masters gazed upon the purple longsword before Xian Shuang, feeling the turbulent power of lightning contained within, along with the chilling aura it exuded, they collectively voiced their astonishment. Of course, there were also those among them who, being knowledgeable about soul-guiding devices, expressed their confusion. The existence of soul-guiding devices is known to only a select few on the Douluo Continent. The methods of forging these devices have long been lost to time, meaning that the soul-guiding devices in their possession are merely remnants of history. Without exception, they are merely ordinary storage soul-guiding devices. However, they had never encountered a purple longsword radiating such formidable power. Each individual harbored an insatiable curiosity about this longsword, which had become the 4th auction item of the Star Dou Auction House. Its ultimate value is likely to surpass that of the first 3 items. Swordmaster, what is the origin of this purple longsword? Why do I feel it is extraordinarily remarkable? Suddenly, Ning Fengji caught sight of the longsword, and a glimmer of awe flashed in his eyes. This purple longsword is simply exquisite, exuding an air of dominance. The flickering arcs of electricity sent shivers down his spine. Ning Fengji inquired softly to the sword Douluo beside him. After all, sword Douluo's martial soul is a sword-type martial soul, the 7-killing sword. Chapter 87. The final auction item. When it comes to understanding swords, no one on the Douluo continent is likely to surpass Sword Douluo. Perhaps he knows the origin of this purple longsword. As soon as Ning Fengji's words fell, he did not hear a response from Sword Douluo. Turning to look, he found Sword Douluo gazing entranced at the purple longsword before Xian Shuang, occasionally gasping in admiration. Witnessing this scene, Ning Fengji realized the longsword was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have captivated Sword Douluo so intensely. Ning Fengji's gaze roused Sword Douluo from his reverie, prompting him to repeat his earlier question. Ning Fengji wished to know the true origins of this longsword. I do not know its name, but this sword is the most perfect longsword I have ever encountered in my life, far surpassing even my 7-killing sword. However, I find it perplexing that this longsword exists in a physical form, rather than as a manifestation of a martial soul. It is difficult to imagine the strength of the soul master capable of forging such a weapon. I have a strong premonition that no soul master on the Douluo continent could forge this unparalleled longsword. Only the Star Dou Auction House could present such a treasure. Sword Douluo let out a deep sigh. His voice filled with admiration for the purple longsword. According to his conjecture, no one on the Douluo continent could forge this sword, not even the 3 existing divine craftsmen. That it seemed as though this purple longsword did not belong to the Douluo continent at all. Upon reflecting on the treasures presented by the Star Dou Auction House, the realization dawned on him. This purple longsword could only be sourced from the Star Dou Auction House, since this sword is so extraordinary. I shall consider it a gift for you, Sword Master. Seeing Sword Douluo's fondness for the longsword, Ning Fengji smiled as he spoke, intending to bid on the purple longsword to present it to Sword Douluo. No, this sword will find its rightful owner. I am not worthy to inherit this longsword. Let the upcoming auction proceed as fate dictates. If all goes as expected, the final bid for this purple longsword will undoubtedly be astonishing. Should it exceed our expectations at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we shall forego the bidding for this sword. In response, Sword Douluo remarked calmly, acknowledging the difficulty of wielding the longsword. He sensed the sword intent within the purple longsword, which, while reminiscent of his 7-killing sword, was fundamentally different, since he practiced exclusively with the 7-killing sword. Keeping this longsword would be akin to possessing a piece of scrap metal. However, if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were to acquire this purple longsword, it would significantly bolster the sect's power. If the final auction price proves to be exorbitant, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could judiciously choose to abandon the bidding for this longsword. Elder Second, do you understand how this purple longsword was forged? At that moment, within the 20th box, the members of the Haotian school gazed upon the purple longsword, each displaying expressions of astonishment. One disciple inquired of the elder seated at the forefront. The second elder of the Haotian school, who had also attended the previous auction at the Star Dou Auction House. Incredible! The aura of this purple longsword is mesmerizing. It emanates a brilliance that does not resemble a weapon forged by human soul masters. No one in our Haotian school could achieve such a feat, not only now, but even in the future. No disciple of the Haotian school could forge such a magnificent sword. The second elder's eyes were equally entranced by the longsword. As he examined the patterns on the blade and the innate sword intent it possessed, feeling dwarfed by its majesty. With their current capabilities, it was utterly impossible for the Haotian school to forge this purple longsword. Yet, while they may not be able to forge it themselves, if they could discern the method behind its creation, the Haotian school might witness the emergence of several divine craftsmen. The second elder's tone grew grave. Filled with an insatiable desire to acquire the secrets of the purple longsword's forging technique, they were unaware of the specific forging method of this longsword. But if they could glean even a fragment of knowledge, it would tremendously enhance their forging abilities. Perhaps, the disciples of the Haotian school would see the rise of several divine craftsmen, or even disciples who could surpass the realm of divine craftsmen. First, let me introduce you to this purple longsword, known as the Thunder Sword. This spiritual weapon is the designation given to it by our Star Dou Auction House, and it is vastly different from the soul-guiding devices you are familiar with. The two cannot be conflated. Allow me to elaborate on the formidable power of the Thunder Sword. The Thunder Sword possesses the ability to unleash the power of thunder. You should be well aware of the immense strength of lightning attributes. Requiring no further elaboration from me. Most importantly, the Thunder Sword grows stronger when wielded by a powerful individual. As long as your strength is formidable enough, the might of the Thunder Sword becomes unimaginable. For instance, if a titled Douluo were to wield the Thunder Sword and infuse it with their entire soul power, they could summon countless bolts of lightning to obliterate everything in their vicinity, leaving no chance of survival for any living being. However, such a wide-ranging lethal strike should not be employed frequently, as a moment's carelessness could result in the Thunder Sword rebounding and inflicting severe injuries upon the wielder. Xian Shuang briefly introduced the name and origin of the longsword. The Thunder Sword was meticulously selected by Lu Yun from a divine-level shop. It is a common spiritual weapon from the realm of cultivation. Classified as a low-grade spiritual weapon, due to the spiritual energy required to activate the Thunder Sword being transformed into soul power, its power has diminished considerably. Nevertheless, even so, the might of the Thunder Sword is sufficient to annihilate anything, far surpassing the power of any top-tier soul-guiding devices from the Tang sect era, even 10,000 years later. You should now comprehend the power of the Thunder Sword. Thus, its opening bid is set at 30,000 soul crystals. Xian Shuang introduced the Thunder Sword and casually stated the starting bid as expected. The other factions began to engage in the competition, with only a handful of factions vying for the Thunder Sword. Such a violent weapon would be impossible for weaker factions to safeguard. Thus, for the sake of their own safety, they had no choice but to relinquish their pursuit of the Thunder Sword. The contest unfolded among a few major factions of the Douluo Continent, engaging in fierce rivalry. 10 minutes elapsed before the intense competition gradually came to a close. 120,000 soul crystals. 120,000 soul crystals for the second time. 120,000 soul crystals for the third time. With no further bids, the Thunder Sword shall belong to the 20th box. At that moment, Xian Shuang, seeing that no one else was willing to raise the bid, announced that the Heavenly Thunder Sword had been successfully acquired by the 21st private box, which belonged to the Haotian sect. The second elder, upon realizing that the Heavenly Thunder Sword had fallen into the hands of their Haotian sect, displayed a look of profound relief on his face. He had not anticipated the fierce competition surrounding this extraordinary sword. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of soul crystals this time. Otherwise, this unparalleled divine sword would have eluded their grasp entirely. However, a few disciples behind him exhibited expressions of anguish upon witnessing this scene. This was a staggering sum of 120,000 soul crystals, a total their Haotian sect had barely managed to accumulate over the past year. To think that all of it would be spent on a single Heavenly Thunder Sword was enough to cause them considerable distress. Second elder, having secured this Heavenly Thunder Sword, we have exhausted all the soul crystals we brought. What shall we do about the final auction item? The disciples of Haotian's sect lamented behind him. Prior to their arrival, the sect master had already issued a directive to gather sufficient soul crystals to compete for the last, culminating auction item. The value of the final item in the previous two auctions had far exceeded that of the preceding lots. Should their Haotian sect manage to acquire it, the enhancement to their sect's power would be beyond imagination. Yet, the second elder had already depleted their entire reserve of soul crystals on this fourth item. They genuinely wondered how they would explain this to the sect master upon their return. A group of dullards. They had no idea what the final auction item was, while the Heavenly Thunder Sword, despite its considerable cost, held immeasurable benefits for their Haotian sect. If someone from their sect were to comprehend the forging method of this Heavenly Thunder Sword, Haotian sect would undoubtedly become the preeminent forging power on the Douluo Continent, capable of crafting weapons rivaling the Heavenly Thunder Sword itself. At that time, the prestige of the Haotian sect would soar, and the subsequent benefits would be incalculable. In my view, rather than waiting for the final auction item, it would be wiser to secure this Heavenly Thunder Sword immediately. The second elder admonished the disciples of Haotian's sect behind him. Their insight could not fathom what this Heavenly Thunder Sword truly signified for the Haotian sect. Therefore, the second elder slowly articulated the importance of this Heavenly Thunder Sword. Upon hearing his words, the remaining disciples displayed expressions of realization, finally grasping the significance of the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Now that the fourth auction item has concluded, let us turn our attention to the assistance of this auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House, Xian Shuang declared after handing over the Heavenly Thunder Sword to the Haotian sect, her expression turning solemn as she announced the imminent arrival of the final auction item. Every soul master present straightened in their seats, their gazes filled with anticipation directed towards Xian Shuang. The rarity of the concluding auction item was beyond imagination, and they were left wondering what treasure the Star Dou Auction House had prepared this time. Based on the experiences of the previous two auctions, it was likely that this final item was exceedingly remarkable. Xian Shuang sensed the atmosphere had reached an appropriate level of tension. She ceased her teasing and opened her right palm. In an instant, a pitch-black orb materialized, appearing translucent overall, yet at its center lay an extraordinarily dark chain, exuding a powerful aura of darkness. Even the faintest breath emitted by this chain within the orb was enough to alert all the top-tier powerhouses present to the extraordinary nature of the chain contained within. However, nearly all the soul masters who beheld the orb and its chain wore expressions of confusion, none daring to voice their thoughts. The orb was exceedingly unfamiliar, making it difficult to conceive of the treasure contained within. It did not appear to be a tangible object. Thus, being presented as the final auction item, its ultimate value surely far surpassed that of the preceding four items. Consequently, the crowd could only suppress their curiosity and listen to Xian Shuang's subsequent explanation. This is the final auction item from our Star Dou Auction House. It is well known that on the Douluo Continent, there exists an extraordinary genius known as the twin martial spirits, assuming they do not perish prematurely. A twin martial spirit user is destined to become a soul master of great renown across the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Xianshuang did not immediately introduce the final auction item, but instead began to speak slowly about an unrelated matter. The soul masters present did not grow impatient with Xianshuang's words. Rather, they meticulously pondered her statements. Given the reputation of the Star Dou Auction House, they would never speak without purpose, and there was undoubtedly a deeper meaning behind her words. The soul masters and soul beasts present remained perplexed by Xianshuang's statements. However, in the private box, Bibi Dong, upon hearing her words, suddenly appeared transformed, her countenance shifting dramatically. She could no longer maintain her composure. Springing to her feet, her eyes fixed in astonishment upon the orb in Xianshuang's hand, filled with awe. How is this possible? The Star Dou Auction House could actually produce something like this? Bibi Dong shook her head in disbelief, attempting to dispel her suspicions. Yet no matter how she contemplated, she felt her conjecture was entirely accurate. It was precisely this thought that left Bibi Dong deeply shaken. Unable to fathom the forthcoming revelation. Your Holiness, what troubles you? Do you perhaps know what this final auction item is? At that moment, Douluo, seated to Bibi Dong's right, inquired with a hint of puzzlement upon witnessing her behavior. Observing Bibi Dong's reaction, it seemed she possessed knowledge of the true nature of the final auction item, prompting him to quietly ask. Despite his scrutinizing gaze, he could not discern the identity of the black orb and its accompanying chain. No sooner had he spoken than Douluo, standing nearby, gazed at Bibi Dong with equal confusion. Without a doubt, Douluo, like Douluo, was entirely unaware of the true nature of the final auction item presented by the Star Dou Auction House. Given Bibi Dong's status and strength, it was improbable that an ordinary treasure would elicit such a profound reaction from her. Even the first 4 auction items had not left her as astonished. Thus, both Douluo and Guido simultaneously entertained a notion. The value of this final auction item must far exceed their expectations. They were prepared to await Bibi Dong's elucidation regarding the origins of the final auction item from the Star Dou Auction House. This object was simply too mysterious. There was no discernible path for exploration. Chapter 88. The chain of darkness. Bibi Dong's attention remained fixed upon the black orb in Xianshuang's hand, her astonishment lingering long. Hearing the confusion expressed by Douluo and Guido nearby, she solemnly articulated her conjecture. If I am not mistaken, the object within this orb is very likely a martial spirit. The moment Bibi Dong's astonishing hypothesis was uttered, it jolted both Douluo and Guido awake. They doubted their ears, wondering if they had misheard something so bizarre. That a martial spirit? Wasn't it something that emerged within a soul master? How could it be extracted from thin air? Such a method was beyond imagination. That a martial spirit was innate. How could it be enhanced by external forces? No matter how they contemplated, it felt exceedingly implausible. And they remained skeptical of Bibi Dong's assertion. Your Holiness, are you certain that the object within that black orb is indeed a martial spirit? It feels too strange. Douluo voiced his doubts first. For no matter how he considered it, it seemed implausible. Absolutely, without a doubt. If you carefully sense the power within that black orb, it is strikingly akin to the power of a martial spirit. The previous remarks made by the Star Dou Auction House regarding the twin martial spirit users, combined with their series of deductions, could affirm that the contents of this orb were indeed a martial spirit. As for how the Star Dou Auction House had managed to achieve this, that remained unclear for the time being. Bibi Dong worked to steady her emotions as she began to outline the basis for her conjecture. Even at this juncture, she firmly believed her intuition was devoid of error. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's unwavering certainty, Douluo and Guido fell into contemplation. Could it truly be as the Holy Maiden had surmised, that Xianshuang was holding a martial spirit? Next, just as everyone pondered, Xianshuang unveiled the true nature of the object within the orb. The final auction item from our Star Dou Auction House today is the object contained within this orb, known as the Chain of Darkness. I believe you are all very curious about what it truly is. It is indeed a martial spirit. The Chain of Darkness is a premier martial soul. Imbued with the essence of dark power. It can be said that a soul master possessing this martial soul is inherently a master of control, as well as a formidable assault-type soul master. After all, this chain not only possesses formidable controlling capabilities, but also astonishing attacking prowess. At this moment, Xianshuang directly introduced this top-tier martial soul, proclaiming it to be an unprecedented entity. Am I mistaken? The object contained within this orb is indeed a martial soul. How could a martial soul be extracted from a person and subsequently auctioned? Even if this is indeed a martial soul, how are we to absorb it? Each soul master awakens their martial soul at the tender age of 6. As soon as Xian Shuang's words fell, a wave of perplexity washed over the hearts of most soul masters. The fact that this orb contains a martial soul is utterly astonishing. Rest assured, every item we present at the Star Dou Auction House is authentic. This is indeed a premier martial soul known as the Chain of Darkness. Naturally, we possess methods to facilitate the successful absorption of this extraordinary martial soul. You need not worry. Upon absorbing this martial soul, you will incur no harm, but rather reap immense benefits. Henceforth, you shall become the bearers of twin martial souls, elevating you to the ranks of the most exceptional talents in the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing this, Xian Shuang spoke with an air of confidence, showing not a hint of concern regarding the auction of the Chain of Darkness. This is a truly precious treasure. Provided that all soul masters ascertain its authenticity, they will undoubtedly be willing to expend vast amounts of soul crystals to bid for this Chain of Darkness martial soul. Even a soul master of ordinary talent, upon absorbing this Chain of Darkness, would inevitably transform into an unparalleled genius, reaching the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. This top-tier martial soul represents a novel form of martial soul, capable of cultivating a prodigious genius. Its ultimate value need not be elaborated upon, as the opening bid for this Chain of Darkness martial soul is set at 60,000 soul crystals. Xian Shuang announced the initial bidding price for the Chain of Darkness, a treasure of such caliber, truly deserving of its reputation as the highlight of the auction. The final transaction price is bound to be extraordinarily high, leaving no room for concern. No faction would dare to overlook this premier martial soul. Tio think that it is indeed a martial soul. However, can this martial soul truly enable a soul master to absorb it and become a bearer of twin martial souls? Upon hearing Xian Shuang's declaration, both Jiu You and Douluo were left astounded. They turned to their companion, Bibi Dong, realizing that the prior speculations of Her Holiness the Pope were indeed true. It is undeniably a top-tier martial soul. Previously confident in the items presented by the Star Dou Auction House, both Jiu You and Douluo found themselves engulfed in doubt at this moment. Is this top-tier martial soul truly as the Star Dou Auction House claims? It feels exceedingly mysterious. 80,000 soul crystals. Before Bibi Dong could respond to Jiu You and Douluo, an urgent voice resonated throughout the Star Dou Auction House. The individuals within this private chamber were none other than Ning Fengji and others from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At this moment, Ning Fengji gazed intently at the Chain of Darkness, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing that this was a martial soul, he too could not maintain his composure, immediately placing a bid in an attempt to compete for this premier martial soul. The limitation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul was a lifelong regret for him, preventing him from ascending to the rank of a true soul duo. Therefore, he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Should he succeed in acquiring this top-tier martial soul and absorb it, he would undoubtedly become a genuine bearer of twin martial souls. Even if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul could not evolve to accommodate the remaining 2 soul rings. If he were to obtain this new martial soul, he could potentially transcend the realm of soul Douluo and even become a more powerful title Douluo. Faced with such temptation, Ning Fengji, despite being the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, found it impossible to remain calm. Fengji, are you certain this martial soul is genuine? Sword Douluo, hearing Ning Fengji's initial bid, inquired with concern. From the moment the final auction item was unveiled, he had expressed disbelief. However, upon observing the Star Dou Auction House's unwavering confidence, he began to entertain the possibility. Yet, Sword Douluo still held a tinge of skepticism in his heart, aware of Ning Fengji's eagerness to bid. He understood his intentions. Sword Douluo did not oppose Ning Fengji's actions. Rather, he wholeheartedly supported them. Yet, he still felt it prudent for Ning Fengji to deliberate further before escalating his bid. In no matter, I trust that the Star Dou Auction House would not deceive us with a counterfeit item. Moreover, my current soul power level has reached a plateau. If I were to acquire this top-tier martial soul and absorb it, I would have a significant chance of advancing to title Douluo. Such temptation is impossible to resist. Regardless of the dangers that may lie ahead, I must seize this opportunity. How can I ascertain the authenticity of this top-tier martial soul without attempting it? Ning Fengji resolutely declared, fully aware of the thoughts of Star Dou and the others, yet gently declining their concerns. The final auction item before him is the key to altering his future, and he will not allow it to slip away from under his nose. He is determined to claim this prized possession. With his words, Star Dou let out a deep sigh, sharing a similar sentiment as Douluo, and did not hinder Ning Fengji's actions that I in their hearts. They gradually began to affirm that this top-tier martial soul was indeed genuine, and they would proceed with the bidding as per Ning Fengji's intentions. 90,000 soul crystals. Before Bibi Dong had the chance to respond to Jiu You and Douluo, upon hearing one faction raise the bid, she could no longer restrain herself and directly called out the price. This time, Bibi Dong personally intervened in the auction, as the likelihood of this top-tier martial soul being genuine was high, and she sought to secure it for herself, already a bearer of twin martial souls. She was determined not to allow this top-tier martial soul to be claimed by another faction, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong harbored her own ambitions, and at this moment, a new desire stirred within her heart. She aspired to become the first individual in the history of the Douluo Continent to possess 3 martial souls. Furthermore, the attributes of the Chain of Darkness martial soul resonated with her existing 2 martial souls, all sharing a kinship with dark powers. Should she absorb this martial soul, there would be no conflict with her own soul power, which is precisely why Bibi Dong was unreserved in her bidding for this martial soul. Your Highness, do you truly believe this final auction item is authentic? If it is, should we not secure it for ourselves? In the private chamber occupied by Qian Rinxue and her companions, upon hearing that the final auction item was a martial soul, they could hardly maintain their composure. Subsequently, the serpent spear Douluo, breathing rapidly, turned to Qian Rinxue and inquired, if the Chain of Darkness martial soul is indeed genuine, they must acquire it for her absorption. With Qian Rinxue already possessing a divine-level martial soul, acquiring this martial soul would grant her twin martial souls, ensuring her future achievements far surpass those of all soul masters in the Douluo Continent. The depth of the Star Dou Auction House is truly profound. They can even auction off martial souls, leaving one to wonder what other treasures they may present in the future. After meticulous observation, I discern that this martial soul emanates a dark aura, completely contrary to the holy and luminous attributes of my own angel martial soul. Recklessly adding it, as my second martial soul, may lead to a repulsion of my own soul power, the consequences of which I cannot predict. Qian Rinxue began to analyze the compatibility of this martial soul with her own situation, realizing that she was ill-suited to absorb the Chain of Darkness martial soul. Though I may not be able to absorb it, there are others who can at any cost. We must secure this martial soul for me. Qian Rinxue let out a long sigh, realizing that this martial soul was not particularly suited to her. However, its unparalleled potential was impossible for even her to overlook. Consequently, she instructed the serpent spear Douluo and the at her side to ensure that this martial soul was acquired at any cost. As for who would ultimately possess it, Qian Rinxue had her own plans. Thus, nearly all the top powers in the Douluo Continent began to bid fervently against one another, regardless of the authenticity of this martial soul. Any hint of possibility compelled numerous factions to seize this opportunity. This was a chance that could alter their fates. Even if it cost an exorbitant amount of soul crystals, they would not regret it. The unveiling of this final auction item sent the atmosphere of the Star Dou Auction House into a frenzy. Every soul master exerted their utmost effort to bid for this extraordinary martial soul, reigniting the auction's fervor. The price of this martial soul skyrocketed to 100,000 soul crystals, continuing to ascend rapidly toward even loftier heights. Many lesser soul masters were left in awe, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the swift rise in price. If this final auction item truly was a top-tier martial soul, it could elevate a soul master to the status of a twin martial soul wielder, making such a price seem almost inevitable. 150,000 soul crystals, 130,000 soul crystals. Moments later, Ning Fengji, disregarding all costs, raised the bid again, knowing this martial soul was the key to changing his destiny. He could not relent. 140,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong closely followed Ning Fengji's lead, raising the bid by another 10,000 soul crystals. This increase prompted many factions to withdraw from the competition. The escalation of the price for this top-tier martial soul was simply outrageous. They could not afford to continue bidding that as time drifted on. The auction remained fervently underway. Indeed, as anticipated, the final transaction price for this martial soul proved to be astonishingly high. After all, the allure of a twin martial soul was irresistible to any soul master. Standing on the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Liu Yun observed the intense atmosphere below. A serene smile gracing his face, thought he had long foreseen the level of fervor that would ensue upon the emergence of the final auction item. This was precisely the scene he wished to witness. The more fervent the competition for the final auction item, the greater the profits he would reap. This top-tier martial soul was one he had procured from the divine shop, requiring a mere fraction of auction points. Moreover, the divine shop boasted an overwhelming array of martial souls. There were even many souls that did not exist in the Douluo Continent available for sale within the divine shop, including numerous divine martial souls. As for martial souls beyond the divine tier, they too were available, albeit at prices that bordered on the ludicrous. Given his current financial standing, he could not yet afford such luxuries. Yet even so, top-tier martial souls were exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent. Those who possessed a top-tier martial soul, provided they did not meet an early demise, would at the very least be a soul Douluo powerhouse. There was even a significant likelihood they could ascend to become a title Douluo, renowned throughout the Douluo Continent. After careful contemplation, Liu Yun purchased a top-tier martial soul from the divine shop, the Chains of Darkness. P.S. As per tradition, there is still one more chapter, for 1,000 words, updating at midnight. Chapter 89. Spirit Soul Pavilion. 200,000 Soul Crystals.